After the frost descent, the sky was a deep azure, clear and spotless. The forests of purple gold mountain were painted in rich autumn hues, their colors vivid and dazzling. This vibrant landscape blended with the gilded yellow tiles of the imperial palace before the mountain and the shimmering waters of the Qinhuai River, creating a breathtaking autumn panorama of Jinling, Nanjing. Holy cow! It's so beautiful. The stunning scenery elicited this uncultured exclamation from a chubby child with thick eyebrows, big eyes, and an innocent face. After basking in the view for a while, he suddenly remembered his purpose for climbing to such a height. He quickly shaded his eyes with his hand and peered into the distance. His gaze swept over the towering palace walls, taking in the government offices, elegant pavilions, and farther still, the densely packed markets and residences, bustling streets filled with carriages and horses, and rivers dotted with boats. Yet not a single skyscraper, telephone pole, or signal tower could be seen. As far as the eye could see, there was no trace of any product of industrial civilization. Holy moly, the boy stood frozen for a long moment, no longer doubting the reality of this world. He finally accepted that he had once again become someone from the Ming Dynasty. Wait, why did he say once again? Oh my goodness, Your Highness, are you trying to ascend to heaven? At that moment, a panicked shriek from below snapped him out of his daze. Indeed, this time he had hit the jackpot, had become a prince, none other than Zhu Zhen, the sixth son of Emperor Hongwu and the Prince of Chu. Compared to being the sickly son of a poor scholar, the paralyzed child of a corrupt minor official, or the mischievous grandson of a disgraced bureaucrat, this identity was quite easy to accept. Right now, Zhu Zhen stood atop the ridge of the main hall of Yuanwen Palace, where he had grown up. Looking down, he couldn't help but feel as though the entire forbidden city lay beneath his feet. A gust of autumn wind swept past, sending a shiver through him. It was chilly up here. This slight tremor sent the old eunuch below into a panic, his hands trembling and his voice quivering. Oh no, don't move. Little ancestor, please don't move. The eunuch, with fingers curled into delicate orchid gestures, stamped his foot at the attendants who had rushed over. What are you standing around for? Hurry up and fetch His Highness down. Several capable eunuchs scrambled up the ladder Zhu Zhen had used earlier and carefully approached him on the rooftop. They handled the Prince of Chu as if he were the most precious porcelain, gently escorting him back down to safety. Careful, little ancestor. The elderly eunuch, wearing a steel fork hat and dressed in a pale blue robe, gingerly took Zhu Zhen in his arms and placed him gently on the ground. Only then did he let out a long sigh of relief and wipe the sweat from his brow. Whether it was from fear or because the prince was heavier than expected, it was hard to say. Sorry for the trouble, Zhu Zhen said instinctively, apologizing out of habit. To his surprise, the old eunuch clapped a hand over his mouth in shock, muttered an apology, and then felt Zhu Zhen's forehead. Oh my goodness, why is little ancestor being so polite? Are you still unwell? Zhu Zhen was momentarily speechless. Being polite was mistaken for illness? It seemed he would have to get used to being a prince. What business do you have teaching me how to act? He tilted his chin arrogantly and shot a dismissive glance at the effeminate old eunuch. Yes, this humble servant has been too presumptuous, the eunuch quickly replied, visibly relieved. He hastened to explain himself. Last month, Her Majesty entered the inner hall of peace, and Your Highness previously sigh. One misfortune after another has befallen Yuanwen Palace. This humble servant is truly terrified. As he spoke, he lifted the embroidered rag tied to his waist and began to sob. If anything happens to little ancestor, how can I face Her Majesty? Watching the eunuch cry like a willow branch in the rain, Zhu Zhen felt a pang of sympathy and found himself shedding tears as well. The memories of the young boy whose body he now inhabited were hazy. Zhu Zhen only vaguely recalled that his mother, consort who, had been banished to the cold palace, and that he himself had fallen into the water just 2 days ago. It was during that fall into the water that he had somehow taken over her, perhaps merged with the boy. Calling it a substitution wasn't entirely accurate. It was more like they had fused into one. For instance, the tears he shed now and the heart-wrenching sadness he felt when thinking of his mother clearly belonged to the original boy's emotions. It didn't matter. He would get used to it eventually. Zhu Zhen was by nature an easygoing person. Collecting his thoughts, he wanted to comfort the still sobbing eunuch but found himself at a loss for words. After all, he was only 10 years old, and his previous self had been somewhat muddled. Many memories were fuzzy, including the name of the head eunuch of Yuanwen Palace. So, for the first few days, he hadn't dared to say or ask much. Now that he felt more comfortable, he chuckled awkwardly and asked, what's your name again? Old Wang, or Old Wang. This humble servant's surname is Wang with a water radical. My lowly name is Defa. Though the eunuch still felt a bit uneasy, he didn't dare to say anything more. All right, Old Wang. Zhu Zhen nodded and finally blurted out the question that had been weighing on his mind. What exactly did my mother do wrong? Sigh, Your Highness, you're still young. You'll understand when you grow up. Wang Defa shook his head. And what gives you the right to teach me what to do? Zhu Zhen raised his thick eyebrows, repeating his earlier tactic. Ha ha ha. Before the eunuch could respond, a loud, hearty laugh rang out from the direction of the Wannan Gate. Little brother 6, looks like you're all better. Zhu Zhen turned toward the sound and saw 3 young men in round-collared dragon robes walking toward him, smiling warmly. In the center, wearing a winged crown and dressed in apricot yellow robes, was his eldest brother, Zhu Biao, the crown prince of the Great Ming. At 20 years old, he was tall and dignified, with a naturally warm smile that made others feel as though bathed in spring sunshine. To Zhu Biao's left, dressed in red dragon robes and the source of the laughter, was his 4th brother, Zhu Di, the Prince of Yan. Zhu Di was only 15 or 16, not yet of age, but his height already matched that of their eldest brother. Both brothers had square faces, but while the crown prince was refined and gentle, Zhu Di's dark skin, thick eyebrows, and large eyes gave him a more energetic and expressive demeanor. These past few days, while Zhu Zhen had been recovering from his near drowning, his 3 older brothers had visited him daily. Wait, had he forgotten to mention one of them? Hi, you got guts climbing that high? Just like me. Zhu Di praised Zhu Zhen's earlier antics, even mimicking his actions. The eunuchs hurriedly removed the ladder to prevent further mischief. Meanwhile, the crown prince examined Zhu Zhen closely, his brows furrowing slightly. Zhu Zhen's heart skipped a beat, wondering what he might have done wrong. But then the crown prince extended both hands and cupped Zhu Zhen's neck. Zhu Zhen's heart raced, but to his relief, his eldest brother's fingers pinched the wrinkled collar of his robe, smoothing it out meticulously. Then, brushing off the dust from his shoulders, the crown prince finally smiled in satisfaction. Zhu Zhen exhaled. What was this? A case of OCD or Virgo tendencies. If you can climb that high, it seems you're fine. Go to school tomorrow, the crown prince declared. Zhu Zhen's face fell immediately. Oh no, I'm still feeling dizzy. He clutched his head and swayed dramatically. Wang Defa rushed to steady him. Enough, stop pretending, the crown prince chided with a laugh, gracefully tucking his left sleeve into his right and flicking Zhu Zhen's forehead with his finger. You think you can fool your big brother with these tricks? Your 4th brother pulled these stunts ages ago. Big brother, you're not supposed to expose my flaws in public. Zhu Di protested with a grin, then playfully interceded on Zhu Zhen's behalf. Tomorrow's the day the teacher checks our recitations. Let little brother 6 go the day after instead. You're such a good brother. Zhu Zhen gave Zhu Di a thumbs up, prompting the Prince of Yin to beam proudly. What about me? Am I not a good brother too? Zhu Biao mock scolded, flicking Zhu Zhen's forehead again. Zhu Zhen tried to dodge, but was hit squarely. If I don't see you at Daban Hall the day after tomorrow, your little behind is in trouble. Yes, sir. Zhu Zhen quickly replied. Interacting with his brothers felt surprisingly natural. Good. The crown prince nodded and waved his sleeve. Everyone else withdraw. Yes, your highness. Wang Defa quickly led the attendants out in an orderly fashion. In moments, only the 4 royal brothers remained in front of the Wannan Hall. So, tell me, how did you end up falling into the water that day? The crown prince asked softly, his tone gentle. Chapter 2. Seeking others is not as wise as seeking oneself. How did he end up in the water that day? Zhu Zhen recalls that the incident occurred in the small garden behind the main hall, during the afternoon break. He was reminded of his mother and went alone to the lotus pond to weep. As he cried, it felt as though someone had given him a push, and he plummeted into the water. However, he could not ascertain who had thrust him into the depths. This event had replayed in Zhu Zhen's mind numerous times. Yet when he was on the verge of speaking, he restrained himself. It was not a matter of distrust towards his elder brother, rather. The extensive experience he had garnered from watching countless palace dramas had taught him that speaking carelessly within the confines of the imperial court could lead to dire consequences. Especially in his current predicament, it was imperative to guard his tongue. Have you not recalled anything yet? The crown prince inquired, furrowing his brow. Zhu Zhen nodded, revealing a timid expression. 4th brother, 6th brother was saved by you. Did you not notice if anyone else was present at the time? Zhu Biao then turned his gaze towards Zhu Di. Brother, I have stated this several times. I merely followed the sound at that moment. It was only 6th brother floundering in the water, and I saw no one else, Zhu Di remarked, dismissively. With a smirk, Zhu Di bent low and leapt high, plucking a vibrant red persimmon from a tree, which he tossed to Zhu Biao. This matter is significant. Do not be impatient. Zhu Biao responded solemnly as he caught the persimmon. If sixth brother fell in by accident, that could be explained. However, if he was pushed, the implications are severe. Surely you and father are being overly cautious. Who would dare lay hands on a prince of the Ming Dynasty? Zhu Di retorted nonchalantly, while deftly plucking 3 more persimmons to share with his younger brothers. Bite the edge and slurp the juice, he added, guiding Zhu Zhen with care, fearing he might not know how to eat. Such caution is not unwarranted. With the realm stabilizing, this palace is as rife with danger as the outside world. Although we have sifted through many, we cannot discount the possibility of lurking spies from the northern Yuan or remnants of Zhang Shiqing and Qin Yuliang, the crown prince stated, taking a bite of the persimmon and praising it. Delightful, with a creamy center. Indeed, I have had my eye on this persimmon tree for quite some time. Zhu Di boasted with pride. As Zhu Zhen savored the sweet, cool persimmon, an unshakable thirst gripped him. He thought to himself, the palace dramas were not misleading. This place is indeed perilous. The mindset of idly consuming and awaiting death is perilous. Noticing the pallor of sixth brother's face, the crown prince comforted him. Do not worry. Even if there were a perpetrator, it is most likely that you were merely an unfortunate coincidence. That is to say, you encountered misfortune by chance. Zhu Di translated. Correct. In fact, you are now the safest among us. The crown prince smiled. One incident may be an accident, but 2 cannot be. Should you face any further mishap, it would undoubtedly invoke the wrath of our father. Father Zhu Zhen felt a tightening in his chest, recalling the formidable Zhu Yuanzhang. He remembered that after he fell into the water, his father had come to see him once. Yet, in a state of dazed confusion and fear of revealing his consciousness, he feigned sleep, not daring to open his eyes to discern whether Zhu Yuanzhang's visage was round or flat. Concerning the concubine, one could not place all blame upon their father. The crown prince, however, believed that he harbored grievances against the emperor. He took out a handkerchief to wipe the juice from the corners of his mouth and gently reassured him. Moreover, the emperor's affection for you will remain as steadfast as ever. Zhu Zhen could not help but internally scoff, as it appeared that the past affections were hardly remarkable. Yet, there was little to complain about. Such was the nature of having numerous brothers and sisters. There was paternal love, albeit scarce. It was better to safeguard maternal love for now. What has my mother truly done? He glanced at Zhu Biao and then at Zhu Di, concluding that it was wiser to inquire of the latter. Fourth brother, please enlighten me. I feel as if I might suffocate. What could possibly be so secretive? Indeed, he had asked the right person, for Zhu Di's eyes sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed. It was merely at the mid-autumn banquet when your mother presented the consort with 2 large persimmons. Just imagine how embarrassing it must be to receive 2. As he spoke, he gestured animatedly, full of admiration, with one hand and then the other, all in one breath. Truly, the consort is a remarkable woman. Stop your nonsense, Zhu Biao interjected, casting a reproachful glance at the exuberant fourth brother. With a sigh, he turned to Zhu Zhen and said, this is indeed the situation. But the reasons and details of the matter are beyond our understanding as juniors, and we should not pry. Zhu Zhen's mind buzzed, if that were the case. His mother was indeed wronged. Alas, how he wished for his mother to be present. At that moment, the melancholy voice of Prince Wu, Zhu Lu, broke the silence. Oh dear, fifth brother, when did you arrive? Zhu Di, startled by the unexpected voice, nearly tossed the remaining persimmon at his younger brother's face. I came along with you too. Zhu Lu lamentingly raised the persimmon in his hand. This was given to you by me. Oh, was it? I didn't notice. Zhu Di replied, chuckling awkwardly. Huh, who told you to be so quiet? He quickly shifted the topic. You're right, if our mother were in the palace, such trivial matters would not arise. The mother they spoke of was the illustrious Empress Ma. The tale of the love shared between the Empress of the Ming Dynasty and her emperor, Zhu Yuanzhang, is well known and requires no further elaboration. After seizing the throne, Zhu Yuanzhang wished to bestow titles upon the family of Empress Ma, but she firmly rejected the notion, deeming it improper to grant titles to her kin. Yet, when recalling the loss of her parents, the Empress would weep sorrowfully. Thus, Zhu Yuanzhang posthumously honored the Empress's father, Ma Gong, as King Su, and her mother, Zhang Ao, as Lady Wang, constructing a tomb and temple in their hometown for eternal remembrance. This year, the temple for the Empress's parents was completed, and she returned to Suzhou with her second and third sons to conduct the burial and temple establishment ceremony. Therefore, she had not been in the palace for several months. When will mother return? Zhu Zhen asked with hopeful anticipation, believing that his biological mother was worth looking forward to. The other day, The third brother wrote, saying she should be back just in time for the new year. Zhu Biao replied. So late. Zhu Zhen's eyes glistened with unshed tears as he lamented, I wonder if our mother can endure until then. Do not worry. I have already instructed the steward of the inner peace hall to treat the consort with utmost care. Zhu Biao gently reassured Zhu Zhen. Additionally, taking advantage of your recent misfortune, I have also spoken to the emperor. He had evidently calmed down this time, his tone considerably softened. However, it was still necessary to secure the consent of the consort before granting amnesty to the charged consort. How could that be possible? That woman was relentless. Especially after having suffered 2 major setbacks. Zhu Di sighed in frustration. Indeed, it is quite difficult. Zhu Biao nodded in agreement. Recognizing that the consort was indeed a unique character, he patted his younger brother's chubby cheeks and reassured him, do not worry, elder brother will find another solution. Thank you. Elder brother, Zhu Zheng expressed his heartfelt gratitude. He could still sense who truly cared for him. After the brothers concluded their conversation, the 3 princes prepared to depart. Zhu Zheng escorted them to the entrance of Wanning Gate when his usually quiet 5th brother suddenly halted. After the 2 elder brothers had walked a short distance away, the 5th brother mysteriously produced a piece of paper and said, this is an ancient remedy I found after scouring medical texts, specifically for treating cold-induced shock. I have made some improvements. Please try it and see how effective it is. Oh, thank you, 5th brother, Zhu Zhen replied, his lips twitching. Goodness. I have a self-taught physician among my brothers. They are all truly exceptional talents. One must not speak carelessly, and one must certainly not take medicines recklessly, 5th brother. As night descended, Zhu Zheng pondered the news he had heard from his brothers. Before he knew it, it was time for bed. In his early years, he naturally slept in the warm chamber of the East Wing with his mother. After turning 8, he moved to the warm chamber of the West Wing. The rituals of washing and changing before sleep required no effort on his part, as palace maids took care of everything. People often transition from frugality to extravagance with ease, and he quickly adapted to this new lifestyle. However, he was still not quite accustomed to having a palace maid stationed a mere 2 feet away from his bedside. The thought of someone watching him while he slept made him uncomfortable, prompting him to request the maid to leave. Yet, the maid named Mu Xiang knelt and tearfully pleaded, explaining that it was palace protocol for her to remain by his side, ensuring his rest was undisturbed and attending to his needs for water during the night. If she were to abandon her post, she would face punishment. Zhu Zheng, despite his posturing, could not truly disregard the well-being of others. Moreover, Mu Xiang was older, skilled in her duties, and meticulous, making it hard not to like her, so he relented. As days turned into nights, the 2 gradually became familiar with one another and began to share whispered conversations. Mu Xiang, what exactly is that place called now in Latang? Zhu Zheng inquired while lying in bed, gazing at the gold-embroidered phoenix on the canopy above. Manager Wang forbid speaking of it, Mu Xiang replied softly, shaking her head as she sat on the edge of the bed. Are you going to listen to him, or me? Zhu Zheng retorted with newfound firmness. Of course. I will listen to your highness, Mu Xiang hesitantly acquiesced. I have heard that place is located in the alley between the sheep pens. Whenever a consort, maid, or anyone else falls ill or commits an offense, they are initially sent there before being transferred to the laundry bureau after some time. As for what happens inside, I truly do not know. No one is permitted to enter that place, and I have never seen anyone come out from there. Fearing that the young prince might not believe her, she felt compelled to explain further. However, her explanation only caused Zhu Zheng to break down in tears. Mu Xiang hurriedly wiped his tears away, gently patting his back while uttering comforting words. Zhu Zhen, feeling somewhat helpless, reassured the little boy within his heart, rest assured. I will take action. Indeed, one cannot rely on others. It is imperative to devise a means to save those in need. Otherwise, as the bitter cold approaches, the cold palace will be filled with the frail and ailing. By the time the queen returns at year's end, it is possible that my mother may have already succumbed. Chapter 3. The legacy of Wei. With the chamber fell into a prolonged silence. Mu Xiang assumed he had fallen asleep and was about to discreetly stretch her aching back when she suddenly heard His Highness inquire, "What kind of person is the consort Ding?" Mu Xiang froze for a moment before softly replying, "A servant cannot speak of the ladies. Do not be coy." Zhu Zhen chuckled. If you did not gossip in private, the sun would rise in the west. Mu Xiang raised her head in astonishment, gazing at Zhu Zhen. How had he become so astute? He was no longer the naive young prince she once knew. Why are you looking at me? Zhu Zhen turned to her, his large eyes sparkling like morning stars, showing no signs of drowsiness. However, paired with his thick brows and cherubic cheeks, he appeared quite comical. I dare not. I have been remiss. Mu Xiang quickly bowed her head in apology, whispering, "I merely feel that after the fall into the water, His Highness has changed dramatically." "You are the one who has changed." Zhu Zhen had already prepared his retort, speaking leisurely. "I have merely matured overnight. Truly, it is a blessing from the Bodhisattva." Mu Xiang exclaimed, tears of joy welling in her eyes. If the lady knew, she would surely be overjoyed. Yet, Zhu Zhen fell silent, burying his small backside into the pillow, feigning sobs. "Do you miss the lady?" Mu Xiang hurried over, gently patting his back. "Yes." Zhu Zhen lifted his head, his large eyes brimming with tears. "I miss my mother. It is all the servant's fault. I spoke out of turn." Mu Xiang hurriedly apologized, producing a fragrant handkerchief to wipe his tears. If she could return, that would truly bring joy. Indeed, I also wish for her return. Who in the palace does not long for her presence? Mu Xiang joined him in tears. "Recently, we have been bullied by those from Chang'an Palace. The monthly rations have been withheld, and our food portions reduced. Others in the palace have already donned silk garments, while we are still wearing summer gauze skirts." Chang'an Palace is where the consort Ding resides, correct? Zhu Zhen asked uncertainly. "Yes." "How did she come to hold sway over matters?" Zhu Zhen inquired with curiosity. After the empress visited her family, it was intended for the noble consort to oversee the 6 palaces. However, just as the empress departed, noble consort's son fell ill. Mu Xiang spoke with indignation. "The emperor originally intended for Our Lady to take charge, but after that incident, the consort Ding seized the opportunity." "Is that so?" Zhu Zhen fanned himself in disbelief. "It seems you are quite well informed." Mu Xiang, astonished, covered her mouth. She then lost her reservations, exclaiming with ire, "Our Lady has indeed been ensnared by that wretched woman with the surname Da." "Consort Ding's surname is Da?" Zhu Zhen asked curiously. "Is there even such a surname?" "She is of a different ethnicity," Mu Xiang answered derisively. During the Ming Dynasty, the Mongols and those of different ethnicities were derogatorily referred to as barbarians, yet Zhu Zhen's mother bore the surname Hu, and those in the palace naturally avoided mentioning it. These Tartars are indeed ambitious. Though they dare not contest the empress, they have long coveted the position of the noble consort. Now that noble consort's son is clearly failing, she deliberately provokes Our Lady, staging a tragic act before the emperor to eliminate her rival. "You truly know so much," Zhu Zhen chuckled. Mu Xiang felt a pang of anxiety and hurriedly lowered her head, meekly saying, "I simply dare not conceal anything from your highness." "Then why not hasten to share all that you know?" Zhu Zhen sat up, pressing for the truth. Mu Xiang then began to speak candidly, revealing a wealth of pertinent information. For instance, it was astonishing to learn that the esteemed consort Da had originally been a concubine of Qin Yuanzhang. After Zhu Boss defeated Qin Yuanzhang, he claimed her for himself. Zhu Yuanzhang, known for his integrity in not unlawfully seizing women, made an exception on this occasion, citing his anger over Qin Yuanzhang's execution of numerous generals as the reason for taking his concubine to vent his frustrations. However, the palace maids whispered amongst themselves that it was due to the enchanting charm of the Da family, who had bewitched the master. It was uncharacteristic of Zhu Boss, who was usually strict and disciplined, to emulate Chao Boss in such a manner. While no one could ever threaten Empress Ma's position, the distinction between a man's spirit and flesh was unmistakable. In any case, Consort Da was indeed favored and bore the 7th prince, the 8th prince, and a princess in quick succession, thereby ascending the ranks and gradually becoming rather arrogant. Like mother, like son, her son, Prince Qi, was no paragon of virtue either. Mu Xiang exclaimed in indignation. At such a tender age, he bullies the palace maids, and even the palace cats and dogs cannot escape his malice. When swallows built their nests in Chang'an Palace, he found them bothersome and had their nests destroyed, personally setting fire to the fledglings. Mu Xiang further recounted. That scar behind your highness's ear was also inflicted by him in childhood. Zhu Zhen touched the area behind both of his ears and indeed discovered a half-inch scar on the left. Despite being half a year younger than his highness, his cruelty was apparent. During the May festival, he had even broken a palace maid's ribs with a kick. Mu Xiang continued to rage. It is a pity that Consort Da is so treacherous and vicious. Fearing retribution, no one dares to report to the emperor. As Zhu Zhen listened, he gradually dozed off, lost in thought. The following day, Zhu Zhen awoke only when the sun was high in the sky. Mu Xiang had already concluded her duties, and another, younger palace maid, whose name he did not know, attended to him. After dressing and having a simple breakfast, Zhu Zhen announced his intention to venture out. Wang Defa promptly ordered preparations for the carriage. A young servant presented a black wooden waist token for entrance and exit, which Wang Defa took and hung at his waist. then assisted His Highness out of the palace doors with a bow. 10 young servants were already waiting outside. 2 of them held red silk lanterns aloft. Leading the way, one lantern inscribed with Yuanwen Palace and the other with Prince Chu. The remaining 8 servants followed closely behind, carrying water jars, spittoons, folding chairs, clothing boxes, golden umbrellas, and incense burners. Zhu Zhen glanced at Wang Defa and remarked, "Is something missing?" "Indeed, something is lacking, but such are the rules. Only when exiting the palace may one employ the full ceremonial retinue. Within the palace, simplicity is mandated," Wang Defa gently explained. "Surely, there must be a palanquin? Are you suggesting that a dignified prince should walk out?" Zhu Zhen scrutinized Wang Defa, suspecting the old eunuch was jesting. "Oh dear. How much has His Highness forgotten after falling into the water?" Wang Defa wore an expression of concern akin to that of a caretaker for a child with intellectual disabilities, stating, "This is a regulation established by the emperor to prevent Your Highness and the others from indulging in idleness, with the exception of the crown prince. All royal sons must walk while within the palace. There is such a rule. Indeed, one cannot merely rely on carriages and sedan chairs when departing the palace and the capital. One must disembark and walk at least 1/3 of the journey." Wang Defa further exacerbated the situation. What on earth? Zhu Zhen stared in astonishment, an ominous premonition creeping into his mind. With such a benevolent father present, his dream of a leisurely existence as a prince might not come to fruition. However, one thing was abundantly clear to Zhu Zhen, within the confines of the Forbidden City. His father's words were the ultimate decree, leaving no room for negotiation. Thus, he had no choice but to obediently proceed, guided by 2 eunuchs. As they exited the Yuanwen Gate and turned onto the West First Long Street, this street lay nestled between the 6 western palaces and the Qianqing Palace, with Zhu Zhen's sleeping quarters situated behind the lofty red walls to the east. Zhu Zhen found himself in a quandary, contemplating whether to enter and pay his respects, to discern the visage of his father. Frankly, the notion of meeting the emperor had always instilled a sense of trepidation within him, in the presence of others. A minor misstep could be brushed aside, with his status providing a sufficient shield. Yet before the merciless Emperor Hanwu, who would not hesitate to strike down any perceived threat, revealing his true self seemed perilous. Should Zhu Zhen be regarded as a monster or possessed by a spirit, the consequences could be dire. A swift execution or even more gruesome fates were not beyond the realm of possibility. Wang Defa, adept at reading the room, noticed Zhu Zhen's pallor and surmised his unease. "Your Highness, the Emperor is currently attending to state affairs in the Wuying Palace, not in the Qianqing Palace." "Oh, then perhaps another day," Zhu Zhen sighed with relief. "Yet, we must have a specific date. I shall petition on your behalf in advance," Wang Defa reminded him. "The Emperor is burdened with the affairs of the state and seldom finds leisure. Only the crown prince may present himself without prior notice, though the Empress Dowager may also." The implication was clear. Zhu Zhen's rank was still not quite sufficient. "Very well, I'll leave it to your discretion," Zhu Zhen replied, feeling somewhat disheartened. It seemed his father was not so easily accessible as he had fancied. "Indeed," Wang Defa acknowledged. "Where shall we go now?" "To the main hall," Zhu Zhen replied solemnly. Chapter 4. The Old Man Who Fishes. The Grand Hall is situated to the south of the Forbidden City, just beyond the left Shun Gate. The journey from the Yuanwen Palace spans nearly 2 li, during which one must pass through 3 heavily guarded palace gates, each subjected to meticulous scrutiny. Every attendant is required to present their waist badge for entry, and even Eunuch Wang, who holds a managerial position, is not exempt from this regulation. Upon arriving at the Grand Hall, Wang Defa and his companions were summarily denied entry. Within those walls, the princes engage in their studies and to ensure their undisturbed learning. No unauthorized individuals are permitted inside. Eunuch Wang offered the school bag, stating, "Your Highness may enter alone. This old servant shall wait for you here after class." "No need," replied Zhu Zhen, declining the bag and proceeding directly into the Grand Hall. The sentry guarding the entrance, a captain of the Imperial Guard, naturally refrained from obstructing the Prince of Chu but offered no salutation, his gaze unwavering. It remained unclear whether he aimed to avoid disturbing the class within or to remind the princes that upon crossing this threshold, they were merely ordinary students. Upon entering, the resounding cadence of recitation filled the air. Zhu Zhen instinctively softened his footsteps, yet he had no intention of participating in the lessons. Instead, he circled behind the 2-story 5-bay hall, where a modest garden lay, carpeted with golden ginkgo leaves. It featured a rockery with a pond, remnants of lotus and daisies, serving as a respite for the princes during their breaks. At this moment, as the princes were engrossed in their studies, the little garden stood devoid of any figures. As Zhu Zhen meticulously surveyed the scene before him, he endeavored to recall the events of that fateful day. Gradually, he made his way past the tiered stones and the winding paths of the rockery, arriving at the secluded lotus pond, where he halted before a patch of azure stone. Lowering his gaze, he beheld the reflection in the pond, a small, innocent-looking boy clad in a miniature green dragon robe, with thick eyebrows and a cherubic face. After a prolonged silence, Zhu Zhen murmured, "Do not fear. I shall unearth those who have wronged you." This was precisely the spot where he had stood before tumbling into the water. Zhu Zhen's return to this place was not to mourn a past that could never be reclaimed, but rather to recreate the scene of that day. He closed his eyes, slowed his breathing, and endeavored to immerse himself in the emotions of the moment. He recalled that day when the wind howled fiercely, chilling him to the bone and evoking a profound longing for his mother, which caused him to weep uncontrollably, so much so that he failed to notice someone approaching from behind until he felt a sudden shove. As he reminisced, the memories of his youth became vividly clear. He could almost feel the strength transmitted through those two hands that had pushed him. He staggered forward, teetering on the brink of falling, and just as his right foot was about to touch the water's surface, he managed to halt himself. With a thoughtful furrow in his brow and his mouth slightly agape, Zhu Zhen pondered. He retracted his foot to avoid another plunge and then retreated 3 steps, raising his hands to mimic the assailant. After several repetitions of this action, he suddenly clapped his hands together as if grasping an elusive truth. The initial push had come from behind, specifically from 2 hands, which had pressed against the lower part of his shoulder blades. This indicated that the assailant's height was likely comparable to his own. If the individual were significantly taller, it would be appropriate for them to push down on their own shoulders. Should the other party shove him from behind, he would need to bend at the waist, assume a horse stance, or exert force downward with both hands, none of which would constitute a conventional posture for applying strength. It might be more efficient to simply kick off and propel oneself into the water. Furthermore, he had stumbled forward 2 steps before falling into the water, indicating that the opposing force was not particularly formidable. When one pushes someone into the water, they would undoubtedly exert their utmost strength. Had that person possessed sufficient power, he would have been launched directly into the water without those 2 preceding steps. Therefore, the assailant must either be a child of similar age or a woman of comparable stature. Given that the main hall is off-limits to idlers and devoid of any maidens to enhance the atmosphere, it is highly probable that the suspect is the former. This significantly narrows down the possibilities. Especially in such a fixed environment, locating this individual should pose little difficulty. However, considering the youth's vague recollection, to avoid overlooking anyone, he decided to confirm his suspicions. At this moment, Zhu Zhen felt considerably relieved. He lifted his gaze towards the main hall, where, beneath the cover of the artificial hills, he could barely glimpse a corner of the 2nd floor. The window there stood ajar, suggesting that someone might be inside. Zhu Zhen exited the back garden and returned to the front of the main hall. This 2-story building, adorned with a double-eaved roof and covered in black, glazed tiles, features green doors and windows standing out in the crimson walls and golden tiles of the Forbidden City. It serves as the royal library, reputedly protected by the principle that black water can suppress fire, while green is believed to ward off flames. However, the true safeguard of the library lies in the ponds at the front and back of the building, along with strict fire management protocols. The lecture hall on the 1st floor remained in session, prompting Zhu Zhen to tread lightly as he ascended the stairs on the left. The 2nd floor housed the library, where neatly arranged bookshelves reached up to the ceiling, blocking out external light. In the interest of fire safety, lighting was prohibited, resulting in a rather dim environment. Once his eyes adjusted, Zhu Zhen followed the numbered shelves all the way to the eastern end of the library. There lay the duty room of the library steward. The door slightly ajar. Zhu Zhen gently knocked, but no response came from within. He then pushed the door open and entered. Inside, he found an elderly man, clad in a cloth robe, with hair as white as snow, seated at a desk by the window. The old man was engrossed in his reading, despite the insufficient light. The window remained open even in the late autumn. Zhu Zhen, unhurried, walked in, found a chair to sit, and picked up a book from the desk. After reading a few lines, his focus weighing the archaic characters and classical prose left him with a throbbing headache. Not long after, he succumbed to sleep, resting his head on the desk. Awake, awake. After an indeterminate period, a voice, both aged yet resonant, roused him from slumber. Zhu Zhen rubbed his sleepy eyes with his chubby hands and beheld the elderly man's face. He was a distinguished figure, with deep-set wrinkles, a spirited countenance, and flowing white beard, a remarkably handsome grandfather. "Your Highness, have you come here to sleep?" the old man observed with a hint of exasperation. noting that the book he had been resting his chin upon was now dampened by drool. Zhu Zhen, completely oblivious, wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth and inquired, "Sir, have you finished your reading? If I wait for the old minister to complete his book, this tome, Zheng of articles, shall surely transform into watermark of articles. That is indeed a rare solitary edition from the Song Dynasty." The old man's heart bleeds, and naturally, he doesn't possess a pleasant demeanor. It's of no consequence. Once it's dry, it won't hinder the reading. Zhu Zhen felt no remorse for the dragon's saliva he had left behind. "You certainly have little regard." The old man nearly crinkled his nose in irritation and muttered, "What brings His Highness here? If there's nothing of importance, do go back to your lessons." "Indeed, there is something, of course," Zhu Zhen quickly replied with a smile. "I wish to inquire, how many children of my age are there in our grand hall? Is His Highness testing the old minister?" The old man's expression darkened further. In his view, although Prince Chu often appeared simple-minded, he had been studying in the grand hall for several years. How could he not know such a trivial matter? Even one as dull as Prince Qin would not be oblivious to it. His heavy thoughts inevitably led him to believe that this was Prince Chu's subtle mockery of him for spending all his time in the library and not teaching. "Ah, I would not dare to test you. Let us discuss instead." Ever since Zhu Zhen accepted his princely identity, he had ceased to be concerned about others' opinions. "Huh. It seems His Highness is convinced that I am merely a dog at a horse trough?" The old man felt a pang of sorrow. How unfortunate it was that not only the father would bully him, but even the son would join in the ridicule. "Speak up. There is only your seventh brother." "Prince Qi." The old man, incensed, exclaimed, "The grand hall consists of 4 types of individuals: the teaching masters, the library stewards, the scholarly princes, and the noble youths who study alongside. The first 2 are adults, and the noble companions are never younger than 15. As for your brothers..." There is no need for the old minister to elaborate. Upon finishing, the old man broke into a severe cough, astonished that a mere child could provoke such a reaction. Truly, a tiger fallen on hard times is bullied by dogs. Why so agitated, sir?" Zhu Zhen, being a good-hearted boy, promptly approached to soothe the old gentleman's back and offered him a cup of tea. The old man accepted the teacup and felt somewhat relieved. "Oh, by the way, I have yet to inquire your esteemed surname," Zhu Zhen sincerely asked. "Are you a teaching master or the librarian?" The old man nearly spurted his tea at Zhu Zhen's face. "Just because I am in the office of the steward does not mean I am merely a steward. Where then is the wife in the wife cake?" "Oh, so you are indeed a teaching master," Zhu Zhen realized. "I am your teacher, Liu Bowen. How could you not recognize me?" The old man slammed the teacup down heavily and indignantly remarked, "Is His Highness still mocking me for hiding away in the library all day? Does the emperor wish to dismiss me for idling?" Chapter 5. The Prince Cannot Be Idle. Liu Bowen? Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhen raised an eyebrow, his eyes widening like bronze bells. "You must also be called Liu Ji, correct?" "Indeed, I am Liu Ji," the old man proclaimed, seemingly transforming into an ethereal figure. Though it was unclear if this was merely the effect of a fan's adulation. "I have been instructing His Highness for a full year now," he added silently. "Although we have barely had 2 classes." Liu Bowen quietly reflected on his efforts, pondering the years spent idly dining at the Zhu household. "Has the emperor sent His Highness to seek me?" Liu Bowen considered Zhu's notoriously frugal nature, suspecting perhaps he no longer wished to support an idle figure. "You are being overly suspicious, sir." "I came here of my own accord," Zhu Zhen replied, feeling the illusion of his idol beginning to crack. This paranoid old man, seemingly afflicted with delusions of persecution, was indeed the legendary strategist Liu Bowen, renowned for his wisdom and righteousness, wasn't he? Why did he now appear as a startled bird, frightened and worn? "You sought me out?" Liu Bowen scrutinized Zhu Zhen closely. Having endured Zhu's antics for a lifetime, he found it difficult not to suspect yet another trickery at play. "Yes, I wish to inquire about something," Zhu Zhen stated, moving to the window to gaze outside. His eyes could indeed see beyond the rockery, to the lotus pond beyond. "Are you inquiring whether I witnessed your fall into the water?" Liu Bowen discerned the question. "Yes," Zhu Zhen thought. "Now that is the intellect I expect." "Do you suspect this incident is related to Prince Qi?" Liu Bowen inquired further. "Indeed," Zhu Zhen nodded. Turning back to Liu Bowen, "If you have seen anything, please do let me know." "I apologize, but the wind was strong, and I did not open the window." Liu Bowen replied succinctly. "Your Highness, this is a sheltered spot. There is no need to close the window," Zhu Zhen remarked. "To prevent drafts," Liu Bowen replied coolly. "But if the window is closed, how can you read?" Zhu Zhen asked, rising on his toes to shut the window, plunging the room into darkness. It was my nap time. I was merely resting, Liu Bowen replied without flinching. There isn't even a bed here, Zhu Zhen lamented. I can sleep sitting, lying, or even standing. Is that any of your concern? Liu Bowen sensed that Zhu Zhen was indeed not sent by the Zhu family, and his demeanor grew increasingly indifferent. Perhaps you should inquire with others. My old eyes are failing. It is difficult to read, let alone observe the outside world. How old are you, sir? You don't seem very aged, Zhu Zhen persisted, seemingly refusing to relent. I shall be 65 after the new year. Is that not old enough? Liu Bowen stated, then returned to his reading, ignoring Zhu Zhen's presence. 65, Zhu Zhen murmured, contemplating this revelation, and finally ceased his relentless questioning. As night descended, the cold stars twinkled, and silence enveloped the world. At the hour of the dog, the sound of the patrol's clappers echoed through the long street to the west. The clapper's sound resonated clearly within the walls of Wan'an Palace. Upon hearing this signal, the eunuchs without duties hurriedly exited the palace. A moment later, the palace gates were locked, and no one was permitted to enter or leave. Outside the Wan'an Palace, the guards of the Jing army patrolled diligently. Within the palace, it is not only Mu Xiang who stands watch at night. There are 2 guards at the entrance, one stationed outside the second gate, and another by the warm chamber, each with their designated duties. When the princess is present, the number of maidens assigned to the night watch doubles. The one who attends to the princess during the night is the head of the night maidens, a position reserved for only the most favored and trusted, who may even be promoted to a lady-in-waiting if they perform exceptionally well. It is no wonder that Mu Xiang pleaded with His Highness not to cast her out. After being attended to by several maids, Zhu Zhen took a bath and lay on his bed, allowing Mu Xiang to dry his hair. She first wrapped a lock of his hair in a cotton cloth, gently moving it up and down to absorb as much moisture as possible. Then she replaced it with another cloth to dry another section of hair. This process continued until every strand had been attended to, after which she employed a hollow gilded ball filled with fragrant charcoal for complete drying. This task requires skill. Mishandling it could scorch the hair or even injure the scalp. Yet Mu Xiang's technique was remarkably adept, leaving Zhu Zhen feeling pleasantly warm without any discomfort. Ah, this is more like it. Zhu Zhen finally felt that being a prince was worthwhile. However, the thought of his mother suffering in the cold palace brought him back to his senses, prompting him to silently reflect on the day's revelations. The most significant discovery, of course, was identifying the suspect who had pushed him into the water. Liu Bowen had narrowed the possibilities down to his brothers. He had a clear understanding of his own siblings. Firstly, he could dismiss his older brothers as the youngest. The 5th brother was already 14, towering over him. Among the younger brothers, only the 7th and 8th were studying at the main hall. Although the 8th brother also hailed from Consort Da, he was only 6 years old and had just begun his schooling. Thus, the only one fitting the profile of the assailant was the 7th brother, 10-year-old Prince Zhu Shui, who was half a year younger than him. Given that his mother had struck Zhu Shui's mother, it was plausible that he sought revenge on behalf of his mother. What should be the next course of action? Zhu Zhen pondered, scratching his head. Once the other maidens had withdrawn, leaving only Mu Xiang by his side, he finally inquired. Have you found any leads on the matter I asked you to investigate? Though he felt uncertain about the reliability of his mother as confidant, he had no one else at his disposal and had to rely on Mu Xiang for intelligence gathering. Mu Xiang first returned the gilded ball to the copper tray before softly responding, I have inquired, and indeed, the palace has been apprehending spies these days. Those with dubious backgrounds, not of our kind, have all been taken away for questioning. No one has returned thus far. In truth, the situation had caused widespread unease within the palace, something Mu Xiang was already aware of. However, she intentionally delayed reporting it for a day, wishing to avoid the impression of being a meddlesome gossip. What of Changyang Palace? Has it been affected? Zhu Zhen inquired further. Certainly, it has. Consort Da is of Tatar descent, and previously, how many of her palace's residents could claim to be of untainted lineage? They assumed that her favor and influence would shield them from scrutiny. Zhu Zhen exclaimed in surprise. She is merely the temporary head of the 6 palaces. Once the empress returns, she will reveal her true nature. Mu Xiang gazed at Zhu Zhen, and in him, she seemed to discern the shadow of the esteemed Zhu. With an involuntary tremor in her voice, she remarked, moreover, the emperor has decreed a thorough investigation. Who, in their right mind, would dare to act with bias and provide shelter? Indeed, that holds merit. Zhu Zhen nodded in agreement. For who in the palace would dare to deceive the esteemed Zhu? The intelligence gathering had reached its conclusion, The next step was to devise an action plan. Zhu Zhen fell silent, reclining on the bed, deep in contemplation. Now, two paths lay before him. One was to seek out his elder brother or the emperor to report the matter. Although Liu Bowen claimed to have seen nothing and no other witnesses could be found, the youngest, a mere 10-year-old child, could surely be coerced into revealing the truth through a mix of fright and deception. Yet, the question remained, if the youngest confessed, what then? A father would not harm his own offspring. The emperor would never deliver a fatal blow to his 10-year-old son. It was far more likely that he would downplay the situation, trivializing the matter to spare the youngest from bearing the weight of fratricide. The reasoning was simple. He was still a child. After all, what malice could reside in such innocence? Perhaps the most that would come of it would be a sound spanking and a period of confinement. There was even a possibility that the emperor might counsel him on the virtues of forgiveness and familial bonds. For Zhu Zhen, the thought of such leniency was more unbearable than swallowing 1,000 flies. To hell with it. Oh no, this prince shall not be magnanimous. Am I to be generous simply because I have attained the rank of prince? Bah! If a prince must swallow his pride and consider the greater good, then what worth is my princely title? Furthermore, such actions might not even save his mother. Once the matter reached the emperor, he would be irreversibly at odds with consort Ding, who would undoubtedly cling to her stance with relentless fervor, perhaps even contriving ways to harm his mother. The welfare of others was of little concern. The crux of the matter was that it would not serve his interests. Thus, this course of action was fraught with peril. Only one option remained. Chapter 6. An alternative choice awake. The days of languorous slumber are over. In the early hours of dawn, as Zhu Zhen dreamt of devouring a pig's trotter, he was abruptly yanked from his warm cocoon. How audacious! Who dares to lay hands on this prince? Prince Chu, with bleary eyes, groggily bared his teeth and flailed his arms in mock ferocity, only to be met with the gleeful visage of his fourth brother, Zhu Di. The Prince of Yan, possessing remarkable strength, effortlessly hoisted the little chubby one. Hey, Judy. Zhu Zhen beamed sweetly, raising his pudgy right fist and extending his middle finger in playful defiance. You dare call me fourth brother, lacking respect? Zhu Di responded with a playful slap to his plump behind. Enough of your antics. The crown prince is here, Zhu Biao remarked with a smile, observing the raucous exchange between the two brothers. Hurry up and get dressed. Is elder brother here too? Zhu Zhen asked, a hint of surprise in his voice. Is the crown prince so idle? If I don't rouse you, will you two obediently attend school? Zhu Biao retorted, slightly exasperated. You're taking me along too. Zhu Di's lips twitched, clearly indicating that Zhu Biao had visited his side first. The palace attendants hastily approached to assist Prince Chu with his morning routines, washing, dressing, and combing his hair. Zhu Di wished to lend a hand, primarily to tease, but the crown prince would not allow it, leading Zhu Di away for breakfast instead. In this nascent dynasty, beset by frequent warfare and burdened by the hardships of the populace, frugality was imperative. Moreover, Emperor Zhu was perhaps the most frugal ruler in history, consuming but 2 meals a day, his fare consisting solely of simple sustenance, devoid of extravagant delicacies. Breakfast was a meager offering of vegetable noodles accompanied by a dish of tofu, serving as a constant reminder to remain grounded. Empress Ma, following suit, upheld simplicity, personally tending to the gardens and culinary tasks, never perceiving such duties as burdensome. This ethos of austerity permeated the palace, with breakfast consisting of humble sesame cakes, wontons, vegetable buns, and congee, in astonishing contrast to the opulence of later imperial banquets. Fortunately, Zhu Biao and his brothers had been raised amidst the ravages of war, accustomed to such simplicity from a young age, and felt no sense of deprivation. Zhu Zhen, in particular, had little cause for grievance, at the very least. This was on par with the fare of a middle-class landlord, far superior to what he had previously consumed. After a swift breakfast, the 4 brothers exited through the Wannan Gate, making their way toward the Grand Hall. The eastern horizon was beginning to lighten, heralding the dawn. Zhu Di flitted about, sometimes ahead, sometimes lagging behind, his hands animated and his chatter incessant, showing no signs of restraint. Zhu Biao observed his youthful brother with a wry smile, pondering when he might attain a semblance of composure. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhen trailed behind, quietly inquiring of his 5th brother, Aren't you going to call for the 7th brother? Are you addressing me? Zhu Ling asked incredulously, pointing to himself. Indeed, my dear brother's eyes are on me, Zhu Ling exclaimed, grasping his hand in excitement, nearly moved to tears. After a moment, he asked, By the way, what were you asking me? Why not summon the 7th brother? Seventh brother requires no concern from elder brother. He is always the first to arrive at the grand hall. He must already be beginning his morning studies. Zhu Zhen was taken aback, surprised to learn that the seventh brother was an exemplary student. This was quite contrary to the tales of a troubled youth he had heard. Nonetheless, he soon reconsidered. After all, who among them was not an adept performer in their own right? Why can't you get up, fifth brother? Zhu Zhen inquired curiously. This Prince of Wu appeared to be rather docile. Sometimes, the fifth brother nodded, smiling. Indeed, on such a cold day, who would wish to leave the warmth of their bed? Zhu Zhen felt a sense of camaraderie. Your fifth brother stays up late studying, often not retiring until the early hours. Zhu Biao chimed in with a laugh. And when do you go to sleep? Although I retire early, I take time to fall asleep, Zhu Zhen retorted, his face flushing as he defended himself. Sixth brother, do not be deceived. These diligent students are merely finding ways to tease us, Zhu Di remarked as he returned, pinching Zhu Zhen's chubby cheek. It will be better once second brother returns. Is second brother not one to tease? No, when second brother is back, we shall no longer be the worst, he exclaimed with laughter. The brothers erupted in joviality, their spirits high as they made their way to school. Upon entering the Wenhua Gate, the brothers finally quieted down. Zhu Yuanzhang was exceedingly attentive to the education of future generations. In the first year of the Hongwu era, shortly after establishing the nation, he established the Grand Hall, filling it with a plethora of ancient and contemporary texts, summoning esteemed scholars from all corners to educate the crown prince and the royal princes. However, as the crown prince matured, he had moved to the opposite Wenhua Hall to receive specialized imperial education. Before entering Wenhua Hall, the crown prince meticulously adjusted Zhu Di's dragon robe, tidying a strand of hair that had fallen onto his forehead. While assisting Zhu Zhen with his appearance, he gently remarked, I have already reported your recovery to Father Emperor yesterday. He was quite pleased and encouraged you to study diligently, mentioning that he would review your work in due time. What the heck? Zhu Zhen gasped in surprise. Does His Highness have any instructions? I cannot enter. Outside Wenhua Gate, Wang Defa quickly responded. You were not summoned. Zhu Zhen frowned, realizing that the pun could cost him. Is that not so, Judy? After ensuring his two troublesome younger brothers were presentable, the crown prince entered Wenhua Hall. The three brothers watched as the crown prince's figure disappeared before they proceeded into the grand hall. By then, many individuals had already gathered in the bright and clean classroom. The young men clad in white robes were all noble students who accompanied the prince. While they might appear imposing outside the palace, here, they merely served as background figures. Easily overlooked, two children wearing dragon robes stood out prominently. Zhu Zhen's gaze instinctively bypassed the snotty-nosed eighth brother and focused on the seventh brother, who sat upright, reading aloud with fervor. This lad, with his delicate features and an air of arrogance, epitomized the irritatingly diligent student. Zhu Di gestured towards the dark circles under seventh brother's eyes, saying, Look, this fellow still studies hard at night, nearly matching my coursework. How bothersome. Praise from the emperor would inevitably bring reprimands for the seventh brother. The more accolades he received, the more scolding he endured. Isn't fifth brother also burning the midnight oil? Zhu Zhen remarked. I do not study the same books as those in the classroom. I read medical texts, Zhu Ling quietly clarified. Just then, a signal was struck in the courtyard, indicating that the teacher had arrived to commence the lesson. The three hurriedly returned to their respective places, ready for class. Zhu Zhen had long since made his observations. There were only 2 desks arranged in the classroom. The front 2 remained unoccupied, presumably reserved for the second and third princes. The fourth and fifth princes occupied the second row. Naturally, Zhu Zhen found himself seated in the third row alongside the seventh prince. What a twist of fate that they should be desk partners. As the wooden board resounded once more, signaling the entry of the instructor, the students were taken aback to discover that today's teacher was none other than Liu Bowen. It was as if the sun had risen from the west. Zhu Di murmured softly, I wonder what has stirred the old gentleman. Zhu Zhen merely smiled in silence. After the customary bows exchanged between teacher and students, Liu Bowen settled himself behind the lectern and gestured to Zhu Di. Your Highness, please proceed. Zhu Di rose, clutching his book, and carefully turned to the designated page, placing it neatly upon the lectern as he anxiously awaited the teacher's guidance. This demeanor was in stark contrast to his previous nonchalance. The others hastily flipped open their textbooks, diligently preparing for the lesson. Upon opening his own book, Zhu Zhen was met with a disheartening sight. It was a mere blank canvas. Damn it, not even a single punctuation mark, he muttered under his breath, tilting his head to glance at the seventh prince beside him. The seventh prince, feeling the weight of Zhu Zhen's gaze, finally succumbed to a hushed inquiry. "Why are you looking at me? You already know the reason." Zhu Zhen replied with a cold smile. "I do not know," the seventh prince retorted nervously. "I shall help you remember." Zhu Zhen continued to press. "Who knows what you are talking about?" The seventh prince buried his face in his book, avoiding Zhu Zhen's piercing stare. "Indeed, at this moment, I am no longer human. I am a ghost," Zhu Zhen ominously declared, returning to exact vengeance. Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed through the room as Liu Bowen, who had been patiently enduring the antics of the two princes, could no longer contain himself and struck the ruler against the desk. The sound startled Prince Qi, who yelped and nearly leapt from his seat. Silence in the classroom. Liu Bowen scolded with a stern countenance, "Both princes, please step outside to speak." Chapter 7. Scaring the children. Thus, on the day following the resumption of classes, His Highness the Crown Prince was summoned out of the classroom, accompanied by the diligent Prince Qi, unlike the indifferent Zhu Zhen, who remained unfazed. The seventh prince felt an overwhelming sense of shame, as it was his first time being reprimanded by the teacher in all his years at the academy. Fearing the wrath of his mother, he lowered his head and wept quietly. After observing him for a moment, Zhu Zhen, noticing the relentless tears, cleared his throat with a cough. It was only then that the seventh prince recalled the presence of the sixth prince beside him and trembled as he asked, "Are you a human or a ghost?" "Fear not, I am but a mere mortal, not a specter," the sixth prince replied. "Is that truly so? Have you lost your wits from studying? Do you not see my shadow?" Zhu Zhen retorted, giving him a nudge. As the seventh prince covered his behind and glanced, he indeed saw his shadow. Just as relief began to wash over him, Zhu Zhen coldly remarked, "Thanks to our fourth brother's intervention, you nearly led me to my demise." "It was not me, I swear," the seventh prince fervently denied. "Humph, your attempts at deceit are futile, for there were witnesses to your treachery," Zhu Zhen persisted. Who saw it?" The 10-year-old Prince Qi, unable to withstand Zhu Zhen's intimidation, quickly revealed the truth. "Mr. Liu Bowen," Zhu Zhen declared, pointing towards the classroom with deliberate emphasis. The seventh prince felt as though struck by lightning, his face drained of color. "No, that cannot be. Mr. Liu is right inside. How could I deceive you?" Zhu Zhen chuckled coldly. "Once class is dismissed, you will confront him directly." "And no," the seventh prince stammered, his lips trembling as his complexion began to turn pale. "Your fear only confirms your guilt. I shall take you to see Father Emperor and reveal that you are the one who conspired to murder me," Zhu Zhen declared vehemently. "I doubt Father Emperor would allow you to celebrate the new year." From a distance, it appeared as if two 10-year-old children were merely bickering. Yet none could fathom the perilous nature of their exchange. "Very well, it is but one-sided intimidation. Father Emperor would not execute me." Prince Qi quivered, his gaze becoming unfocused. "Even if Father Emperor spares your life, he would at least break your legs and confine you until you sport a beard." Zhu Zhen escalated his threats further. "You will no longer be your mother's pride. You shall forever bear the infamy of fratricide." With a gasp, the seventh prince clamped his hands over his ears and sank to the ground in despair. Within the classroom, Mr. Liu Bowen was instructing the eighth prince when he heard the peculiar cry, which sent him into a fit of rage. This was precisely the reason he loathed teaching these rascals. The incessant bullying was utterly intolerable. Was there no respect for the dignity of a teacher? He slammed his hand on the desk, startling the 6-year-old eighth prince into tears. With a sigh, Mr. Liu suppressed his anger, bowed an apology to His Highness the Prince of Tan, and, with great effort, managed to calm the eighth prince with the assistance of the princes of Yin and Wu. In his disheveled state, Mr. Liu could not help but lament the whims of fate. Were it not for the preservation of his own life, he would not have endured such indignities. "Come, let us go and see Father Emperor." Outside the classroom, Zhu Zhen wore a fearsome expression, extending his hand as if to pull something. "No, I don't want to," Old Seven cried out, retreating hastily on hands and backside, before rising unsteadily and fleeing. He left behind a long trail of moisture on the ground. Zhu Zhen fixed his gaze on the direction of his escape. If he headed towards the small garden, he would have to follow to prevent the lad from being so frightened that he might leap into the lotus pond in despair. Clearly, Old Seven lacked such courage, as he dashed straight towards the Wenhua gate. Thus, even in the face of death, he would be spared. Zhu Zhen withdrew his gaze, only to nearly collide with Liu Bowen. Liu Ji, observing the moisture on the ground, remarked, "Practicing calligraphy, are we?" "That was Old Seven's one," Zhu Zhen innocently replied. "Has the class concluded, sir?" "Indeed," Liu Ji said, tightening his grip on the ruler bestowed upon him by Shu, which rendered him immune to punishment when dealing with the prince. "Your Highness, please accompany this old minister upstairs." He courteously gestured for Zhu Zhen to follow. Although one had escaped, it mattered little. Retribution must be exacted. Doesn't the tiger roar, leading others to think I am but a sickly cat? Coughing lightly. Meanwhile, the Prince of Chu, Zhu Su, fled the Wenhua Gate in a daze. His attendant, a eunuch, could not call him back and thus hurriedly followed Old Seven, panting as they returned to Chang'an Palace. Inside the palace, concubine dating was preening before a mirror, indulging in self-admiration. Of course, she had the merit to do so. Her skin was as smooth as cream, her figure graceful, and her beauty was a harmonious blend of Han and Central Asian traits, captivating in every aspect. Who was the fairest in the palace now? She mused, gently caressing her infant-like skin. Of course, it is the Empress, a nearby maid promptly flattered. You know just how to please me. Concubine dating replied with a playful huff. It is indeed true. Originally, concubine's son could rival the Empress. But now she is reduced to little more than bones. Indeed, she cannot contend for the title of the most beautiful anymore. Another maid chimed in, eager to flatter. Once the position of concubine is vacant, it shall surely belong to the Empress. Do not speak so carelessly, lest someone hears and tears your tongues out. Concubine dating covered her mouth, bursting into a series of delicate giggles. No outsiders can enter our palace, the maid quickly assured. Just as she finished speaking, a shadow darted past, slipping into the western chamber where Prince Chi resided. The maidens gasped in astonishment. Did you see what it was? Concubine dating asked with a tremor in her voice after a moment's pause. It seemed to be a dog, one maid whispered. Silence. The attendant rushed in, panting, and scolded. What kind of eyes do you have? That was His Highness, the Prince of Chi. Ah. The maid quickly knelt, fervently slapping her own face. I deserve this. I know my guilt. What about Zhu? Concubine dating, taken aback, stood up in surprise. How did he return? She glanced at the sky, noting it was still before noon, far from the time when classes would be dismissed. I do not know either, the old servant replied. The elderly eunuch instructed the maids to withdraw, then quietly reported. He saw His Highness dash out from the Wenhua Gate, unresponsive to calls, and no one could catch up. He had never witnessed His Highness running so swiftly since childhood. Oh, the consort hurried towards the western side chamber. Upon lifting the curtain, she beheld her son, clad in boots, sprawled upon the bed, his head buried in the bedding, trembling uncontrollably like a winnowing fan, muttering incoherently. Zhu Shuai, what troubles you? The consort approached, intending to extricate her son from the heap of blankets. However, Zhu Shuai thrashed violently, one foot kicking her in the abdomen, causing the consort to stumble in pain. No, I didn't mean it. Don't grab me, please. This time, she distinctly understood his words. Chapter 8. A summons from the Empress. The old eunuch hurried to assist the Empress, while the dowager consort, disregarding her own well-being, rushed forward to embrace her son. Weeping bitterly, heaven above, what has transpired? Everything was well this morning. Could it be that he has suddenly developed hysteria? Or perhaps he is possessed? The old eunuch speculated. What are we waiting for? Quickly summon the imperial physician and the sorcerer. The dowager consort shrieked, her hair disheveled. And we must hasten to bring His Majesty. This last exclamation had an immediate effect, as the Prince Chi ceased his frantic behavior upon hearing it. No, do not tell father, he exclaimed in panic, raising his head. Beast, what misdeeds have you committed? The dowager consort, coming to a realization, released her son and began to rub her abdomen. Yet, no matter how she interrogated him, Zhu Xian remained tight-lipped like a stubborn gourd, revealing nothing. What mother cannot discipline her son? The dowager consort promptly summoned several young attendants, forcing the prince onto a stool, and upon disrobing him, revealed his bare backside. With determination, she wielded a cane and struck him with vigor. Typically, it would take no more than 10 strikes for Prince Chi to relent, but this time, he endured 30 before he finally begged for mercy, underscoring the gravity of the situation. Speak, what has happened? The dowager consort demanded, breathless, as she discarded the bloodied cane, her expression fierce. At that moment, her makeup was smeared, her hair tousled, and her voice hoarse, transforming her into a fearsome visage devoid of any beauty. It was me who pushed him into the water. Zhu Xian mumbled weakly while lying across the stool, feeling a strange sense of relief wash over him. For days, he had been so terrified that sleep eluded him, and at his tender age, dark circles had begun to form under his eyes, a testament to his distress. What? It was you. The dowager consort erupted in fury, realizing that the source of the recent turmoil within the palace stood before her. Are you seeking to ascend to heaven? she exclaimed, reaching for the cane once more. The old eunuch quickly intervened. Your Majesty, you cannot strike him further. It could lead to dire consequences. I wish to avenge Mother, believing it would bring her joy. Zhu Xian quickly defended himself. And I merely intended to make him look foolish, never meant to harm him. But then I became frightened and ran away. You fool. Why do you even attempt to explain? Such matters must never be acknowledged. The dowager consort's chest ached with rage, pointing at the eunuchs, she threatened. If any of you dare to speak of this outside, I shall annihilate your entire families. The eunuchs turned pale with fear, hastily assuring her they would not dare. Those who had survived the chaos of the realm were not known for their mercy. When she spoke of annihilation, it was a promise not to be taken lightly. It is too late. Zhu Xian muttered softly, the ticking of the clock now audible in the chamber. The dowager consort regained her composure. Dismissing the young attendants and retaining only her trusted old eunuch by her side. With a voice laced with venom, she inquired of her son, You imbecile. You did not confess to anyone, did you? Old Liu already knows, murmured the Prince Qi. He saw you? The dowager consort ground her teeth. Even if he did see you, who would believe a 10-year-old child? He did not see. Upon hearing this, the consort Ding was about to breathe a sigh of relief, but then she heard the crown prince exclaim breathlessly, but he said that Mr. Liu saw it. It was Mr. Liu who told him personally. Mr. Liu? The consort Ding pondered for a moment. There was only one gentleman with the surname Liu in the grand hall. But how could that be? It couldn't possibly be Liu Ji, could it? Indeed, it was him. The crown prince nodded. Nonsense. Mr. Liu is a figure akin to a celestial being. He has long ceased to concern himself with mundane affairs. How could he bother with such trifles? The consort Ding resolutely dismissed the notion. However, the sixth brother insisted that it was so. He is just trying to deceive you, you fool. The consort Ding emphatically jabbed her finger onto her son's forehead, leaving a bruise. Does he even possess such cunning? The crown prince found it hard to believe. He had always looked down upon the simple-minded sixth brother, thinking that apart from the second brother, the sixth was the most foolish. You've been frightened to the point of wetting your trousers. Who exactly lacks wit here? The consort Ding rubbed her belly with one hand while clutching her chest with the other, wishing for an additional hand to massage her throbbing temples. Having navigated the treacherous waters of Qun Yuanyang's palace, she understood the necessity of careful deliberation before taking action, needing to weigh the pros and cons thoroughly. Fortunately, she had ample time to contemplate the matter meticulously. As the sun began its descent in the west, the now radiant consort Ding instructed the chief eunuch, Eunuch Ho, please summon His Highness the Prince of Chu. She intended to adopt a stance of complete denial, aiming to intimidate the sixth brother into silence. Yes, furthermore, you shall personally pay a visit to Mr. Liu and provide His Highness with a cover story. The consort Ding paused and then quietly added, also, report the slander by the Prince of Chu against my son and observe his reaction. Understood. Eunuch Ho inquired, but what if Mr. Liu is unaware of anything? Would that not complicate matters? Rest assured, Mr. Liu will not meddle in trivial affairs, the consort Ding confidently asserted. You know well why he has fallen to such a state. Your Highness speaks wisely. Eunuch Ho nodded in agreement. Thus, I do not believe that Mr. Liu would speak out of turn. The consort Ding replied coldly. Yet, just to be cautious, we must confirm this. Your Highness is truly prudent. Eunuch Ho quickly flattered. During the time of the shun, the sound of the dismissal board echoed through the grand hall. Ah, at last, another day has passed. Prince Yin stretched lazily and turned to Zhu Zhen with a smile. So does it still hurt? How could it not hurt? Zhu Zhen replied irritably, glancing at his left hand, which remained somewhat red and swollen. After all, he had indeed been struck by Liu Bowen's palm. Come, let me apply some ointment for you. Fifth brother produced a small porcelain bottle. This is a prescription from Zhang Zhongjing, to which I have added a few herbs. Although it may sting a little initially, the effect will be remarkable. It will surely reduce the swelling overnight. A little sting, indeed. Zhu Zhen silently scoffed, gratefully declining fifth brother's kindness. No need. It's actually not painful anymore. I'm just furious. How dare he strike a prince of the Ming Dynasty? Isn't he afraid I'll inform father? You'd best refrain from doing so. If father finds out, he will merely say it was a good strike. Fifth brother hastily thwarted this foolish notion. Then I shall strike you with even greater force, Zhu Di retorted. Indeed, you are a prince of the Ming Dynasty. But first and foremost, you are the son of our father. When father's temper flares, even our elder brother cannot escape his wrath. Is that so? Zhu Zhen's small face fell. Thus, to forge iron, One must first be strong. We must enhance our own resilience. Zhu Di placed an arm around his shoulder, guiding him outside while imparting wisdom. I do not mean to boast, but in the art of enduring blows, none surpass me. Our fourth brother has toughened his palms and backside through sheer perseverance. It takes years of hardship to attain such fortitude. Our fifth brother also promoted his own methods, declaring, "You should utilize my remedies." Zhu Zhen listened, bewildered, struggling to discern whether they were jesting at his expense. As they conversed, the trio exited the main hall. The crown prince had spent the morning in the Wenhua hall studying, and in the afternoon, he had gone to the Wuying hall to train under their father, leaving only the three of them to return. The chief eunuch was already waiting outside the Wenhua gate. Upon seeing the three princes emerge, chatting and laughing, he hurriedly approached, bowed deeply, and respectfully informed Zhu Zhen, "Your Highness, the lady has summoned you." Chapter 9. Using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. "Who are you?" Zhu Zhen gazed at the elderly eunuch, whose visage bore the unmistakable mark of his station. "Your Highness," the old servant humbly introduced himself, "I am Ho Lixia, the chief steward of Chongyang Palace." The eunuch, with a demeanor marked by submission, continued, "I serve under the esteemed consort." Zhu Di whispered to his sixth brother, "It is most likely regarding the affairs of the seventh prince, is it not? She is notoriously relentless in seeking retribution. How could she refrain from holding you accountable after you bullied her son to the point of distress?" "Surely not. I was merely assisting him in practicing calligraphy." Zhu Zhen inquired with an innocent expression, addressing the eunuch. "Are there any delectable treats in the presence of her highness?" "Certainly. I have prepared an abundance of fruits for your highness," the eunuch said with a smile. "In that case, I shall make a visit." Zhu Zhen replied affirmatively and then turned to Zhu Di, saying, "Fourth brother, fifth brother, I can no longer accompany you." Zhu Di replied sternly, "You are but a child. You will be easily bullied. Your Highness, please forgive me, but my lady has matters to discuss privately with the Prince of Chu." The eunuch, Ho Li, stated in refusal, "Who are you? Do you think you can dictate my actions?" Zhu Di paid him no heed, rolling up his sleeves and declaring, "I am determined to go. Do try to stop me. Do not fret, fourth brother." Zhu Zhen, with a demeanor of understanding, assisted in persuading the other party, saying, "Even if the empress wishes to settle accounts, she will still spare my dignity. After all, being scolded in private is certainly preferable to being rebuked in public. Is it not? Indeed, if no one hears it, it is as though there was no reprimand." Zhu Di wholeheartedly agreed, remarking that she lacked the imperial decree to wield the punishment stick, thus she would not dare to lay a finger on you. Upon returning, one should send word of safety. Fifth brother firmly grasped Zhu Zhen's plump hand, acknowledging how remarkably sensible the sixth brother had become. After parting ways with his two elder brothers, Zhu Zhen followed the attendants of the consort to the Chongyang Palace. However, Ho Lixia did not accompany them back, stating he needed to enter and report to Prince Qi for a leave of absence. During lessons in the main hall, entry was prohibited for outsiders. Thus, he could only wait until the classes concluded before entering. Chongyang Palace is located in the eastern six palaces, requiring a stroll down the eastern second long street. Wang Defa, who had previously refrained from interjecting, finally mustered the courage to softly inquire, "Your Highness, what transpired? I frightened Lao Qi to the point of losing control, and the Empress Dowager wishes to have a conversation with me." Zhu Zhen, observing Wang Defa who remains blissfully unaware, feels it prudent to share some insights with him. "Coincidentally, I too have matters I wish to discuss with her, making it a mutual endeavor." "A mutual endeavor?" Wang Defa, feeling somewhat bewildered, inquired. "What purpose do you have in seeking the Empress?" "Please, spare my mother," pleaded Zhu Zhen with innocent eyes. "Father said that as long as she agrees, mother will be released." "Oh dear, my little prince, how you've grown," Wang Defa remarked, feeling a wave of emotion wash over him. He quickly retrieved a handkerchief to wipe away his tears. "If the Empress knew you were devising ways to rescue her, she would be utterly comforted. What a troublesome mother I have." Zhu Zhen sighed. Wang Defa nearly choked on his words as the Chongyang gate came into view. He quickly advised, "If the consort speaks harshly, please do not take it to heart, Your Highness." After a brief pause, he added softly, "Just do your best. But do not overexert yourself or feel too much distress. In the worst-case scenario, we can always devise alternative solutions." Wang Defa harbored little hope regarding His Highness's journey. However, the prince's filial piety deserves encouragement. "Rest assured," Zhu Zhen nodded. Although the old eunuch displayed a rather effeminate demeanor, he genuinely seemed to care for him. After the announcement, The consort was invited in, and as anticipated, Wang Defa was barred from entering the palace gates. The Longyang Hall was adorned in opulence, adorned with vibrant flowers. The esteemed consort dating, having regained her title as the most beautiful lady in the palace, deliberately chose this venue to ensure a commanding presence during their discourse. With her hair elegantly styled and a phoenix crown perched upon her forehead, complemented by golden hairpins and a flowing robe draped over her shoulders, she exuded a regal air. Seated imperiously upon her throne, evoking an overwhelming sense of authority. As Zhu Zhen entered, he bowed respectfully as per etiquette. Consort dating dismissed the attendants and, without granting him a seat as per tradition, scrutinized the sixth prince standing before her from her elevated position. His coarse brows and round eyes, coupled with his innocent expression, rendered him a seemingly harmless and naive child. What am I doing here? Engaging in such theatrics with a mere child? Consort dating mused, rubbing her temples, feeling as though she had exaggerated the situation unnecessarily. Nevertheless, since he was already present, she decided to expedite the matter. Clearing her throat, she inquired, "Do you know why I summoned you?" I don't know," Zhu Zhen replied timidly. "Then let me enlighten you," she retorted coldly, questioning. "Why did you conspire against the seventh prince?" "I did not." Zhu Zhen stammered, on the verge of tears. "How could you say that? The seventh prince himself told me everything." The mere thought of the events that transpired earlier in the day ignited her fury, and she clenched her teeth in frustration. "Who taught you such deceit? At your tender age, you spew fabrications and act clever, not realizing you are merely playing with fire and digging your own grave." "I didn't lie," Zhu Zhen protested, feeling wronged. He admitted it, and was so frightened he nearly wet himself. Silence. Consort dating's heart sank at the thought of the impeccable image she had painstakingly crafted for her son being tarnished in an instant. Had it not been for the esteemed identity of the prince before her, she would have torn his words to shreds. The seventh prince is still but a child, and you have led him astray with your manipulations. Is this how you fulfill your role as an elder brother? He pushed me into the lake. Does that make him my brother? Zhu Zhen retorted, his voice quivering. Besides, who isn't still a child? Humph, your words are futile. Who doesn't know that the seventh prince is a good child? Do you think the emperor would take your word over mine? Sensing Zhu Zhen's resolve wavering, she intensified her tone with a menacing threat. We could also argue that your bitterness stemming from your mother's situation has led you to slander the seventh prince. I did not. Zhu Zhen countered loudly, yelling, "One help you." The consort felt she had secured victory and, adopting a tone of a predator toying with its prey, remarked, "Do you believe the emperor would trust the words of a 10-year-old child over mine? Furthermore, you have a mother with a criminal record. This reflects poorly on you. As the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. You speak falsely. My mother has committed no crime." Zhu Zhen was genuinely enraged. This woman was exceedingly malicious. How could a 10-year-old child withstand such horrific verbal assaults? Would she not drive him into a state of severe distress? Undoubtedly, that was her intent. There was no use in your words. Your father, the emperor, would assuredly believe us. Are you unaware that he despises being deceived? Once convinced that you are a fraud, he would unleash his wrath upon you and imprison you until death. The consort had delivered her final blow, thinking to herself that with her unparalleled prowess in the palace, confronting such a young child was akin to using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. She lifted her teacup, took a sip to soothe her throat, and observed Zhu Zhen with a poised demeanor, preparing to relish the spectacle of his breakdown. Zhu Zhen, with his head bowed and shoulders slightly trembling, appeared as if he might burst into tears. However, considering his youthful inexperience, he might yet redeem himself by kneeling, offering an apology, and drafting a letter of assurance. The consort deemed the moment ripe for her revelation. "Thank you, my lady," Zhu Zhen uttered, gradually lifting his gaze. With a composure unfitting for a child of his age, he declared, "I have witnessed the depths of human depravity." It was then that the consort, to her astonishment, realized that the prince had not wept. Rather, he was smiling. That smile, pure and radiant, sent a chilling shiver down her spine. Chapter 10. The concubine invites you to savor the sweet citrus what brings forth that smile upon your face. A grin that ought not to grace such a moment, especially not on the visage of a mere child of 10, leaves the esteemed consort Ding feeling quite unsettled. For I am convinced, you are a woman of venomous heart. A truly malevolent soul, which, in an odd twist, brings me genuine joy. The innocent charm that once adorned Zhu Zhen's countenance has vanished, akin to the transformation of Conan after dispatching little Wulong. His gaze now keen and piercing, his voice rendered more somber. This implies that my mother must have fallen prey to your treachery, ensnared by your cunning. Furthermore, should she strike you, such a wicked woman, I would only proclaim it a righteous act, albeit perhaps too gentle. I take pride in her actions. You, the consort Ding gazes at him in disbelief, as if he were a different person altogether. After a prolonged moment, she finally steadies herself, inquiring, is this truly your authentic self? Likewise, my lady. You have unveiled your true nature to me, and I shall not withhold mine. Zhu Zhen, no longer standing idly, approaches a chair nearby, intending to sit, yet feeling diminished. Ultimately opting to stand tall. This posture oddly enhances his peculiarity. Ah, you clever one, how deeply you have concealed your nature. No wonder. It left Shuer stunned in silence. The consort Ding, finally grasping the situation, allowed his smile to blossom anew, remarking, but what use is that? Even if you are as cunning as a fox, it cannot alter the fact that you remain but a child of 10. No one would believe the ramblings of a mere boy. They would only deem you a fabricator. My singular testimony may lack persuasive power, Zhu Zhen conceded. Yet, I possess a witness. Oh, are you referring to Liu Bowen? The consort Ding, covering her lips with the back of her hand, chuckled. Had you not mentioned him, I might have doubted your honesty. Do you comprehend why the illustrious Liu Bowen hides within the palace? Are you aware of his grievances with the emperor? Should you understand, you would realize he would never meddle in affairs that do not concern him. As she spoke, she instinctively glanced towards the doorway. Is Holicia nearing his return? You are awaiting Holicia, are you not? Zhu Zhen settled into a chair, adopting a relaxed demeanor, since you have already dispatched him to seek verification from Mr. Liu. Why not await his return before we continue this discourse? Humph. Very well. The consort Ding nodded, instructing, bring forth some children's snacks for His Highness, the Prince of Chu. There's no need for trouble. I shall suffice with this, Zhu Zhen replied, reaching for a golden-hued citrus fruit from the platter on the table. He was reluctant to risk the pastries and tea from Chang'an Palace, but felt that abstaining from all food would appear overly timid. Thus, he opted for a fruit that required peeling, safe and hygienic. As the Prince of Chu examined the fruit's skin for any imperfections, he could not resist a jab. Did you ever imagine, my lady, that you would have to enjoy? In our palace, we are left with only oranges. Who are you calling old? The ever-composed consort Ding's facade crumbled at his words. Having entered the palace twice and bearing 3 children, all now in their teens, did he truly believe her youthful spirit remained intact? Zhu Zhen placed a segment into his mouth, savoring the delightful burst of sweetness and moisture. Who entered the palace twice? The consort Ding, incensed, bristled at the mention of her past with Chen Yuyang, a chapter she preferred to keep buried. Is it not a matter well known even to the elderly lady residing in the cave dwellings of Shaanxi's Ningyi County? Zhu Zhen widened his eyes and exclaimed, do you still think it's a secret? Surely not. The imposing figure of the dowager consort Ding rose in indignation, her bosom heaving violently as she slammed the table, declaring, do you dare believe I shall not tear your tongue asunder? Go ahead, strike me. If you so much as touch a finger, I shall feign fainting before you. I could even spit blood. Do you believe that? Zhu Zhen provocatively leaned closer, deliberately inciting her ire. You are foolish beyond measure to summon a 10-year-old child into the palace alone. If I were to break something, you would find yourself speechless. You wretched 6th sibling. The hand raised by the dowager consort hung suspended in the air for a moment before ultimately drooping in defeat. This 6th sibling indeed had a point. He could very well turn the tables on her. Who could have anticipated that a naive 10-year-old could harbor such cunning? Unable to strike or scold him effectively, the dowager consort felt as though she might explode with frustration. Fortunately, at that moment, Eunuch Ho returned, panting. Did you see him? The dowager consort perked up again. I did. Eunuch Ho nodded, glancing at Prince Chu, who showed no intent to withdraw. Holicia had no choice but to approach the consort's side and quietly relay the contents of his conversation with Liu Bowen. Earlier, in the duty room at the eastern end of the library in the main hall, Holicia found Liu Bowen engrossed in a book. The eunuch first offered his apologies regarding the early departure of Prince Qi. Understood, Liu Bowen replied, turning a page and nodding, given His Highness's condition at the time. Returning to the academy was indeed inappropriate. Therefore, no deductions will be made this time. Thank you for your understanding, sir. After expressing his gratitude, Holicia hesitated to take his leave. Is there something more? Liu Ji inquired without lifting his head. Yes. My lady wishes to ask if you know who has wronged our prince so gravely? It is Prince Chu. I have already reprimanded him, Liu Ji stated candidly. Then why does he bully our prince? The elderly eunuch probed. Prince Chu believes that on the 6th day, Prince Qi pushed him into the water, Lu Ji replied straightforwardly. How could that be? Holy Xia laughed awkwardly. Children's words do not hold weight. You did not witness their presence that day, did you? Sitting there. Lu Ji finally raised his head and gestured towards the window, saying, it would be difficult not to see. Following Lu Ji's indication. Holy Xia indeed could see the lotus pond clearly from the window behind the artificial hill. Did Sir truly witness the involvement of our prince? With Prince Chu's fall into the water? The elderly eunuch asked with difficulty. Lu Ji nodded. Alas, I implore you, sir, to maintain utmost confidentiality. Holy Xia knelt before Lu Ji, bowing repeatedly as he pleaded. I beseech you, for the sake of our teacher-student relationship, to protect our prince. Is not Prince Chu also my student? Lu Ji retorted calmly. This. Holy Xia found himself momentarily speechless, contemplating the promise of substantial rewards. Yet recognizing that Liu Bowen was a paragon of integrity, which would likely backfire, he could only continue to bow and plead, to the point of bruising his forehead, before he heard Mr. Liu sigh and say, You are beseeching the wrong person. What do you mean? Holy Xia is an astute individual, perceptive to the core. In the hall of Longyang, he whispered to Consort Ding. Mr. Liu implies that this matter can be both significant and trivial. As a teacher, he must consider the bond between teacher and student, thus he would not proactively report his disciple. However, one cannot ignore that both the palm and the back of the hand are flesh, should King Chu decide to summon him as a witness. A gentleman distinguishes right from wrong, and he would find it impossible to decline. Holy Xia continued, Thus, the crux of the matter rests with His Highness King Chu, whether he wishes to conceal the truth or insists on reporting this to the emperor. Consort Ding's expression shifted several times, her thoughts in turmoil for a considerable duration. Finally, she managed to force out a strained smile and, addressing the King Chu, who had scattered the peels of the tangerines around, she flattered, I still have 2 baskets of tribute tangerines here. What else does your highness fancy? I shall have the concubines send them to you as well. Chapter 11 delighted the child immensely. Wonderful, wonderful, Zhu Zhen joyfully exclaimed, counting on his chubby little fingers. The autumn garments for the over 100 people in Wan'an Palace had yet to be distributed. The monthly stipend was 2 months overdue. And there were the flower cakes and chrysanthemum wine due for the double ninth festival, as well as this month's marinated cucumbers and frost-kissed spicy rabbit. Oh, and what about next month's tribute of silver silk charcoal and winter clothing? Shouldn't we disperse those in advance to spare His Highness another trip? Holy Xia listened in astonishment, pondering whether such words could truly emanate from a 10-year-old child. He had not anticipated that His Highness, the Prince of Chu, would speak with such terrifying authority as if unsealing an ancient curse. The consort, however, seemed unfazed, maintaining her professional facade with a mock smile. Since His Highness has spoken, I shall comply. Holy Xia, have you taken note? Yes, I have noted it down. Holy Xia hurriedly wiped his brow, realizing that the items withheld from Wan'an Palace had long been appropriated by the upper echelons. He resolved to swiftly rectify the situation, lest His Highness inquire further. Very well, he thought. It seems I have lost both the lady and the soldiers, and now must bear the cost myself. Yet, these were merely appetizers. The main course was yet to come. And regarding my mother, Zhu Zhen spoke slowly. The consort and eunuch Ho exchanged glances, finally comprehending that today's events were orchestrated by this scheming 10-year-old prince, whose intention was clearly to exchange the pursuit of the king of Qi for the freedom of consort Hu. For a mother, there was no choice to be made. The answer was unfailingly singular. Now that I think about it, you and my mother were as close as sisters. That day, she had imbibed too much, and her behavior was unbecoming. The consort began, only to recall the 2 hefty slaps, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. Unwilling to capitulate so easily, she sought to leverage the situation. If you could merely apologize to your 7th brother in the main hall, and have your mother admit her fault to me, I could be gracious. Nonsense. Zhu Zhen's expression soured immediately. What did you just say? The consort's eyes widened in disbelief, struggling to comprehend. Apologies, nonsense is too crude. It should be excessive flattery. Zhu Zhen detested those who gambled but refused to accept defeat. Eunuch whose lips twitched, pondering what relevance this had to him, yet sensing the tense atmosphere, dared not utter a word. Zhu Zhen was indeed furious. He had expected the affair to unfold like a court drama, where everyone maintained decorum, contrary to his expectations. The opposing party disregarded all semblance of grace, determined to salvage their pride even in defeat. Thus, he felt compelled to grant them a semblance of dignity. I have finally grasped why the 7th has turned out this way. It is all due to your self-important foolishness. Zhu Zhen slammed his palm down and declared sternly, "A calamity is upon us, and you still dicker as if this were a mere market negotiation? This is your son's life at stake. Do not attempt to frighten me with your exaggerated claims," the consort retorted, seasoned by the chaos of the world, unperturbed by a child's threats. "Mr. Liu has stated that this matter could be grave or trivial. At worst, I could take the king of Qi to confess to his majesty, claiming he merely wished to jest. I cannot believe that your father, the emperor, would think the worst of his son." With that, she rose to her feet, her hands gracefully folded within her wide sleeves, exuding an air of authority. "Minister Ho, there shall be no concessions. Your Highness, please reconsider," urged the eunuch, fully aware that both parties were merely posturing for leverage, engaged in a game of negotiation. His role was to mediate and prevent the talks from collapsing. "How can you be certain that the emperor would not consider your son in the worst light?" Zhu Zhen, unfazed, retrieved a piece of paper from his sleeve and began to read aloud. "Aside from this incident, there have been reports of impropriety, where a dove flew from the east wing to the west, uttering disrespectful words, daring to come here. Consequently, a soldier was ordered to strike it down. Such brutal acts have resulted in the loss of innocent chicks beneath the eaves, which were taken and burned alive by the Qi prince, a display of utter cruelty without compassion. Furthermore, I have heard that during this spring and May, the Qi prince unjustly broke the ribs of a palace maid, revealing his inherent brutality, which is clearly not a mere coincidence. If all these transgressions were presented together, do you believe His Majesty would view the seventh prince as merely a reckless child, or would he see him as inherently frivolous and cruel, devoid of humanity?" Zhu Zhen's barrage of accusations left the consort trembling, forcing her to retreat and sink into her chair. She understood that Zhu had numerous offspring, most of whom received the emperor's affection, leaving the other princes with little weight in his eyes. This strict upbringing was intended to secure more of the emperor's love for Zhu Ku, but if he were branded with such a heinous mark, his life would be irrevocably ruined. Such nonsense. You are spreading falsehoods. The consort suddenly realized that she could not afford to admit to any of this. These matters were well known among the palace staff, yet they were kept hidden from the emperor. Zhu Zhen stepped forward, his gaze sharp and piercing, directly targeting the consort's vulnerabilities. "In truth, Your Highness knows better than I whether these claims are fabricated. Moreover, Minister Ho and the staff of Chanyang Palace are fully aware of the truth." He clapped his hands and chuckled innocently. "By the way, haven't many palace attendants from Chanyang Palace been summoned for questioning and have yet to return? Surely the emperor could easily discern the truth with just a few inquiries. I doubt anyone would conceal such trivial matters for the seventh prince." With that, he bowed respectfully and turned to leave, silently counting 1, 2. Just as he reached 3, he heard the consort's defeated voice behind him. "I concede. Whatever you say shall be accepted." Zhu Zhen's cheeks lifted in a victorious grin. Outside the main hall of Chanyang Palace, as darkness fell, Eunuch Wang was in a flurry, akin to an ant on a hot pan. Upon seeing Minister Ho leading a group of attendants carrying belongings out, he could no longer contain himself, exclaiming, "Minister Ho, where is my young master? If he is even a hair out of place, I will hold you accountable." "Wang Defa, what are you shouting about? Is the prince not coming out now?" The opponent's finger seemed to threaten his own face, and Minister Ho was not in the mood for pleasantries. "Oh." Eunuch Wang leaned forward and indeed spotted his naive young master, bouncing out behind the attendants. "Ah, little ancestor. You have finally emerged. You have nearly given this old servant a heart attack." Wang Defa hurriedly approached, scrutinizing Zhu Zhen meticulously, and only upon confirming his well-being did he release the anxiety that had gripped his heart. Wang Gonggong was overly concerned. "Could this palace truly devour your highness?" The stunningly beautiful concubine Ding, astonishingly, had personally come to see him off. The old servant was remiss in his manners and humbly begged for punishment from the lady. "It is of no consequence. Your concern has merely led to some disarray," replied concubine Ding, who had never been so courteous before. "Please rise, Wang Gonggong." "Indeed. Your Highness shows great affection for His Highness, having merely kept him a little longer," said Gonggong Ho, gesturing towards the boxes and baskets in the hands of the palace maids. "These are all gifts from the lady to His Highness." Yes, thank you, Your Highness. You are truly a kind-hearted person," Zhu Zhen replied, his face radiating joy as his thick eyebrows arched in delight, his smile nearly stretching to the back of his head. "Ah, no need for thanks." Seeing him revert to the demeanor of a playful child, concubine Ding felt an overwhelming urge to devour him alive. Yet she maintained her composure and smiled. Your Highness should often visit your younger brothers to play. Indeed, I shall, Zhu Zhen nodded, beaming as he said. We must not go back on our promises, you know. Rest assured, I will not, concubine Ding replied, her smile betraying a sense of sorrow. After bowing once more, she skipped away with Wang Defa, leaving the child utterly elated. Chapter 12. The composure of Lady Datin as soon as the King of Chu departed. Lady Datin entered the hall with a face as cold as frost. Your Highness, why have you acquiesced to everything? Holy Xie could not help but inquire. The excessive demands made by that young man were so outrageous that he found them unacceptable, let alone someone as proud as the lady. What choice do I have? Do you believe those words today could be uttered by a mere 10-year-old? Lady Datin exclaimed, her frustration manifesting as she smashed dishes in anger. Especially when he later fabricated charges against Kuer, his cunning and adeptness surpassed even that of many officials. The old eunuch grasped her implication. So, someone has been coaching him from behind. Indeed, Lady Datin, having vented her ire, sank wearily into her chair and murmured, but who could it be? Liu Ji or someone from the palace? Could the Empress be using this opportunity to undermine me? That seems unlikely. The old eunuch shook his head. Regardless of who it is, this matter cannot escalate further. The consequences would be dire. Lady Datin cradled her head, unable to fathom who was orchestrating this against her. Yet, one thing was clear. Whoever stood behind the King of Chu was beyond her capabilities to confront. Those who have survived chaotic times are well versed in the rules of survival. Sometimes, one must yield and endure for a few years, for opportunities for revenge will inevitably arise. It is merely the loss of a single person. Far better than losing everything. Tomorrow morning, send word to Qianqing Palace, stating that I wish to prepare dumplings and invite the Emperor for dinner, Lady Datin instructed finally. Understood. In the Longyang Palace, dishes were being smashed, while in the Wan'an Palace, it felt like a festive occasion. At the shift change, the night shift had just arrived. And the day shift had yet to leave, making it the most populated time of the day. The palace attendants, under the command of Eunuch Wang, thronged to the entrance of Wan'an Palace to graciously and restrainedly welcome the entourage from Longyang Palace, laden with gifts. Why such extravagance? We truly appreciate it, they exclaimed. Weren't you all so haughty recently? Why the sudden change of demeanor? Do not look so downcast. It might lead others to believe your lady is too stingy to part with such trifles. The members of Longyang Palace were indignant. They believed that with the lady's prowess, she could easily intimidate the King of Chu. Thus, they found it incomprehensible why she would suddenly adopt such a conciliatory stance. Could it be that she wished to ascend to a higher rank as a favor for favor, showcasing her magnanimity? Alas, that must be the case. Consequently, for the sake of the greater good, they dared not retort and could only endure in silence, swallowing their pride. After placing the gifts in the courtyard, they fled in disgrace, under the relentless mockery from the Wan'an Palace attendants. Fortunately, night had fallen, and no one could see the humiliation painted on their faces. Once the members of Longyang Palace had departed, the Wan'an Palace attendants, who had been tasked with mocking them, also bowed and took their leave. However, Zhu Zhen, standing on the steps, did not allow them to exit. Instead, he beckoned with a gesture. Wang Defa promptly stepped forward, bowing his head attentively. Upon hearing His Highness's command, Eunuch Wang was initially taken aback, but soon felt a profound sense of relief as he stepped forward. Clearing his throat to address the gathered crowd in a piercing voice, His Highness has decreed that with the Double Ninth Festival approaching, it is not easy for all of you to serve. Therefore, he graciously bestows upon you all the rewards gathered. At this, the palace maidens, overwhelmed with joy, immediately knelt and bowed deeply, exclaiming their heartfelt gratitude for His Highness's generous favor. Rise, there is no need for formalities, Zhu Zhen said with a serious expression, hands clasped behind his back, feeling quite pleased. All right then, everyone stand up, Eunuch Wang instructed joyfully, hands on his hips, directing the order with flair. Those on day duty at the front, and those on night duty at the back. Form an orderly line, no pushing or shoving. Yes, the palace attendants responded in unison, eagerly lining up to receive their rewards. Although the spoils gathered from Chang'an Palace appeared plentiful when divided among the 100 or so individuals, the share for each was quite modest. However, for the inhabitants of Chang'an Palace, who had endured oppression and hardship after losing their master, this modest reward held profound significance. It demonstrated that their prince cared for them and acknowledged their struggles. Moreover, the fact that he had successfully confronted the notorious consort dating only further illustrated that despite his youth, he possessed remarkable capability. In a time of adversity, even a glimmer of hope was of utmost importance. Eunuch Wang, overwhelmed with emotion, wiped away tears. Having dedicated himself tirelessly to maintaining morale in Wan'an Palace since the consort was cast into the Cold Palace, being a servant himself, he understood that his efforts were often in vain. As he witnessed the palace's spirits waning and the hearts of the people beginning to disperse, he was consumed with worry, shedding tears into his handkerchief each night. Little did he expect that at such a critical juncture, their prince would mature overnight and turn the tide. Hearing the incessant expressions of gratitude, Zhu Zhen turned and entered the main hall. Muxiang promptly followed, attending to his highness as he changed his clothes and washed his hands in preparation for the meal. "Why aren't you going to collect your share?" Zhu Zhen asked while seated on the favored couch, lifting his foot for Muxiang to remove his boots. "No need to rush. The servant will attend to his highness first," Muxiang replied with a gentle smile, replacing his boots with soft satin slippers embroidered with cloud patterns. Zhu Zhen suddenly realized that she was his chief maidservant, and no one would dare deny her rewards. Surely, her share would be delivered to her quarters without her needing to worry. After dinner, Eunuch Wang entered to report that the rewards had been distributed, assuring his highness not to be concerned. At this point, he could hardly contain his excitement, showering praises upon the prince. This is just the beginning. Consort dating has already promised to settle all the dues from this year and to advance those due before the new year. Zhu Zhen accepted the bowl of 2 rice porridge offered by Muxiang, slurping it while mumbling, "Keep a close eye on this matter. If they dare to withhold anything, I shall personally confront consort dating." "Ah, His Highness is truly formidable," Eunuch Wang exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with admiration. "A parrot? You still think you are a magpie?" Zhu Zhen laughed heartily. "It is merely the kind heart of consort dating, indulging a child like me. Since consort dating has shown such benevolence, does that mean our own consort will soon return?" Eunuch Wang asked hopefully. "Perhaps," replied Zhu Zhen. Zhu Zhen gave a slight nod, feigning profundity. However, the roundness of his chubby cheeks and the grains of rice stuck to them rendered his attempt rather ineffective. "Really?" Muxiang could not help but exclaim softly, hurriedly lowering her head in apology as she used her fragrant handkerchief to wipe the prince's mouth. "Oh, how wonderful, your highness," Wang Gonggong lamented, his tears falling like rain upon pear blossoms. "The empress truly possesses great fortune. This encounter of adversity turning to auspiciousness is all thanks to your highness. Yet, we must not be overly optimistic. How could I be so formidable?" Zhu Zhen chuckled, his thick brows arched in mirth, pretending to be modest. "Even an old servant is foolish, as I am aware that the noble consort has changed her disposition this time. It must certainly be because your highness has grasped her vulnerable spot." Wang Gonggong, with a flourish of his elegant fingers, raised his thumb in approval. "It is not merely a vulnerable spot, but rather a painful hand that has brought this about." Zhu Zhen sighed, glancing at his slightly swollen left hand, his thoughts drifting back to the earlier incident in the main hall when Lu Ji had struck him with a board. Chapter 13. I acknowledge my inclination towards gambling this morning. After Zhu Zhen instructed Prince Qi on how to write the character 1, Lu Ji, wielding the imperial chastisement rod, escorted His Highness the King of Chu to the library, leading him to the small guardroom at the eastern end. Due to his princely status, even with the Emperor's permission to administer punishment at will, it was necessary to first clarify the transgressions. Only after repeated admonitions proved ineffective could one apply a mild reprimand in a secluded chamber. This intricate and somewhat pretentious regulation vividly illustrated Zhu's conflicting sentiments, as he feared not only failing to educate his son but also the prospect of his son's suffering. "Your Highness, this is the second warning from an old minister. Please respect your teachers and adhere to the rules. Do not claim you were not forewarned." Thus, Liu Bowen initially intended merely to frighten the rotund youth into compliance. "Sir, the 7th brother has already confessed to pushing me into the water," Zhu Zhen retorted obstinately. "Children's words carry no weight," Liu Bowen replied, unperturbed. This provided a rational explanation for Prince Qi's lackluster calligraphy. "Return and copy the rules 10 times, to be submitted by tomorrow morning. Given your sagacity, you already know it was he," Zhu Zhen pouted, fully aware that Liu Bowen's words would equally apply to him. Thus, persuading the other to testify on his behalf became crucial. "I am old and confused. I do not know." Liu Bowen refused to engage further. 20 times? Zhu Zhen implored with a pitiful expression, raising his small hands. "I do this not for the 7th brother, but to save my mother. You taught me that filial piety is paramount among virtues. How can I stand idly by while my mother suffers in the cold palace? Firstly, I never taught you that." Liu Bowen remained unmoved. "Secondly, Prince Qi is also my student. I cannot neglect his well-being simply to fulfill your filial piety. 30 times. Look at what you're saying." "Sir, He is my brother. Would I truly wish him dead? Zhu Zhen shook his thick eyebrows, reasoning gently. Father asked my elder brother about me, and I did not betray him. I would never make things difficult for you. Then you must. Liu Bowen interjected 40 times. I merely wish to negotiate with Consort Ding to save my mother. However, she surely would not take my words seriously, hence I must rely on you to intimidate her. Zhu Zhen succinctly stated. If not, each additional word will cost you 10 more repetitions. Indeed. Liu Bowen nodded slightly. Zhu Zhen felt a flicker of hope, as if a path had opened before him. Yet, he rejoiced too soon. Liu Bowen immediately adopted a stern countenance, stating, But why should I assist you? This offers me no advantage. 50 times. The benefits are substantial. Zhu Zhen anticipated Liu Bowen's reluctance. He had come prepared. If you save my mother once, I shall return the favor. It's a fair exchange, is it not? You would save me? Liu Bowen chuckled, momentarily forgetting to increase the count. By the time your highness grows to adulthood, I shall have long since turned to dust. I speak of the present, not the future, Zhu Zhen insisted, his large, round eyes conveying a sense of trust me. This is right. The present? Liu Bowen laughed. I must inquire, what peril do I face? If there be no peril, why would Lord Qingyi conceal himself within this imperial palace? Zhu Zhen, however, spoke in a deep voice. It is well known that Lord Qingyi has no aspirations within the court. Ever since the first year of Hongwu, he has frequently requested to retire, and a few years ago, he finally achieved his wish and returned to his hometown in glory. Who would have thought that he would soon find himself in a dire predicament, unable to step outside the capital for fear of losing his life? Is this what His Majesty has instructed you to say? Liu Bowen's brow furrowed as a familiar feeling surged within him. The teacher has returned, he thought. Zhu Zhen chuckled bitterly. Would my father converse with a 10-year-old child in such a manner? Is this truly the kind of discourse befitting a child of that age? Liu Bowen scoffed. At the age of 7, Xiang Yu became a disciple of Confucius. Ban Zhao was composing histories by 8. The esteemed teacher himself could read 7 lines at a glance by the age of 8, memorizing texts effortlessly. By 12, he had already attained the status of a scholar. And by 14, he was articulating profound insights that had yet to be expressed by others. He is renowned across the realm as a prodigy. Why should he presume that others cannot achieve the same? To prepare this discourse, His Highness the Prince spent the entire night in contemplation and even consulted his elder brother this morning to ascertain the pronunciation of the character used in Xiang Yu's name. Oh. Ha. Lu Ji could not help but burst into laughter, thoroughly intrigued. Your Highness is indeed eloquent. Now, do enlighten me on who seeks to end my life. The old minister is eager to hear the details. He set aside his ruler and turned to Zhu Zhen, adopting an attentive posture. Hu Weiyong, Zhu Zhen replied confidently. In countless adaptations of Liu Bowen's story that I have watched, the one who ultimately brings about the demise of this reincarnated Zhuge Liang is invariably this individual named Hu. Given that His Highness was aware of this, it came as no surprise. The discord between myself and Hu, or rather the factions of Huaixianzhidong, is hardly a secret. Lu Ji retrieved a small gourd from his sleeve, uncorked it, and the robust scent of medicinal wine wafted through the air. He tilted his head back and took a generous swig, his aged face contorting in a mask of pain. It was unclear whether it was the bitterness of the wine or the stirring of sorrowful memories that caused this reaction. Zhu Zhen stood quietly by, awaiting Liu Bowen's emotional stabilization. He understood that Liu Bowen referred to the Huaishi faction as the group of loyalists who followed Zhu Yuanzhang to establish the realm, while the Zhidong faction comprised the scholars recruited by Zhu Yuanzhang after he seized Yingtian. The former was led by Li Shanchang, while the latter was headed by Liu Bowen himself. Following the founding of the Ming Dynasty, under Zhu Yuanzhang's deliberate maneuvering, the Zhidong faction rapidly ascended, occupying numerous critical positions and engaging in fierce conflicts with the Huaishi faction. Although the Zhidong faction initially held the advantage, their foundation proved too tenuous, and they ultimately fell short. Both Li Shanchang and Lu Ji retired to their hometowns, marking the conclusion of the first factional struggle during the establishment of the Ming Dynasty. However, Hu Weiyong, who succeeded Li Shanchang, was unwilling to relinquish his ambitions and harbored a grudge against Liu Bowen, who had repeatedly thwarted his rise to power, seizing any opportunity to eliminate him. It was precisely due to being framed by Hu Weiyong's minions in his hometown of Qingtian that Liu Bowen had no choice but to travel to the capital to make amends. Although Zhu Yuanzhang did not directly punish Lu Ji, he nonetheless stripped him of his salary. It became abundantly clear to Liu Bowen that being out of Zhu Yuanzhang's sight was tantamount to a death sentence, and thus he dared not return to his homeland. In order to dispel Boss Zhu's suspicions, he sought the position of a teacher at such a grand hall, spending his days secluded in the library, avoiding contact with anyone. After a long while, Lu Jifeng sighed, remarking that the so-called Zhujiang East faction no longer existed, and he had become a timid old turtle. Was there still a need for them to pursue total annihilation? Has it truly ceased to exist? Zhu Zhen countered, leaving Lu Ji momentarily speechless. Fortunately, His Highness the Prince did not press the teacher further and continued, moreover, Hu Xiang surely understands the principle of eradicating roots. You are the very foundation of the Zhujiang East faction. As long as you remain, the hope for its resurgence will never vanish. Your Highness holds me in too high regard, Liu Bowen replied. A tiger that has aged no longer bites. I am no longer the person I once was. Liu Bowen shook his head. Yet, who would dare to underestimate Liu Bowen? As long as you draw breath, Zhu Zhen said solemnly. If your Highness believes so. Then Hu Xiang undoubtedly must seek my demise, Liu Bowen laughed uncontrollably, adding nonchalantly, but as I am currently confined within my doors, it would be difficult for him to achieve his desires. Creating opportunities where none exist is Hu Xiang's forte, Zhu Zhen remarked, raising an eyebrow and saying thoughtfully, What has Hu Xiang been preoccupied with lately? Surely, you know better than I. I am not particularly informed, Liu Bowen replied, refusing to be deceived. Then allow me to offer a reminder, Zhu Zhen said gravely. My father has unresolved dilemma. At this, Liu Bowen's expression turned serious, and for the first time. He looked intently at Zhu Zhen, asking, Dacheng Marquis? Indeed, Zhu Zhen nodded, his harmless visage betraying no hint of guilt. In truth, he had no idea who the Dacheng Marquis was. Chapter 14, 6. Master Zhu, having learned from the lessons of his predecessors, strictly commanded that the eunuchs were not to interfere in politics, and that the inner palace must remain free from political influence. At a tender age, Zhu Zhen found himself surrounded solely by palace maids and eunuchs, leaving him utterly incapable of gleaning any information regarding the affairs of the court. He was not a scholar of Ming history, nor did he even qualify as a mere enthusiast. His understanding of the events and figures of the Ming Dynasty was predominantly derived from the television dramas he had watched, hence his unfamiliarity with Duke Deqing was hardly surprising. In truth, with his limited grasp of historical knowledge, he was aware of only two facts. Firstly, that in a certain year's first month, due to illness, Liu Bowen did not attend the Grand New Year Court Assembly. Hu Weiyong, under imperial orders, was sent with imperial physicians to attend to him. After taking the medicine prescribed by the imperial doctors, Liu Bowen's condition deteriorated rapidly, leading to his untimely demise. Secondly, Liu Bowen lived to the age of 65. There was no escaping the fact that Liu Bowen was exceedingly renowned. The abundance of dramas depicting his life had etched his story into Zhu Zhen's memory. When they first met, Zhu Zhen inquired about Liu Bowen's age, to which Liu Bowen replied, I have just turned 65. From these two pieces of information, it could be deduced that the first month following the New Year marked the time when Hu Weiyong orchestrated Liu Bowen's death. This was the sole fragment of insight into the celestial machinations that Zhu Zhen had discerned in advance. He subsequently embarked on a series of deductions based on this premise. Firstly, Hu Weiyong realized that confronting Liu Bowen, a figure of esteemed reputation both in court and among the populace, particularly one with profound ties to Zhu Yuanzhang, could not be resolved with haste. He required time to cultivate the groundwork, waiting for the opportune moment to strike decisively. With merely 3 months remaining until the new year, it was about time for Hu Weiyong to take action, or at the very least, to commence preparations. The only circumstance that could incite Zhu Yuanzhang to harbor ill will against a distinguished and highly respected retired official, one with whom he shared deep emotional ties, was the unresolved emotional entanglement that had persisted over the years. As for the nature of this entanglement, he was uncertain. However, he was aware that Liu Bowen undoubtedly possessed the knowledge. The wise foresee dangers before they manifest, and the sagacious avoid peril before it takes shape. Liu Bowen, renowned for his prescience, should have sensed the looming threat by now. Thus, Zhu Zhen resolved to take a gamble. Then, leveraging Liu Bowen's formidable associative capabilities, he sought the answers autonomously. Observing Liu Bowen's reaction, it appeared that he had indeed triumphed in his gamble. Unexpectedly, Liu Bowen did not press further but consented to provide a testimony if someone from Chang'an Palace inquired, albeit with the stipulation that he would only recognize them and no others. Zhu Zhen was quite satisfied with this arrangement, expressing his gratitude and preparing to take his leave. However, just as he turned to depart, he heard Liu Bowen's reminder, return and copy the code of conduct 100 times, and bring it with you tomorrow without delay. Zhu Zhen's eyes widened in disbelief. He realized that seeking someone else to write it for him would be futile. His own handwriting bore distinct marks of authenticity. Liu Bowen ruthlessly extinguished that thought. "Sir, I surely cannot complete it," Zhu Zhen lamented, his expression falling. He had been boasting. For he truly lacked the skill to write in calligraphy. According to the regulations, failure to complete this task would result in punishment, Liu Bowen reminded him. "How many strokes will that entail?" "With a single strike. Let us proceed directly." Zhu Zhen extended his chubby little hand, doubting that he would truly dare to strike. With his left hand, Liu Bowen grasped the ruler. Zhu Zhen switched to his left hand. "Your Highness, I beseech you one last time, there is still time for regret." Liu Bowen rolled up his sleeves, gripping the ruler tightly. "No regrets, sir. Proceed with your punishment." Crack. "Ouch. By heavens, you truly struck me." "Of course. I have endured your antics for far too long." Crack. "Ouch, my dear teacher, spare me, it hurts terribly." Slap, slap, slap. In the Wanan Palace. In the western chamber, under the lamp, Wang Def attended to the prince's wounds while lamenting. "This Liu is exceedingly harsh. The prince is still so young. Yet he can strike him so mercilessly. He has shown restraint." Zhu Zhen grimaced. "He has only struck me 10 times. I still owe him 90. Sighing, Wang Defa remarked. "Throughout the ages, only in our Ming Dynasty can a prince endure such punishment from his subjects." He reminisced. "I recall a certain Li Shiyan, who once struck the Prince of Chu with a pin tube, leaving him with a bruised forehead. The emperor was furious upon witnessing this and sought to hold him accountable. However, the empress intervened, stating, 'The teacher is imparting wisdom to our son. This is a noble endeavor. How can you be enraged?' Upon hearing this, the emperor calmed down, retaliated against the Prince of Chu, and granted the teacher a ruler, permitting him to punish freely henceforth." So it was, Zhu Zhen sighed, realizing he had been unwittingly wronged. Had he known the teacher possessed the imperial sword of authority, he would have thought twice before being so obstinate. Yet now that he had endured the reprimand, he could only be more cautious in the future. The Prince of Chu possesses such magnanimity. Damn it, I shall repay this in due time. Zhu Zhen muttered under his breath, finally recalling the matter at hand. By the way, who is the Duke of Diqing? His name is Liu Yangzhang. The late Duke of Yun's younger brother, Liu Yunwen, Wang Defa replied softly. "Oh, it is he," Zhu Zhen exclaimed, slapping his forehead. He was indeed familiar with the man. Renowned for his prowess. The precursor to the Ming Navy, the Chao Lake Navy, was established by the brothers Liu Yunwen and Liu Yongzhong. Following Liu Yongwen's demise at the hands of Zhang Shicheng, Liu Yongzhong became the leader of the Chao Lake Navy, known for his valor and remarkable achievements. Ranking among the elite in the illustrious Ming Dynasty, surpassed only by Su Chong and another. Emperor Zhu Yuanzhang himself inscribed the plaque, "Meritorious beyond peers, wisdom surpassing armies," which hung at his doorstep to honor his extraordinary contributions. Some may wonder why, despite such accolades, he was merely a duke and not granted the title of prince. This is attributed to a well-known dark chapter in his history. Before the establishment of the Ming Dynasty, Zhu Yuanzhang dispatched him to Chuzhou to welcome the nominal emperor, the young Ming Wang Han Liner. Unfortunately, their vessel capsized en route, resulting in the drowning of the young emperor. While Liu Yongzhong emerged unscathed, Zhu Yuanzhang, holding Liu responsible, declared during the grand conferment of titles, "Liu Yongzhong has rendered immense service and is indeed an exceptional man. However, he sent a scholar close to him to discern my intentions, hence I grant him the title of duke but not prince. Moreover, the astute Zhu inscribed this very statement on the death exemption iron certificate he bestowed upon Liu Yongzhong. Truly, Zhu was skilled at creating vexations for others. Thus, this encapsulates Zhu Zhen's entire impression of Liu Yongzhong. Indeed, Liu Yongzhong was the first esteemed minister to be eliminated by Boss Zhu. As Zhu Zhen recalled the 3 characters to Qing Ho, he could not help but ponder the unpleasant expression on Liu Bowen's face. Could it be that Liu Yongzhong's case would implicate Liu Bowen? Or perhaps, the elimination of Liu Yongzhong was merely a pretext, ultimately aimed at Liu Bowen himself? Yet, the scant knowledge he possessed was insufficient to pierce through the mist of history and unveil the truth of the events. He could only hope to find an informed individual soon to enlighten him. Regardless, Liu Ji had rendered him significant assistance this time. Each matter must be addressed appropriately. And gratitude was indeed in order. The following day, during the intermission, Zhu Zhen returned to the eastern room of the library with a carefully prepared small gift. It was the Dai mirror. Liu Ji opened the exquisite sandalwood box to reveal a pair of tortoiseshell-framed glasses with lenses made of East China crystal. The Dai mirror refers to reading glasses that originated in the Song Dynasty. Though not particularly rare in the palace, they were typically single-lens, handheld magnifiers. which proved rather inconvenient. However, the pair Lu Ji observed was equipped with double lenses and a frame, even featuring nose pads, remarkably similar to modern spectacles. Indeed, did not the gentleman mention his significant difficulty with his eyesight? Noticing the single-lens glasses in the palace, Zhu Zhen had thought to combine two lenses into a single pair for experimentation. Zhu Zhen chuckled, expressing surprise at the swiftness of the artisan who crafted these jade glasses, completed in just 2 days. Lu Ji thought, under your father's supervision. Who would dare to slacken their efforts? He tried them on and found them exceedingly convenient, so much so that he nearly forgot their presence while reading. Liu Bowen could not help but lavish praise, commending the prince's unparalleled ingenuity. How delightful it is to see you pleased, Zhu Zhen replied joyfully, recognizing that such a thoughtful gift would significantly bridge the gap between them. Your lifelong integrity and uprightness have compelled you to make an exception and tell a fib on my behalf. I am truly grateful. I have not told a lie, Liu Bowen replied languidly. Zhu Zhen was taken aback. What do you mean, sir? My meaning is this, Liu Bowen stated, removing his glasses and smiling faintly. I indeed witnessed the moment when Prince Chi pushed you into the water. This. Zhu Zhen was stunned. But did you not say you did not see it? The old man's memory is not what it once was. It is quite reasonable that I did not recall it at first, Liu Bowen replied nonchalantly, carefully placing the glasses back into their case and tucking them into his sleeve, as if fearing Zhu Zhen might snatch them away. And what made you remember now? Zhu Zhen inquired, his breath growing heavier. Perhaps it was your profoundly filial heart that moved me, Liu Bowen laughed heartily. Moreover, Prince Chi ought to learn a lesson. Zhu Zhen felt a surge of frustration. Indeed, the elder was as cunning as a seasoned fox, and it appeared that the old gentleman had been toying with him all along. Liu Bowen seemed to relish witnessing Zhu Zhen's discomposure, observing him for a while before offering some consolation. Of course, your performance has also earned my respect. After a pause, he added with a knowing tone, I find myself somewhat hopeful. Perhaps you might truly save my life one day. Such devious cunning, Zhu Zhen scoffed. With such praise from Liu Bowen, he felt a surge of relief. Indeed, the other party is the embodiment of wisdom, Liu Bowen himself. How could a mere child compete with him? Well, there is no shame in that. Chapter 15. The life of Zhu Biao as a scholar. Zhu Yuanzhang's rise from humble beginnings to establish a monumental legacy was undoubtedly a result of divine favor. Yet it was equally attributable to his relentless self-improvement. Even after ascending to the throne, Zhu Biao remained unwavering in his dedication, rising promptly at the break of dawn, around 4 o'clock, to begin his day. After his morning ablutions, he would engage in reviewing memorials to awaken his mind. Following this, he devoted half an hour to his morning lessons. Despite his illiterate background, he placed immense value on education, diligently pursuing knowledge each day. His learning primarily consisted of listening to scholars such as Song Lian, who would articulate the texts in vernacular for his comprehension, allowing him to absorb knowledge while enjoying his breakfast. Occasionally, he would seize the opportunity to peruse memorials, contemplating the potential reprimands to dispense during the morning court session. Subsequently, he would ride to the Fengdiangwen Gate to attend the morning court. After the session concluded, Zhu Biao would promptly proceed to the Wuying Hall to convene with relevant ministers. Reflecting on the discussions of the morning court, he sought their insights to refine his decisions and issue final decrees. With the dynasty newly established and the realm still unsettled, the discussions of state affairs were as vast as the ocean, often leaving little time for lunch. Zhu Biao and his ministers would engage in discussions while nibbling on snacks to stave off hunger. Even as the afternoon sun began to wane, Zhu Biao maintained an upright posture on the dragon throne, his voice resonant and commanding, betraying no hint of fatigue. His right chancellor, Hu Weiyong, though younger and seemingly vigorous, appeared utterly drained by the relentless pace of the day. After a bout of dizziness, Hu could not help but reflect on the differences between their youth. He had once tended cattle, a far cry from the present demands. A shaft of golden light streamed through the hall's lattice windows, bathing the emperor in an ethereal glow, rendering Zhu Biao almost divine, akin to an unapproachable deity. Young Hu, what is your perspective on General Su's memorial? Zhu Biao inquired, his voice imbued with the dialect of Fengyang. Hu Weiyong's heart raced, and he quickly suppressed any hint of irreverence, responding respectfully, Your Majesty, the general's assertion that insufficient military provisions have delayed the northern expedition holds true. He prostrated himself, humbly acknowledging his shortcomings. The Secretariat has failed in its duties, disappointing Your Majesty, the general, and the troops. I am deeply ashamed and request Your Majesty's judgment upon me. Enough of your frivolous lamentations. We must understand why the Kaizhong method has faltered. Was it not robust at the outset? How is it that, after only a few years, it has become as insubstantial as a hollow artifact? Zhu Yuanzhang questioned. Hu Weiyong wiped his brow and seized the moment to gather his thoughts. The so-called Kaizhong method was instituted in the third year of Hongwu, necessitated by the urgent demand for military provisions for the northern campaign against the Mongols, which the government's transport capabilities could not meet. The then provincial councillor of Shaanxi, Yang Xian, proposed allowing merchants to supply grain in exchange for salt permits, a practice termed Kaizhong. Once implemented, it yielded remarkable results, swiftly alleviating the logistical challenges faced by the Northern Army while easing the burden on the populace. Consequently, in the fourth year of Hongwu, the court established regulations for salt trade nationwide, promoting the Kaizhong method, which similarly produced immediate benefits. However, merely 3 years have elapsed, and the merchants' grain shipments to the border have plummeted by half. Even the court's decision to increase the salt quota has proven futile. Zhu Yuanzhang is deeply troubled by this. It marks the third occasion in half a year that he has inquired about the matter. In response to the higher authority, I had discreetly instructed the Ministry of Justice back in April to dispatch capable individuals to investigate this issue clandestinely. Oh, have you made any progress? Zhu Yuanzhang's eyes brightened, confident that Xiaohu would not speak idly. Indeed. Then why do you remain silent? Due to the depth of the matter. I dared not act recklessly, Hu Weiyong replied solemnly. Who do you intend to protect, you toothless one? Zhu's tone turned ominous. I dare not. I merely fear disappointing your trust and wish to present a solid case before reporting back. Hu Weiyong's lips twitched. Four-toothless one is a colloquial term from Fengyang referring to one missing a tooth. He had lost a front tooth in a brawl with Yang Xian when he first entered the Central Secretariat, leading to a slight lisp. Speak now. Zhu Yuanzhang had little patience for delays. It appears, Your Excellency, Hu Weiyong straightened his posture, seemingly resolved to report. As the saying goes, the world is bustling for profit. People hustle for gain. The policy was initially effective because merchants profited from salt quotas that exceeded the costs of transporting grain to the border. Naturally, they flocked to it. You mean to say that merchants can no longer profit? Zhu's perceptiveness remained sharp as ever. Indeed, your wisdom is unparalleled. This is the crux of the issue. Hu Weiyong replied gravely. Currently, merchants find themselves unable to earn profits and may even incur losses, which naturally dampens their enthusiasm for transporting grain, hence the general shortage of supplies. But what has caused the shift from profit to loss? The rampant smuggling of private salt has rendered the legitimate salt trade a losing endeavor. Smuggling private salt? Zhu Yuanzhang's tone grew increasingly irate. His former nemesis, Zhang Shicheng, had risen to power through smuggling. Thus, Zhu remained highly vigilant towards those unscrupulous salt smugglers. Well-funded and backed by numerous henchmen, we have repeatedly reinforced the laws against illicit salt trade, declaring that offenders shall be executed. After several years of relative calm, how has this resurgence occurred? Indeed, there are those who not only dare to engage in it but do so with audacity. Hu Weiyong lamented. According to the investigations by the Ministry of Justice, since the 5th year of Hongwu, instances of private salt smuggling have emerged in provinces such as Jiangsu, Zhejiang, Hubei, Shandong, Hunan, and Shaanxi. In just over 2 years, this issue has spread like wildfire, with a scale that has become alarmingly vast. My heavens! Over such a prolonged period in such an extensive area, what have the provincial inspectors and salt officials been doing? Why have they not investigated or reported this? Zhu Yuanzhang seethed with rage. Indeed, I too found it perplexing that no word had reached us prior. Hu Weiyong hastily bowed his head. Upon investigation, it has come to light that the smuggling syndicates are significantly powerful, with connections to local officials beyond our reach. Who possesses such formidable influence? Speak, and let us see if we will be taken aback. Zhu Yuanzhang's voice dripped with menace. It is the Duke of Diqing and his naval forces. Hu Weiyong raised his voice. They remain incorrigible, reverting to their old ways, taking advantage of their control over the waters of the Ming Dynasty. They brazenly transport Huai salt to and fro, then openly sell it in various locales through family servants. The authorities dare to inquire, only to be met with threats and intimidation. Those who dare to resist are directly silenced. Does Xiao Liao not wish to live? Upon hearing this, Zhu Yuanzhang, instead, calmed down, his gaze turning icy as he looked at Hu Weiyong, and inquired softly, I have already bestowed upon him wealth and honor. What more does he seek through the illicit salt trade? My humble minister has heard that the Duke of Diqing, feeling overly accomplished, often harbors dissatisfaction, speaking disrespectfully. Hu Weiyong realized he must deliver a heavy blow and gritted his teeth. He even dares to employ the dragon and phoenix motif, exceeding the bounds of propriety. The implication was unmistakable. Liu Yuanzhang yearns to taste the experience of being an emperor. Ha ha ha. Zhu Yuanzhang chuckled upon hearing this, his laughter chilling. He glanced at the crown prince beside him and asked, Biao, do you believe Liu Yuanzhang intends to rebel? The son expresses skepticism. Zhu Biao shook his head gently and replied, these uncles might not fully grasp the rules, but their loyalty to the emperor cannot be doubted. Nor do they possess the audacity to conspire against him. Despite being merely 20, the crown prince displayed considerable wisdom. His words not only dispelled Zhu Yuanzhang's suspicions but also exonerated Liu Yuanzhang, while subtly admonishing the slanderous Hu Weiyong. A trifecta of benefits, indeed. Haha, indeed. Liao would not dare to rebel against us. However, should he truly engage in the salt trade, he shall not be spared. Zhu Yuanzhang nodded in satisfaction. Casting a sidelong glance at Hu Weiyong, what nonsense has he spewed? The Duke of Duching often claims that his great achievements in quelling the three kingdoms warrant more than a mere marquis title, deeming it utterly humiliating. Yet Hu Weiyong remained undeterred, continuing to fan the flames. Why grant him a marquis title when the iron certificate states it clearly? Zhu Yuanzhang, feeling vexed, adjusted his jade belt. Even if Liu Yuanzhang is illiterate, wouldn't he find someone to read it for him? The Duke of Duching certainly knows the reason. Yet he remains unsatisfied. Finally, Hu Weiyong wielded his trump card. I have heard that he has spoken inebriatedly more than once, claiming that he was initially hinted at ascending to a higher position and was urged to act against the young Ming monarch, only to be met with betrayal upon his return, bearing the blame. What utter drivel! The ever-unpredictable Zhu Yuanzhang finally kicked over the imperial desk. The scholarly implements and official documents scattered across the floor in disarray. Hu Weiyong hurriedly lowered his head, yet a smirk flickered at the corner of his mouth. He knew Liu Yuanzhang was doomed. Chapter 16. The Death of Prince Ming. The dragon possesses a scale that, if touched, brings about death. For Zhu Yuanzhang, that scale is the death of Prince Ming, an indelible stain upon his honor. Although Zhu Yuanzhang never truly served Prince Ming, he nonetheless attracted the primary forces of the Yuan dynasty for over a decade, allowing Zhu to flourish and grow in power. Moreover, he was, in name, a subject of Prince Ming, and there can be no doubt about this. Thus, on the eve of the founding of the nation, calamity struck, and Prince Ming met his unfortunate demise. This is akin to having mud fall into one's trousers. Though it may not be excrement, it carries the same essence. Regardless of whether Zhu Yuanzhang orchestrated Prince Ming's death, he could not absolve himself of responsibility. Initially, Zhu Yuanzhang aimed to expel the Mongols and restore the glory of China, claiming, my ascent to power is just, unparalleled through the ages. Yet, the existence of this blemish tarnished his path to greatness, filling him with an irrepressible regret that would haunt his nights, leaving him restless and causing him to stutter in moments of bravado, much like a plant that bifurcates when nurtured. Thus, he sought to cover up his indiscretions while the involved parties dared to speak recklessly, provoking the already irascible Zhu Yuanzhang to lose his temper. Let me reiterate, the assassination of Prince Ming was not my intent. It was Yang Xian who misinterpreted my will and incited Liu Yuanzhang to act. Zhu Yuanzhang, in an uncharacteristic self-defense, asserted, Yang Xian's true nature has been laid bare. How could young Liao still heed his deceit? For Yang Xian had informed the Duke of Duching that he was merely a mouthpiece for Mr. Liu, and thus, Hu Weiyong's calm response echoed. Zhu Yuanzhang was momentarily stunned. In the Wuying Hall, long after Hu Weiyong had taken his leave, Zhu Yuanzhang remained transfixed upon the dragon throne, lost in thought. A mouthpiece, indeed, what a mouthpiece, what a Mr. Liu. Father, one must not rely solely on Hu Xiang's words. Hearing Zhu Yuanzhang's soliloquy, the crown prince hastily interjected, Mr. Liu is upright and honorable. He would not act so recklessly. Child, you underestimate Liu Bowen, Zhu Yuanzhang countered, shaking his head. This so-called son of heaven was, in fact, prouder than Han Xian and even more ruthless than Shen Ping in his prime. This revelation was unbeknownst to his son. Liu, born of a distinguished lineage, was among the 4 great talents of Jiangnan and a successful candidate in the previous Yuan imperial examination. Ah, how could I forget? That same examination saw Li Shanchang among the candidates, though he ultimately failed to pass. As memories flooded back, Zhu Yuanzhang's voice softened. Ah, so your uncle Li has always felt somewhat inferior in his presence. Though he has maintained civility with old Li, he secretly looks down upon the Duke of Han. With a self-deprecating smile, Zhu Yuanzhang continued, in truth, he harbors little regard for us. Believing that Zhu Chongba is nothing remarkable, merely a peasant who tended cattle and once lived as a monk, scraping by. What do you truly understand beyond fighting and killing? Thus, when Zhu Yuanzhang had invited him multiple times to join, Liu Bowen had consistently declined. Only in Zhu's exasperation, when a grand sword was sent to him, did Liu finally acquiesce and come to Yingtian. Having served in the Yuan Dynasty, persuading him to join the righteous army was indeed a formidable task. Zhu Biao cautiously spoke on behalf of Liu Ji, saying, however, after he entered the court, he devoted himself to advising His Majesty, exhausting his energies, maintaining integrity and rectitude in his official duties, living up to the 3 visits of the emperor to the humble abode. Yet, he has never shown deference to us. Zhu Yuanzhang suddenly raised his voice, then lamented, his heart has never been entrusted to us, let alone to a mere child like the young Ming king. In the 8th year of the Longfeng era, Wang Baobao marched south to Idu, decisively defeating Lu Fuzhong. The following year, Zhang Shiqing took advantage of the chaos, besieging the young Ming king in Anfeng, leading to prolonged starvation among the citizens. Thus, they sent emissaries to seek our aid. Liu Bowen resolutely opposed, stating that we were already weaker than Qinyuyang. Dividing our forces for rescue would merely create enemies on 2 fronts, allowing Qinyuyang to attack us as well. Zhu Yuanzhang sighed again. Moreover, if we were to rescue the young Ming king, where would we place him afterward? After saying this, he rubbed his face with his hands and sighed. At that time, I believed myself to be a man of distinction, unwilling to follow the likes of General Ping or Sun Daya, and thus I disregarded their counsel, nearly leading to our complete downfall. Zhu Biao involuntarily nodded. At the age of 9, he vividly remembered those harrowing times. He recalled how, after his father personally dispatched troops to aid Anfeng, Qinyuyang indeed came in full force. Had it not been for his cousin Zhu Wenjin, who performed miracles in Hongdu, holding back Qinyuyang's 600,000 troops with merely 20,000 for 85 days, the capital would surely have fallen, and the Ming Dynasty might never have been established. However, Zhu Yuanzhang was not reminiscing about the Battle of Hongdu, but rather discussing Liu Bowen. He spoke solemnly. After rescuing the young Ming king, we initially planned to settle him in Yingtian, with many civil and military officials suggesting we establish his court in the Ministry of Rights. But Mr. Liu became furious, vehemently opposing, saying he is merely a shepherd boy. What value is there in venerating him? When I privately inquired about his outburst, he made me realize for the first time what it means to follow the will of the people and the destiny of heaven, and what it means that heaven has but one son, and a nation has but one ruler. Alas, I came to understand how naive my thoughts were. Thus, I settled the young Ming king in Chuzhou, constructing a palace for him, replacing his attendants with my own loyalists, raising him like a pet bird. Zhu Yuanzhang let out a long sigh for the 3rd time. Mr. Liu has consistently held such a stance towards the young Ming king, and whenever his views diverged from ours, he often proved to be correct afterward. Zhu Biao was filled with astonishment. This was the first time his father had recounted these matters to him. Even upon hearing these past events, he felt that Liu Bowen possessed both the motive and the audacity to incite Liao Yongzhong to eliminate the young Ming king. He also noticed that his father, unconsciously, had reverted to addressing Liu Bowen as Mr. Liu. By this time, dusk had fallen, the setting sun casting a crimson hue across the Wuying Hall. Biao. After a moment of silence, Zhu Yuanzhang suddenly asked, somewhat nervously, do you also think that the young Ming king was ordered to be killed by us? The son had never entertained such a notion. Zhu Biao shook his head. Why? Zhu Yuanzhang fixed his gaze upon his beloved eldest son. Because the son trusts his father, and the father has never deceived his child. Zhu Biao responded with a perfect answer. If father says no, then it is indeed no. Ha ha. You little rascal have also learned to be clever. Upon hearing this, Zhu Yuanzhang burst into hearty laughter, alleviating much of the gloom within him. Indeed, we have none. He rose from his dragon throne and stepped out of the shadows of dusk, standing proudly on the elevated platform with hands clasped behind his back. With a commanding voice, he declared, we have long established the protocols, and I have already instructed Song Lian to prepare for the abdication ceremony, ensuring a dignified and amicable transition to the throne. Otherwise, why would I have sent young Liao to fetch him? Would it not be far more dignified for him to pass away in Chuzhou than to meet a disgraceful Indik Wabu? This is indeed the case. Zhu Biao nodded, sighing. I cannot fathom what those people are truly thinking. This is not about seeking merit. It is about placing the sovereign in an unjust position. Haha, Biao, you are still too naive. Zhu Yuanzhang scoffed dismissively, stroking his dark mustache. Do they truly seek to claim merit? They dare to commit such a grave offense solely for their own interests. Who are they? We have already made it clear on the Iron Edict given to young Liao. Confucian scholars? Upon uttering these two words, Zhu Biao's mind became clear, and he realized the Eastern Zhujiang faction. Chapter 17. The Heart of a Tiger. The mind of a man in the tumultuous era at the end of the Yuan dynasty. The Huaishi region suffered greatly. Food was scarce, let alone the luxury of education. Thus, among the band of Huaishi brothers who revolted alongside Zhu Yuanzhang, aside from the likes of Li Shanchang and Wang Guangyang, who hailed from landowning families, the majority were illiterate commoners. In contrast, the faction from Eastern Zhujiang was markedly different. Zhujiang, being affluent and culturally vibrant, boasted a multitude of scholars. When Zhu Yuanzhang took control of Yingtian and established himself as a local warlord, he began to extend invitations to the esteemed figures of Zhujiang to join his court. Zhu Biao recognized that these so-called scholars inherently looked down upon the peasant army, yet they dared not express their disdain openly as they depended on Zhu Yuanzhang for their livelihood. However, when it came to figures like Lu Fushun, Han Liner, and Chun Yuliang, they showed no restraint, labeling them with derisive terms such as demonic and bandit, indulging in their contempt. But why did they act thus? Even if they held disdain for the young Ming king, they should have realized that the emperor's invitation to Yingtian was merely a formality. Zhu Biao was increasingly perplexed and inquired, "In the end, the one who will ascend the throne is undoubtedly my father. What difference does it make if the young Ming king lives or dies?" "It makes a significant difference," Zhu Yuanzhang asserted firmly. "My son, you are naive. It is only natural that you struggle to comprehend this. Even I, your father, only grasped its significance later." Zhu Yuanzhang comforted his son briefly before gritting his teeth and uttering two words: legal legitimacy. Understanding dawned upon Zhu Biao. The young Ming king, Han Liner, claimed to be a ninth-generation descendant of Emperor Huizong of the Song dynasty, establishing a national title of Song and adhering to the Southern Song's legitimacy. Should Zhu Yuanzhang accept Han Liner's abdication, it would signify that the Ming Dynasty inherited the legal lineage of the Song. Consequently, the Yuan Dynasty, which had overthrown the Song, would be deemed a usurper regime. For the brothers from Huaishi who had risen alongside Zhu Yuanzhang in rebellion, the distinction was minimal. They were all rebelling against the Yuan and serving in the Ming. However, for the faction from Eastern Zhujiang, the difference was profound. As they were scholars, they were not mere commoners. Many had either attained degrees in the previous Yuan dynasty or held official positions, or at the very least, had familial ties to Yuan officials. If the Yuan were declared a usurper regime, everything they had held in pride during their earlier years would transform into an indelible mark of disgrace. Even for the sake of their own reputations, they could not allow such a fate to befall them. Furthermore, without proper legitimacy, words lack persuasion. Without persuasive speech, endeavors cannot succeed. Should they bear the stigma of being former officials of a usurper regime, not only would their prospects in the Ming be utterly extinguished, but they would also live in constant fear of retribution. Thus, in a desperate gamble, they eliminated the young Ming king and framed Zhu Yuanzhang, rendering him unable to claim Han Song's legal legitimacy and compelling him to acknowledge the Yuan's legitimacy, the very regime responsible for the demise of his entire family. One can only imagine the extent of Zhu Yuanzhang's frustration. Though this was merely the perspective of the emperor, not necessarily the entire truth. It left Zhu Biao drenched in cold sweat, his countenance as pale as death. They had fallen into their trap, taking years to comprehend the reality, and regrettably, it was too late. He had previously believed that this scheme was orchestrated by Yang Xian, with no ties to Mr. Liu. Zhu Yuanzhang grimly remarked, upon reflection, "It seems we may have been overly optimistic." Liu Bowen was not only the mentor and benefactor of Yang Xian, but also the leader of the Eastern Zhujiang faction. He was like tofu fallen into a pile of ash, impossible to cleanse. One should not heed Hu Xiang's one-sided account. Zhu Biao hastily interjected, "Father has known Mr. Liu for many years and is aware of his integrity. He does not tread upon crooked paths. A man of his character, who holds differing views from the emperor, would simply resign and leave rather than conspire in any nefarious activities behind His Majesty's back." Zhu Yuanzhang snorted, yet ultimately dismissed the thought of apprehending Liu Bowen for interrogation. "Very well, let us refrain from acting against Mr. Liu for now. We shall first question Xiao Liao." After a moment's contemplation, he instructed the Crown Prince, "Direct the Ministry of Justice and the Grand Court to reinvestigate the private salt case. You shall personally oversee this. Exercise caution and do not allow the Central Secretariat to deceive you." "Yes, Father," Zhu Biao swiftly acknowledged the command. Alas, I should never have heeded Liu Ji's counsel. If I had not disbanded the inspectors, would we be mired in such troubles? Zhu Yuanzhang lamented, feeling once again ensnared by Liu's machinations. He suddenly contemplated emulating the Northern Song's Imperial City Division, establishing a secret organization solely at his service, thus avoiding continual deception by his subordinates. However, the gravity of the matter weighed heavily upon him, for all officials, regardless of rank or allegiance, vehemently opposed the politics of espionage. The previous inspectors had been ousted during the major governmental reform, a maneuver orchestrated by them under the guise of nation-building. What is this nonsense about punishing wrongdoers to uphold fairness? Such lofty ideals. They merely wish to blindfold us and stuff our ears, facilitating their unscrupulous deeds outside. Zhu Yuanzhang muttered in indignation. Father, the law is a shared foundation between the emperor and the realm. It is the bedrock of eternity. One cannot forsake the law for convenience. Zhu Biao sensed the brewing danger and hastily advised. What are you fretting about? Is this not something you support? How can we succeed? Zhu Yuanzhang glared at the crown prince, realizing that this matter required careful deliberation. The crown prince, however, misinterpreted his father's hesitation as a retreat and quickly sought to placate him. Father, what troubles you? Allow me to soothe your discomfort. We are not troubled. We are merely irritated. Go back and rest. Zhu Yuanzhang waved his hand dismissively, returning to his desk, where he could still review a stack of memorials before dinner. Whenever he felt perturbed, he threw himself into work as a means of coping. Once settled, he noticed the crown prince approaching with a rather obsequious demeanor. Is there something else? Zhu Yuanzhang asked irritably, taking a sip of tea. Father, it seems that consort Ding has softened her stance, has she not? The crown prince, standing behind him, began to massage Zhu Yuanzhang's back. Look at consort Chong, do you not think? You are quite well informed, Zhu Yuanzhang replied, enjoying a brief moment of relaxation as he slightly closed his eyes. He felt no disquiet over his son's inquiries regarding the affairs of the harem. And what of the left side? Did Lulu inform you? Not at all. This morning on my way to school, he mentioned that he had kneeled and wept for a long time at Changyang Palace, which finally softened consort Ding's heart, leading her to agree to speak with you. To the left, yes, exert yourself. Zhu Yuanzhang hummed with a heavy nasal tone. I never noticed that this little simpleton possesses a filial heart. At least he is not entirely useless. Father, do not look down upon others. Xiaolu is merely late to mature. He has grown considerably and has become quite sensible recently. Zhu Biao hurriedly defended Zhu Zhen. Spouting nonsense. Just a few days ago, he fell into the water. And yesterday he frightened the 7th prince so badly that he wet his pants. Does he seem sensible to you? Zhu Yuanzhang retorted, amused yet scolding. Just as I was about to pour out my grievances and give him a proper lesson, he added. Zhu Biao found himself momentarily at a loss for words. With a grin, he shifted the topic. Let us set those matters aside for now. Hurry and write the decree. Xiaolu is still waiting. What? Zhu Yuanzhang feigned ignorance, though he was well aware. The amnesty decree, Zhu Biao urged. Father, you must keep your word. His face flushed with urgency. Would your father dare to renege? Zhu Yuanzhang playfully threw a light punch at his son, then pointed to the folded sheet of hard yellow paper with a dragon motif on the desk. It has already been prepared. If you are in such a hurry, take it. Before he could finish the word go, Zhu Biao had already drawn the decree from his collar and unfolded it, his face lighting up with joy. Your humble son thanks you for your grace on behalf of the 6th brother. I shall take my leave now. With that, he clutched the decree and dashed away. Don't rush. I haven't finished scratching yet. Observing the prince's silhouette vanish into the dusk, Zhu Yuanzhang sighed in resignation. He could only grumble as he picked up the jade ruby from the imperial desk, scratching himself while reviewing the memorials. To avoid being scrutinized, he forbade the eunuchs and court attendants from coming near while he examined the documents. In the main hall at the end of the school day, Zhu Zhen had just exited the Wenhua Gate with his 2 elder brothers when he encountered the panting crown prince. Old Liu. Zhu Biao gasped, shaking the yellow paper in his hand. Brother, this is... Zhu Zhen's excitement surged, tears streaming down his youthful cheeks. Unbeknownst to him, as his soul fully integrated, he had unconsciously come to regard consort Hu Chong as his own mother. Indeed, it is what you desired. Zhu Biao beamed as he handed the decree to Zhu Zhen. Let me see. But Zhu Di snatched it away, and upon unfolding it, he burst into laughter. Marvelous, old Liu. Your mother can return to the palace. With that, he grasped Zhu Zhen's hand and pulled him toward the inner annal hall. His long legs moved swiftly, and Zhu Zhen, with his short stature, struggled to keep up, nearly stumbling after just a few steps. Zhu Di, in a burst of enthusiasm, scooped him up onto his back and dashed off. Zhu Zhen was bewildered. Why was the fourth brother even more excited than himself? However, his elder brothers were not surprised. Zhu Biao looked at Zhu Di with eyes full of affection, while Zhu Ling's eyes reddened as he turned his gaze toward the vibrant evening sky. Determined not to let the tears fall. In his heart, he recalled a poem by Letian, "The kind crow lost her mother, croaking mournfully. Day and night she does not fly away, guarding the old forest for years. Night after night she cries at midnight. Those who hear her move to tears. Her voice seems to convey a message, unfulfilled in her heart's longing. Do not all birds have mothers? Why then, do you alone lament so deeply? It should be that a mother's kindness is profound, rendering you unable to bear the sorrow." Chapter 18. Mother. The sheepfold corridor is situated outside the Xuanwu Gate, nestled between the northern gate. It serves as a passageway between the imperial city and the palace, flanked on both sides by towering palace walls. Given that this area is designated for the royal sheep, it is aptly named the sheepfold corridor. On the western wall of the corridor, there exists an inconspicuous doorway, leading to the cold palace that is whispered about in hushed tones, known as the Inner Annal Hall, a place from which no one is permitted to exit. Zhu Di, carrying Zhu Zheng on his back, hurriedly traversed layer upon layer of palace gates, finally placing him down at this location before rapping insistently on the closed palace door. "Open the door, quickly." His familiarity with the place left Zhu Zheng momentarily stunned. Were it not for the knowledge that the Inner Annal Hall was exclusively occupied by women, he might have doubted whether his fourth brother had also been consigned there. With no one stationed outside, the sheepfold corridor lay desolate, save for Zhu Di's urgent knocking echoing through the stillness. "Open the door, open the door." After a considerable wait, a voice finally emerged from within. "Who goes there? Do you know where you are?" A coarse female voice inquired. "I am the Prince of Yan, here to convey an edict and retrieve someone alongside the Prince of Chu. Do not delay in opening the door." "Your Highness, is that true?" came the incredulous murmur from within. "Are you fools? Who would dare impersonate a prince within the Forbidden City?" After a prolonged moment, the grand door creaked open just a crack, revealing a middle-aged female official clad in a blue skirt and a green overcoat. Upon seeing the two princes adorned in their dragon robes, she hastily knelt, introducing herself as Niu, the chief steward of the Inner Annal Hall. The two princes, indifferent to her presence, attempted to enter. "Please, your highnesses, wait," Niu interjected, rising to block their path. "You must first declare the edict before entering." Declare. Zhu Di, growing impatient, rifled through his sleeves, suddenly changing expression as he began to search frantically about his person. "Where is the edict? I cannot find it. Did it fall along the way?" Zhu Zheng, equally flustered, joined in the search. Just then, their elder brother appeared behind them, holding the edict. "Ah, brother, you found it." Zhu Di's face flushed with embarrassment. Yet he felt a wave of relief wash over him. "I must have dropped it en route." As he reached for it, the crown prince withheld it, instead passing it to Zhu Zheng. "You shall declare it, sixth brother." "Yes, elder brother," Zhu Zheng replied, swiftly accepting the document with both hands. Taking a deep breath, he opened it, relieved to find it written in straightforward language, devoid of any unfamiliar characters. Niu quickly swung open the main door, accompanied by several subordinates who knelt to await the decree. The edict for the Inner Annal Hall states that the period of reflection for the consort, who has concluded, and she may return to the palace. You are to escort her back promptly, as commanded. We shall faithfully execute the edict." Niu responded loudly, accepting the decree with both hands. After verifying its accuracy, she rose and respectfully stated, "Your Highnesses, please proceed inside." Zhu Zheng quickly stepped inside, but Zhu Di was halted by his elder brother. "I understand your urgency, but please remain patient," Zhu Biao gently advised as he adjusted Zhu Di's collar. "Let us not intrude upon this reunion of mother and son." "Indeed, fourth brother, the sixth is the true protagonist of today," Zhu Yuan chimed in softly. "Yes, I have been too eager for the spotlight." Zhu Di nodded in sudden realization, a sheepish smile gracing his lips. It is truly wonderful that the sixth brother can reunite with his mother and rescue her from the cold palace. The mere thought of the two of them embracing in tears brought a lump to his throat, compelling him to divert his gaze towards the corner of the wall. Under the guidance of Niu Xijing, Zhu Zhen hastened deeper into the inner sanctum. To his surprise, the Annal Hall was quite expansive. Courtyards interconnected in a series of intricate designs. Since the Forbidden City had only recently been completed, this cold palace bore a fresh appearance as well. The red walls and yellow tiles, adorned with bracketed eaves, seemed no different from the inner palace. Yet, the pervasive scent of medicine and the intermittent sounds of coughs and moans emanating from within the chambers filled Zhu Zhen with unease. "Is my mother well?" Prince Chu inquired in a hushed tone. "Of course, the lady is fine. It's just that." Niu Shanggong indicated towards the innermost courtyard, hesitating before continuing. "Ah, the lady is inside. You should see for yourself, Your Highness." At that moment, Zhu Zhen felt as though his heart had been gripped tightly in a vice. What could possibly have transpired with his mother? Had she gone mad? Lost her senses? Or perhaps been subjected to bullying by the servants? Was she being forced to scrub toilets? The grim fates of protagonists from palace dramas flashed before his eyes, suffocating him with dread. He hurriedly advanced towards the small courtyard. And upon arrival, he could hear the raucous laughter of women within. Sisters' cheers. 8 steeds. It appeared they were engaged in a drinking game. A surge of anger ignited within Zhu Zhen. Their audacity was intolerable. His mother had merely been relegated to the cold palace. She had not been dethroned. She was still the esteemed imperial consort. How dared they behave so brazenly, drinking before her even as the sun had not yet set? Truly, a tiger fallen to the ground is bullied by dogs. A phoenix stripped of its feathers is no better than a mere chicken. He was determined to teach them a lesson and avenge his motheress' honor. With a forceful push, he swung the door open, ready to rebuke these insolent servants. Yet, his voice caught in his throat, as if an egg had lodged itself there, leaving him speechless and wide-eyed. Prince Chu stood there, dumbfounded. He had envisioned numerous scenarios for this reunion, some involving tearful embraces and heart-wrenching sorrow. Even imagining how he would unleash his fury upon those who dared to mistreat his mother. Yet, he could never have anticipated this scene. In the meticulously cleaned courtyard, a glowing charcoal stove was lit, with food roasting atop and yellow wine warming beside it. Several women in palace attire were gathered around the stove, partaking in drink and games. While this was not entirely unexpected given the noise he had heard, the true shock lay in the sight of the stunning beauty seated in the honored position, his mother, the imperial consort, who was supposed to be suffering in the cold palace. There she was, with her skirts hiked high, one leg resting upon a stool, a wine bowl in her left hand, and her right hand playfully gesturing as if to signalate. 5 champions, she exclaimed, calling out the drinking game. Upon noticing him, her expression froze, mirroring the actions of the female official beside her, who, unlike her, added a middle finger to the gesture. 666. Haha, I win. Your Highness, you drink. Yet, the lady appeared as if immobilized by a spell, her face adorned with an unmistakably awkward drunkenness. Son, my dear son. Yet, in an instant, Empress Chong became agitated once more. Mother, I have come to fetch you. Zhu Zhen forced himself to disregard the scattered bones of chickens and ducks, along with the remnants of fruits and vegetables, and sought to reclaim the excitement of their reunion. The several female officials accompanying Empress Chong awakened from their stupor, hurriedly bowed to His Highness, the Prince of Chu, before retreating in disarray and firmly closing the courtyard gate behind them. Jenner, why have you come? Empress Hu, overwhelmed with emotion, stepped forward but stumbled slightly. Mother, are you drunk? Zhu Zhen quickly rushed to her aid, barely managing to support her. No, I squatted for too long. My legs have gone numb. Empress Hu chuckled sheepishly, her demeanor becoming less awkward as she disregarded her embarrassment, tightly embracing her son and showering affectionate kisses upon his chubby little face. My precious son, I have missed you dearly. Oh, how I have longed for you. Sleepless night after sleepless night. Her breath reeked of alcohol, and Zhu Zhen found himself unable to evade her affections, nearly overwhelmed. In her fervor, perhaps too excited, Empress Chong tilted her head and ended up retching herself. As Zhu Zhen patted her back, he sighed deeply to the heavens. Alas, how have I ended up with such an unreliable mother? Chapter 19. Please return to the palace, sister. Fortunately, the commotion outside had not gone unnoticed, as several female officials who had accompanied the Empress Dowager in her revelries hurried in, deftly assisting her in tidying up the aftermath, even ensuring the floor was cleaned. A tall, imposing female official, whom Zhu Zhen found strikingly familiar, brought forth a bowl of sour bamboo shoot soup to sober the Empress Dowager. After a sip, she felt considerably more at ease. Grasping the large bowl, she downed its contents in one go. Ah, how refreshing. Wiping her mouth, the Empress Dowager declared with a relaxed expression, I have returned to life. Her boisterous demeanor starkly contrasted with the dignified and graceful image of the royal consort. At that moment, Niu Si, in a jovial tone, announced the joyous news that the Empress Dowager had regained her freedom and would soon return to the palace. The female officials in the Annal Hall erupted in cheers, though some expressed a tinge of melancholy, lamenting that they would no longer be able to share drinks with her. Alas, Hu Chongfei also felt a wave of sadness wash over her. Turning to Zhu Zhen, she said, "My dear son, once we return to the palace, I shall shower you with affection. But first, I must bid farewell to my sisters." She then instructed the robust and towering female official, Miao Shanggong, "Please summon everyone in the hall. Let them voice any requests they may have, for this opportunity may not come again." "Understood," Miao Shanggong replied in a loud voice before striding out with heavy footsteps. At that moment, the crown prince entered, accompanied by Prince Yin and another companion, to pay their respects to the Empress Dowager. Although she was somewhat carefree, she displayed utmost respect for the crown prince, saying, "Thank you, Your Highness, for your concern. It is but a duty, Your Majesty. You must not feel so distant. Have you endured any grievances here?" Zhu Biao asked with a respectful tone. "Who would dare bully the? We are all longtime sisters here. Our bonds are strong," Hu Chongfei replied with an awkward smile. Noticing Miao Shanggong leading the others back in, she said to the princes, "You gentlemen keep warm by the fire. I shall take a moment to bid farewell inside." "Please. Take your time, Your Majesty." As the Empress Dowager conversed with the others inside, Zhu Biao and his brothers gathered around the stove. The stove had been fitted with a new copper pan, upon which longan, chestnuts, oranges, glutinous rice cakes, and various meats such as dried fish and cured pork were being roasted, creating a delightful array suitable for the evening meal. Zhu Di busied himself flipping the food while Zhu Biao personally peeled chestnuts and longans for his younger brothers. Zhu Zhen took on the role of enjoying the freshly prepared delicacies, eating whatever was placed in his bowl. "Do you know all the people in the Annal Hall?" Zhu Di inquired, nodding towards the room where muffled sobs of parting could be heard. "It is improbable to know them all, but most are familiar faces. The Annal Hall is not solely for those who have fallen from grace. It also accommodates the elderly and ailing palace residents," Zhu Biao replied thoughtfully, carefully peeling the thin skin off a chestnut before placing it in Zhu Zheng's bowl. "Most of these individuals are remnants from the days of the Wang family and the Duke's household. Back then, the inner quarters were less populated, resembling more of a close-knit family, and the Empress Dowager has always been warm-hearted and equitable." As he spoke, he glanced at Zhu Zhen, who was happily chewing away, and added, "Moreover, we must wait for the arrival of Consort Ding. Since we are here, we might as well make the best of this idle time." Zhu Zhen nearly choked. "What? The Empress Dowager is coming?" Zhu Di exclaimed in astonishment. "How could that be possible? You would have to ask the sixth prince." Zhu Biao replied, wiping his hands and pouring tea for Zhu Zhen. "I saw Wang Defa enter the Changyang Palace on the way. He wouldn't be there to express gratitude on your behalf, would he? That would be rather impolite. I must personally extend my thanks." Zhu Zhen took a sip of tea, letting out a long sigh. "So he is. Wait, is he really going to invite the Empress Dowager?" Zhu Di was left in utter shock. "Otherwise, my mother would return in such a disheveled state, losing face." Zhu Zhen raised his brows, feeling the situation was still lacking. "Ideally, it would be best if father could come, but we both know that isn't realistic." "You certainly have quite the audacity," Zhu Biao laughed, playfully scolding him while wiping the corner of his mouth. "Did you plead for this?" Zhu Di felt he had missed several episodes of a drama. "Of course. I was hoarse from crying." Zhu Zhen cleared his throat and spoke earnestly. "Fortunately, the Empress Dowager has a soft heart. She cannot bear to see children cry." So she reluctantly agreed. "Nonsense. That woman soft-hearted? Your hoarse cries wouldn't affect her." Zhu Di shook his head, unable to reconcile this with his understanding. "It can't be that you are merely deluding yourself or misheard something, right? I still find it hard to believe she would come." Before he could finish, the high-pitched announcement of Wang Gonggong rang out from outside. "The Empress Dowager has arrived." She really came? Zhu Di's mouth fell agape in astonishment. So soon? Even the crown prince was taken aback. He glanced at the seemingly harmless sixth prince and murmured, "It appears this was indeed arranged in advance." "Of course. Am I not allowed to boast?" Zhu Zhen feigned innocence. "Well done, sixth prince." Zhu Biao smiled knowingly, pulling out a handkerchief to wipe his fingers. "You, my friend, must be hiding something from your brothers." Zhu Di tightened his grip around Zhu Zhen's neck, tugging at his chubby cheeks. "You had better confess. I'll go inform mother." Zhu Zhen broke free from the fourth prince's grasp and scampered into the room. "Don't run away." Zhu Di attempted to chase him but was stopped by the eldest brother. Grabbing the fourth prince's arm, the crown prince rose with grace, saying, "Let us go welcome the Empress Dowager." I'm reluctant. Zhu Di instinctively wanted to refuse, but then smiled. "All right, let us go watch the spectacle." You, always eager for drama. Zhu Biao pointed at him, yet a smile danced in his eyes, seemingly sharing the sentiment. Indeed, the Empress Dowager had come, as per the conditions agreed upon with the sixth prince. However, when the procession arrived at the entrance of the Annal Hall, she remained still. Wang Defa's announcement did not compel her to descend from the palanquin. "Why doesn't he, your lady, enter?" Ho Lixia inquired, frustrated. "My lady is of noble birth. How could she enter such an inauspicious place?" Ho Lixia shot him a glance, retorting, "Is waiting here for your lady not enough respect? Ho Lixia, you ought to be reprimanded." Wang Defa was infuriated, stamping his foot and gesturing dramatically. "It's not just my lady. The crown prince and several princes are inside. How dare you call it inauspicious? Indeed, are we now enveloped in misfortune?" The displeased voice of Zhu Di echoed, as the crown prince and another figure appeared at the entrance of the inner Annal Hall. "Oh, your highness, I beg your pardon." Ho Lixia hastily knelt and prostrated himself, exclaiming, "I have spoken out of turn. I did not expect His Royal Highness the Crown Prince and His Highness the Prince of Yen to arrive as well. You truly deserve a slap." Zhu Di scoffed. Alas, Ho Lixia considered himself unfortunate and was about to raise his hand to give himself a couple of slaps, when he heard a crisp sound nearby, the sound of the consort stepping down from her sedan chair. The maidservants quickly lifted the curtain of the sedan and assisted the consort as she gracefully descended. "We pay our respects to your highness." The crown prince, accompanied by his two younger brothers, performed the customary bow. "We pay our respects to His Highness the Crown Prince, and may the two princes enjoy long life." The consort politely returned the gesture, casting a sharp glance at Ho Lixia, who was still poised to strike himself, and commanded, "Go away, and do not embarrass yourself here." Ho Lixia, as if granted a reprieve, bowed his head and retreated in disarray. "I shall discipline my own people. There is no need for His Highness the Prince of Yen to trouble himself." The consort smiled at the Prince of Yen. Aside from the crown prince, she dared not provoke anyone else among the princes. The Prince of Yen merely curled his lips, inwardly reflecting that this matron remained as fierce as ever. He wondered how the sixth prince managed to handle her. Zhu Biao gestured for the Prince of Yen to step back and, feigning ignorance, inquired, "We are here to accompany the sixth prince and welcoming consort who back to the palace. May I ask what brings the consort here?" "Oh, I too have come to escort sister who back to the palace." The consort maintained her charming smile, saying, "After all, we are sisters. Can we continue to hold a grudge?" "Your highness truly possesses a broad mind," Zhu Biao praised, asking, "Then why do you not enter?" "Hee. I presume she will be out soon. It is best to wait here." The consort replied with a forced smile. "Very well, then we shall wait here with you." Zhu Biao nodded, characteristically polite and cultured. The long night stretched on, exceedingly dull, yet it is always a blessing to have some entertainment to observe. Chapter 20. Magnanimity of the consort de Ding. In the tranquil confines of the Annal Hall, the esteemed consort who was bidding farewell to her old companions. The rigid and unyielding rules of the palace rendered her powerless to effect any change. This parting, she feared, might well be eternal. She could only inquire if there were any requests or needs, such as clothing, medicine, messages for family, or items to be taken in or out. She instructed the maid Miao to meticulously note each request, vowing to fulfill them to the best of her ability. Though the palace attendants expressed their heartfelt gratitude, extolling her as a reincarnation of the kind-hearted Guanyin, consort who was overwhelmed by her own sense of inadequacy, her tears flowing freely. The contrast between her delicate demeanor and that of the previous, rough-edged, inebriated woman was striking. At that moment, Niu Sijing entered, whispering, "Your Highness, the consort de Ding has come to see you." Surprised, Hu consort blinked away her tears and asked, "Where is she?" "Outside the Annal Hall," was the reply. "Let her wait. Does she not see that my mother is still occupied?" Zhu Zhen, who had been silently observing, suddenly interjected. "Oh dear," Niu Sijing mumbled, his gaze darting toward Hu consort. Clearly, Zhu Zhen, though a princely figure, was still regarded as a child in her eyes. "Did you not hear the command of the Prince of Chu?" Hu consort's displeasure flared, and she waved her hand dismissively. "Go and convey my message." "Yes, my lady," Niu Sijing replied, retreating with his tail between his legs. Indeed, having a son proved advantageous. Hu consort planted a fervent kiss on Zhu Zhen's cherubic face before turning back to continue her farewells. "What? I am to wait outside the grand entrance." Upon hearing Niu Xizheng's message, the Ding consort's nostrils flared in indignation. Were it not for the presence of the crown prince, she might have uttered some harsh words and left in a huff. However, before the crown prince, she felt compelled to maintain her noble and graceful demeanor. Although the crown prince could not elevate her to the rank of imperial concubine, with a mere word, he could shatter her aspirations. No matter, you may go. She managed to suppress her ire and forced a smile. Since I am here, a brief wait is of no consequence. My lady, I am not one to stir trouble, Zhu Biao remarked, relishing the unfolding drama. Silence, Zhu Biao admonished him, then praised the Ding consort with genuine admiration. Your Highness exemplifies the wisdom of the ancient texts, embodying great tolerance and virtue. The crown prince, with an astute understanding of the palace's dynamics, smiled faintly. Though he consistently exhibited gentility and humility, he was acutely aware of the intricacies and moralities at play. While he could not publicly express his opinions or interfere, he would seize any opportunity to subtly undermine his rivals. In that chamber, the flustered Niu Xizheng, drenched in sweat, hurriedly reported to the empress and her son that the consort had already arrived outside. With only a few palace attendants remaining by Hu Chou-fei's side, Zhu Zhen remarked, "Mother, you continue with your tasks. I shall go greet the consort." Without waiting for Hu Chou-fei's assent, he sprang out, concerned for her son's well-being. Hu Chou-fei cast a glance at the female gatekeeper, prompting Miao Shanggong to swiftly follow him outside. Upon reaching the entrance, they beheld His Highness, the prince, respectfully bowing to the consort. Upon seeing this young lad, the Ding Fei felt an irate surge within her, yet she managed to maintain an elegant facade as she inquired, "Your Highness, why has your mother not yet emerged?" To which Zhu Zhen replied, "My mother refuses to come out," stating that she cannot clear the injustice upon her and has no face to return. His thick brows quivered as tears welled in his eyes. "Your Highness, have you perhaps forgotten something?" Miao Shanggong behind him grew anxious, thinking to herself, how can the prince speak such nonsense? Does he not realize how desperately his mother wishes to step outside? Just as Miao Shanggong was about to speak, she noticed Wang Defa casting her a flirtatious glance, causing her to swallow her words. Indeed, the Ding Fei did not respond with the scorn Miao Shanggong anticipated. Instead, she approached with a look of motherly affection and gently wiped the prince's tears. "Do not overstep," the Ding Fei whispered in a tone audible only to the two of them. "You may choose not to comply, and our agreement will be nullified." Zhu Zhen, appearing remarkably innocent, responded in a youthful tone, "I never agreed to serve tea and apologize before the crown prince." The Ding Fei felt a desire to tear his face off, inwardly cursing him for masquerading as a delicate ginseng doll when he was, in truth, a gluttonous spirit who had cultivated for a millennium. "But you did not specify that it must be in front of the crown prince, did you?" Zhu Zhen raised his eyebrows with a sweet smile. "Regardless, my mother is now able to return to the palace. We shall not suffer any loss. As for you and seventh brother, that depends on father's mood." The Ding Fei was so incensed that she nearly erupted, but with the crown prince present, she restrained herself from tearing this boy apart. "Isn't it rather foolish to breach the agreement at this juncture?" Zhu Zhen coaxed gently. "After all, you've already performed 72 bows. Does it really matter if you tremble a little more? You've come this far, just go inside." With that, he beckoned to Wang Defa. "Old Wang, what has the consort instructed you to prepare?" "Ah, it is ready." Wang Defa, still dazed, snapped back to reality and hurriedly presented a vermilion lacquered tray. The sight of the teacups on the tray left Zhu Biao and the others dumbfounded. Could they truly endure this? Yet, to their astonishment, the Ding Fei reached out to accept it. The jaws of the crown prince and his companions dropped in disbelief. Was this indeed the same imperious and capricious beauty known for causing turmoil? Is she truly willing to go to such lengths to become a favored consort? Zhu Biao could only think, "Your Highness, there is no need to go to such extremes." Zhu Zhen feigned politeness. "Step aside. Do not hinder this palace's sincerity," the Ding Fei said, holding the tray, her teeth clenched in frustration, yet she maintained a forced smile. "Grandmother, once again I find myself at the mercy of that insufferable boy." Inside the room, Hu Chou-fei had just concluded her conversation when she noticed the Ding Fei entering with a tea tray. For a moment, she was taken aback and rubbed her eyes vigorously, questioning whether she was truly sober. "Your Highness, you are not mistaken. Lady Ding Fei has indeed brought you tea," Wang Defa promptly interjected. "What is the meaning of this?" Hu Chou-fei scrutinized the Ding Fei, who remained the same vexatious and flamboyant figure, showing no sign of change. The Ding Fei was eager to conclude the encounter, presenting the tea tray before her and muttering, "Sister, I too was at fault that night." Cough, cough. Suddenly, a child's cough, no more than 10 years old, resonated from behind. The Dingfei felt a sudden chill run down her spine and had no choice but to grit her teeth and amend her statement. "No, in truth, the fault lies primarily with me. I knew full well you were intoxicated and still uttered such unkind words. Anyone would have been enraged. Yet what you say about my son is entirely unacceptable," Hu Chongfei replied coldly, her gaze fixed onto Dingfei. "If you dare utter such words again, I will not hesitate to retaliate." Chapter 21. The Empress Dowager has given up alcohol. You must not speak of my son in such a manner. If you dare utter those words once more, I will not hesitate to strike. The resolute words of Empress Dowager, who resonated with an unwavering authority. While Zhu Biao and a few others maintained their composure, Zhu Di felt tears welling up, enviously reflecting on how fortunate the sixth prince was to have such a formidable mother. Just when everyone thought that Hu Chongfei could no longer endure, she offered a bittersweet smile and declared, "Rest assured, I shall never again say that your son is foolish and destined for failure." The least favored of all princes, Prince Chu, could not help but touch his nose, pondering the truth of her words. Was his fate truly so dismal? "Is she reproaching the sixth prince?" murmured Prince Yin quietly. The expression on her face suggested otherwise, as the crown prince shook his head. Although her words sounded peculiar, they ultimately conveyed a sentiment of assurance. Empress Dowager, who was not one to hold grudges, and she finally accepted a teacup, taking a symbolic sip. Consort Ding sighed with relief. This nightmarish experience had finally come to an end. After exchanging a few pleasantries, she excused herself, eager to depart without a moment's delay. The sound of the evening drum had already rung out, indicating the imminent closing of the palace gates. Empress Dowager, who, surrounded by a throng, left the small courtyard where she had resided for nearly 2 months. As she approached the outer courtyard to take her leave, she was met with a sea of figures kneeling in the courtyard, female officials and palace maids of the inner annal hall. Hu Chongfei could not bear to look for long. She bowed deeply to the crowd and, with the assistance of the noble Miao Shanggong, exited through the grand door. The gates of the inner annal hall slowly closed, but the sorrowful voices of the women within echoed clearly. "Take care, Empress Dowager, do not return." Suppressing her tears, she nodded and gazed at the moon above. Although she could see the same night sky from within, tonight the moon appeared particularly radiant. Gently wiping away her tears, she offered a respectful bow to the crown prince and princes Yan and Wu. "During this time, Zhener has relied on the crown prince and both of you for your unwavering support. Your kindness is beyond words. Please allow me to express my gratitude with a bow." "Your Highness mustn't." The three princes quickly stepped back, with Prince Wu nearly moved to tears. Not for any other reason, but for the fact that Empress Dowager who held them in her heart. Zhu Biao hurriedly addressed Hu Chongfei. "You are our mother, and the sixth prince is our dear brother. We are family. There is no need for formalities. To express thanks would be overly distant. Indeed, Your Highness, for my brother, I would risk my life." "Speaking of such trivialities would be utterly pointless," Zhu Di added, affectionately ruffling Zhu Zheng's hair. "Old Six, would you fight to save big brother or fourth brother?" "Yes, indeed." Zhu Zheng nodded vigorously, breaking free from Zhu Di's playful grasp. "And fifth brother, too. My dear brother, I would gladly do the same." Zhu Lian's tears flowed freely. Old Six not only held him in his gaze, but also in his heart. Seeing the brothers so affectionate and united brought immense comfort to Empress Dowager who could not help but shed tears of her own. At that moment, the evening drum sounded once more, signaling that the Xuanwu gate was about to close. The group had no choice but to conclude their conversation, urging the Empress Dowager to hasten to her palanquin and return to the palace promptly. After the sedan was lifted, Consort Chun lifted the curtain and addressed the three princes, saying, "On a future occasion, I shall host a meal at the Wan'an Palace, and I will personally prepare the dishes." The three princes readily agreed, for it had been many years since they had tasted the consort's cooking. However, Grand Eunuch Wang and Palace Matron Mao exchanged glances, their expression shifting as if recalling some painful memories. In a flurry, they managed to arrive at the Xuanwu gate just before it closed. As the palace commenced its nighttime curfew, conversation ceased, and everyone dispersed to their homes. The crown prince returned to the Spring and Palace, also known as the Eastern Palace, while Prince Yin and his companion made their way to the East Fifth residence, where princes resided from the age of 12 until their marriages. Naturally, Zhu Zhen accompanied his mother back to Wan'an Palace. Within Wan'an Palace, not a single maid had departed. All were waiting eagerly for the return of the consort. They neglected their evening meal, instead standing vigil at the palace gates, anxious not to miss the moment of her arrival. "She's coming! She's coming!" a young attendant cried, peering through the crack of the door. "Quick, open the door!" Mu Xiang hurriedly commanded, and several strong attendants swiftly opened the heavy palace door. Other palace maids placed a brazier at the entrance, allowing the Phoenix sedan to pass over it, warding off misfortune. Had it not been for the nighttime prohibition against noise, they would have delighted in celebrating with music and firecrackers. When the Phoenix sedan finally touched down within Wanted Palace, Consort Chun descended, and all the palace maids knelt in unison, tears of joy in their eyes as they exclaimed, "We welcome you back to the palace, Your Highness. Your presence brings auspiciousness. May adversity transform into fortune. You have all endured hardships as well," Consort Chun replied, her eyes reddening for what felt like the umpteenth time today. She helped Mu Xiang, who knelt before her, to her feet and waved her hand, saying, "You all rise, please." After the maids stood, they surrounded the consort, chattering excitedly about how they had missed her. Although the recent achievements of Prince Chu had brought them some comfort, the consort remained the true matriarch of Wanted Palace, and her presence was their pillar of support. They could not possibly rely on a 10-year-old child forever. This scene bored Zhu Zhen to no end. Despite the accolades being rightfully his, he found no satisfaction in remaining unnoticed. He stifled a large yawn and informed his mother, "Mother, I am tired. My dear son, do not rush. We have yet to dine," Consort Chun replied, beckoning him. "We shall begin the feast shortly." The palace maids were naturally preparing a banquet to welcome the consort home. Zhu Zhen shook his head, saying, "I want to sleep." "Very well, if you feel hungry. You can tell Mu Xiang at any time." Seeing his resolute demeanor, Consort Chun chose not to insist. Zhu Zhen replied, and Mu Xiang took his hand, leading him toward the west wing. After walking a few steps, Zhu Zhen asked brightly, "Mu Xiang, how many cups of wine will my mother drink to celebrate?" This question was clearly not directed at her. "Rest assured, one learns from experience." Consort Chun replied with an awkward smile, gritting her teeth. "I have decided to abstain from alcohol today." Satisfied, Zhu Zhen returned to the warm chamber, while Mu Xiang's gaze drifted, revealing her uncertainty. As Consort Chun watched her son enter, she felt a mix of pride and concern, thinking, "Alas, my son has grown up. I must now keep a watchful eye on him." Beside her, Wang dabbed at the corners of his eyes and remarked, "Your Highness, you may be unaware, but your safe return this time is largely owed to His Highness." He recounted the extraordinary tale of how Zhu Zhen, after being rescued from drowning, had astonishingly matured overnight, rushing to Chang'an Palace to negotiate with consort dating and, remarkably, emerging victorious in the discussion. Upon hearing of her son's immense suffering and grievances, the consort was overcome with guilt, feeling inadequate and unworthy in her role as a mother. "My lady, His Highness has indeed transformed dramatically," Miao Shangong exclaimed in astonishment. "In just 2 months, I can hardly recognize him. Did you not hear old Wang?" He continued. "With such a troublesome mother, my son has grown up overnight." The consort, filled with sorrow, wiped away her tears, lamenting, "I would much prefer he remained as he was, blissfully ignorant, than to endure such hardship. Regardless of the circumstances, my lady, you must refrain from acting impulsively," Wang Defa advised, seizing the opportunity to counsel her. "At the very least, do not resort to violence. One act of aggression can turn reason into folly." Rest assured, the consort quickly reassured him, "I was merely trying to intimidate consort dating. I will not act so recklessly again." Miao Shangong and eunuch Wang exchanged knowing glances, silently contemplating that if a deadline were to be placed on such assurances, they would hope for 3 days? Chapter 22. The female medical officer in the warm chamber of the west side, Zhu Zhen luxuriated on a soft, plush bed, attended to by Mu Xiang. Previously, he had found the bedding too firm, so Mu Xiang had replaced it with several freshly sun-dried cotton quilts, allowing him to finally experience the desired sinking feeling he had long sought. "Mu Xiang, how do you manage to keep these quilts so fluffy after several days of drying?" Zhu Zhen inquired with curiosity. "By sunning them daily," Mu Xiang replied with a light laugh. "Ever since your Highness fell into the water, you seem like a different person. In many ways, you have become less particular, yet in some peculiar aspects, you have become inexplicably meticulous. Is it really such a bother?" he asked. "Not at all. This is simply the duty of a servant," she replied sweetly, then straightened up, standing at attention with her hands clasped in front of her. Bowing her head and bending her knees, she performed a most formal and respectful greeting. "What are you doing?" Zhu Zhen asked, puzzled. "I am congratulating your Highness on a job well done," Mu Xiang said, her large eyes filled with admiration. "Others may not know, but I do." It is all thanks to your highness that the lady has returned. Ha, indeed, you were complicit as well, Zhu Zhen said, suddenly invigorated. Sitting up straight, he began to boast. Too bad you missed the scene where that woman served tea and apologized to my mother. It was utterly thrilling. What a pity indeed. Mu Xiang sighed wistfully. Not to worry. Why not ask me? Zhu Zhen said, his eyes sparkling with excitement. What kind of scene was it? Mu Xiang prompted eagerly. I'll tell you all about it. Zhu Zhen began to regale her with his tale. As Mu Xiang listened intently, she also served him a bowl of water and some snacks for a late-night treat. The little chubby boy felt much more at ease now. And while one might say that comfort breeds certain thoughts, he was still just a child, free from such notions. Instead, he recalled the unfortunate women in the inner annal hall. Mu Xiang, earlier you mentioned that once one enters the inner annal hall, they cannot come out. So why is it that the lady beside my mother, that one, Zhu Zhen gestured animatedly, is able to leave? Are you referring to our Miao Shandong? She asked. She voluntarily accompanied the lady inside. When the lady left, she naturally returned as well. Mu Xiang's expression was filled with admiration. Though Miao Gu is rather fierce in appearance, she is truly a kind-hearted person. Ah, I see, Zhu Zhen said, realization dawning upon him. He thought to himself how fortunate his mother must be to have such a strong protector by her side, who would dare to bully her. But what about the others? Are they condemned to remain there for life? He inquired, returning to the original topic. Unfortunately, that is the case. In the past, the palace has faced several outbreaks of plague, resulting in the demise of several ladies, and even your highness's ninth brother, the Zhao prince, Mu Xiang explained. Thus, a rule was established. When a eunuch falls gravely ill, he is sent to the outer annal hall. Female officials and palace maids with severe ailments are sent to the inner annal hall. If they manage to survive, they are transferred to the laundry bureau outside the palace, never to return. People consume grains and vegetables. Who can avoid falling ill? Zhu Zhen asked, perplexed. If one is sent to annal hall simply for being sick, how few people would remain in the palace? Certainly, not all are sent away. Minor ailments can be endured. Mu Xiang murmured with a hint of self-pity. Only those severely afflicted are sent for treatment. Isn't that absurd? Most illnesses are non-contagious. Zhu Zhen, increasingly perplexed, inquired, do the imperial physicians not grasp this fundamental truth? The imperial physicians are tasked with treating the prince and the princesses. We, as servants, lack such fortune. Mu Xiang sighed softly. The imperial physicians cannot attend to you? They cannot. It is the rule. The palace is heavily guarded, and no one is permitted into the inner court without summons. Only when summoned to treat a princess may the physicians enter the palace. Female officials and palace maids below the rank of concubine are forbidden to call for physicians. They must merely report symptoms to obtain medicine. Report symptoms to obtain medicine? Zhu Zhen queried, bewildered. This means that the eunuchs from the imperial pharmacy relay the patient's symptoms to the Tai hospital, and then the imperial physicians prescribe medicine, which the imperial pharmacy dispenses. Mu Xiang elucidated. This privilege is reserved for esteemed female officials and senior palace maids. Ordinary maids, lacking wealth, receive no assistance. Do the eunuchs of the imperial pharmacy possess medical knowledge? Zhu Zhen asked. The emperor forbids eunuchs from learning to read. They claim they cannot even comprehend medical texts. Mu Xiang replied despondently. Consider, your highness, how can the imperial physicians diagnose without observing, inquiring, and examining? The staff of the imperial pharmacy are aware of this. Thus, if 3 prescriptions yield no effect, they simply send the patient directly to the annal hall without further ado. Zhu Zhen couldn't help but exclaim, what a ridiculous system. Your highness, one must not speak so lightly. These rules are decreed by the emperor, Mu Xiang replied, her face paling in fear. I see, Zhu Zhen conceded, feeling somewhat intimidated. The next morning, his brothers still came to summon Zhu Zhen for school, but they no longer entered the Wan'an palace. As the princess had returned to the palace, and without a summons, his brothers could not enter. The noble consort had only retired to rest late into the night. She was still sound asleep at this hour. Fortunately, diligent servants like Mu Xiang and eunuch Wang did not keep his brothers waiting long. On the way to school, Zhu Zhen sought confirmation from his elder brother regarding Mu Xiang's words from the previous night. Indeed, there exists a regulation stating, in the case of illness among those below the rank of palace concubine, physicians are not permitted to enter the palace to treat them. They must report symptoms to obtain medicine. Zhu Biao nodded, explaining, this is due to the emperor's awareness of the chaotic state during the late Yuan Dynasty, where strict palace regulations were lacking, leading to improper relations between the concubines and external officials. In truth, the late Yuan court was quite indulgent. Yet the crown prince cannot disclose such details to a child, Thus he vaguely stated, this disregard for propriety ultimately led to downfall. We must learn from past mistakes to avoid repeating them. Consequently, my father maintained strict palace regulations, though it is sometimes necessary to correct excesses. Correcting excesses. Zhu Di murmured softly, almost inaudibly, it lacks humanity. Zhu Biao, hearing this, did not chastise his younger brother as a typical crown prince might, but instead placed a comforting hand on Yin Wang's shoulder, sighing, though our father is extraordinarily wise, he bears countless responsibilities for the stability of the realm. It is inevitable that certain aspects may be less than satisfactory. As sons, after expressing our grievances, we must also seek ways to assist our father in remedying the shortcomings. I understand. I merely mentioned it. Zhu Di nodded, the gloom between his brows dissipating. Although he was in a rebellious phase, his elder brother could still soothe his spirit. When his brother spoke of assisting the emperor in addressing oversights, he recalled what their mother had said the previous day. Zhu Zhen then continued. She mentioned that within the confines of the inner peace hall, she witnessed numerous palace maids falling ill without receiving adequate treatment. Many others, misdiagnosed, were sent there, resulting in their tragic plight. Indeed, what insights does the consort have? The crown prince inquired, nodding. She suggested that since the palace selects female officials from the common folk to manage inner court affairs, why not also select some female physicians to serve as medical attendants within the palace? Zhu Zhen mimicked his mother's tone, resembling a parrot imitating speech. Ah! The crown prince's eyes sparkled with realization as he exclaimed, this is excellent. It neither disrupts the established order nor denies the medical care. Is this not a simple resolution to a complex dilemma? Young sixth, your mother truly possesses remarkable wisdom. Zhu Di exclaimed, embracing Zhu Zhen with enthusiasm. The consort has a compassionate heart, genuinely concerned for the welfare of the palace attendants. The usually quiet fifth brother also praised her. Chu. In the Wanan Palace. Within the east warm pavilion, the consort sneezed several times, tugged at her quilt, and continued to sleep soundly. Chapter 23. Father, I have returned. As dusk fell over Wuying Palace, after summoning the last minister, the day's work concluded with the father-son duo, Zhu Yuanzhang and his eldest son, engaging in their customary familial banter. Has mother returned to the palace? Zhu Yuanzhang, his fierce gaze softening, relished the gentle scratching from the crown prince. Yes. She returned last night, Zhu Biao replied softly. Is she? Well? Zhu Yuanzhang hesitated to inquire. She is fine, Zhu Biao assured him. Is she still angry with me? Zhu Yuanzhang asked, a hint of embarrassment creeping into his voice as he shot a stern glance at his beloved eldest son. This matter must not be disseminated. As you command, Zhu Biao chuckled. In such matters, asking a son may not yield the most reliable answers. Why not inquire directly with her? Alas, we both know that the punishment was rather severe at that time, Zhu Yuanzhang lamented, recalling the scene of the furious consort. A shiver running down his spine. With her temperament, would a meeting yield any positive outcome? Perhaps it is best to wait a while. He defended himself, adding, moreover, the health of consort's son has been deteriorating day by day, leaving me without the heart to console her. Given the consort's current condition, should we not arrange for a physician to be on duty around the clock? The crown prince suggested. To allow a man to stay overnight in the palace? That would be sheer folly. Zhu Yuanzhang retorted, displeased. I meant a female physician, Zhu Biao quickly clarified. This was actually proposed by consort's son herself. She observed that the palace maids in Annal Hall were unable to receive proper medical care. He relayed Zhu Zhen's message to his father and added, I gathered that there are numerous talented women in the realm proficient in medicine, particularly for female patients, who typically prefer female physicians for surgical and gynecological issues. The court could select outstanding candidates willing to serve as female officials, while those reluctant to enter the palace could still be recorded for potential summons. Ah, indeed. That is an excellent suggestion, Zhu Yuanzhang contemplated for a moment, then promptly took up his brush to draft an imperial edict. Setting down the brush, he expressed his satisfaction. You have truly matured, my son, thinking things through so thoroughly. As he patted Zhu Biao's hand, he continued, in the future, feel free to remind me of any oversights. Do not hesitate. It was consort's son who proposed it, Zhu Biao replied with a wry smile. I merely conveyed her words. Her? Impossible. I know her too well. She is skilled in dancing, swordplay, and revelry, but how could she be relied upon for serious matters? Zhu Yuanzhang shook his head in disbelief. Did she not say this herself? It was relayed by the sixth prince, Zhu Biao pondered. That foolish boy? Even less likely, Zhu Yuanzhang instinctively shook his head. Then paused to regard Zhu Biao. You seem to have praised the sixth prince several times of late. Could it be that he has truly begun to understand? Indeed. Zhu Biao laughed. If you do not believe me, father, why not personally evaluate him? I shall visit the Grand Hall later and take a look at him. Zhu Yuanzhang replied. It would be wiser to visit one in palace instead, the crown prince advised. You have yet to see him since he awakened. Are you meddling in my affairs? Zhu Yuanzhang shot him a glance. But father, you just said there is no need for hesitation. Zhu Biao countered with a wry smile. Your mood shifts faster than the turning of a page. Sigh, are we not at fault for neglecting those two women? I feel too ashamed to face them. Zhu Yuanzhang said awkwardly. Zhu Biao raised his eyelids, his lips curving downwards, adopting a rather defiant expression, prompting his father to ponder the matter himself. Observing the slightly disrespectful demeanor of his eldest son, Zhu Yuanzhang surrendered, saying, all right, go on. Zhu Biao then instructed the eunuch, issue a decree, tonight. Father Emperor shall dine at the Wan'an Palace. What? The Emperor is going to Wan'an Palace? Upon hearing the delightful news brought by his elder brother after school, Prince Chu Wang nearly lost control in his excitement. Is this even a question? Zhu Biao patted his head and reassured him, do not fear. Father Emperor will not scrutinize your studies. That is a relief. Zhu Zhen exhaled, feeling somewhat at ease, as he was currently in the fishing in the river. Unable to catch anything phase of his studies. He will not reprimand you. Rest assured and return home. Zhu Biao meticulously adjusted his collar, tidying up a stray lock of hair before inspecting him thoroughly, only allowing him to leave once he was satisfied. On his way back, Zhu Zhen intentionally took a longer route, first escorting his two elder brothers back to the East 5th courtyard, before traversing the Imperial Garden to return to the West 6th Palace. This was merely to afford him more time to contemplate how to face the old Zhu. He recalled someone saying that all of life's problems are relational in nature. To live well, one must navigate various interpersonal relationships adeptly. The complexity of these relationships means that mishandling any aspect can lead to trouble, which is why life can be burdensome, emotionally exhausting. However, as a prince, these concerns are primarily the problems of others. The interpersonal relationships he needs to consider are significantly fewer, limited to just a few family members. Among these, without a doubt, the most crucial is his relationship with Zhu Laoban. Father Emperor is not only his progenitor but also his sovereign, the arbiter of his destiny, and his guardian angel. How then should he manage his relationship with Zhu Laoban? Should he prostrate himself in sycophantic adulation? After all, there is no shame in praising one's own father. Yet, that is hardly a prudent approach. Firstly, there are far too many who fawn over Zhu Laoban. If everyone does so, it renders the flattery ineffective, yielding little reward for substantial effort. Secondly, based on what he has gathered, he realizes that he is quite naive, and it would take more than mere flattery to earn favor. A sudden shift in approach might not only lead to personal misalignment, but could also backfire disastrously. It is said that Zhu Laoban possesses an uncanny ability to see through one's innermost thoughts, and his moods can be unpredictable, particularly when provoked. Lastly, and most critically, there lies a heavy resentment within the heart of this youth. Zhu Zhen has likely begun to comprehend his current psychological state. In simple terms, his will governs his words and actions, yet this will is inevitably influenced, even driven, by his subconscious. To use an imperfect analogy, it is akin to an alcoholic attempting to quit drinking. The desire to abstain is insufficient without contending with the psychological dependency on alcohol. Why use the example of an alcoholic? Zhu Zhen's subconscious is a fusion of his innate self from 2 lifetimes. In his feelings toward Zhu Laoban, it is undoubtedly the original youth who predominates. The deep-seated resentment within him rendered it impossible for him to flatter Boss Zhu with genuine enthusiasm. Your Highness, we have arrived home. Wang Defa's voice broke through his thoughts. Zhu Zhen lifted his gaze, and indeed, the Wan'an gate loomed before him. He exhaled a long, heavy breath, never minded. Let things unfold as they may. After all, he was still a child. Why should he play pretenses with his own father? Could it be that Boss Zhu would truly cast aside his own son? At last, the heart of Prince Chu found some semblance of peace. Today, the security around Wan'an Palace was unusually stringent, with an influx of unfamiliar faces. Yet, Prince Chu paid them no heed as he strode forth with an air of indifference. Approaching the entrance of Wan'an Hall, an elderly eunuch clad in a dragon robe approached him with a smile, reaching out as if to grasp his arm, just as he was about to speak. But Zhu Zhen proclaimed loudly, I have returned. I am starving. With that, he pushed open the hall door, leaving the eunuch unable to intervene. What unfolded before him left him utterly astonished. There, the legendary Beggar King, the great eternal emperor, the indomitable terminator of the Mongol dynasty, the relentless nemesis of corrupt officials, the formidable enforcer of order, the sovereign whose authority none dared to challenge, was being pinned to the ground by his mother, who had wrapped her arms around his waist, holding him down in a pose reminiscent of Wu Song battling the tiger. What on earth was happening? Chapter 24. The deceptive nature of eyes rewinding half an hour into the past. Despite feeling somewhat apprehensive, Master Zhu spoke with unwavering resolve. How could he retract his words? He proceeded to the Wan'an Palace as instructed. Within the palace, Consort Hu was busy orchestrating an array of delectable dishes, curds, milk skins, crispy pastries, and delicate cakes, all meticulously arranged and waiting for Zhu Zhen's return. Having neglected her son the previous night and overslept that morning, she felt a pang of guilt as a mother and sought to express her contrition through this sumptuous spread. Little did she know that Master Zhu would arrive before her son. After the kneeling consort who was permitted to rise, Zhu Yuanzhang approached the table, his heart lightened by the sight of the lavish feast before him. How did you know we were hungry? Such an array of delights, well done indeed. You have us in mind, he remarked, plucking a piece of snowflake pastry, ready to indulge. Ah, that was prepared for my son. Consort who tightened the phoenix hairpin in her hair and spoke candidly. Zhu Yuanzhang's hand hung in midair, caught in an awkward pause, to eat or to set it down. Are you scolding us? How could I dare? Consort who retorted, her tone soft yet firm. Am I not still confined to the cold palace? Your words are quite something. Zhu Yuanzhang acknowledged, aware of his own shortcomings, and today his temper was unusually mild. He gestured towards Consort who, poised to speak further. When the pastry he held slipped from his grasp, he hastily attempted to catch it with his other hand, but alas, it fell to the ground. Naturally, he bent down to retrieve it, blowing off the dust before sending it to his lips, eating something that has fallen on the ground. Consort who stamped her foot and pushed a plate of pastries towards him. There is plenty more. Now that you're an emperor, how can you still be so unrefined? One cannot be overly fastidious at all times. This small piece is worth far more than a large bun, Zhu Yuanzhang replied with a sense of entitlement. If we were to start ignoring food that falls to the ground, we would be no better than those foolish monarchs of old. Indeed, your majesty is wise. Consort who replied dismissively, secretly critiquing his relentless expansion of the harem, wondering if he feared becoming like those foolish kings. Noticing that Consort whose demeanor had warmed slightly only to cool again, Zhu Yuanzhang perceived her lingering resentment. He consumed several pastries and sipped tea to satiate his hunger, then sighed. After over a decade together, do you still not comprehend my nature? When this temper flares, I may act without restraint. Do not take it to heart. I would not dare, Consort who replied, her eyes glistening as she turned her head aside. Though she possessed a broad-minded spirit, the emperor's callousness remained a wound difficult to heal. She would never forget the despair of being cast into the cold palace, feeling as though she had lost everything, believing she would never see her son again. Even the strongest of women could be shattered by such desolation. Fortunately, the presence of wine, meat, and friends had sustained her until the clouds parted and the moon shone once more. Perhaps I did overstep, Zhu Yuanzhang conceded, categorizing the incident, and then stepped before Consort who, rubbing his hands sheepishly. But that was not due to your sister Ma's absence. It was my first attempt at managing the harem, and I inevitably misjudged the balance. Shall we share a drink to put this behind us? I have sworn off alcohol, Consort who replied with a huff. Alas, our initial intention was to allow you to calm down and await the queen's return for her judgment. Zhu Yuanzhang had no choice but to resort to extreme measures. As he spoke, he naturally grasped the hand of Consort Hu Chong. In a moment of impulsiveness, he inadvertently suggested that she be sent to the inner annal hall. Following this incident, he regretted his words, yet a man of his stature cannot easily retract his statements. The emperor had no need to explain himself to someone like me, a mere commoner. Consort Hu Chong attempted to withdraw her hand, but his warm and powerful grasp rendered her unable to resist. Do not speak nonsense. Your complexion is merely wheat-colored, the same as it was in your youth. Zhu Yuanzhang would not allow her to retract her hand, holding it firmly as he reminisced. I still recall that it was the 9th year of the Longfeng era, when I first encountered you while leading my army to aid Onfeng. You stood before us in your iron armor and red skirt, astride a white horse with a silver spear, a vision of valor that truly captivated me. Were you not like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, effortlessly capturing my heart? Consort Hu Chong's cheeks flushed crimson, seemingly lost in recollection. At that time, I believed you to be an invincible hero, only to be deceived into your bed by your sweet words. Normally, her response would have been to blush even deeper, casting flirtatious glances and sighing softly, melting into Zhu's embrace. However, that would not be the indomitable Hu Chong, perhaps stirred by memories of her former self as a valiant general. She suddenly bit her silver teeth and regained her strength. Moreover, I am just as formidable now. Huh. Then release me from this golden thread binding. Zhu Yuanzhang, however, was already prepared, pressing down on her wrist with both hands. Release me indeed, Consort Huchong declared, bending her left leg forward and raising her right arm to twist and pull back, swiftly freeing herself from Zhu's grasp. A hint of triumph in her expression. Had you not been the emperor, I would have subdued you long ago. Then come at me. I grant you immunity. Zhu Yuanzhang laughed heartily, brimming with confidence. That is your own declaration. Consort Huchong had awaited this very invitation. With that, she pressed her left hand against the emperor's elbow, forcefully twisting his right arm outward and pulling it back, attempting to twist his arm behind him. Yet, Zhu Yuanzhang was a seasoned warrior. Having fought his way from the battlefield, his combat experience was unparalleled, and he would not be easily subdued. Huh, that will not work. I managed to capture you once before, and I can do so again. He laughed heartily, employing a technique known as reverse plow handle, leaning back while bending his right knee to kick toward Consort Huchong's abdomen, successfully mitigating the danger of capture. Not necessarily. Your prowess is but a fleeting shadow of the past. Do you still believe yourself to be the same as 12 years ago? Consort Huchong, skilled in martial arts, immediately countered his moves, thrusting her left knee forward to press against the emperor's inner thigh, causing Zhu to retract his leg. Alcohol is a potent elixir. Your strength is waning. Two fiercely competitive individuals engaged in a spirited exchange, their banter laced with repartee as they sparred passionately. Yet, Zhu Yuanzhang, nearing 50, despite his extraordinary vitality, found his physical strength diminished. Ultimately, after 100 exchanges, Zhu made a misstep, resulting in Consort Huchong successfully subduing him. However, in this contest of grappling, where one party must touch the ground with both shoulders to be deemed defeated, Master Zhu lay on the floor, yet defiantly kept his neck arched, refusing to concede. In an effort to compel him to submit, Consort Hu pressed down on the emperor's neck. At that moment, Zhu Zhen burst in, witnessing a scene reminiscent of Wu Song battling the tiger. Almost in the blink of an eye, Wang Defa had swiftly carried His Highness, the Prince of Chu, out of the chamber. The Grand Eunuch hastily shut the palace doors, thus isolating the extraordinary spectacle within. Zhu Zhen remained silent, akin to a child caught in mischief. The Grand Eunuch, unable to bear the sight, consoled him, saying, Your Highness need not be alarmed. It is merely the fault of this old servant for not securing the door, and has nothing to do with you. It was only then that Zhu Zhen regained his senses. Indeed, he was taken aback, yet not in the least flustered. While others might fear for their lives upon witnessing the emperor in such a compromising position, he felt no trepidation. On the contrary, he was exhilarated. So, Master Zhu possessed such a relatable side. He was still human, not yet transformed into the non-human entity known as the emperor. The facade was lifted. As long as he was a person, matters could be managed far more easily. With this leverage in hand, it would be intriguing to see how he would maintain his heirs. Chapter 25. The shifting dynamics of offense and defense. It was not until the voice of the herald echoed through the hall that the chief steward, Lord Wu, finally pushed open the palace doors, allowing His Highness to enter. Your Highness, do not speak carelessly once you are inside, especially about what you have just witnessed. Wang Defa, who had been fretting anxiously, whispered a caution from behind. Zhu Zhen, with an innocent expression, stepped inside, oblivious to the warning. Within the hall, the esteemed Zhu boss had regained his composure, smiling as he watched his sixth son bow before him. Haha, my dear sixth, rise and let your father have a good look at you. Yet amidst the hearty laughter, there was an undercurrent of unease in his tone. Zhu Zhen stood up and obediently took a few steps forward. Zhu Yuanzhang scrutinized him, extending his rough hand to pinch his bottom, belly, and chin. You've gained weight. Zhu Zhen bristled at the remark. What of it? Am I eating your rations? Well, perhaps I am indeed consuming your provisions. Concubine Hu quickly interjected. It's merely a matter of preparing for winter. Once spring arrives, he will shed the excess. Very well then, come spring, we shall ensure he sheds some pounds. Zhu boss appeared to harbor a notable bias against the plump. My son must not resemble the foolish heir of the Liu family. Zhu Zhen silently lamented. I bet you were bullied by that foolish heir in your youth. He then inwardly scolded himself. Damn it. Why have I become the one to complain? When the fourth prince was of Zhu Zhen's age, I had him and his brothers don straw sandals, bind their legs, and march alongside ordinary soldiers outside the city. None of them grew so rotund. Zhu Yuanzhang cast a sly glance at Zhu Zhen as he spoke. You too must train. Sixth. A shiver ran down Zhu Zhen's spine. Was His Majesty truly so vindictive? Was it merely because he had disrupted the royal display of Wusong battling the tiger? Though, in truth, the one performing was a tiger. The emperor's words were hardly fair. Could the sixth son be compared to the fourth and his brothers? Concubine who immediately defended her child, saying, the second and fourth were raised in the barracks, accustomed to hardships. The sixth was nurtured within the palace, his constitution frail. To take him out on maneuvers would be tantamount to endangering his life. Zhu Zhen nodded vigorously, tears welling in his large eyes, presenting a pitiful sight that made it difficult for anyone to remain stern. His constitution was not weak, he merely lacked training. Yet, Zhu Yuanzhang was no ordinary man. He fixed his piercing gaze upon his sixth son and declared, do you know why we bestowed upon you the title of Prince of Chu? Zhu Zhen shook his head, pondering if it was due to his pitiable appearance. It is because upon receiving news of your birth, we simultaneously celebrated the victory at Wuchang. I declared, when you grow, you shall be named Prince of Chu. Recalling that auspicious day, Zhu Yuanzhang's face broke into a broad grin. Let us not dwell on titles. Zhu Zhen found himself inexplicably drawn into a torrent of commentary upon seeing Zhu Boss, unable to cease. Was this the way the little chubby one expressed his grievances? Thus, when you reach adulthood, you shall aid us and your elder brother in defending Huguang. Zhu Yuanzhang, filled with anticipation, declared emphatically, thus, even if it means shedding 3 layers of skin, I must mold you into a capable individual before I can entrust this heavy burden to you. Zhu Zhen was still hoping that his mother could advocate for him, but to his surprise, concubine who remained silent. When he glanced up, he saw her resting her chin in her hands, her charming face slightly flushed, her eyes sparkling with admiration as she gazed dreamily at the emperor. He remains the same magnificent hero as before, unchanged in the slightest. Zhu Zhen had no doubt that if Zhu Yuanzhang were to consider purchasing him by weight at that moment, his mother would gladly bind him to facilitate the weighing process. Alas, while he was prepared to fight to the death, why did his mother capitulate first? Without her support, Zhu Zhen's bravado diminished, leaving him to submissively endure Zhu Yuanzhang's manipulation. It was not until Zhu Yuanzhang regained his paternal authority that he shifted the conversation, inquiring, I have heard that you procured a remarkable item for Mr. Liu, a mirror that can be worn on the face? Zhu Zhen nodded innocently. You rascal. With such a treasure, why did you not think to share it with your father? Zhu Yuanzhang teased, whom do you hold dear? Certainly not you. Zhu Zhen retorted with an eye roll, feigning innocence as he replied, I thought you had no need for it. You are perceptive and astute. Hence it was unnecessary for you. Zhu Yuanzhang proudly lifted his chin and casually remarked, however, as the old saying goes, at 43, one faces challenges. At 44, one encounters thorns. Flowers only bloom at 48. I shall be 47 this year. It is prudent to prepare. Zhu Zhen nodded in agreement. Without further ado, he dashed into the western chamber and shortly returned, placing a sandalwood box before Zhu Yuanzhang. I found another pair. Haha, I knew you had your father in mind. Zhu Yuanzhang said with satisfaction, eagerly trying on the innovative glasses. These were intended as a gift for the empress upon her return to the palace. Yet Zhu Zhen was unwilling to indulge him. Father, please just try it and return it. Haha. Zhu Yuanzhang's laughter carried a hint of embarrassment. No matter. What belongs to your mother is ours. Ignoring the boy's protest, he focused on the new spectacles. Upon trying them, he found them exceedingly effective. Not only did they allow both eyes to see clearly at once, far more comfortably than using one eye alone, but they also freed one of his hands. Previously, while reviewing documents, he had to hold a pen, press down on the folded sheets, and raise the lens, requiring 3 hands. With this invention, 2 hands sufficed, significantly enhancing his work efficiency. Truly remarkable. Who would have thought that you, my little fool, possessed such ingenuity? Zhu Yuanzhang joyfully tucked the glasses into his sleeve and smiled at Zhu Zhen, saying, My son, let us create another pair for the empress. This one shall be a tribute to your father. Isn't that outright theft? Zhu Zhen pouted, on the verge of tears. Do not weep, do not weep. We shall not take it without offering something in return, Zhu Yuanzhang said with exasperation. Speak, what toy do you desire in exchange? I have outgrown toys. Zhu Zhen shook his head. You are still too young for other diversions. What then do you wish for? Zhu Yuanzhang inquired with curiosity. I wish for Father Emperor to summon a physician to attend to the poor souls in the annal hall. They are truly pitiable, Zhu Zhen remarked unexpectedly. Oh? Zhu Yuanzhang regarded his 6th son with a discerning gaze and chuckled. I never anticipated that you, little rascal, possess such a kind heart." He then waved his hand dismissively, assuring, "Rest assured, I have already heeded your mother's counsel and will select female physicians from among the common folk to serve as court doctors. In due time, these matters shall be resolved." "Thank you, Father Emperor." Zhu Zhen expressed his gratitude with a respectful bow. However, consort who was left somewhat bewildered. Did I ever suggest such a thing? Could it have been during a drunken stupor? How did he come to hear of it? She pondered, wondering if he was even more concerned for her than she had imagined. Although she was uncertain how this issue was connected to her, she recognized it as a tremendous boon. She had been feeling guilty for not being able to assist them more substantially, yet now, by a fortunate twist of fate, matters had taken a turn for the better. Consort who promptly performed a graceful bow, softly uttering, "I, your humble servant, express my heartfelt gratitude on behalf of those elder sisters for your majesty's gracious kindness." "Haha, splendid. My beloved consort, please rise," Zhu Yuanzhang replied with delight. Hearing her refer to herself as your humble servant, he understood that the cold palace incident had finally reached a resolution. He was immensely pleased. The two, lost in their conversation, clasped hands and chattered on, utterly oblivious to the poor child still kneeling before them. "Had I known, I would not have bowed." The pain in his knees was excruciating, and the Prince of Chu felt utterly vexed as he was unceremoniously subjected to their display of affection. Chapter 26. The death of the imperial concubine Zhu Yuanzhang, known for his decisive nature, issued an edict the very next day, commanding officials to recruit highly skilled female physicians, selecting the most outstanding among them from the Imperial Medical Institute. Those willing to serve in the palace would be granted official titles, while those who declined would still be recorded for future summons. Tragically, the unfortunate Sun Guifei passed away on a cold, rainy night before the appointed physicians could arrive. Upon hearing this devastating news, Zhu Yuanzhang was profoundly grieved, unable to sleep for 3 days and nights. Unlike the flamboyant and vulgar Ding Fei or the formidable Hu Chong Fei, Sun Guifei was a paragon of virtue and grace. Not only was she endowed with extraordinary beauty, but her character was equally noble, embodying propriety and decorum reminiscent of the esteemed virtuous women of antiquity. As the second-ranking concubine in the harem, she had diligently assisted Empress Ma in maintaining harmony and order within the palace for many years. It was largely due to her efforts that Zhu Yuanzhang could focus on national affairs without distraction from domestic matters. With her presence, Empress Ma could confidently return to her hometown to honor her parents with a temple and relocation of their graves. Little did they know that her sudden illness would lead to ensuing turmoil. It is not an exaggeration to say that her significance in Zhu Yuanzhang's heart was immense. To express his sorrow for Sun Guifei, Zhu Yuanzhang personally composed a eulogy and resolved to bestow upon her a grand funeral. However, with the dynasty still in its infancy, many ceremonial protocols were yet to be established. As no concubine had previously passed away, officials were uncertain about which historical precedents to follow. Zhu Yuanzhang then commanded the Ministry of Rites to deliberate on ancient customs and draft mourning regulations, which were to be presented for approval in the court. He specifically summoned Minister of Rites Niu Yang, instructing him to reference the highest standards in order to ensure that Sun Guifei received the utmost honor in mourning. Minister Niu faced an immediate challenge. Sun Guifei had 2 daughters but no sons, and according to the rites of Shou, there was not even a single person to perform the mourning rites for her. This deepened Zhu Yuanzhang's sorrow, leading him to decree that his 5th son, Prince Wu Shu, don the mourning garb of a filial son and preside over the funeral. 3 days later, on the 1st day of the 10th month, the court convened for the first time since Zhu Zhen's birth. On this chilly morning, before dawn, the winds howled at the Feng Tian gate. He donned a 9-seam cap and dressed in plain white garments, standing with his brothers beneath the golden dais, all shivering like frightened children. Yet, the princes understood their father's troubled heart and dared not provoke his displeasure. Even the injured 7th prince hobbled in, determined to attend. However, Zhu Zhen occasionally cast concerned glances at his 5th brother, whose usually unassuming demeanor was particularly pronounced today, for he was the only one clad in mourning attire. Yet, Zhu Zhu preferred to remain forgotten rather than be the center of attention. He silently wept, while their 4th brother's eyes were also red-rimmed. His lips bloodied from biting them in distress. Zhu Zhen recognized that the tears of his 4th and 5th brothers were not shed solely for Sun Guifei, but rather for their own sorrow. In fact, ever since they learned that Zhu would assume the role of a filial son in mourning, Zhu Zhu's tears had been unceasing. The 4th brother even contemplated confronting their father to excuse the 5th brother from this role. The so-called mourning attire of a biological mother is a ceremonial garb worn during the funeral rites for a stepmother who nurtured one. However, the individuals in question were raised by Empress Ma and had never been cared for by concubine's son, even for a single day. The fourth prince found himself obstructed by his elder brother. Zhu Zhen believed that since the fourth and fifth princes had been wronged, he ought to stand in solidarity with them. Yet, he was utterly ignorant of the intricacies of these rituals and, unable to discern how to assist, could only offer moral support. At the third watch of the day, the bell of Jingyang rang, and the meridian gate opened slowly, allowing the civil and military officials to enter in an orderly fashion, swiftly completing their ranks before the Fengtian gate. Following 3 resounding whip cracks, Emperor Hongwu, Zhu Yuanzhang, ascended his seat within the golden canopy, and the ministers, led by the ceremonial officer, offered their congratulations and praises. Throughout history, it has been customary for officials to chant "Long live" thrice during court ceremonies. However, under Zhu Yuanzhang's reign, this tradition was altered. He deemed the phrase "long live" to be nonsensical. Living to 100 years is a rarity, let alone 1,000. Thus, during a court assembly in the second year of Hongwu, he proposed to his ministers that the phrase be replaced with a more meaningful expression. He suggested, "On the day of court greetings, let the ceremonial officer proclaim, and all ministers shall respond with 'May your rule be just.' Then, let them chant again, and all shall respond with 'May the realm know peace.' What do you think?" Li Shanchang interjected, "2 calls are insufficient. It should still be 3. As for the words of praise, they reflect the minister's sincere wishes for the sovereign. Perhaps we could amend them to: first call, heaven aids the virtuous. Second call, the world enjoys tranquility. Third call, may the sovereign be blessed with longevity." Zhu Yuanzhang found this proposal commendable and agreed. Henceforth, the court no longer chanted "Long live," but adopted the new expressions of praise. Once the officials had taken their seats, Zhu Yuanzhang eagerly inquired of the Minister of Rites, "Has the posthumous title for concubine's son been determined?" Minister Niu promptly stepped forward, holding a tablet, and reported, "Your Majesty, the Ministry of Rites believes that concubine's son, with her steadfast character and pure conduct, contributed significantly at the inception of the state. Her virtue surpasses that of the concubines, and her merits have aided the court. Thus, it is fitting to enhance her title to reflect our esteem, proposing Qingmu as her posthumous name." Qingmu? Although Zhu Yuanzhang was not well versed in the intricacies of posthumous titles, he understood that it was a highly esteemed designation and nodded in satisfaction. "Very well. Let it be known as concubine Qingmu." "As you command," Minister Niu responded promptly. "Has the funeral ceremony for concubine Qingmu been drafted?" Zhu Yuanzhang inquired again. "Your Majesty," replied the minister, "we have reviewed the Zhou as well as the funeral rites for the concubines of the Han, Tang, and Song dynasties. And we have drafted the rituals for the funeral of the concubine for our dynasty." Minister Niu then produced a white document from his sleeve, which was presented by a eunuch for the emperor's review. Zhu Yuanzhang donned his reading glasses and began to peruse the document. As he read, his expression gradually darkened. After patiently finishing the rituals for the funeral, he coldly questioned, "Niu Liang, during our previous meeting, I made it abundantly clear that the Prince of Wu should oversee the mourning, wearing the mourning attire of a biological mother for 3 years, while the crown prince and other princes don the ceremonial mourning for 1 year. Why is it that this document contains none of these provisions?" "In response to your Majesty," Niu Liang replied, "the Great Ming Code promulgated last year explicitly states that a son mourns for 3 years in the case of a father's death, 3 years for a mother's death, and 3 months for a stepmother." Niu Liang, braving the pressure, explained, "Moreover, our investigation into the rites of Zhou and the annotations from successive dynasties indicate that when a father is alive, a son observes a mourning period of 1 year for his mother. However, there is no mourning period for a stepmother. Thus, the king of Wu may observe a mourning period for his beloved mother, but it shall not exceed 1 year. As for His Highness the Crown Prince and the other princes, they are exempt from such mourning rites, and their maximum period of mourning in coarse garments would be 3 months. Therefore, I dare not comply with the edict. I implore your Majesty to reconsider. That would be far too lenient." Zhu Yuanzhang interjected decisively. "The benevolence of parents outweighs that of Mount Tai. How can one honor the father while neglecting the mother? It is precisely because the ancient rites are too lenient that I have commanded the Ministry of Rites to amend them, not only for the esteemed concubine, but also as a precedent for generations to come. Your Majesty, this concerns familial propriety. Rites must not be disregarded." Niu Yang hastily knelt in council, followed by a host of officials from the Ministry of Rights. Rights must not be disregarded, Your Majesty. My own son has not voiced any objection. Why do you fret unnecessarily? Zhu Yuanzhang, despite his formidable prowess in battle, found himself vexed by the obstinacy of these scholars and contemplated using his son as a shield against their pressure. Is that not so, Crown Prince? His gaze shifted toward Zhu Biao, who stood nearby, prepared to share the burden. Father, your son also does not concur with the draft prepared by the Ministry of Rights. Zhu Biao replied solemnly. Zhu Yuanzhang felt a surge of relief. Indeed, the bond of father and son in battle is profound, and his son understood him well. However, before he could express his praise, Zhu Biao shifted the conversation. According to the rites, only scholars observe mourning for a stepmother, while those of the rank of minister and above are exempt. Zhu Biao glanced at his brothers, for the first time daring to confront his father, asserting, thus, if the sons of feudal lords are not obligated to mourn for a stepmother, how much less so the sons of the Son of Heaven? Chapter 27. When I lose my temper, even my son is unrecognizable. Although Zhu Zhen's proficiency in classical Chinese was akin to that of a novice, struggling to comprehend terms like qi shuang zhang qi and fu si, he could still grasp the essence of the debate between the sovereign and his subjects. In simple terms, the emperor desired his fifth brother to observe a 3-year mourning period for concubine's son, while the other princes, including himself, would mourn for 1 year. As for the meaning of mourning, perhaps it involves wearing mourning attire. However, the Ministry of Rights contended that, according to ancient customs and current laws, a son need not mourn for a stepmother while his biological mother was alive. Thus, the maximum mourning period for the fifth brother would be 1 year, and the rest of the brothers would only need to mourn for 3 months. The emperor was dissatisfied with this resolution and sought support from the eldest brother, only to discover that the elder was even more severe, stating outright that as princes, they should not mourn for a stepmother at all. At that moment, Zhu Zhen understood. The elder brother's obstruction of the fourth brother's appeal to the emperor stemmed not from fear of the emperor's wrath, but from a desire to shoulder the burden himself. He had thought that such a commendable older brother existed only in literature. Prince Chu was deeply touched by this revelation, while his father was already seething with rage. Eldest brother, could you repeat that? Zhu Yuanzhang asked incredulously, looking at the crown prince. Responding to father, I declare that a prince mourning for a stepmother does not serve to honor the ancestral temple or uphold the lineage, the crown prince stated, lowering his head, yet speaking slowly and resolutely. The passing of concubine's son brings us all profound sorrow. However, with both father and mother still living, we cannot partake in such mourning rites. Zhu Zhen understood the implication. The elder brother was asserting that their mother was still alive, and to mourn for a concubine would be akin to wishing death upon her. Reflecting on this, he too felt discontent, as his own mother was still living. I feel the same way, Zhu Zhen muttered quietly. Why do you heed one and ignore the other? Zhu Yuanzhang's fury boiled over as he retorted. I have declared that this is not solely for the Sun family, but also for the reform of mourning rites. If the emperor intended to set an example for posterity, he ought to proceed with utmost caution. The Book of Rites states that reverence is the foundation of the nation. To alter mourning rites for one individual is indeed inappropriate. The crown prince raised his gaze to meet his father's, imploring, I beseech you, father, to reconsider. The crown prince's arguments were well-founded and articulate, rendering Zhu Yuanzhang momentarily speechless. Yet, this was no favorable situation. If Zhu Yuanzhang could counter the arguments, he would not be so thoroughly exasperated. Unable to refute, he felt his frustration mounting. Reconsider. You rascal! How dare you defy me? Zhu Yuanzhang roared, striking the dragon throne in his wrath. Very well. We have summoned the most formidable talents in the realm to assist you, not to have you contradict me at every turn. Kneel and apologize immediately. Kneeling was acceptable, but the crown prince would not concede he was in the wrong. He knelt defiantly, neck held high. All right, if you believe you are not at fault, then I must be the one in error, Zhu Yuanzhang exclaimed, his sanity unraveling as he glanced around, trembling with anger. The greatest mistake I ever made was bringing forth this rebellious son. In a fit of rage, he unsheathed the imperial sword held by a nearby attendant. I shall strike down this ungrateful son. Zhu Yuanzhang raised his gleaming sword and struck towards Zhu Biao. Your Highness, elder brother, the crown prince. The crowd exclaimed in unison, rendered speechless. No one anticipated that Zhu, in a fit of madness, would turn against his own son, especially the beloved crown prince. Even Zhu Biao was taken aback, unable to fathom that his father could truly harm him, momentarily at a loss for reaction. Just as a scene of unimaginable tragedy seemed imminent, a stout figure suddenly burst forth like a cannonball, grasping Zhu Yuanzhang's leg while shouting, "Elder brother, run." Upon hearing the cry of his sixth brother, the crown prince abruptly regained his senses, swiftly rolling aside to evade the lethal swing of his father's sword. Tumbling down from the golden platform. Stop! Zhu Yuanzhang's blade struck the steps with a resounding clash, intensifying his fury. With sword in hand, he prepared to descend the platform in pursuit. Release me, sixth brother. But burdened by the extra weight, he could not keep pace with the fleeing crown prince. Zhu Yuanzhang could only seize Zhu Zhen by the neck, attempting to dislodge him. The young prince was still too small, and with a slight exertion, Zhu Yuanzhang easily dislodged him. Yet, Zhu Zhen clung desperately to his father's jade belt, refusing to let go. At that moment, another robust and youthful figure lunged forward, tightly embracing Zhu Yuanzhang's waist, effectively ensnaring him. Well now, fourth son, are you plotting rebellion as well? Zhu Yuanzhang, less restrained with his grown son, immediately retaliated with a flurry of punches. However, Zhu Di remained silent, enduring his father's blows without relinquishing his grip. Come here, Zhu Yuanzhang. Realizing he could not shake them off, shouted towards the crown prince, who stood several paces away. I command you to approach. This is a royal decree. Do you dare defy my orders? The sage declares, a small stick is received, a large stick is to depart. Fully alert now, Zhu Biao resolutely shook his head. Therefore, I beg your pardon, but I cannot comply. Otherwise, when father calms down, he will surely regret it. He even thoughtfully suggested, if father were to swap the sword for a whip, or even a stick, I would willingly step forward to accept punishment. Indeed, father, you cannot strike elder brother. Zhu Zhen loudly reminded him. One swing of that sword leaves no room for regret. If it were a whip, we would be willing to face punishment together. Zhu Di echoed. Zhu Yuanzhang, having gone 3 days and nights without sleep, was already in a weakened state, further exhausted by his two sons' antics. The ministers and officials positioned themselves before the crown prince, offering counsel, which ultimately quelled his wrath somewhat. This is what you all suggested. Zhu Yuanzhang tossed the sword to the ground, his expression darkened. Take the crown prince, the Prince of Yin, and the Prince of Chu away. We shall exchange the sword for a whip to deal with them. Thank you for your grace, father. The crown prince bowed and obediently followed the guards. Zhu Di also released his father and was escorted away. I never said I wanted to be punished together. Zhu Zhen lamented as he was forcibly removed by Zhu Yuanzhang. Crying as General Tianwu carried him away. Once the three princes had departed, tranquility returned outside the Feng Tian gate. Yet, some matters, once lost, could never be reclaimed. For instance, the matter of the prince's mourning for concubine's son, when the crown prince caused an uproar. Became evident to all ministers and the populace that the princes were unwilling. Thus, it rendered any further insistence by Zhu Yuanzhang futile. Mourning is inherently an expression of utmost sincerity and filial piety. To compel a son to don mourning garments diminishes any semblance of solemnity. Upon regaining his composure, Zhu Yuanzhang deeply regretted his actions, realizing that he should not have treated his son in such a manner. What if a rift were to arise between father and son? What would happen if it led others to mistakenly believe that the crown prince was falling out of favor? Therefore, persisting in his obstinacy proved to be exceedingly unwise. Consequently, Zhu Yuanzhang resolved to grant the crown prince some consideration and to make concessions. He decreed that the fifth prince would mourn for 1 year, while the other princes would observe a period of mourning for 3 months. This way, his subjects would comprehend that he, Zhu, still valued the crown prince's feelings. However, this decision placed Zhu Yuanzhang in a precarious position. In an effort to salvage his dignity, he proclaimed that his actions were not solely for concubine's son, but rather a necessary reform of ancient rites that no longer aligned with contemporary realities. He commissioned the esteemed Hanlin scholar Song Lian and other learned individuals to compose a volume titled Records of Filial Piety, which would be promulgated throughout the realm, thereby redefining the various mourning customs for the people of the Ming Dynasty. Henceforth, children, regardless of whether mourning for their father or mother, were required to observe a full 3 years of mourning, a practice referred to as 2 cuts in the family. This decree had a relatively minor impact on the common folk, but was profoundly significant for scholars. The burden of mourning for 3 years for a father's death, followed by another 3 years for a mother's passing, and in cases where the biological mother was not the principal wife, an additional 3 years of mourning. This rendered personal lives, educational pursuits, and career paths disjointed and fraught with hardship. Note, the narrative of this book is fundamentally aligned with historical facts. including the timing that can be corroborated. I will only adopt details from at least 2 historical sources. For instance, regarding Zhu Yuanzhang's intention to execute Zhu Biao. One must not interpret the actions of early Ming figures like Zhu Yuanzhang through the lens of the logic applicable to the mid to late Ming period. Please be advised. Chapter 28. Father, why have you become timid? The crown prince, along with the kings of Yan and Chu, found themselves confined within the eastern chamber of the Qianqing Gate. Although the imperial edict proclaimed a lockdown for the 3 princes, the guards, primarily composed of noble offspring who had grown up alongside the crown prince and the king of Yan, had no intention of making things difficult for the esteemed princes. Li Jinglong, the duty officer, swiftly brought in a warming stove, hot soup, and pastries. Observing their thin attire, another officer, Su Huizhu, kindly provided cloaks to ensure the 3 princes were comfortably warm. What more could we need while standing guard outside? The 2 attendants asked. The crown prince and the other 2 princes displayed no airs of arrogance in front of their attendants. Your efforts are much appreciated. This is quite sufficient. The crown prince replied with a gentle smile, shaking his head slightly. Then we shall take our leave, Li Jinglong and Su Huizhu said, feigning a bow before departing. Once alone, Zhu Di embraced Zhu Zhen, playfully tousling his hair and exclaiming, "Well done, little six. You truly stepped up when it mattered. But you must never engage in such foolishness again." Zhu Biao intervened to halt the 4th prince's playful roughhousing. Pulling Zhu Zhen closer and carefully smoothing out the wrinkles in his garment, his concern evident. Your 4th brother may be tough, but you, my dear child, are delicate. What if something were to happen? Your father and I would carry that guilt for a lifetime. Hee, I don't even know what made me rush out. Zhu Zhen replied with an innocent grin. Yet I perceive you to be quite clear-headed, Zhu Di remarked, studying Zhu Zhen and mimicking his tone with a single stroke. There's no remedy for regret. Old Wang once advised my mother with those very words. Zhu Zhen responded without batting an eye. Is that so? Zhu Di nodded in understanding, recognizing it aligned perfectly with the persona of the empress. He smiled, adding, to learn and apply wisdom is indeed remarkable. Really? Zhu Zhen beamed, clearly valuing his 4th brother's praise. Of course. Is your 4th brother ever mistaken? Zhu Di raised his chin proudly. Zhu Zhen nodded vigorously, resembling a devoted follower of the king of Yan. By the way, little six, if it were me in place of eldest brother, would you still have acted? The king of Yan inquired with a grin. Absolutely, Zhu Zhen replied, as if it were the most natural thing. For you are my brother as well. And what about 2nd brother and 3rd brother? Zhu Di pressed. 2nd brother, 3rd brother. Zhu Zhen scratched his head, appearing perplexed. Enough teasing, little six. Zhu Biao interjected, coming to his rescue. Little six, do not harbor any resentment toward father over this incident. His temper can ignite like a firecracker, and once riled, he may act without thought. However, it is not that he is entirely reckless. Father remains clear-minded and will not truly lose his reason. For instance, if he were genuinely intent on harming me, could a mere child like you possibly intervene? Zhu Zhen's eyes widened in surprise. Thus, father did not genuinely wish to harm eldest brother. It was merely a scare tactic, Zhu Biao reassured him. In truth, Zhu Zhen was aware of this. After all, eldest brother was renowned as the most stable crown prince in history, the apple of their father's eye. How could one simply wield an axe without forethought? I was taken aback at first, but then I quickly regained my composure. Zhu Biao chuckled softly and remarked, in such circumstances, it is best to keep our distance. Let us wait until he is calmed down before addressing the matter. Do you understand? Yes, I understand, Zhu Zhen replied obediently, nodding his head. With a heavy sigh, he continued, brother, you truly have a difficult role, safeguarding your younger siblings while also speaking on behalf of the emperor. Haha. It is all for the sake of our family, Zhu Biao said, patting his head with great affection, then elegantly adjusting his sleeves and savoring a sip of tea, his eyes narrowing in delight. Sometimes, one finds satisfaction in the simplest of things. A child's words are indeed sufficient. Zhu Di began to feast heartily. Having skipped breakfast in his haste to attend the morning court, his stomach growling with hunger. However, Zhu Zhen, who usually had a robust appetite, found himself unable to eat. Come now, eat. Zhu Di urged, shoving a meat pie into his hands as he chewed and mumbled. Only by filling your stomach can you withstand punishment. Punishment? Will it be a whip or a stick? Zhu Zhen's concern deepened, making it even harder for him to eat. Those thorny brambles, Zhu Di began, as if recalling a long familiar tool. The emperor said that the brambles could ward off the wind. Though painful when used for punishment, they do not inflict lasting harm. Thus deemed a merciful instrument. Are the brambles truly harmless? Zhu Zhen questioned incredulously. They can break the skin, but do not damage the bones, Zhu Di replied nonchalantly. In the emperor's eyes, is that not considered merciful? Zhu Zhen's lips quivered, clearly alarmed. Fear not, sixth brother, Zhu Biao consoled him. This situation arose due to me. You are innocent. Regardless of how many lashes, I shall bear them for you. Brother, you are the foundation of the nation. How could you endure punishment? If your backside is struck, it is our royal dignity that suffers, Zhu Di declared, thumping his chest. I am tough-skinned and thick-fleshed. You two may leave it all to me. Zhu Zhen was astonished, never having imagined that they could share the burden of punishment. Then I shall take the blame for fourth brother when I grow up, he finally managed to say after a moment of contemplation. Haha, splendid. Zhu Di laughed heartily. It is settled then. When you grow up, you will be a father. Zhu Biao interjected, looking exasperated. Will there still be punishment then? Is that not too pitiable? Isn't it the same as before? Zhu Di countered. Ah, indeed. Zhu Biao was momentarily at a loss for words. In the end, the brothers had worried for nothing. They did not receive the anticipated punishment. Instead, they were merely confined for 3 days before being released. This was partly because the emperor could not bear to punish the crown prince, and naturally could not punish the other 2 accomplices. More importantly, Empress Ma had returned to the capital ahead of schedule. Zhu Yuanzhang summoned the crown prince into the palace of heavenly purity and instructed him to lead his siblings in welcoming the empress back to the city. As a son who has heired, I fear this may not be appropriate, Zhu Biao said politely. Enough of this pretentiousness, Zhu Yuanzhang replied with a weary smile, stepping closer. Do you still hold a grudge? I would not dare, Zhu Biao responded with utmost reverence. Oh dear, my master. Please have mercy on your old father and refrain from your anger, will you? Zhu Yuanzhang implored softly. Father, Zhu Biao finally called out, his voice laden with grievance, as tears shimmered in his eyes. I was wrong, Zhu Yuanzhang acknowledged, realizing that he had indeed gone too far, inflicting great harm upon the crown prince. He then placed his arm around his son's shoulders and promised, I assure you, it shall not happen again. Should it occur once more, you may take the throne, and I shall retire as the Grand Emperor. Will that suffice? Father, tread carefully with your words. Zhu Biao remarked with a resigned smile. His father truly was a source of endless worry. Ah, at last a smile. Zhu Yuanzhang exclaimed joyfully, playfully shaking his son's neck. He then leaned in closely to reveal his true intention. Your mother has returned. Do make sure not to tell on me. Chapter 29. The arrival as the saying goes. Each thing has its counterpart. Zhu Yuanzhang harbored a fear of his wife. To be precise, he felt a mixture of love, respect, and apprehension towards Empress Ma, a sentiment that remained unchanged even after ascending the throne. His son, of course, would not dare to gossip carelessly. Zhu Biao, helpless, gazed at Zhu Yuanzhang and remarked, But father, can the affairs of the palace truly be concealed from mother? Sighing, Zhu Yuanzhang replied with a sheepish grin, Well, we both know that it cannot be hidden. However, if you refrain from reporting me, the matter shall not be grave. If you could speak a few kind words on my behalf, it would be even less significant. Look at you, Zhu Biao retorted dismissively. How charming. On the 5th day of October, while the sky remained shrouded in darkness, the Forbidden City was already bustling with activity. Under the direction of the chief eunuch, the attendants used long hooks to replace the white gauze lanterns with the customary red ones. They removed the white mourning garments and paper horses from the path leading from the Meridian Gate to Kunning Palace. Even they changed out of their mourning attire, donning their usual green or red robes. In anticipation of the empress's return to the capital, the ladies of the 6 palaces exchanged their plain skirts for ornate palace garments, reapplying their cosmetics and adorning themselves with gold and silver. The princes similarly donned their dragon robes. In short, the entire palace swiftly transitioned from a state of grief over the passing of the beloved concubine to one of jubilance at the empress's return. This time, Zhu Yuanzhang had no objections, completely abandoning his former bluster about mourning attire. At the hour of the rabbit, a lengthy procession of ceremonial guards escorted the esteemed members of the Ming Dynasty out of the Forbidden City, proceeding towards the Waterwest Gate. Crowds of onlookers thronged, filling the streets to the brim, leaving no space to spare. The officials from the Yingtian Prefecture and the general's office formed 2 lines, creating a human wall to separate the royal procession from the masses, preventing any potential disturbances. Would there be any disturbances? Would there? Within the palanquin of concubine Hu, she knelt on the inner bench, her hands gripping the window frame, her eyes greedily observing the vibrant scenes of the southern capital outside. Mother, Could you not think of something better? Zhu Zheng remarked, seated behind her, mirroring her posture as he too fixated on the view beyond the window. This was his first time witnessing the outside world from the palace. Isn't this skill of yours finally put to good use? Concubine who asserted confidently. That is not for you, a mere concubine, to handle. Zhu Zheng coldly shattered her illusions. Ah, indeed. Concubine whose spirits deflated immediately. Given your father's temperament, he must have secretly arranged for many personnel throughout Nanjing. That is good to know. Zhu Zheng nodded, retracting his gaze. It was somewhat embarrassing to admit, but he had previously been unaware that this city was called Nanjing. He had thought it would remain so until his fourth brother moved the capital. Of course, he was now informed. The Ming Dynasty had 3 capitals, Nanjing, Beijing, and Zhangdu. Nanjing was indeed Nanjing, but Beijing was not what it is known as today. It was Kaifeng. In the future, Beijing would be referred to as Beiping. As for Zhongdu, it was the ancestral home of the Zhu family in Fengyang. With his limited historical knowledge, he found it all quite fascinating. Well, primarily from what is depicted in the television series. It appears that although Master Zhu is based in Nanjing Longxing, he remains discontented with the location, believing that establishing a capital here is akin to residing in a remote corner, making it difficult to govern the vast realm. Furthermore, as a self-made magnate, he is notoriously superstitious and harbors reservations about the historical precedent of the 6 dynasties in Nanjing, which he considers a sign of ephemeral rule. Consequently, he aspires to emulate his predecessors by establishing the capital in the Central Plains. However, since the turmoil at the end of the Yuan dynasty, the Central Plains have been left ravaged, with the populace in dire straits, making it implausible to support a metropolis of 1 million inhabitants. Thus, a compromise emerged, building the capital in Fengyang, situated in the Jianghuai region. He consulted his elder brother, who informed him that currently, all 3 proposed capital locations have their proponents, and the competition among the factions is fierce. Zhu Biao conveyed to him that this decision cannot rest solely on the emperor's shoulders. The ultimate location for the capital remains uncertain. Zhu Zhen could discern his brother's distress over the matter, yet he could not reveal that Nanjing ultimately triumphed. However, Nanjing did not emerge victorious in the end, as an unrelated place ultimately benefited from the situation. This added to his anguish, for he could not share with his brother that the move of the capital would not be decided by him or his son, but rather by their fourth brother. Ironically, both of his elder brothers treated him with utmost kindness, putting him in a difficult position. Alas, how blissful it would be to be entirely ignorant of history, thus sparing oneself the anxiety of future events. Alternatively, possessing comprehensive historical knowledge would suffice to guide one in making prudent choices. The most lamentable state is to be like himself, possessing only a fragmentary and unreliable understanding of history, insufficient to support sound judgment, yet disruptive to his reasoning. Not only is it unhelpful, but it also serves to amplify his worries. Observing his 10-year-old son wearing a troubled expression, consort who embraced him tenderly. What troubles you? My son, are you fearful that your mother will stir up more trouble? Zhu Zhen paused, recalling the earlier conversation. He attempted to extricate himself from his mother's embrace. Yet consort who held on steadfastly. Do not squirm. My son is growing up. If I do not hold you now, I may never have the chance again. Zhu Zhen acquiesced and remained still. Do not worry. For your sake, your mother will endure whatever she must. Consort who pressed her cheek against his crown, reassuring him with misplaced confidence. Your mother will never allow you to face fears alone again. All right. Zhu Zhen nodded. Anything that alleviated his burdens was indeed a blessing. Moreover, with the return of the empress, peace would be restored within the palace. Consort who expressed a sigh of relief, yet her embrace tightened around her son, as if fearing he might be taken away. Zhu Zhen sensed the melancholy emanating from his mother and yearned to offer words of comfort. Yet he was at a loss for what to say, and thus clutched her arm more firmly. However, soon enough, His Highness the Prince of Chu ceased to regard his mother's sentiments, as he felt he was on the verge of being suffocated. Thankfully, as the procession emerged from the Water West Gate, the voice of his fourth brother rang out. Sixth brother, disembark. Time to get off. Mother, I shall walk from here. Zhu Zhen seized the opportunity to break free from his mother's grasp, leaping from the carriage and inhaling deeply. It had been previously established that Zhu Yuanzhang adhered to the principle of no matter how wealthy, one must endure hardships, forbidding the princes from riding in carriages within the palace. When departing the palace for distant travels, it is customary to walk at least 1/3 of the journey. Thus, the brothers were compelled to traverse the 10 miles to the riverside dock on foot. However, the young princes found this to be a most delightful endeavor. The sky was a brilliant blue, the air crisp and refreshing, and the visibility stretched far and wide. It was a perfect occasion for an autumn outing, filled with laughter, playful banter, and a sense of effortless enjoyment, until they unknowingly arrived at the riverside dock. Except for the limping seventh prince, of course. They waited at the dock until noon, when at last the fleet of the Empress appeared upon the great river. After a full hour had passed, the Empress's grand vessel finally anchored alongside the pier, where the waiting soldiers of the Imperial Guard promptly erected a staircase soaring over 2 zhang in height, facilitating passage to and from the ship. This vessel's deck was indeed elevated 2 zhang above the pier. As they gazed up at the magnificent ship, the princes could not conceal their astonishment. Zhu Zhen, too, was left in awe, for he had never beheld such a colossal wooden vessel. Yet upon reflection, it seemed entirely reasonable. If the shipbuilding prowess of the Ming Dynasty were not so advanced, how could they have constructed the famed treasure ships of Zhenghe? Chapter 30. Closing the door, a boisterous general, clad in armor with a sun-kissed complexion and a face adorned with a majestic beard, appeared at the ship's railing, personally steadying the gangway. "Please, your highnesses, come aboard," he urged. "Thank you, Duke de Qing," Zhu Biao replied courteously, leading his brothers onto the ship to pay their respects to their mother. Zhu Zhen followed closely behind his elder brother, glancing toward Duke de Qing, who indeed possessed a formidable presence, unmistakably a fierce warrior. "He is Liu Yuanzhang." Prince Chu could not help but sigh inwardly, reflecting on how fearless their father was to allow this maker of shipwrecks to greet their mother. "Be careful of your footing, your highness," Liu Yuanzhang said, slightly leaning forward as he sensed the prince's gaze upon him. "Why is your beard red? Is it dyed?" Zhu Zhen inquired with childlike curiosity. "Haha. I have spent many years on the water, and my beard has taken on the rust of the waves," Liu Yuanzhang said proudly, stroking his crimson beard. "Oh, what a pity." Zhu Zhen shook his head with a sigh as he followed his brothers. "What is regrettable?" Liu Yuanzhang stood there, puzzled, wondering if it was his splendid beard that was lamented. As the crown prince stepped onto the deck, 2 young men clad in imperial robes eagerly approached him. "Brother." One strikingly handsome youth with white teeth and rosy lips rushed forward to bow before the crown prince. "Ha ha ha, third brother, how have you been?" Zhu Biao stepped up to embrace him warmly. "Ah, so he is Jin Wang Zhuyan. The third brother is truly dashing, even more so than the elder brother." Zhu Zhen mused to himself. Compared to him and the fourth brother, who were not particularly distinguished by their looks, it felt like an insurmountable comparison. However, upon seeing another brother, he regained confidence in his own appearance. Elder brother. The other was naturally ergo, Qin Wang Zhuzhan, who moved with purpose but spoke slowly, stuttering slightly. "I pay my respects to the crown prince." "Haha, second brother, you have grown thinner," Zhu Biao exclaimed, giving Zhuzhan a hearty embrace. "Director who?" Zhu Zhen observed his second brother, who was significantly taller than the fourth brother, yet with a square head, chubby cheeks adorned with light stubble, and a pair of sleepy eyes that suggested a lack of intellect. He resembled a reincarnated Tibetan fox. Once the formalities were complete, the younger brothers also approached to greet their second and third brothers. "Ha ha ha, fourth brother, you rascal, I've missed you." Zhu Zhen clasped the fourth brother in a tight embrace. "I've missed you too," Zhu Di replied, holding on to his second brother as if they were about to kiss. 500. Enough with the affection. Let us go in and pay our respects to mother. Zhu Yin rolled his eyes, reminding the two. "All right." The Qin Wang and Yin Wang released their embraces and hurriedly followed their elder brother into the cabin. Within the spacious cabin, the decor was exceedingly simple. Empress Ma sat regally upon her throne, surrounded by a retinue of female officials, receiving the bows of numerous concubines and princes. At the age of 44, she bore a compassionate visage, unadorned yet dignified, with notably large feet. Had she not donned a garment of apricot yellow and a phoenix crown, it would have been difficult to associate her with the status of an empress. However, observing the profound respect emanating from all those before her, even the flamboyant and shameless de Dingfei displayed a demeanor of utmost reverence. One could truly comprehend that she was, without question, the mother of an entire nation. "Please rise." The gentle Empress Ma raised her hand softly. "We are all family, no need for such formality." After bestowing seats upon the ladies of the 6 palaces, she glanced at the vacant chair to her left, a look of sorrow crossing her features. "On the 27th of last month, upon receiving urgent news of Sister Sun's critical condition, I hurried back with eldest and third brothers, but despite our haste, we were unable to see her one last time." The concubines and the princes and princesses joined the empress in shedding tears. Empress Ma gestured towards the two girls who were weeping the hardest, Jingjing, Funing. Come here to mother. Mother. The two princesses rushed into her embrace like fledglings returning to their nest, weeping uncontrollably. The collective sorrow intensified. Even Zhu Zhen felt the atmosphere affecting him, his nose tingling with emotion. He recognized the two sisters. The elder was his eldest sister, Zhu Jingjing, around 13 or 14 years old, while the younger, Zhu Funing, was merely 5 or 6. Both were daughters of concubine Sunday. According to old Zhu's decree, princess titles were only conferred upon daughters upon their marriage, hence they had yet to receive their titles. Now, do not cry. You still have mother, Empress Ma. Her eyes reddened, wiped their tears and reassured them, from now on, you shall move to Kuan Ning Palace and live with me. So you shall not suffer even the slightest grievance. Thank you, mother. The sisters wept even more fiercely, yet their spirits visibly lifted. All right. Let us not linger here. We shall converse at home. Empress Ma urged her daughters to rise, beckoning everyone to return to the palace. On the journey back, the atmosphere grew even more fervent. From the moment they left the dock until reaching the Water West Gate, the roadside was thronged with citizens of all ages, supporting the elderly and carrying children. Upon seeing the Empress's imperial carriage, they bowed in reverence, shouting, "Long live the Empress! May the Empress enjoy boundless longevity." Once inside the city, the roads narrowed, and the scene became even more exaggerated, with crowds jostling to catch a glimpse of Empress Ma's imperial procession. Many losing their voices in the fervor. The officials and soldiers from the capital and the allied military could no longer maintain their decorum. They quickly formed two lines, hand in hand, creating a human barrier to shield the Empress's sacred carriage from the surging throngs. Zhu Zhen distinctly remembered that as they departed the city, while many citizens had gathered, they were primarily there for entertainment. Even the crown prince had not elicited much of a reaction. Now, however, the crowd had multiplied several times over and was tenfold more enthusiastic. It was evident that these citizens had come specifically to honor Empress Ma. He had no doubt that if that benevolent matron were to call out, they would willingly march through fire and water for her without hesitation. In the second year of the Longfeng reign, your father conquered Jiqing Road and renamed it Yingtian. It has been 18 years since then. Concubine Hu, sensing his bewilderment, gently elucidated, for 18 years, your mother has cared for the people of Jinling as if they were her own children, guiding them to restore their livelihoods, establishing benevolent halls to care for the elderly, orphans, and the disabled, always striving to protect them from harassment by officials and the bullying of local tyrants. It is your mother, the Empress, who has enabled them to thrive and prosper amidst the chaos of the times, even leading to a flourishing existence. It was she who advocated for the taxation policy of 1/30th on merchants and vehemently supported the abolition of the myriad taxes imposed during the Yuan Dynasty, thereby encouraging industrial and commercial development. The present prosperity of Nanjing is inextricably linked to her nurturing care. Concubine Hu Chong sighed in admiration, remarking, "The Empress is truly remarkable." Zhu Zhen nodded in understanding. The phrase to love the people as one's own children may sound simple, yet how many in positions of power are willing to act on it? Similarly, the notion of benefiting the populace appears straightforward, but how many prominent figures can genuinely achieve it? Empress Ma not only wished to do so, but she also succeeded. Naturally, the common folk regard her with maternal affection. As twilight descended, the imperial carriage finally returned to the Forbidden City. Zhu Yuanzhang, having set aside his pressing state affairs, personally hosted a grand banquet to welcome Empress Ma. She graciously expressed her gratitude to the emperor, everything adhering to propriety, revealing no hint of irregularity. However, the concubines and their children, understanding the situation, filled their bellies and promptly took their leave, urging the weary empress to rest early. Zhu Yuanzhang wished to prolong their conversation, but they were unwilling to linger. How curious that they usually refused to depart, he mused, feeling uneasy as the room cleared out entirely. With no hope of sleep at such an early hour, he resolved to return to the Hall of Supreme Harmony to review some memorials before retiring for the night. He had devised a plan to remain in the hall, only to have someone come to inform him after a couple of hours, "Your Majesty is still occupied. May the Empress rest in the meantime." His scheme was clever, yet just as he began to rise, Empress Ma calmly commanded, "Close the door." The lady in waiting stationed at the palace door stifled a laugh as she promptly secured the entrance. Chapter 31. Empress Ma teaches her husband as the heavy palace doors slowly closed, leaving the grand hall devoid of any presence. Zhu Yuanzhang appeared visibly flustered. "Then I shall not leave. Let us converse a while longer." His voice trembled with uncertainty as he attempted to sit once more. Who permitted you to take a seat? Before his bottom could even touch the chair, Zhu Yuanzhang found his ear firmly pinched, rendering him unable to sit or stand comfortably. Ouch, ouch, ouch. He pressed his hand against his ear while attempting to assert. Release me at once. I am the emperor now. You cannot treat me as you did before. Otherwise. Otherwise what? Empress Ma twisted his ear and coldly inquired. Otherwise, my reign as emperor would be in vain. Zhu Yuanzhang replied weakly, have some compassion, dear sister. If it were not for your sake, I would have lost my temper in front of the children just now. Empress Ma tightened her grip, saying, Oh, Zhu Chongba, how have you changed so drastically? I have been away for only a few days, and you reveal your true colors. What have I done? Zhu Yuanzhang winced as he twisted his head to alleviate the pain. I have never managed the inner court. It is quite normal for something to go awry. Is that merely a trivial matter? You cast aside your consort, who has been by your side for over a decade, into the cold palace over such a minor issue. What if she were to perish within? Would not the sixth prince resent you for eternity? How could you be so heartless? I was merely trying to frighten her. I intended to release her right away. Zhu Yuanzhang pleaded pathetically. Was that truly a mere scare? You may not be well read, but you must have heard enough from the scholars to understand that the cold palace is akin to a grave for the women of our court. Thankfully, the consort has a generous spirit. Had I been in her position, I would have taken my life to show you. I truly did not consider it so deeply. I was in the wrong. I have already apologized to the consort. Please temper your anger. Zhu Yuanzhang offered a sheepish smile. It shall not happen again. Temper my anger? At the mention of these words, Empress Ma's fury intensified, and she pointed at Zhu Yuanzhang, her teeth clenched. Zhu Chongba, when you brandished a sword against the crown prince in the grand court, did you consider tempering your anger then? Before he could even rub his sore ear, he witnessed Empress Ma swiftly draw a feather duster from a vase and strike at his back. Even if you disregard familial bonds, do not forget that he is still the heir to the throne. Throughout history, no tyrant has ever pursued their own crown prince with a sword in front of their ministers. What do you think the ministers will think? How will the crown prince feel? What if the eldest, with his gentle and meticulous nature, becomes obstinate? Did I not relent afterward? Besides, who does not know that the crown prince is our lifeblood? Should he wish to ascend the throne, I would gladly step aside with a smile. No one would think ill of it. No one. The unfortunate Zhu, while evading her strikes, attempted to explain. In that moment, I was simply overwhelmed by anger from the eldest. It was not to be taken seriously. Who was truly angered? Empress Ma retorted. Was the eldest wrong in what he said? His biological mother is still alive, and you expect him to wear mourning attire? Are you wishing for him to be filial or not? Empress Ma trembled with anger, her feather duster falling incessantly as she exclaimed. Furthermore, while finding a filial son for concubine son to mourn is reasonable, choosing the fifth son is utterly unacceptable. Back then, you threw a tantrum and forbade him from mourning for his biological mother. Now you wish for him to mourn for his stepmother. How heart-wrenching must that be for the child? You truly are a scoundrel. Indeed. We were so preoccupied with our own troubles back then that we failed to consider this matter. Zhu Yuanzhang felt utterly humiliated by Empress Ma's reproach and did not attempt to evade her, allowing her feather duster to strike him. Alas, sister, how could we have been so foolish? The more he pondered, the more guilt consumed him, his tiger-like eyes brimming with tears as he lamented. It has only been a few months since your departure, and already we have thrown our household into chaos. We have truly become foolish to the core. As he spoke, he raised his arm and struck himself twice. Those blows were harsher than any delivered by Empress Ma, causing blood to appear at the corner of his mouth. Enough. Empress Ma, now feeling a pang of sympathy, hastily discarded the feather duster and produced a handkerchief to wipe his mouth. Softening her tone, she remarked, Your temper has not been tamed in a day or two. Since becoming emperor, your burdens have multiplied, and your temper has only grown fiercer. However, dear Zhu, you must cultivate your character and temper your anger. This applies not only to your ministers, but also to both civil and military officials. You must always remember that you are no longer that simple soldier who could indulge himself. You are now the sovereign, whose words carry weight and whose commands are law. A mere utterance from you can determine life or death. A single moment of impulsiveness can lead to the ruin of entire families. The consequences are far too grave. Empress Ma cradled his head, letting out a long sigh. Moreover, you cannot afford to regret your decisions, for one cannot change imperial decrees at will. You must instead learn to navigate your mistakes hence. You must tread carefully, your majesty. Alas, I shall remember this and strive to improve. The once formidable Zhu, who paraded about like a king of beasts, now nestled in Empress Ma's embrace, appeared as tranquil as a great cat. Sister, you must constantly remind me to temper my anger, lest I face the feather duster's wrath. I must remain composed. Virtue. Empress Ma tapped his forehead, finally breaking into a smile. You make me sound like a fierce tigress. It is rather unbecoming. I do not wish to manage your whims, so long as you do not act recklessly. Regardless, your return brings me peace of mind. Zhu Yuanzhang's features relaxed, his tone languid, almost petulant. After sharing a tender moment with his wife, he resumed his seat. Empress Ma fetched water for him to wash his face and untangled his disheveled hair, restyling it. As Zhu Yuanzhang indulged in his wife's care, he inquired, "By the way, sister, how were the conditions on the journey? Have our people's lives improved? What do you expect me to discern? Who would allow the Empress to see what ought not to be seen?" Empress Ma replied with a faint smile, "I have witnessed many splendid faads, yet I suspect your ears have grown weary from listening to the same tales." Indeed. With a warm cloth draped over his face, Zhu Yuanzhang mumbled, "It feels as if ever since I ascended the throne, I have become increasingly deaf and blind. Alas, I should never have heeded Lu Ji's advice to abolish the inspection system." He lamented, "There was a flaw in the establishment of the bureaucratic system. Now, whenever we wish to acquire knowledge or witness events, we are entirely reliant on the Central Secretariat. We can only behold what the Central Secretariat allows us to see, and if they choose to withhold information, we remain oblivious to it. Damn it, to have reached such a state as an emperor is truly shameful." In a fit of rage, Master Zhu tore off his handkerchief and flung it violently onto the table. "What? Do you harbor discontent towards Mr. Liu again?" Empress Ma inquired with a slight furrow of her brow. "No," Zhu Yuanzhang replied, shaking his head. "It was merely a recollection triggered by someone else's affairs." "Oh." Empress Ma had initially intended to express that he had already wronged Mr. Liu enough and should refrain from causing him further distress. However, having already scolded him extensively that day, she decided it prudent to exercise restraint and preserve the emperor's dignity, choosing to hold her tongue. Perhaps it would be best to wait for a more opportune moment to broach the subject. Chapter 32. My resentful brother. The following day, before dawn broke, Zhu Zhen was once again dragged from his warm bed. "Hi, Judy," he mumbled, eyes still shut, raising his middle finger in a customary greeting to his fourth brother. Zhu Di had grown accustomed to being addressed by his name and understood the gesture was meant as a greeting. He responded with a similar gesture, "Get up quickly. Today we shall depart early." "What for?" Zhu Zhen asked, while Mu Xiang helped him dress, glancing around with sleepy eyes. "Where is elder brother?" "Oh. Isn't elder sister-in-law about to give birth soon? I told elder brother to spend more time with her during this period and not to worry about us going to school." Zhu Di patted his chest proudly, declaring, "From now on, it's fourth brother's responsibility to call you to school." "How considerate of you, fourth brother," Zhu Zhen replied, fully embracing the role of an admiring younger sibling. "Of course. Now hurry up," Zhu Di urged impatiently, causing Zhu Zhen to sense something amiss. Could there be a scheme afoot? Yet, he dared not voice his doubts or inquire further. He obediently finished dressing, hastily consumed a few bites of food, and was then dragged away by his fourth brother from Wan'an Palace. The biting cold wind greeted them along the way, but Zhu Zhen, bundled up in thick clothing, felt somewhat insulated. However, with his mouth and nose exposed, each breath filled his lungs with chilly air, leaving him quite uncomfortable. Alas, nothing could be more torturous than this. He mused, having already graduated yet still forced to endure the rigors of school once more. It seemed the Prince of Yin also felt the chill, quickening his pace and pulling Zhu Zhen along. They arrived at the Wenhua Gate in half the usual time, but instead of entering, they proceeded directly toward the Donghua Gate. What could possibly be the purpose of this detour? Zhu Zhen asked in frustration, his stomach grumbling after having just eaten and now contending with the cold air. "We're accompanying fourth brother to meet second brother," fifth brother explained. "Fourth brother and second brother share such a close bond?" Zhu Zhen inquired, rubbing his stomach. "Certainly. When second brother is away, fourth brother finds life at the main hall exceedingly difficult. With second brother back, there is someone to share the burden," fifth brother affirmed confidently. That made sense. Zhu Zhen had intermittently attended classes and had witnessed fourth brother's struggles firsthand. It was akin to having a student in class who simply did not possess the aptitude for learning, yet was bound to the desk, forced to study against their will. Failure to grasp the material was deemed a lack of diligence, compelling them to adopt a more earnest attitude, to suffer through the rigors of study. The esteemed instructors at the main hall perhaps felt that producing a semi-literate from their ranks was a profound shame. Thus, with an unwavering belief that diligence would yield results, they had relentlessly tormented the poor Prince of Yin. This included, but was not limited to, punishing him to copy text 10 times. If he misremembered a single character, he would be made to copy again 10 times. If he made a mistake in his copying, another 10 times would follow. This was all under the guise of tempering his character. Zhu Zhen even suspected that fourth brother's potential future eccentricities might be rooted in this period of torment. In any case, it was evident that someone needed to alleviate the pressure on him. Is second brother truly worse off than fourth brother? He asked, his curiosity piqued. Worse indeed. Fifth brother nodded emphatically. If fourth brother is a semi-literate, then second brother is utterly illiterate. Is it truly that exaggerated? Zhu Zhen inhaled sharply, pondering the exceptional lineage of the Zhu family. Furthermore, his fourth brother's future posthumous title would be that of the cultured Emperor I. What a triviality indeed. Admittedly, the fourth brother struggles with his studies. As for the second brother, he learns only to forget. When he was your age, he had yet to complete a single volume of The Urgency of Study, much to the vexation of our father, who would often inquire, "What have you learned today?" The second brother would invariably falter in his response, leading to a reprimand. As Zhu Lu recounted the second brother's embarrassing incidents, a smile finally graced his face. He continued, "One day, our father asked him again, and he proudly declared, 'Today, I learned a word, and I haven't forgotten it.' Our father, pleased, asked him which word it was. He replied, 'Come day, come length.'" Zhu Zhen's mouth fell agape, astonished at such audacity. Even the old monk was not spared. This infuriated our father, who promptly removed his shoe for another round of punishment and subsequently ordered the execution of the teacher. However, the fifth brother interjected. Fortunately, our mother intervened, suggesting that father first summon the teacher to inquire why he had instructed the child to use foul language. It would not be too late for further action afterward. Thus, their father called for the teacher and, upon questioning, the teacher vehemently protested his innocence, asserting that he had taught the second brother the phrase "come day, come length," which had no connection to the abbot. Only then did their father realize that the second brother had confused homophones, mistaking the elongated form of length for to grow. Although this ancient jest had been recounted countless times, the three brothers found themselves in fits of laughter. "What are you all laughing about?" A voice resonated from the entrance, revealing the presence of His Highness, the King of Qin. "We were sharing a joke, second brother." Zhu Di greeted him with a smile, noticing Jin Wang also in attendance. "Ah, you came with third brother." The third brother had married and naturally moved out of the palace to reside in his royal residence. If I hadn't called him, the second brother would undoubtedly have skipped class today. Jin Wang tightened his cloak and glanced back, disappointment evident on his face. "Eldest brother hasn't arrived?" "Ah, indeed." Zhu Di reiterated the previous explanation, then, like a magician, produced a small food box from his robe. "Do not be disheartened, though eldest brother is absent. He has sent you a treat. Is this from him?" Jin Wang's eyes sparkled as he reached out to seize it. "This is for everyone." Zhu Di attempted to reclaim it, stating, "The main hall prohibits eating. I will hold on to it for you." Jin Wang, nimble and graceful, deftly evaded Zhu Di and dashed away. As the saying goes, the past flows like the river. I shall take my leave first. That rascal, surely he won't indulge himself again. The second brother fumed, preparing to give chase, but was halted by Zhu Di, who slyly winked and gestured for him to wait for the unfolding drama. "Oh." The second brother pointed in the direction of the third brother's disappearance. Then, at Zhu Di, realization dawning upon him. "You plan to trick him? Who told him to insult us yesterday with those 500 remarks?" Zhu Di scoffed. 500? How is that an insult?" The second brother inquired, perplexed. "He called us 250 combined with another 250, Zhu Di shook his head. "Those two halfwits. I can't believe I thought he was complimenting us." Zhu Zhen fumed, his square face growing even more contorted with anger. Zhu Ji and Zhu Zhen silently observed, pondering that their second brother remained oblivious to the scolding he received. Was this not a form of happiness? The four brothers entered the main hall. Yet the presence of Prince Jin was notably absent. It was not until the class bell rang that Zhu Yang, having indulged in a hearty meal, arrived late. "Have you consumed it all?" Zhu Di exclaimed in astonishment. "There was hardly any left. I merely sampled it," Zhu Yang replied. Remnants of yellow food clinging to the corners of his mouth as he burped. "I accidentally devoured it all." "Still, it wasn't much, yet you're heaving and burping." Zhu Er retorted indignantly. Hurry and recite your texts, Zhu Yang exclaimed, slapping his forehead theatrically. How could I forget that today is the day the teacher, inspects our recitations? Stop pretending. You deliberately dragged me here to make a fool of me. Zhu Shi lamented. Had I known, I would have rather stayed away. Zhu Yang burped again. For him, a diligent student, reciting was child's play. Interestingly, among Zhu's offspring, those with odd rankings were all diligent students, such as the eldest, the third, the fifth, and the seventh, whereas those with even rankings tended to be less studious, like the second, the fourth, and the sixth. Third brother, here, noticing Zhu Yang's incessant burping. The fifth brother, also a diligent student, handed him his water cup. Thank you. Zhu Yang quickly accepted it, unscrewing the lid to discover a white liquid inside. What is this? Oh, it's the soybean milk I had this morning. It's absolutely delightful. I had someone fill a jug for drinking, the fifth brother explained. It's cold. Zhu Yang took a sip, wrinkling his brow slightly. However, with class about to commence, he paid little mind and gulped it down, successfully suppressing his burps, yet soon his stomach began to grumble incessantly. Chapter 33. A part of the plan. Behold, this man is Liu Ji. Indeed. He is the renowned Liu Bowen, who stands alongside Zhuge Liang, a paragon of wisdom whose strategies are unmatched. It is said that nothing in this world can confound him. Yet, at this moment, he appears quite disconcerted. He could never have anticipated that, after a lifetime of commanding influence, he would find himself reduced to the role of a mere schoolteacher. Though his classroom is located within the Grand Hall of the Forbidden City, and his students are none other than the princes of the Ming Dynasty, he cannot help but wonder if his esteemed status as a master of the literary arts is truly necessary for instructing such obstinate pupils. Equally perplexed is Prince Zhu Xiang, who stands before Liu Ji's desk. This royal son, now 18, retains a youthful visage, his features unrefined by time, and his eyes still possess the innocence of childhood. In simpler terms, his countenance resembles that of a naive child. However, his scholarly abilities are hardly commendable. Following their customary morning study session, it is time for recitation. Although Prince Zhu Xiang has been away for some time, he has consistently had a tutor by his side, and thus, his studies have never faltered. Yet, he still struggles with the teachings. The master said, like a mountain, if one does not complete a single basket, then I shall cease, unfortunately. The prince is not particularly suited for this endeavor, and after reciting the first part, he forgets the rest, like he stammered, stuck on the word like. His face turning a deep shade of red. Suddenly, a loud echoed through the hall as someone let out a resounding fart. Laughter erupted among the princes. As the saying goes, better a fart than a phrase. Liu Ji, holding his nose, scolded, after 7 years of study in this grand hall. You have yet to memorize half of the analects. This is utterly nonsensical. I shall grant you another chance. Continue reciting. With a sense of shame. Prince Zhu Xiang nodded and resumed, like only for another to sound, provoking another bout of laughter. This time, all eyes turned toward the dashing Prince Jin. His face flushed. He gritted his teeth, seemingly struggling to contain himself. Like even the slow-witted Prince Zhu Xiang caught on and exclaimed loudly. Pfft. Prince Jin indeed let out a third fart. The laughter reached a crescendo. The princes were in fits, with Prince Yin laughing so hard he nearly toppled over. Silence. Silence. Liu Ji banged his ruler in frustration. No laughing and no farting. Yet, a fourth broke out. Prince Jin could no longer bear it. Rising swiftly to bow to the teacher before fleeing the room, casting an indignant glare at the mischievous fourth prince on his way out, Prince Zhu Xiang also exited, promising to return after memorizing the lines. Liu Ji, with a stern expression, chose not to look at the troublesome fox again. Next, the second prince obediently exited, and Prince Zhu Di stepped forward, book in hand, bowing respectfully. Liu Ji regarded him coolly, suspecting that Prince Jin's earlier predicament was orchestrated by Prince Yin. Teacher, let us begin from the third line, Zhu Di suggested, ready to commence his recitation. Start from this page. Liu Ji casually flipped through dozens of pages. Ah, who can bear this? Zhu Di was immediately taken aback. He had only crammed at the last moment, and once the examination was over, he forgot everything, never bothering to commit anything to memory. Did he not understand the principle of reviewing the old to learn the new? Out. Liu Ji pointed towards the door, expelling this instigator. Prince Qin stood outside, somewhat idly reciting his lines, when he saw Prince Yin emerge as well. Fourth brother, why have you come out too? Afraid that second brother might feel lonely. So I came to keep you company, Zhu Di chuckled. Good brother. Prince Qin promptly cast aside his book, excitedly inquiring. Just now, did the third brother eat the snack that elder brother brought? It was I who brought it. It has nothing to do with elder brother. Zhu Di replied with a smile. Did you not say? I said that although elder brother did not come, he brought you some snacks. Zhu Di shrugged, reasoning, if elder brother is not here, how could he bring you snacks? It must have been me. Zhu Xiang was utterly bewildered, and could only feign understanding while smiling. You are quite mischievous, but I like it. During these past few months, he had often let the third brother tease him. Finally, someone was avenging him. How delightful. Inside the classroom, the diligent student, Prince Wu, successfully recited his lines, and next was Prince Chu. Zhu Zhen stood up and approached the podium, yet he held no book. What? You haven't memorized again. Lu Ji was at a loss for words. How could such a clever child refuse to study diligently? Considering the relationship with the other students, he intended to be lenient. But having already expelled the second and fourth brothers, he felt it necessary to maintain fairness. I recited it, but I want to speak a few words of fairness for my two brothers. Zhu Zhen raised his little face, earnestly locking eyes with Lu Ji. My brothers are always punished for their studies. But have you considered, sir, that what you teach is, in fact, quite useless? Silence. I will not allow you to speak of yourself in such a manner. Lu Ji declared firmly. You must not speak of your brothers in such a way. I'm not implying that. Prince Chu was instantly at a loss for words. I meant to critique the Hu Zhi and Yu Shi Yun. However, in a battle of wits, he could not possibly outmatch Liu Bowen, who delivered a thorough reprimand. The son of an emperor, deeming the sage's texts as useless. Was this to be allowed to spread? After the lecture, Lu Ji pointed to the door for the third time. Go out and stand as punishment. Zhu Zhen, feeling dejected, performed a respectful bow. As he rose, their heads nearly collided, and Lu Ji heard him whisper, this is part of the plan. Part of the plan. Liu Bowen was momentarily stunned, before recalling the promise this young lad made to save his life. He could not help but chuckle softly. Could it be that Prince Chu's method was to drive him to his death out of frustration? Indeed, if he could manage to infuriate him to death, Hu Yong would have no chance to act. Outside the main hall, the two elder brothers warmly welcomed their sixth brother into their illustrious ranks. Well, perhaps it wasn't he all that illustrious. Zhu Di shifted slightly, creating a space in the corner of the wall. Sixth brother, stand here. It's sheltered from the wind. As the brothers shielded him from the wind, the second brother, lifting Zhu Zhen as if he were a mere chick, brought him to the corner of the wall. He and Zhu Di stood protectively in front of Zhu Zhen, their imposing figures resembling a wall that deflected the gusts. They lavished praise upon Zhu Zhen's earlier performance, deeming him truly one of their own. Especially resonant were his words, which struck a chord deep within their hearts. Zhu Di, filled with excitement, embraced him and declared, we, the princes, are destined to defend our father and elder brother in the four corners of the realm. What purpose do those worthless books serve? They impart neither the means to govern nor the strategies for warfare. I believe they are mere fabrications, designed to fool the foolish. Indeed, the more one reads, the more foolish one becomes. Zhu Xian wholeheartedly nodded in agreement, exclaiming, I am a living testament to this. They look down upon me, yet I hold them in disdain. Precisely. Zhu Zhen fervently nodded in affirmation, then exclaimed, the gardenia, robust and fragrant, emits a scent so potent that it cannot be dismissed. Yet the refined deem it unworthy, believing it lacks character. The gardenia retorts, to hell with you. I shall remain this fragrant, unabashedly so. And your opinions matter not. Chapter 34, Brotherhood and Beyond by Heavens, what a thrill! Exclaimed Zhu Di, utterly exhilarated by the words he had just heard. Sixth brother. Do speak more often. What? Could you repeat that? Though second brother struggled to grasp the full meaning, he too was swept up in excitement. The gardenia, robust and fragrant to the point of overwhelming, was deemed unsuitable by the refined, who considered it lacking in character. Zhu Di recounted the words with perfect precision, his memory impeccable. Zhu Xiang recalled the sentiment as well, vigorously patting Zhu Di on the shoulder and declaring, the gardenia says, to hell with you. I shall remain this fragrant. Unyielding to your opinions. Get lost. Echoed the voice of Mr. Liu, unable to contain his indignation. If you dare to make another sound, I shall demonstrate whether my ruler can enforce discipline. To hell with you. As they listened to Mr. Liu's relentless tirade, the two brothers hastily pulled sixth brother away, their hearts soaring with satisfaction. Throughout the day, they remained in a state of exhilaration and even jubilation, akin to lifting a heavy stone that had long pressed upon their chests, allowing for an unprecedented ease of breath. It felt as though they had unearthed the sludge that had clouded their vision, rendering the world vividly clear. Zhu Zhen couldn't help but marvel at the effectiveness of old Wang's bitter wisdom. "Oh, this old one is not the same as the other. This is not Wang Defa, but rather Wang Xingqi." Finally enduring until the end of the school day, the two brothers, high on the effects of the bitter wisdom, insisted on inviting sixth brother to form a brotherhood. "But we are already brothers. Is it necessary to slay a chicken and burn yellow paper to solidify this bond?" Zhu Zhen found it difficult to comprehend their line of reasoning. "Why? It is a matter of deepening our ties." Second brother chuckled. "True, we are indeed brothers. Yet we have not vowed to share fortune and adversity, not asking to be born on the same day, but rather to die on the same day. Is that not a loss for me?" Zhu Zhen pouted. "Ah, indeed," Zhu Di nodded. "Then we shall forego that part." "That sounds acceptable," Zhu Zhen acquiesced. As the three brothers prepared to depart from Wenhua Gate, their arms draped around each other. A commanding voice rang out from behind. "Halt." Alas, Zhu Di felt the wind leave his sails. "It appears we must postpone this for another day." Within the Wenhua Hall, the Crown Prince wore a stern expression as he surveyed the troublesome trio. "Kneel." The three promptly complied. "What are you two kneeling for?" The Crown Prince glanced at Zhu Xiang and Zhu Zhen. "Oh, it seems this does not pertain to us." Zhu Xiang and Zhu Zhen began to rise. "Did you not vow to share in adversity? Then kneel together." The Crown Prince's tone shifted. The two brothers, crestfallen, resumed their kneeling position. "Now, speak. What transpired?" The Crown Prince's icy gaze fell upon Zhu Di. "Have you poisoned third brother?" "Third brother simply loves to tattle," Zhu Xiang retorted indignantly. "Silence." Zhu Biao cast a sharp glance at Zhu Yan, who instinctively shrank back and fell silent. "Speak," Zhu Di declared with a raised chin. "By the heavens above and the earth below, if I, Zhu Di, were to poison my brother, may I meet an untimely end. Even in death, may I find no peace." "Enough nonsense," Zhu Biao retorted, pointing angrily at Zhu Di. "Spit it out." "I refuse to," Zhu Di stubbornly replied. "I am simply this kind of man. Who taught you such behavior?" "You reek of rusticity," Zhu Biao responded, shaking his head in disbelief. Only to then remember the matter at hand. What did the third brother say? After consuming the treats you provided, he could not stop with the flattering words. Zhu Biao struggled to suppress his laughter. He had been trained to maintain composure, no matter how amusing the situation, unless he truly could not help himself. "Flattering words?" Zhu Zhen remarked with admiration. "Scholars truly have a knack for refinement, even in their excretions." What was even more infuriating was that he falsely claimed the treats were from me. Zhu Biao's anger stemmed from this. Was it not a baseless slander against his integrity? "I did not." Zhu Di immediately launched into his familiar defense. "Yet this little trick might fool the second brother, but not the eldest." "Spare me your verbal games." Zhu Biao waved his sleeve, exposing Zhu Di's intentions. "You deliberately wish for him to mistakenly believe the treats were from me, so he would consume them without hesitation. Whatever big brother thinks, I shall not acknowledge it," Zhu Di asserted with conviction. Moreover, the treats were indeed genuine, crafted by the confectioners. If they were poisonous, would they dare to assist in making them? "I have already sent someone to inquire," Zhu Biao scoffed, just as a young eunuch hurried in, presenting a list of ingredients. Zhu Biao took it and nearly burst into laughter. He strained to maintain a serious expression as he read aloud. "Yellow beans, black beans, green beans, red beans, white beans, blue beans, flower beans, broad beans. Is this a convention of beans?" Zhu Biao tossed the ingredient list at Zhu Di, chiding. "With so many beans mixed together, are you not intentionally causing him to expel gas?" Zhu Zhen secretly scoffed. It seemed even the most refined scholars could lose their decorum when provoked. "Big brother, I am wronged." Zhu Di chuckled. "I have heard that consuming beans has numerous benefits, which is why I had them prepare a treat entirely of beans. Besides, it's just a little bit of each. I intended for each brother to have a taste. Eating a couple of pieces would hardly cause a continuous barrage of flatulence, would it?" Indeed, it was the third brother who insisted on hoarding the treats, snatching them and fleeing, and we could not catch him. Zhu Yan chimed in indignantly. "Exactly, it was clearly the third brother who seized them from me. How can he shamelessly accuse me?" Zhu Di wore an expression of grievance. "Big brother, you must not be biased and unjustly accuse me. You are like a rotten lotus root, full of malice." Zhu Biao playfully tapped Zhu Di's head, then turned to mockingly scold the figure behind him. "Fifth brother, you must surely be an accomplice. It is not that I look down upon fourth brother, but with so many types of beans, he wouldn't be able to recognize them all." Zhu Cheng, who had been overlooked until now, awkwardly interjected, "Big brother. I have been researching remedies for digestive issues and discovered that legumes have remarkable efficacy." After a brief pause, he murmured softly, "If only we could add a bit more of the purgative. No more reckless antics from now on." Zhu Biao was utterly speechless. This peculiar group of younger brothers was anything but straightforward. Since the fourth brother had not left behind substantial evidence, there was little that could be done in terms of punishment. Thus, the crown prince scolded the two of them, and the matter was swiftly put to rest. Just as the brothers were about to take their leave, the crown prince called out, "Sixth brother, do not depart just yet." "Ah, elder brother," Zhu Zhen nodded obediently, halting in his tracks. "Today, sixth brother stood up for us," Zhu Di speculated, anticipating that their elder brother would impose some form of penalty. He hastily defended Zhu Zhen, saying, "Mr. Liu must have taken the wrong medicine today, deliberately making things difficult for us. Where am I supposed to recite the article from 2 months ago?" "Exactly." Zhu Xiang nodded vigorously. "If elder brother intends to punish us, please do not make things hard for sixth brother. Enough of this. My perfectly fine younger brother has been led astray by you two rascals," Zhu Biao retorted with annoyance. "From now on, keep sixth brother out of trouble. Elder brother, we are the ones you raised. Is it not you who has led us astray?" Zhu Di replied with a cheeky grin. "You little rascal." Zhu Biao feigned a kick in jest. "Now be off with you." "Very well. Sixth brother, may fortune smile upon you." Seeing that the situation was beyond salvaging, the second and fourth brothers consoled Zhu Zhen and then left in haste. "We shall deal with the chicken heads and burn yellow paper another day." Chapter 35. The eldest brother truly shines. Once the brethren had departed, the crown prince led Zhu Zhen into the Wenhua Hall. This was the place where the crown prince engaged in study and discourse, adorned with a rustic yet elegant charm. The imposing bookshelves on either side, laden with countless tomes, infused the hall with an erudite atmosphere. The only elements that exuded royal grandeur were the intricately carved dragon throne, gilded in gold, and the ornate bronze and enamel incense burners and other decorative items, which were only utilized during the presence of the Emperor Zhu Yuanzhang. As Zhu Biao guided Zhu Zhen along the lengthy mahogany shelves, he pointed out the rows of books, many of which were rare editions from the Tang and Song dynasties, and even included bamboo slips and silk manuscripts from the Qin and Han eras. "What a fortune this must be," Zhu Zhen exclaimed, his words tinged with a sense of awe. Indeed, Zhu Biao misinterpreted the sentiment, affectionately ruffling his younger brother's hair. "The wisdom of our ancient sages is truly priceless. How could it be deemed useless? Did you know about this?" Zhu Zhen asked, somewhat sheepishly. "You are indeed well informed, Your Highness. Well, you three have been loitering in the courtyard all day. How could I remain oblivious?" Zhu Biao observed Zhu Zhen's chapped lips and cold ears, feeling a twinge of concern. He summoned an ointment and gently applied it to Zhu Zhen's skin while speaking softly. "Do not emulate your second and fourth brothers. They are naturally gifted warriors, and their lack of scholarly prowess is inconsequential. As long as they can recognize characters and comprehend military texts and maps, learning some principles to temper their character suffices." Zhu Zhen's mouth fell agape. "Could expectations be set so low? Then I too shall become a warrior," he proclaimed, suddenly invigorated. "I see you simply do not wish to study." Zhu Biao playfully pinched his cheeks, teasingly reprimanding, "Foolish boy. Do you think that training in martial arts and soldiering is devoid of hardship? No, it is tenfold more arduous and exhausting than sitting in the lecture hall. Furthermore, there is the risk of injury or even death. Are you truly so afraid of pain and death, yet yearn to take up the sword?" Zhu Biao let go of him. Walking to the desk, dipping a brush in ink, he feigned writing a note, saying, "If you truly desire it, I shall write a letter for you to accompany Duke Wei on a campaign to the northern borders." "Wait." Zhu Zhen, feeling as if he were being molded like dough, hurried to grasp his brother's hand. "I am still young and merely a burden to them." "Humph. They won't even miss a mouthful of food from you." The crown prince set down the brush, casually flicking Zhu Zhen's forehead with his left hand while holding his right sleeve. "Now you understand that you differ from your two brothers?" "Yes, I understand," Zhu Zhen replied obediently. Their father had assigned his brothers to Shaanxi and Beiping, while the third brother was stationed in Shaanxi. They were destined to lead troops into battle to safeguard the Ming Dynasty. Zhu Biao sighed, wrapping an arm around Zhu Zhen's shoulders. "This is their fate, and I am powerless to alter it. But you are different. You are still young, and your fief is in Huguang, with far lesser responsibilities." The crown prince turned Zhu Zhen to face him, squatting down to meet his gaze. "Thus, I wish to keep you here with me for a while longer. Would you be willing?" "Yes, I would." Zhu Zhen nodded vigorously, feeling a deep desire to do anything for his elder brother. It is indeed quite embarrassing. Without studying, how can one assist the elder brother in the future? Zhu Biao's words cut to the quick. It seems I am still being urged to pursue my studies. Zhu Zhen pouted, expressing disdain. I simply believe what they teach is of no use. Endlessly poring over a few worn tomes as if they hold the ultimate truths of the world. It seems that mastering Confucius's teachings equates to knowing everything. Haha, spirited indeed. He is truly cut out for learning. Zhu Biao, instead of growing angry, chuckled and replied, who has not heard Xingzi's words? To investigate things and exhaust principles does not mean to encompass all of the world's matters, but rather to delve deeply into one thing, from which others can be inferred. Oranges? Perhaps tangerines too. Isn't he just rambling? Everyone knows that each field is like a separate mountain. Where in the world is there a universal principle that applies to all? Zhu Zhen retorted, unconvinced. Haha. What you refer to is technique, while the scholars impart principle. Zhu Biao's knowledge was sufficient to easily dismantle Zhu Zhen's fallacious arguments. Xingzi's intention was to first comprehend the principle, then to study the technique, thus achieving twice the result with half the effort, leading to success in all endeavors. Zhu Zhen found himself at a loss for words. Have you heard the saying, things have their roots and branches, affairs have their beginnings and ends? Knowing the order of precedence brings one closer to the truth. The Crown Prince inquired with a smile. Zhu Zhen shook his head. How can you claim that others' teachings are of no use when you are unaware of such lines from the great learning? The Crown Prince mercilessly mocked. I think you could easily become an official speaker. I would rather be a keyboard warrior. Zhu Zhen silently berated himself. Therefore, you must earnestly devote yourself to your studies. Once you have thoroughly grasped what the teacher imparts, if you still find it useless, then you may come to debate with me. The Crown Prince playfully tapped his head and added, even if it's just to comprehend the memorials when dealing with those literati in the future, you must study diligently. After all, with such a clever mind, mastering that little bit of knowledge should be a piece of cake, right? Sigh, I understand now. Zhu Zhen hung his head. Acknowledging that his elder brother was indeed correct, the feeling of being rendered speechless was truly dreadful. It felt as though he had been intellectually crushed. In truth, beyond the 4 books and 5 classics, there exist more practical texts. For instance, this book, Great Learning's Extended Meaning, discusses governance and the principles of people's livelihoods. Our father holds it in great esteem and has had it inscribed in the Hall of Martial Excellence for daily contemplation. Zhu Biao continued. Taking a volume from the bookshelf, this book is not typically suited for someone your age. However, you, my lad, should not be judged by common standards. Consider it a wake-up call for you. Handing the book Great Learning's Extended Meaning to Zhu Zhen, he said, go home and read it. Let us see if you still dare to claim that studying is futile. Sigh. Zhu Zhen nodded, accepting it with both hands. By the way, do you know why this book is titled Great Learning's Extended Meaning? Zhu Biao asked. Zhu Zhen shook his head. Because its author, Zhen Dixio, borrowed the meaning from Great Learning, referencing Confucian classics and historical events, and appended his own insights. A slight smile graced Zhu Biao's lips, pride evident as he said, thus, before reading this book, you must thoroughly comprehend the Great Learning. My elder brother is indeed remarkable. Zhu Zhen looked at Zhu Biao with a sense of resignation. The Crown Prince truly resembled a mother pig donning a brassiere. What a spectacle. Quite impressive indeed. Zhu Biao chuckled. If I lacked a few tricks up my sleeve, how could I possibly discipline you peculiar younger brothers? After a moment of contemplation, Zhu Zhen resolved firmly, nodding vigorously. Very well, my dear brother. Zhu Biao extended his finger and said, come, let us seal this promise with a hook. There shall be no turning back. Zhu Zhen scoffed softly, finding it amusing how his brother often treated him like a child. Nevertheless, he obediently extended his finger and hooked it with his elder brothers. Chapter 36. An unforeseen path. After their profound conversation that day, Zhu Zhen truly followed through on his word and commenced diligent study. The esteemed instructors at the Grand Hall could not cease their praises for His Highness, the Prince of Chu, commending him for finally staying awake during lessons and for no longer using rice paper to wipe his nose. He also refrained from exhibiting the contempt of the king towards his teachers. Although his recitation was still somewhat halting and his handwriting resembled that of a person afflicted by epilepsy, it was enough to elicit exclamations of the child is teachable from the instructors. Otherwise, if the students emerging from the Grand Hall were to resemble the likes of Kings Qin and Yan, utterly devoid of knowledge, the teachers would find their reputations tarnished. This illustrates that early intervention yields results. In contrast, the cases of Kings Qin and Yan represent a late arrival, rendering them irredeemable. However, Mr. Liu was an exception. It seemed that a rivalry had formed between the two. Whenever he taught, the Prince of Chu would revert to his former ways, engaging in petty arguments and interjecting remarks, thus subjecting Liu Bowen to his antics. Liu Bowen, in turn, did not hold back, responding with punishments of standing, copying texts, and notifying the parents, which even led to the prince receiving a beating from the emperor on 2 occasions. Such sacrifices on the part of His Highness were indeed considerable. Nevertheless, the crown prince, ever magnanimous, felt pleased with his younger brother's performance, believing that Zhu Zhen had genuinely absorbed his words. As for the discord between Zhu Zhen and Liu Bowen, Zhu Biao paid it little mind. After all, what noble does not possess a temper, especially one so young? Zhu Biao remained oblivious to the fact that his earnest discussion was not the primary catalyst for his brother's transformation. The true impetus for change always lies within one's own heart. In truth, Zhu Zhen had contemplated how he ought to navigate his life. After much reflection, he arrived at a simple conclusion: to lay flat, for a person's destiny, while it indeed relies on self-effort, must also take into account the course of history. Sometimes, the choices we make hold greater significance than our efforts. Is it not said that in the Ming Dynasty, a life of ease is synonymous with being a good vassal king? With his limited historical knowledge, he understood that although his father currently granted the vassal kings considerable power, this would gradually diminish in the future. Moreover, regardless of who ascended the throne, the path of diminishing vassal power was inevitable. Since this would eventually occur, why not embrace a life of ease and enjoy it sooner? As Mr. G's diary articulates, in this life, I have no other hope. I merely wish to interact with women from various places. One might question why he did not strive for that position himself. Surely, it is more comfortable to diminish others than to be diminished oneself? Zhu Zhen had never entertained such notions. A person must possess self-awareness. He had watched several adaptations of the Jingnan drama. Regardless of the scriptwriter's inventions, it was invariably the case that the nephew faced insurmountable odds. His fourth brother managed to execute a remarkable turnaround from a seemingly hopeless situation, achieving a happy forever ending, which could only be attributed to extraordinary strength and being a favored child of destiny. As for himself, with his modest stature and ordinary appearance, how could he possibly contend with the fortuitous Yongle emperor? It would be far easier to cling to the leg of his fourth brother. In doing so, his descendants could also share in the blessings, and would that not be delightful? This encapsulated his initial thoughts. Thus, the pursuit of knowledge seems utterly inconsequential, does it not? I am already a prince. No matter how well I learn, I shall merely become a cultured prince at best. Are you not aware that suffering often stems from knowledge? Is ignorance not a form of bliss? To be an ignorant prince is undoubtedly far more delightful than to be a learned one. Yet, apart from my fourth brother, there exists a brother who serves as both a sibling and a father figure, making it exceedingly difficult for me to remain carefree. He is the finest heir apparent and the most admirable elder brother. Alas, one cannot ascertain whether he would make the best emperor. If only we could devise a means to prevent my brother's premature demise, that would surely yield the most favorable outcome. At the very least, it would stave off the rise of the Wallace student, thereby averting the catastrophe of the Tumu fortress. Furthermore, our father in his twilight years would not resort to slaughtering the elite of the Ming Dynasty out of concern for an inept grandson, which would otherwise lead to the ruin of our lineage. Even if my brother were to diminish the fiefs, it would merely be a matter of a word. His methods would undoubtedly be far more astute. He would never force his uncle to self-immolate, thus jeopardizing the realm. In such a scenario, my fourth brother could blissfully serve as the general of the North for a lifetime, free from retracing our father's bloody path. This unprecedented conclusion appears so splendid, igniting a restless yearning within Zhu Zhen. Although he recognizes the formidable challenge of altering history, potentially culminating in a futile endeavor akin to a mantis attempting to stop a chariot, his bond with his brothers grows ever deeper, intensifying his impulse to experiment. What ultimately solidifies Zhu Zhen's resolve is the birth of a child. Naturally, it is not his own offspring, but that of his elder brother. On the 27th day of the 10th month in the 7th year of Hanwu, the crown princess Chang is about to give birth. In a bid to eradicate the remnants of Mongol influence and restore the rightful Han lineage, Zhu Yuanzhang had long established the ironclad rule that the eldest legitimate son must inherit the throne. Hence, the arrival of this child signifies the continuation of the Ming Dynasty's imperial lineage into its third generation. The importance of this event is perhaps second only to the birth of Zhu Biao. In fact, Empress Ma returned to the capital ahead of schedule specifically to welcome this child. On the day of the crown princess's labor, The royal family was in full attendance. Zhu Yuanzhang, for the first time, granted a day off and, alongside Empress Ma, stood vigil outside the Spring and Harmony Palace, with hands clasped behind his back. He paced back and forth, eagerly straining to catch a glimpse at any sign of activity from within the inner chamber. This old man is more anxious than when his own son was born. Naturally, he was restrained by Empress Ma. After all, a gentleman cherishes his grandchildren over his own children. Such generational affection is well understood. Zhu Yuanzhang justified. Moreover, this is the eldest grandson, the future emperor of the Ming Dynasty. How can we not be anxious? Are you so certain it will be a grandson? Empress Ma shot him a glance. There is no doubt. I dream of a boy every night, Zhu Yuanzhang replied without hesitation. But let us agree, just in case, if, and I mean if, it does not fulfill your wish, you must not show a long face. Empress Ma cautioned him. Ah, fair enough, fair enough. The daughter-in-law is still so young. She can continue to bear children, Zhu Yuanzhang said, though he could not mask his growing unease. A man approached the ancestral altar, silently offering a prayer. Father, mother, may you bless me with a son. Thus, he endured a prolonged wait throughout the day, and as dusk descended, the wail of a newborn echoed throughout the Spring and Harmony Hall. This cry seemed to possess magical power, instantly compelling Empress Ma and the concubines to rise. The princes and princesses, who had been banished outside, rushed in as one. Zhu Yuanzhang, filled with tension, felt beads of sweat form on his palms, reminiscent of his anxiety during the Battle of Poyang Lake. As the curtain was drawn back, the midwife emerged, her face alight with joy, rushing to the emperor and presenting a jade tablet with both hands. Ha ha. Zhu Yuanzhang's laughter resonated through the heavens. What did I say? Ha ha. Truly. My words are as precious as gold. Chapter 37. The Crown Prince's grand celebration in the Spring and Harmony Palace. Lanterns were festooned, and an atmosphere of jubilation enveloped both the interior and exterior. The imperial family hosted a grand banquet to commemorate the birth of the emperor's firstborn grandson, Zhu Yuanzhang. Evidently under the influence of wine, gestured animatedly, his words tumbling forth in a merry haze. Had Su Qianda departed from Beiping? Traditionally, the Duke of Wei would leave the camp in the winter months to return to the capital for the New Year festivities. The Crown Prince, however, remained remarkably composed, perhaps due to his still untested paternal status. He dispatched a messenger bearing an edict, instructing him to return post-haste. Zhu Yuanzhang calculated on his fingers, declaring that he must arrive in the capital before the 26th of the following month. Such urgency, what could possibly warrant it? The Crown Prince found himself momentarily taken aback. Let us not delay the celebration of my grandson's full month. Zhu Yuanzhang laughed heartily. Is that truly necessary? The Crown Prince replied, bemused. How can it not be? It is of utmost importance. Zhu Yuanzhang retorted, puffing his cheeks and glaring playfully. This boy is 4 years my junior. Yet he has the audacity to have his son born before mine, as if to provoke us into attending his banquet. Father, does Su uncle truly intend to vex you? The Crown Prince responded, exasperated. If everyone else were invited and you were left out, would that not infuriate you even more? Ah, what does it matter? We are simply irked. Zhu Yuanzhang gestured with his wine cup, declaring, I vowed that when I had a grandson, he must arrive before his, so he could experience the taste of envy. You are truly petty and beyond remedy, remarked Empress Ma, emerging from the inner chamber cradling a yellow silk swaddling cloth. Look at your grandson. Oh, my eldest grandson has arrived. Zhu Yuanzhang immediately set aside his cup, hastily wiping his hands on his dragon robe, eager to embrace the child. Come, let grandfather hold you. Not so fast, Empress Ma interjected, positioning herself between them. A mere glance will suffice. You reek of wine and would overwhelm the baby. Ah. Very well, Zhu Yuanzhang acquiesced, refraining from reaching out, instead gazing with a beaming smile at the slumbering infant. He could not help but exclaim, what a handsome child. The newborn, wrinkled and fragile, resembled a diminutive monkey. It was unclear where the handsomeness lay. He resembles us. Without a doubt, he will achieve greatness. Lo and behold, he smiles at us. Ha ha, what a delightful grandson. Father, please bestow upon your grandson a name, Zhu Biao interjected. Unable to endure the sentimentality any longer, eager to divert his father's attention. Our first grandson requires no nickname, Zhu Yuanzhang replied cheerfully, spreading his arms to reveal the characters inscribed on his palms. Hero on the left, mighty on the right. I had already devised a name before I arrived. Zhu Yunxiong? Gasps filled the hall. And the third prince hastily flattered, truly befitting for the Crown Prince, such a commanding name. Nonsense, it is Zhu Xionging. Zhu Yuanzhang scolded the Jin prince before proclaiming with great authority, "Our grandson shall be named Zhu Xiangying." Zhu Xiangying. Outside the bustling hall, Zhu Zhen stood by the moonlit pond, reflecting on this name. The Zhu family had yet to devise a lineage poem or elemental periodic table. Thus the name of the crown prince's grandson remained quite down to earth. Yet Zhu Zhen understood that the future emperor would not be his nephew. This child appeared destined to depart this world before even reaching maturity. The sensation of foreseeing the future is profoundly unsettling, indeed, utterly dreadful. While others jubilantly celebrate the arrival of a newborn, he is involuntarily counting down the moments for the child. How cruel this is. The sounds of laughter ring in his ears like a discordant note, prompting him to step outside for a breath of fresh air. Feeling down, the ethereal presence of fifth brother manifests. He assumes sixth brother feels neglected and has come out to offer comfort. Such is the transience of human existence. Beauty departs as flowers wither. In that moment, Zhu Zhen appears aged beyond his years. What a splendid verse. Zhu Ling's imposing figure trembles, revealing himself fully. Whose masterpiece is this? I have never heard of it before. I can hardly recall. I only remember this line. Zhu Zhen coughs softly, hastily diverting the conversation. Fifth brother, do you believe that one's fate is predetermined? Not at all, fifth brother replied, offering what he considers sage advice. Just as our eldest brother was born to be the crown prince, and Ying Xiong was destined to be the heir, we were born as feudal lords. Such is our fate, immutable by anyone. Yet, upon reflection, he realizes that being a prince already places them among the most fortunate in the world. So what room is there for discontent? He feels this statement embodies the wisdom of their eldest brother. However, observing sixth brother lost in thought. Fifth brother feels a pang of disappointment and sighs. I truly am inept. Zhu Zhen snaps back to reality, grasping fifth brother's hand and vehemently shaking his head. No, how could that be? Even a mere piece of tissue has its purpose. Thank you. Zhu Ling muses, sensing an undertone of mockery. No, fifth brother, I should be the one expressing gratitude. Zhu Zhen's cherubic face brightens. You have enlightened me. Oh, truly? Zhu Ling is elated. This is something we, as feudal lords, must comprehend. The sooner we understand, the clearer our path becomes. Yet, Zhu Zhen's thoughts diverge entirely. He suddenly realizes that, in this moment, it appears that Ying Xiong is destined to be emperor, while fourth brother is not. However, the future may unfold entirely differently. From this present vantage point, the future is malleable. The crux lies in the term future. To him, at this moment, that outcome is yet to transpire, not an irrevocable past. History is immutable, yet the future remains uncharted. Since it has not yet come to pass, all possibilities remain open. How astonishing it is that such a simple truth has only just dawned upon him. With this newfound clarity, he turns back toward the palace to see his nephew. Gazing upon the wrinkled, rosy visage of the child, Zhu Zhen is filled with a surge of ambition. He shall endeavor to alter this child's fate, nurturing him into adulthood. However, before proceeding, he resolves to conduct an experiment to ascertain whether the future can indeed be reshaped. The subject of his trial will be Liu Bowen. If he can survive the clutches of Hu Weiyong, it would affirm that the future can indeed be altered. Thus, he gained the confidence to transform Zhu Xiangying, alter the crown prince, and reshape the future of the Ming Dynasty. Hence, the conflict with Liu Bowen, which escalated to the extent that even the emperor became aware, was indeed a part of his grand design. Additionally, the involvement of fifth brother was also an integral element of his scheme. Since that fateful day, he developed a profound interest in fifth brother's medical research. Zhu Zhen not only offered numerous valuable suggestions but also frequently collaborated with fifth brother in his apothecary, much to the latter's delight. The other brothers showed little enthusiasm for the medical arts, leaving him to pursue his studies in solitude. Little did he expect that sixth brother would turn out to be a kindred spirit. Truly, he was not alone on this path. Naturally, he confided in Zhu Zhen without reservation, eager to share every thought. By the way, fifth brother, is there a remedy that can induce continuous diarrhea without harming the body? On a certain day in the winter moon, sensing the moment was ripe, Zhu Zhen casually revealed his true intentions. A brave man cannot endure 3 bouts of diarrhea. Zhu Zhen shook his head vigorously. Is there truly a laxative that poses no harm to the body? How can one know without trying? Zhu Zhen replied with disappointment, surely. Fifth brother, you possess the courage to at least give it a try? Of course, exclaimed fifth brother, not wishing to disappoint his soul admirer. He immediately declared his intent to tackle this challenging problem. Chapter 38. The Threat of Assassination as the days passed. The city of Nanjing descended into the frigid depths of winter. Though the ancient capital by the Yangtze River, Jinling, did not endure the piercing cold of Beiping. Where water froze upon falling, it remained uncomfortably damp and chilly. The construction within the Forbidden City, built upon the foundation of Yankai Lake, further exacerbated the clamminess. Chilling one to the bone. Cursed be Liu Bowen, who, despite his mastery in geomancy, chose such a wretched location. Within the wooing hall, Zhu Yuanzhang warmed himself by the fire, while stretching the knee that bore the scars of his youth, muttering in frustration, "I believe he deliberately wishes for our discomfort." Zhu Biao, seeking to appease him, remarked, "Mr. Liu also resides within the Forbidden City. Geomancy pertains to the flow of wind and water, not merely the soil." With a huff, Zhu Yuanzhang propped his right leg upon a stool, grumbling, "Rub the knee for your father." Zhu Biao set aside the memorial he was reviewing and sat beside his father, beginning to massage his knee. With a sigh of relief, Zhu Yuanzhang closed his eyes and inquired, "Has the private salt case been reviewed?" "Yes," Zhu Biao nodded, preparing his report. "Do not cease your hands," Zhu Yuanzhang grumbled. "Your son has received reports from the censorate and the Court of Imperial Sacrifices, as well as reviewed all relevant documents. The witness and material evidence align harmoniously, with no evident contradictions." Zhu Biao paused, adding, "In cases involving multiple provinces and numerous jurisdictions, with documentation that corroborates each other, the possibility of fabrication should be dismissed." He smiled. If such a scenario could still involve deceit, it would be truly frightening. "You have yet to witness true horror." Zhu Yuanzhang leaned back against the dragon throne, noncommittally stating, "Does this private salt case truly involve Xiao Yao?" "Indeed," Zhu Biao gently reported, "in the third year of Hongwu, Yangxian, while experimenting with the salt trade in Shanxi, received significant support from the Duke of Diqing. The Duke employed naval forces to assist Shanxi merchants in transporting grain to the vicinity of Luoyang, subsequently enabling them to reduce the journey across the Taihang Mountains, thereby delivering much-needed supplies to the military and securing Yangxian's great achievements. That scoundrel Xiao Yao used our navy to curry favor." Zhu Yuanzhang scolded indignantly, "Surely he did not do so without compensation?" The crown prince nodded. Yangxian reciprocated, entrusting all salt trade to the Shanxi merchants, who collaborated with the duke's men to prosper together. Colluding together, and quite adept at commerce, Zhu Yuanzhang mused with a sardonic smile, and what transpired thereafter. Later, Yangxian, having risen again due to his successes in the salt trade, was executed merely a month after entering the Central Secretariat. The responsibility for promoting the salt regulations subsequently fell upon Hu Weiyong. Hu Weiyong is no fool. Zhu Yuanzhang's eyes glimmered with cold resolve. It is utterly inconceivable that he should endure hardship while others reap the rewards. The composition of the salt merchants indeed underwent a transformation. The Shanxi merchants remained, but the Duke of Diqing's men were ousted. Zhu Biao murmured, "However, there is no evidence to suggest that those merchants have any vested interest with Huxiang. They are merely second-hand goods filtered through the Central Secretariat. How could he possibly reveal his own sordid dealings to us?" Zhu Yuanzhang was utterly unconvinced. "Now is not the time to investigate Hu Weiyong. Let us continue with Liao Yangzhou." The brothers of Duke Diqing, having just tasted the sweetness of success, could not endure having it snatched away from them. Zhu Biao remarked, "They have begun to revert to their old ways, clandestinely trafficking in private salt. This not only allows them to reap exorbitant profits, but also strikes a blow at the merchants, diminishing the value of the salt licenses that those traitorous merchants have painstakingly acquired." Zhu Yuanzhang gestured for the crown prince to cease his inquiries. He slowly rose from the dragon chair, leaning on its armrest, and stated, "These private salt traffickers are not only numerous but also formidable, with intricate ties to the Ming Navy. The merchants of Kaizhong are no match for them and must seek assistance from Hu Weiyong. Of course, they might also turn to Li Shanchang. That possibility seems more likely. After all, Hu Weiyong was a newcomer, yet to extend his influence locally." Zhu Yuanzhang, with keen insight, quipped, "It appears our Lord of Korea is still causing a stir in Fengyang." The crown prince hesitated to speak ill of his elders, particularly of Li Shanchang, whom he had always referred to as his uncle. This young Liao has grown increasingly arrogant since the pacification of Shu. Out of respect for his brother, we let his transgressions slide, but I did not expect him to overstep. Zhu Yuanzhang, approaching the imperial desk, rummaged through a pile of memorials and tossed a few towards the crown prince, saying, "Look, he has even learned to have others solicit positions for him." Zhu Biao quickly perused the documents, all requesting that Duke Diqing be promoted to the rank of a national prince. They all coincidentally quoted your father's phrase, "His merits surpass those of the generals, and his wisdom exceeds that of the great armies." What could one do? After all, that 8-character plaque hangs prominently at the entrance of the Duke Diqing's residence. It is indeed a well-deserved recognition, Zhu Biao commented objectively. Confucius stated, only names and vessels cannot be conferred upon others. What we grant is truly his. What we withhold cannot be demanded. Zhu Yuanzhang retorted with a cold laugh. Taking advantage of our grandson's full moon celebration, he wishes to bask in our joy? He has miscalculated. With a grave tone, Zhu Yuanzhang issued a decree. Let it be proclaimed that Duke Daqing has been negligent in his governance, allowing his servants to disturb the populace and compete for profits. I have previously issued an iron edict. Should he dare to offend again, the crime shall be unforgivable. Those who transgress are to be severely punished, and the duke's salary shall be halved. So be it, father. Zhu Biao hesitated momentarily before hastily drafting the edict. Upon completion, he set down his brush, still feeling a sense of unease. It was not that the punishment was too severe, but rather too lenient, leaving him with an ominous premonition. Zhu Yuanzhang glanced at the edict drafted by the crown prince and retrieved the imperial seal from its box to personally affix it. Only then did he suddenly recall something and ask, by the way, who exactly is Yang Xian's mouthpiece? Have you managed to uncover it? The law does not convey to 6 ears. Even if there were such a matter, those in the know would be few and far between. Zhu Biao slowly shook his head. It seemed that this thorn in his father's heart could not be extricated. It appeared he would have to directly question the young Liao. Zhu Yuanzhang gave a slight nod in agreement. Daqing Ho may also be less than truthful. Zhu Biao still wished to advise his father, the emperor, that it would be wise to refrain from resurrecting old grievances. If no one speaks the truth, then none can absolve themselves of suspicion. Zhu Yuanzhang suddenly erupted with murderous intent, declaring, not a single one shall be spared. Father, we must not wrong Mr. Liu. Zhu Biao trembled, feeling that even the fiercely burning brazier could not provide him a modicum of warmth. We have not accused him. If you dare to act against him, your mother would be the first to disapprove. Zhu Yuanzhang laughed heartily, choosing not to pursue the matter further. The crown prince nodded with uncertainty, observing how the firelight danced in his father's eyes, as though flames flickered within his very gaze. Chapter 39. My student life. The undercurrents swirling within the imperial court had yet to impact the princes and their companions in the grand hall. Instead, they were engrossed in the fervent contest of wits between the Prince of Yin and the Prince of Jin. Following a humiliating defeat, the Prince of Jin was determined to reclaim his honor. However, the Prince of Yin, though lacking in academic prowess, possessed a cunning that surpassed that of a monkey, making it exceedingly difficult for the former to succeed in his schemes. For instance, one day, the Prince of Jin deliberately arrived a moment earlier, placing an inkpot brimming with thick ink on the slightly ajar door. Yet, the Prince of Chu had already glimpsed his furtive shadow and, feigning nonchalance, trailed behind his teacher into the room. Consequently, upon opening the door, the teacher was doused in ink. When the incident was reported to the emperor, the Prince of Jin could not escape a thorough thrashing. In the presence of the Prince of Yin, the master of pranks, the Prince of Jin's attempts often resulted in self-sabotage. However, the Prince of Jin had his own trump card, reporting misdeeds. For example, when the fourth prince brought a slingshot or a parrot to school, or when he skipped class to play, the Prince of Jin would be quick to inform on him, leading to the fourth prince receiving his fair share of punishment. The rivalry between the third and fourth princes provided a welcome diversion to Zhu Zhen's otherwise monotonous and frustrating student life. The Prince of Chu ultimately resigned himself to the arduous fate of being a young student once more. Throughout the winter, he dutifully attended classes in the Grand Hall, reasoning that if he was to be trapped in the school, he might as well learn something useful. The Prince of Chu, ever adaptable to his circumstances, thought thus. Each morning, he would arrive at the school, first reciting the lessons learned the previous day, followed by a lecture from the instructor at the hour of Mao. Given the significant age differences among the princes, ranging from the eldest, the Prince of Qin at 18, to the youngest, the Prince of Tan at merely 6, the subjects varied greatly. As a result, students took turns presenting their books at the teacher's desk, requesting instruction. Since the text lacked punctuation, the teacher would first provide the necessary pauses. For the younger students, he would also teach them to recognize new characters. This step posed little difficulty for Zhu Zhen. Although he struggled to write in traditional characters, he could recognize most of them. Upon noticing the Prince of Chu's rapid acquisition of literacy, the teacher was moved to tears, exclaiming his genius. Following this was the teacher's recitation, which the students were required to echo. This phase proved most challenging for Zhu Zhen, not due to an inability to mimic, but because the reading style was exceedingly embarrassing. The teachers employed a melodic chant, reciting the text as if singing. The students were expected to replicate the tone and rhythm precisely, often repeating the passages 3 to 5 times. In his previous life, he had found the exaggerated tones and expressive recitations of elementary students intolerable. Little did he anticipate that he would now endure such a routine, performing it a dozen or more times each day, driving him to despair. Finally, the teacher would elucidate the meanings within the text. The depth of explanation varied according to the students' ages and academic levels, showcasing the teacher's expertise. The lecturers in the grand hall were all renowned scholars, adept at tailoring their instruction to meet the needs of their students. For exemplary students like the third and fifth princes, the teacher would delve deeper into the material, while for the more troublesome second and fourth princes, the explanations were kept simple, as they would struggle to comprehend anything more profound. The esteemed Prince of Chu, despite possessing a rather weak foundation, is filled with misguided notions. The esteemed scholars employ a method of gradual instruction, effectively solidifying his fundamentals while tempering his arrogance. The extent of knowledge acquired in a day naturally hinges on the student's aptitude. The most capable, the third son, engages in lessons approximately 10 times daily. In contrast, our Prince Qin typically partakes in only one session, often requiring a repetition the following day. Initially, Zhu Zhen aspired to showcase his abilities, but he soon discerned that this system operated on a principle of the more capable one is, the more one must toil. The instructors mandated that any material taught must be mastered to the extent that the student could effortlessly recite from memory upon the slightest prompt. Furthermore, mastery entailed not only recitation but also transcription followed by silent writing, culminating in the requirement to explain the material to the instructors to demonstrate genuine comprehension. Thus, the more swiftly one learns, the greater the volume of assignments, consequently intensifying the pressure of study. Unwilling to engage in such self-imposed hardship, he deliberately moderated his pace of learning. He had no ambition for scholarly accolades. A modest grasp of the basics sufficed without overexerting himself. Each afternoon was dedicated to calligraphy practice. In all honesty, he found this endeavor far more beneficial. The academy stipulated that during spring, summer, and autumn, students must write 100 characters daily, while in winter, the requirement was 50 characters. Although 50 may appear modest, one must first ensure that the characters are legibly formed. He struggled even with the correct grip of the brush, producing characters that resembled the aftermath of a tempest, much to the amusement of his younger brother, who had only just begun his own studies. The Prince of Chu, being a man of dignity, could not bear the ridicule from a mere child. Thus, he seized the opportunity to administer a lesson to his eighth brother. Yet, it was imperative that his writing improved. As a prince, he would undoubtedly be solicited for his calligraphy in the future, perhaps inscribing phrases such as the Guozijian is an excellent school, which, if too abstract, could be misappropriated for superstitious or frivolous purposes. Fortunately, the instructors at the academy were remarkably humble. As long as he demonstrated a willingness to learn, they would not disdain his current abilities. Thus, the most accomplished calligrapher of the Ming Dynasty, Zhuan, began by teaching him the proper grip of the brush, guiding his hand and meticulously instructing him on each stroke. The diligence with which the instructor taught was commendable, and Zhu Zhen found himself favorably impressed by the gentle and refined Mr. Song. He mused that should the instruction falter, one might find themselves dispatched by the emperor to serve in Tibet. Mr. Song, a forthright gentleman, sighed as he recounted, last year, a respected elder, renowned alongside my father, resigned in a fit of pique from his position at the academy, and the emperor commanded him to undertake a mission to Tibet. Mr. Song's father was named Song Lian. To Tibet? How dreadful, Zhu Zhen gasped, his stroke veering off course. However, he was soon informed that the elder had been summoned back before reaching his destination. That is fortunate, Zhu Zhen remarked as he corrected his stroke. The emperor redirected him to Yunnan to negotiate with the Mongol Yuan's Liang Wang. Mr. Song continued, panting slightly. That would be less desirable than going to Tibet, Zhu Zhen realized, just discovering that Yunnan remained under enemy control. However, in the chaos of war, emissaries were typically spared, so he assumed he would not be in peril. Unfortunately, the Liang Wang had already fallen victim to assassination. Mr. Song, with a sorrowful expression, remarked, If I do not teach diligently, I may be the next to be sent to Yunnan. Rest assured, sir, you will not be dispatched there, Zhu Zhen replied, his tone becoming more pronounced. Why? Because your tendency to speak with such heavy breath suggests that you may not survive an encounter with King Liang. Zhu Zhen finally penned a passage that was somewhat commendable. I see, he continued, should I, as a minister, fall into disgrace due to my words, I trust that Songzhuan would not take offense, but rather would smile and say, I implore your highness to spare my life. I shall do my utmost, Zhu Zhen earnestly nodded. Having grasped the essence of what it means to be a gentleman, gentle as jade, I extend my gratitude to your highness in advance. Song Zhuan offered a faint smile, choosing not to take the playful banter between teacher and student to heart. Chapter 40. The final puzzle. Song Xin was unaware that, years later, he would forever be grateful for this jest of his. However, at present, Zhu Zhen was focused on rescuing another teacher. With the year's end approaching, the groundwork for his plan to save the ailing Lu Ji was nearly complete, and only the final piece of the puzzle remained, determining the exact date when Hu Weiyong would visit Liu Bowen to inquire about his health. Zhu Zhen only knew it would be on a day in the first month of the lunar calendar. But whether it would be the first few days or later in the month remained a mystery. It was imperative to ascertain the specific date in advance, otherwise, once the medicine was ingested, it might be too late to act. Yet this task proved exceedingly challenging. Zhu Zhen pondered carefully. Considering the simplest solution, he could ask Liu Bowen to send someone to notify him when the time came. However, as depicted in television dramas, the Liu household undoubtedly had spies from the emperor. What were they called? Little Liu? Curse that incompetent scriptwriter. Just because he was the sixth in line doesn't mean he must be a fool. Surely there could be a good sixth among them. Regardless, if his father discovered that he was secretly colluding with Liu, it would be a complete disaster. Should he enlist his elder brother to keep an eye on things? That too was impractical. Not only was his brother not always by the emperor's side, but even if he did find out, he could never reveal it to him. Though his brother was somewhat naive, he was certainly not foolish. Alternatively, he could ask his two elder brothers residing outside the palace to keep watch over the Qingyibo residence, but that was equally unreliable. The third brother was a notorious informant. If he knew, it would be as good as his elder brother knowing, which would inevitably reach the emperor's ears. The second brother was not a traitor, and he would be willing to assist, but he himself was notoriously unreliable. Countless painful lessons from palace intrigue dramas warned Zhu Zhen that when preparing for a clandestine scheme, it was essential to avoid involving unreliable individuals, or else one would surely face dire consequences. As the festive atmosphere of the palace thickened, Zhu Zhen found himself devoid of ideas, plagued by distress. Little Six, what troubles you? Inquired fifth brother with concern. Fifth brother, before you inquire about me, are you unwell? You seem to be losing weight by the day, Zhu Zhen retorted. Recently, fifth brother had noticeably lost weight, his cheeks hollow and his complexion sallow, reminiscent of malnutrition. Fear not, I am not ill, fifth brother replied cheerfully. I am merely testing a weight loss remedy for you. A weight loss remedy? Zhu Zhen was taken aback. Was this considered discrimination? Indeed, the kind you requested. One that induces diarrhea without harming the body. Isn't it meant for your own weight loss? Zhu Zhen remarked, feigning brilliance. In truth, I believe you look better with a bit more weight. It adds to your charm. I still possess plenty of charm, Zhu Zhen mused, feeling somewhat wounded. Damn it. I am clearly trying to save lives, yet I am misinterpreted as seeking to lose weight. And how effective is it? He inquired, though he found the excuse rather amusing and decided to let his brother think as he pleased. You should see for yourself, fifth brother said, pinching his slender waist. The laxative effect is remarkable. I've lost over 10 pounds. He sighed, adding, but I feel terribly weak, lacking energy, and sometimes I even experience palpitations at night. Brother, heed my advice, let us not personally test it. Zhu Zhen, filled with concern, grasped his hand and suggested, let us use the white mice. No. It is imperative that we test the medicine ourselves, he replied. Even Shin Nong tasted 100 herbs. How few have I sampled? However, fifth brother resolutely countered, but surely, mice and humans are not the same. Then let us use monkeys, Zhu Zhen thought to himself, realizing that he would need to enlighten fifth brother about the differences between the two. With a smile, Zhu Ling rose, shouldering his medicine box, and asked, will you accompany me to the Shangyao Bureau? Indeed, Zhu Zhen nodded, following Zhu Ling out of his apothecary room and heading southward. Along the way, Zhu Ling shared that he had perused medical texts the previous night, discovering a compound prescription for treating constipation in pregnant women, reputed to replenish both qi and yin. Consider this. When prescribing for pregnant women, one must be exceedingly cautious, ensuring minimal harm to their bodies. As he spoke of his interests, Zhu Ling's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, illuminating his demeanor, in stark contrast to his usual understated presence. Moreover, diarrhea depletes qi and yin. If we can truly replenish both, it would be nothing short of perfection. Just think, if we can balance the intake and output, it would not harm the body at all. Is it truly that remarkable? Zhu Zhen's eyes widened in astonishment. We can simply return, Prepare the medicine according to the prescription and see the results, Zhu Ling declared, eagerly striding into the courtyard of the Shangyao Bureau. Upon seeing the plaque that read Royal Pharmacy, Zhu Zhen suddenly had a stroke of inspiration, realizing it was time to try his luck here. Hurry up. All right, I'm coming. Upon entering the Shangyao Bureau, Zhu Ling proceeded to the rear pharmacy to gather herbs, while Zhu Zhen remained behind. He settled in the Medicine King Hall, where the aroma of herbs was less intense, chewing on a particularly strong-flavored dried tangerine peel candy as he listened to the supervisor, a eunuch, report. To inform His Highness, our Shangyao Bureau oversees the royal medicinal supplies and works closely with the Imperial Medical Institute. If any noble within the palace falls ill, we lead the imperial physicians to their chambers for diagnosis. Once the physicians prescribe a remedy, we prepare the medicine for the noble's consumption. May I ask your esteemed surname? Zhu Zhen inquired, lifting his gaze. I dare not presume. Your servant's surname is Yu, a humble name, the eunuch replied, speaking in a refined manner that belied his claim of illiteracy. Zhu Zhen recalled what Mu Xiang had mentioned about the eunuchs in the royal pharmacy not being able to read or diagnose. Your Highness is astute. If I were illiterate, how could I possibly interpret the prescriptions written by the imperial physicians? Eunuch replied with a wry smile. Our Shangyao Bureau is responsible for the health of Her Majesty and the princes, making us an exception. Zhu Zhen nodded in understanding. It was not that they were illiterate, but rather that they preferred to avoid unnecessary complications. However, his conversation with Eunuch was not for the purpose of advocating for the palace maids. He inquired further. If someone in the palace falls ill, for instance, if my 7th or 8th brother were gravely unwell, how would you summon the imperial physician? Oh. I would first assess which department the prince likely requires. Then, I would consult the roster of on-duty imperial physicians to find a suitable candidate, draft a note, and after obtaining permission from the internal officials, send it to the imperial physician's quarters outside Donghua Gate. The selected physician would enter the palace with this note. Of course, our personnel, the internal officials, and the guards would accompany them closely. Alas, my father is truly meticulous, Zhu Zhen silently lamented, seizing the opportunity to inquire of Hua Diandao. Will the list specify which physician it is? Certainly, replied Eunuch with a nod. This matter involves both inner and outer defenses. There can be no room for negligence. Such diligence, Zhu Zhen acknowledged with satisfaction, recognizing the distinct caliber of employees under Zhu's management. He continued, in that case, Eunuch must possess an accurate roster of the attending physicians, yes? Of course, Eunuch responded, momentarily taken aback, unsure why the young prince was concerned with such trivialities. Oh, our esteemed prince has recently learned a new phrase, to feed a pig cheaply, and has come to experiment with it here, Wang Defa quickly clarified. To feed a pig cheaply? Eunuch was momentarily bewildered. It is to perceive the subtle and infer the profound, Zhu Zhen retorted in exasperation, realizing that old Wang's illiteracy was quite genuine. Oh, I see. His Highness is indeed keen and eager to learn, Eunuch remarked, his expression brightening as he laughed. Then allow me to fetch the duty roster and explain it to your Highness in detail. Excellent. The more detailed, the better, Zhu Zhen clapped his hands, deciding to forego the sweets. Chapter 41. The Ruthless Boss Zhu Yuanzhang. Your Highness, please take a look. Eunuch placed 2 volumes on the table. First, pointing to the initial book, this outlines the duty roster for the esteemed physicians over the next 10 days. The head of the department has determined the schedule, with 2 copies made, one for the Imperial Medicine Bureau and one for our records. Zhu Zhen nodded, flipping it open, and indeed, as Eunuch had mentioned, the schedule was organized by the first, middle, and last 10 days of the month, clearly recording the names of the attending physicians along with their specialties. There aren't many imperial physicians, are there? He observed, noting that each shift comprised about 10 individuals, with names largely repeating. Your Highness is correct. The esteemed physicians are all renowned in their fields. In total, there are merely 13 of us, including the head and deputy heads of the department. Eunuch chuckled. No wonder they seem to be working every day. Shouldn't there be a rotation? Eunuch inquired, puzzled. Zhu Zhen paused, suddenly recalling that Zhu's employees only had 3 days off each year. He sighed sympathetically, then why even bother with a schedule? Surely the physicians must fall ill as well. Besides, the emperor is considerate of his loyal subjects, permitting nobles of count rank and above to seek their services. Thus, it remains necessary to have a roster. Eunuch clarified. And what about this book? Zhu Zhen pointed to the other volume. This one records the leave request of the physicians, Eunuch explained. If a physician wishes to take leave, They must provide a detailed reason and the dates, which must be signed by the head and deputy heads before being submitted to the imperial pharmacy for approval and stamping, followed by further endorsement from the inner court officials. Good heavens, it seems deliberate to make it difficult to request leave, Zhu Zhen mused, realizing that the extent of this oppressive regulation was nearly on par with that of capitalists. Indeed, after all, the physicians are serving the emperor and the nobility. We cannot allow them to take leave too easily, or they might be tempted to take private jobs, Eunuch stated matter-of-factly. Zhu Zhen shook his head and opened the leave record book, discovering that there were indeed only a few entries. Just 6 requests for leave in an entire year? Actually, it has been 7 years since we last updated the record, Eunuch murmured. Remarkable. That averages to less than 1 request per year. Zhu Zhen could not help but exclaim, my apologies. I misspoke. My household is even more ruthless than capitalists. However, this was fortuitous for his plans. To be prudent, he confirmed, if they are to attend to the ailments of nobles and ministers, they must also request leave, correct? Yes. And what about when my father ordered them to attend? That would also count. Ah, Prince Chu could not contain a whistle, realizing he had found the final piece of the puzzle. Indeed, the physicians have endured quite a burden. Eunuch, thinking he was astonished, chuckled awkwardly. But for the health of the emperor and the nobility, their toil is worthwhile. Spare me your lofty rhetoric, Zhu Zhen said sternly. This regulation is utterly inhumane and must be amended. Your Highness, such words are not to be spoken lightly, Eunuch exclaimed in alarm, hastily gesturing with both hands. Why? Is this rule not set by my father? The emperor descends from the celestial constellations, possessing energy that far surpasses that of ordinary mortals. Who else but he could establish the rules? The esteemed Eunuch respectfully remarked. In that case, this matter must be overseen by me, declared Prince Zhu Zhen with utmost seriousness, tucking the leave request book into his bosom. If even his son dares not voice a complaint, who else would dare approach my father? I shall take this book for now. I must find an opportunity to discuss this with my father. One cannot treat people like livestock. Livestock at least have their off-season, Eunuch Wang blurted out, immediately chastising himself with a slap to his own face, lamenting, oh, how reckless my tongue is. Perhaps I should have it severed. What did you say? I didn't quite catch that, Zhu Zhen inquired with a smile. I didn't hear clearly. Eunuch quickly shook his head, pondering whether this would be noted in a little book for future reference. It all depended on whether Eunuch Wang understood the gravity of the matter. Isn't the new year approaching? Eunuch Wang, clearly astute, quickly seized the opportunity for personal gain, stating, our palace has prepared quite an abundance of goods. I shall ensure some are sent to Eunuch Yu's home. Absolutely not. That cannot be done. Eunuch Yu hastily waved his hands, expressing his dilemma. What if, by chance, I need to use the leave request book? If someone requests leave, you can simply come to my place, Zhu Zhen replied. In any case, with so many stamps required, it would take ages to process. This. Eunuch Yu found himself in a quandary. After all, no one requested leave throughout the entire year. Eunuch Wang Dahua supported the prince's persuasion, saying, furthermore, should this matter come to fruition, all those imperial physicians would owe you a personal favor, Eunuch Yu. Ah, very well then, Eunuch Yu conceded, aware that if the prince were to stubbornly refuse, he would be left with no recourse. But may I at least request a written note? He humbly asked at last. Not a problem. Ink and brush are at your service, Zhu Zhen readily agreed. Though he had only practiced for a couple of months, his handwriting already resembled that of a learned individual. By the way, old Wang, please keep this book for me. If Eunuch Yu and the others come asking, you must inform me at the earliest opportunity, he instructed earnestly while writing. Understood. I will take care of it. Let us return at that moment. Fifth brother emerged from behind, carrying a medicine box. I too have managed to procure what I needed, Zhu Zhen said, patting the leave request book in his arms and waving goodbye to Eunuch Yu. Yes, Eunuch Yu promptly bowed in response. You fool. Zhu Zhen laughed heartily as he exited the pharmacy with fifth brother. Once they were away from prying eyes, fifth brother excitedly informed Zhu Zhen. The quality of this batch of raw medicine is exceptionally high, and I have also managed to find senna leaves. Though not particularly valuable, they are quite rare. Oh. Zhu Zhen replied, uncertain why they were rare, but nodded in agreement. Now I am confident I can concoct a perfect weight loss remedy for you, Zhu Zhen exclaimed, rubbing his hands together. Allow me to test it for half a month. As long as there are no issues, you shall be able to partake. He playfully patted his brother's chubby cheeks, saying, by the time spring attire arrives, you will have successfully slimmed down. Thank you, fifth brother, Zhu Zhen thought to himself. If only you knew what I intended to do with it. Please do not be disheartened. There's no need for formality. You are my brother, fifth brother replied. Zhu Lu smiled gently and shook her head, a hint of melancholy in her voice. Moreover, they never pay me any heed, unlike you. They simply do not recognize the virtues of fifth brother. As they age, they will undoubtedly gravitate towards you. Zhu Zhen quickly reassured her. Indeed, I believe so, she replied. And instantly, fifth brother's spirits lifted. He suddenly extended his hand, catching a delicate snowflake. One after another, they began to fall. It was snowing. Zhu Lu tilted her head, gazing at the heavy, leaden sky. If it snows a bit more, I could enjoy a leisurely morning. Zhu Zhen also looked up, observing the increasingly dense snowfall. The students of the main hall were somewhat more fortunate than the employees of Zhu. They could suspend classes during the full moon festivals. Inclement weather and sweltering heat. You ought to say, a timely snow heralds a prosperous year. Fifth brother corrected him with a smile, then sighed softly. But let it not be too cold. When the temperature drops, many patients' conditions may worsen. The year-end is always difficult. Fifth brother, you are truly kind-hearted, Zhu Zhen said, gazing up at him, devoid of any jest. You are kind as well, Zhu Lu replied with a faint smile, taking his hand as they walked down the long street. The snow fell silently, swiftly covering the footprints of the two siblings. Thus, the tale of the 7th year of Hongwu came to a close. Chapter 42. New Year's Day in the 8th year of Hongwu. The first day of the lunar year has arrived. Last night, the Prince of Chu and his mother kept vigil in the Qianqing Palace with their family. And by the time they returned to their quarters to rest, it was nearly the 4th watch of the night. Zhu Zhen felt he had barely fallen asleep when the cacophony outside began, with firecrackers exploding in a frenzy. For heaven's sake, grant this prince some peace. His morning temperament was notoriously irritable. Your Highness, while we do not set off firecrackers in our palace, others do. The fragrant Muxiang, rejuvenated and fresh, gently wiped his face with a warm towel while softly urging him. Besides, today is the New Year's Grand Assembly. Your Highness must rise promptly. Bear with it a little longer. Cursing under his breath, Zhu Zhen found it amusing to be compelled to attend to royal duties on the first day of the year. Muxiang, soothing and coaxing, helped him don his court attire and led him to the main hall to pay respects to Concubine Hu. Concubine Hu, adorned in ceremonial robes and a phoenix crown, sat majestically upon her throne, exuding an air of solemnity seldom seen. Your son pays his respects to you, mother. Wishing you eternal youth and everlasting joy. Zhu Zhen bowed deeply, despite having been instructed by Muxiang on the appropriate greetings. He wished to convey his heartfelt congratulations in his own words. Come now, my dear, rise. Concubine Hu beamed with delight, pulling her son up and presenting him with a string of newly minted copper coins. Accept this New Year's gift. May you have peace and prosperity in the year ahead. Zhu Zhen received the coins, wrapped in red silk, with both hands, exclaiming, how heavy. He suddenly realized that this was indeed the first time in his life he had touched money. Unbeknownst to him, these were not genuine coins, but specially crafted New Year's gifts, inscribed not with Hongwu Tongbao, but with auspicious phrases like fortune and harmony and longevity and prosperity. After receiving the New Year's gift, his mother urged him to go outside and drop 1,000 gold. Although bewildered, he was ready to follow Wang Defa's lead. Upon arriving in the front courtyard, he noticed the palace attendants had removed the door beam of the Wan'an Palace and wrapped its ends in red silk. Dropping 1,000 gold involved tossing the beam onto the ground 3 times, invoking blessings for peace, fortune, and smooth sailing in the new year. Wang Defa grinned, pointing at the massive beam. Naturally, Zhu Zhen would not be left to do this alone. The hefty beam was far beyond his capacity to lift. Even the valiant Xiong Yu would have shaken his head in disbelief. 12 burly attendants shouted in unison as they hoisted the beam, while Zhu Zhen placed his hands upon it symbolically. They all together shouted in unison and let it drop with a resounding crash, eliciting cheers from everyone. This was repeated thrice, completing the ritual of dropping 1,000 gold. Not to mention, it was quite a stress reliever. Once the ceremony concluded, Zhu Zhen returned to the main hall and prepared to partake in a meal before attending the assembly. The food served on the first day of the Lunar New Year was, of course, steeped in tradition, featuring pepper and cypress wine and water dumplings. The water dumplings, known as shuejiao, were a staple. Pepper wine is made by infusing it with Sichuan peppercorns, while cypress wine is brewed with leaves from the biota tree. It is said that pepper is the essence of the jade balanced star, granting longevity to those who consume it, and cypress is considered a divine elixir. Hence the younger generation serves it to their elders. Miao Shangong held a crimson lacquered tray, adorned with 2 wine vessels and 2 goblets. Hu Chongfei gazed at the 2 jars of wine, her eyes sparkling with delight, unable to contain her joy as she playfully questioned, "My son, this doesn't count as breaking my vow, does it?" "Not at all," Zhu Zhen replied with a resigned shake of his head. "Quickly pour it out." Hu Chongfei urged Miao Shanggong eagerly. "Pour more, fill it to the brim." She didn't forget to justify herself to her son, saying, "It's not that I crave it, but wine must be abundant, and tea should be light, right?" Observing his mother's cautious demeanor, Zhu Zhen felt a twinge of guilt, especially during the festive season. As long as she refrained from drinking at the banquet, a little private indulgence during dinner would be entirely unacceptable. Holding the pepper wine, he uttered a phrase that filled Hu Chongfei with immense joy but would later evoke self-reproach in him. "Rest assured, mother will exercise restraint, merely sipping a glass each day to aid sleep." Fearing he might retract his words, Hu Chongfei stifled her urge to dance with great patience. Gracefully accepting the wine goblet, she took a small sip. Bitter and spicy, not even a dog would drink this, she lamented, her heart full of disdain. She had 100 exquisite wines to choose from. Why subject herself to such self-torture? She no longer resembled her earlier self, as though she had encountered a long-awaited rain after a drought. After a simple breakfast, mother and son set out, even before dawn. Hu Chongfei intended to pay New Year's respects to the Empress in Kunning Palace, while Prince Chu headed to Qianqing Palace to greet his father. After paying homage to the emperor, Zhu Zhen led his 12 brothers and the eldest grandchild, whom he cradled in his arms, in a grand procession towards the ancestral temple. Rather than merely paying respects to their ancestors, it felt more like a display to their parents. Zhu Zhen followed closely behind his 5th brother, glancing back at his row of younger siblings, equally astonished. The youngest among them was the 8th brother, but trailing behind were the 10th, Liu Zhu Tan, the 11th, Zhu Chun, the 12th, Zhu Bai, and the 13th, Zhu Gui. The youngest, Zhu Gui, was only 3 months older than the eldest grandchild. One couldn't help but admire the emperor, who, amidst his ceaseless duties and responsibilities, still found the time to father so many children, a true embodiment of vitality. "We have so many brothers," the 4th brother remarked. Zhu Zhen thought to himself, "We still have half of our brothers yet to be born." "Indeed. I can barely remember their names," the 2nd brother lamented. "Then just call them brother," Zhu Di suggested. "A splendid idea," he replied. 500. The 3rd brother rolled his eyes at the 2. Upon arriving at the ancestral temple, the emperor, the crown prince, and the eldest grandchild led the way, while the Qin Wang guided his 10 brothers behind him, kneeling before the ancestral tablets to bow and offer incense and tributes. Zhu Zhen stole a glance and saw the 4 late emperors receiving the offerings: Renzu Chun Huangdi, whose personal name was Wu Si, his grandfather; Shizu Yu Huangdi, known as Chui, his great-grandfather; Izu Heng Huangdi, called Sijiu, his great-great-grandfather; and Dizhu Xin Huangdi, named by Liu, his 5 times great-grandfather. Reflecting on his father's original name, Zhongba, he noted the familial significance in their naming conventions. After the ancestral rites, Zhu Yuanzhang led his sons and grandsons back to the Feng Tianmen Square to hold the Grand New Year's Court Assembly. This Grand Assembly marks the most significant occasion of the year, with a ceremonial display of the utmost grandeur, even featuring 4 majestic elephants to delight the eyes of the young princes, unaccustomed to such sights. Some of the little ones, still unentitled to princely titles, cooed in eagerness to touch the magnificent creatures. Their elder brothers swiftly whisked them away, lest the elephants inadvertently whisk them off with their trunks. Aside from this minor interlude, the court rituals remained profoundly solemn. The guards stood with an imposing presence, while the officials and dignitaries arranged themselves with gravity, and the envoys from various nations paid their respects with utmost reverence, showcasing the grandeur of a great nation. Additionally, there were fellow townsfolk from Fengyang, representing the common people, who came to extend New Year greetings to His Majesty the Emperor. Amidst the harmonious melodies, Zhu Yuanzhang ascended the gilded dais with measured steps, taking his seat upon the golden dragon throne, accepting the New Year homage from myriad nations and peoples. However, he no longer found the same sense of fulfillment in these grand ceremonies as he did in the early years of his reign. Gazing down upon the thousands of subjects kneeling before him, he was transported back to the spring of his 16th year. In the span of less than a month, 4 members of the Zhu family perished from starvation, leaving only himself, his 2nd brother, his sister-in-law, and his nephew to be forcibly separated, each fleeing in search of refuge. Chapter 43. The Fengyang flower drum and the resounding chorus of reverence at the square of the Gate of Heaven. Zhu Yuanzhang found himself reflecting on the grandeur of ceremonies that must have unfolded 30 years prior within the imperial palace of the Yuan dynasty's capital. The Mongol rulers and their ministers surely remained oblivious to the tragic tale of a peasant of the surname Zhu. Now, he pondered whether a similar tragedy was once again in the making. This thought unsettled him, and he began to harbor a faint disdain for the extravagant and costly spectacle before him. The rhythmic sound of the flower drum, dong dong chang, eventually dispelled the gloom that clouded his mind. Following the familiar melody, Zhu Yuanzhang turned his gaze to the square, where a vibrant troupe of Fengyang flower drummers, adorned in red and green, had gathered. This performance had become a cherished tradition of the Hongwu reign. Each year, the villagers would journey to the capital to present their New Year-esque greetings, offering a rendition of the emperor's favorite Fengyang flower drum at the Grand Court Assembly. As the prelude concluded, the flower drum troupe burst into song and dance. The drummers, selected from among the finest voices of Fengyang, captivated the audience from the very first note. Speak of Fengyang, sing of Fengyang. The flower drum resounds with a joyous clang. Fengyang is indeed a splendid place, where the red dragon ascends and the golden phoenix soars. Count the stars that grace the heavens, and behold the generals that rise from Fengyang. Speak of Fengyang, sing of Fengyang. The flower drum resounds with a joyous clang. Fengyang is truly a blessed land, where the emperor-esque grace flows throughout the seasons. No burdens of labor or taxes to bear. Joy abounds along the banks of the Huai River. Wonderful, wonderful indeed. The newly composed flower drum opera struck a chord with the hearts of the noblemen from Huaishi, who erupted in thunderous applause. Even Zhu Yuanzhang's countenance brightened, prompting him to invite these villagers to stay and share a meal with him. After the morning court session concluded, it was nearly noon when the Fengyang villagers were ushered into the Huagai Hall. The hall brimmed with long tables laden with an abundance of chicken, duck, fish, meat, and a variety of fine wines. Before the villagers could take their seats, the emperor made his entrance. Flustered, they hastily knelt and shouted, "Long live the emperor!" With a warm smile, Zhu Yuanzhang emerged from the inner hall and personally helped the villagers to their feet. "Rise, there is no need for formalities. You are unaccustomed to such etiquette. Simply behave as you would in your hometown." After speaking, he did not return to his dragon throne but instead sat among the villagers, sharing drinks and laughter. Initially, the villagers were somewhat reserved, but as the third cup of wine was consumed, the atmosphere grew increasingly lively, and they began to toast the emperor. Zhu, having honed his capacity for drink during his military days, welcomed their offerings. As merriment ensued, he engaged them in casual conversation. "How fare the days for everyone now?" he inquired. "Thanks to the emperor's blessings, since the founding of the Ming Dynasty, Fengyang has enjoyed years of favorable weather." One elderly villager expressed with profound gratitude. "The emperor has also exempted us from taxes and labor. Life feels like a descent into a honeypot." "Indeed, indeed." The villagers chimed in eagerly. "Ha ha ha, splendid." Zhu Yuanzhang laughed heartily. "As an emperor, I must ensure that my fellow villagers also partake in the prosperity. Otherwise, what would be the point of my reign?" "Ha ha, the emperor truly cherishes his roots." The villagers cheered, showering praises upon Zhu Yuanzhang. Despite their humble origins, they were adept at weaving words of flattery. "Previously, I heard that our brothers from Huaishi sent their families back to claim land and build estates, causing considerable disturbance to the local populace. We have already taken measures against them and erected an iron plaque in Fengshanmen Square, admonishing them to restrain their families and refrain from disrupting the community." Zhu Yuanzhang then inquired, "In these past years, have they committed any further offenses?" The villagers unanimously shook their heads, with an elder chuckling. "Who would dare defy the emperor's command? Besides, isn't Lord Han watching over us? Anyone who dares to cause trouble and disgrace the emperor would find their legs broken by Lord Han himself." Zhu Yuanzhang chuckled heartily, though the crown prince, accompanying him, sensed an air of discomfort in his father's laughter. Yet, Zhu Yuanzhang would not display displeasure towards his fellow villagers and proceeded to ask about the progress of the construction in Zhangdu and whether there had been any disturbances to the locals. The villagers reported that the progress was swift, with noticeable changes each day, and that Lord Han was managing affairs excellently, ensuring that the laborers and the townsfolk did not interfere with one another. "Ah, splendid. Once the imperial city in Zhongdu is completed, we shall return to visit you," Zhu Yuanzhang remarked, nodding in satisfaction. He then queried about the wealthy migrants from Jiangnan, asking how they were faring together. "Have any of them fled? To be able to settle in Zhongdu is a blessing they have earned over 8 generations. They cannot be driven away." The villagers laughed, wiping their brows, feeling rejuvenated. The emperor's questions had been numerous, making them feel as if they were about to burst. Fortunately, Zhu Yuanzhang did not press too hard, asking a few more peripheral questions before engaging in casual conversation and drinking, allowing the atmosphere to lighten once more. They continued their revelry until the sun dipped low in the sky, at which point Zhu Yuanzhang asked the crown prince to see the villagers off from the palace. He also remembered to have the remaining dishes packed for the villagers to take to the inn for their evening meal. By the time the crown prince returned, Zhu Yuanzhang had already consumed a pot of strong tea, effectively sobering himself. "What do you think?" he inquired, gesturing for the crown prince to scratch his back, as he had been quite itchy from the drinking. "It feels somewhat surreal," Zhu Biao replied while scratching his father's back. "Indeed. They have become quite adept at putting on a show year after year, learning to report only good news and not the bad." Zhu Yuanzhang nodded, stating, "It appears we must change the people we consult each year to glean some useful information. Nonetheless, the villagers' lives are undoubtedly improving year by year." Zhu Biao chuckled. "I noticed they were drinking without really touching their food." "Haha, indeed. It reminds me of the first year of Hongwu when they left us with empty pots and bowls." Zhu Yuanzhang laughed heartily. As long as the villagers are living well, they need not concern themselves with other matters. "Father, you should rest for a while. There is another event tonight," Zhu Biao gently suggested. "Very well," Zhu Yuanzhang nodded, feeling somewhat fatigued from the day's exertions. With his son's assistance, he rose, saying, "We must conserve our energy for the evening's main event." In the Fengtian Hall, lanterns were hung and a grand feast was laid out, far more extravagant than the midday meal. Zhu Yuanzhang was preparing to celebrate the new year with his old friends. On New Year's Eve, it has long been a tradition for Zhu Yuanzhang to celebrate with his family, while he spends New Year's Day with his brothers. Since he conquered Haizhou and established his first territory, it has been exactly 20 years of this custom. As the hour of the rooster approached, the nobles of the capital began to arrive for the banquet. Due to the familial nature of the gathering, it was Zhu Yuanzhang's sons who welcomed the guests at the entrance of the Fengtian Hall. Zhu Zhen also eagerly volunteered to stand at the door alongside his brothers, not for any particular reason, but to seize the opportunity to observe those renowned figures he had only seen on television. Among the most illustrious was the general of the conquering troops, Duke Zhu of Wei. He appeared lean yet robust, with a towering stature, flowing beard, and eyes that shone with an inner brilliance, his demeanor composed and measured, resembling more of a scholar. However, witnessing the fervent gazes of his second and fourth brothers, who surrounded him like sycophants, it was clear that General Su needed no external validation. He was indeed one of the greatest generals in history, ranking among the top 10, if not the top 5. Yet, Suda was an exception. Most nobles exhibited a rather casual appearance, and their behavior was quite uninhibited. Some even embraced him and planted kisses on his cheek. Alas, Zhu Zhen lamented his decision to take on the role of a greeter, feeling utterly dismayed at the violation of his own dignity. Chapter 44. The Night Banquet at Wuying Hall. Fortunately, the fifth brother informed him that the one bestowing a kiss upon him was their uncle, Duke Li Zhen of the Chao family, the only living relative of the emperor among his contemporaries. This revelation somewhat eased the distress of His Highness, the Prince of Chu. After all, he was the sole elder relative. Alas, there was no remedy for such familial ties. Our prince is simply magnanimous in nature. Trailing behind Duke Li was another duke of the Chao family, his cousin, Li Wanzhou. Indeed, at this moment, there were two dukes of Chao. In the nascent days of the dynasty, with Zhu Yuanzhang lacking formal education, it was hardly surprising that he conferred the title of King of Wu upon the fifth brother, just as he had bestowed the title of Duke upon two members of the Chao family. Moreover, it was Li Wenzhong who was granted the title of Duke first. The following year, Zhu, feeling that his own title was inferior to that of his son, elevated Li Zhen to the rank of Duke as well, resulting in this remarkable scenario where father and son shared the same noble title. Zhu Zhen chose not to hold a grudge against his uncle, largely due to the imposing presence of his handsome cousin, who bore a slightly yellow complexion. Cousin Bauer had ascended to become the second most prominent figure in the Ming military after the passing of Chang Yechen. In the early years of the Hongwu reign, amidst a gathering of valiant warriors, one could scarcely retain the position of deputy general without substantial military achievements or extraordinary capabilities, even with connections. One could not secure such a role. Yet, even more formidable was the youth following his cousin, known as the most handsome scholar of the Great Ben Hall, the next Duke of Chao, and the architect of the prosperous Yongle era that rescued the Yin army from peril, Li Jinglong, the god of war of his generation. Tall and lean, with a regal bearing, he was a striking figure, capable of commanding respect even as a mere decorative ornament. What intrigued His Highness, the Prince of Chu, was that this god of war of the Ming shared an exceptionally close rapport with the fourth brother. "Oh, dear grandnephew, why have you arrived so late?" Upon meeting, the two embraced jovially, engaging in light-hearted banter. During the festive season, one must attend to social obligations, unlike fourth uncle, who cannot even make an appearance. Li Jinglong chuckled playfully. "Tomorrow, I shall take you out to the Qinhuai River for a grand excursion. Spare me. You know I cannot go out." Observing their camaraderie, Zhu Zhen began to comprehend why many considered Li Jinglong the foremost contributor to the Jingnan campaign. In this moment of distraction, he failed to recognize many of the noble lords present, though he did catch sight of Duke Diqing, with whom he had previously exchanged pleasantries. Most attendees mingled in groups, engaged in lively conversation, save for Liao Yangzhong, who wore a scowl, exuding an aura that suggested he wished to be left undisturbed. As though everyone owed him a substantial debt, Liao Yangzheng scarcely acknowledged the brothers before striding directly into the main hall. Zhu Zhen recalled that merely 2 months prior, this individual had been full of vigor and had shown them considerable respect. What had transpired in such a short span to render him so dismal? At the 4th watch of the hour, as the sound of melodious music filled the air, His Majesty, the Hongwu Emperor, made his entrance. Instantly, the chaotic atmosphere of the Fengtian Hall regained its composure, with the assemblage of lords kneeling in reverence. "Ha ha ha, everyone has come to dine at my humble abode. Do not stand on ceremony. Rise, let us converse freely and enjoy ourselves," Zhu Yuanzhang proclaimed, his countenance radiant, his speech laced with the dialect of Fengyang. "At your command." "Your Majesty." The assembly responded in unison. "At your command" referred to the esteemed position at the head of the dining table, a term of endearment used by the brothers from Huaishi, more intimate than Your Majesty, signifying their elevated status. "Please, be seated." Zhu Yuanzhang took his place at the head of the table, beckoning everyone to sit down. With a respectful gesture, the dignitaries promptly settled into their seats. Li Zhen occupied the left side of Zhu Yuanzhang, while Su De sat on his right. Following them were Li Wenjing, Duke Fengsheng of Song, Duke Dangyu of Wei, Duke Changmao of Zheng, accompanied by the Crown Prince. The remaining marquises and earls took their seats under the guidance of the attendants, with Prince Qin, Prince Jin, Prince Yan, and Prince Wu also in attendance. Once seated, the marquises and earls, along with the civil officials from Huaishi, began to glance around, curious about their seating arrangement and who occupied which spot. Throughout history, seating arrangements have never been a trivial matter. The heroes of Liangshan had their seating order, just as the insurgents of Wu in bygone days, and now, even as nobles, they found themselves in a similar predicament. Zhu Zhen found himself at a corner table in the 2nd row, coincidentally seated with Duke Diqing. Observing Liao Yongzheng's increasingly dark expression, he realized that the Duke was displeased with his seating position. How can one be unhappy sitting with a child? Prince Chu silently scoffed, eagerly awaiting the feast to commence. At that moment, the Minister of Rites announced the beginning of the banquet. "Is everyone here?" Zhu Yuanzhang inquired loudly. "Reporting to Your Excellency, everyone is present, and those absent have sent their apologies," hastily replied Hu Weiyong, the Right Chancellor at the adjacent table. "Who is missing?" "Lord Qingyi. He claims his old ailment has recurred." "Oh." Zhu Yuanzhang nodded expressionlessly and commanded, "Let the banquet begin." "Let the banquet commence," proclaimed the Minister of Rites, as the harmonious music of the central harmony echoed. Elegantly dressed palace attendants entered in procession, bearing gilded trays. As dishes were placed upon the table, the assembled dignitaries were taken aback. Each exquisite porcelain plate held stir-fried chives, spinach, shredded lettuce, shredded radish, and a large bowl of vegetable and tofu soup. There was not a morsel of meat in sight. What a sight it was! A table laden with greenery, enough to unsettle the hearts of those present. Fortunately, this gathering was hosted by Zhu, not Chao, or else the warriors might have drawn their swords in protest. Naturally, complaints were inevitable. "Why is it so vegetarian?" Zhu Zhen heard someone murmur. "Are we feeding rabbits?" "Even my dog eats better than this Shu. Keep your voice down." Even fifth brother couldn't help but chuckle at Zhu Zhen, saying, "You need not feel disheartened. Father wishes for everyone to join you in dieting. Indeed, your weight loss pills will sell like hotcakes." Zhu Zhen pouted, resting his chin on his hands, prepared to witness the unfolding drama. Sure enough, Zhu Yuanzhang laughed. "Why is no one touching their chopsticks? Is our fare not to your liking?" "It is." The nobles awkwardly laughed, though their responses sounded more like forced chuckles. "This 4-dish and 1-soup menu is personally curated by me, crafted with care," Zhu Yuanzhang remarked as he picked up a piece of shredded radish, grinning at everyone. "For instance, this dish, eat radish often, and no ailment shall befall you." A wave of forced laughter rippled through the assembly. As he spoke, Zhu Yuanzhang picked up a piece of stir-fried cabbage stalks and remarked, "Among all vegetables, none surpasses cabbage. A household with cabbage shall attract wealth." The distinguished guests, while feigning enthusiasm, quietly scoffed. With such a stream of puns, does he intend to test our scholarly prowess? He then gestured towards the scallion tofu. Noticing the atmosphere lacked vibrancy, Zhu Yuanzhang boldly inquired, "Who knows what this signifies?" Returning to his seat, he imparted a lesson on the virtues of integrity in governance. When no one responded, Hu Weiyong reluctantly interjected, "Quite right, minister who understands." Zhu Yuanzhang nodded in approval, encouraging everyone to partake in the meal, and began to eat heartily. The esteemed guests, though reluctantly taking a few bites, were accustomed to sumptuous delicacies, and found it challenging to indulge in such humble fare. Zhu Yuanzhang, undeterred by their reluctance, continued to savor his meal. He then scooped a bowl of leafy tofu soup, proclaiming, "This soup is extraordinary. It is the most delectable broth we have ever tasted. We shall call it the pearl, jade, and white jade soup." The guests erupted in laughter, exclaiming, "The minister truly has a knack for humor. Indeed, this pearl, jade, and white jade soup has a splendid name." A group of rough men pounded the table in merriment, dismissing it as mere leftover vegetable and tofu broth with a sprinkling of rice. If the minister were to engage in trade, what need would there be for Xinhuanshan? However, the laughter soon dwindled as they noticed the darkening countenance of Zhu Yuanzhang. Chapter 45. Pearl, Jade, and White Jade Soup. Within the Hall of Heavenly Purity, an air of tranquility enveloped the space. Zhu Yuanzhang refrained from reprimanding the group of eccentric nobles. Instead, he ladled a spoonful of the exquisite pearl, jade, and white jade soup to his lips, savoring it as though he were indulging in a rare delicacy. After a lengthy pause, he finally allowed it to descend into his stomach. A nostalgic expression graced his countenance as he slowly began to speak. 30 years ago, during a spring much like this, a famine ravaged our hometown. I remember it with vivid clarity. On the 6th day of April, my father succumbed to hunger. 3 days later, my elder brother perished from the same plight. 3 years hence, my nephew also fell victim to starvation. By April 22nd, my mother had departed as well. In less than a month, 4 souls from my family were lost to the merciless grip of hunger. Zhu Yuanzhang's voice trembled, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. The officials from Huaishi mirrored his sorrow, many openly weeping as they recalled their own kin. More tragically, my second brother and I could find no place to lay our loved ones to rest, for every patch of earth was claimed. In the end, it was a compassionate neighbor who could no longer bear to witness our plight, granting us a small plot for burial. We wrapped our relatives' bodies in straw mats and hastily interred them. After the funeral rites, it became painfully clear that survival at home was impossible. We were compelled to part ways and flee in different directions. I wandered the roads begging for alms, yet famine had gripped the land, rendering it impossible to procure sustenance. Within days, I found myself lightheaded and feverish, ultimately collapsing by the roadside. During those years, it was common to see the destitute perish in the streets. As despair enveloped me, I was fortuitously rescued by a wandering monk who brought me to a dilapidated temple. That kind-hearted monk gathered scraps of vegetables and leftover rice from various households, tossing them into a battered pot. Before long, an enticing aroma wafted through the air, making my mouth water uncontrollably. When the monk served me a bowl, I was utterly taken aback. It was a culinary marvel. I devoured the entire pot of soup, feeling rejuvenated and drenched in sweat. My illness subsided, and I clung to life, eventually accompanying that monk to the Royal Enlightenment Temple, which allowed me to survive until this day. My second brother, however, was not so fortunate. He never tasted this pearl, jade, and white jade soup and perished on the road to escape. As Zhu Yuanzhang spoke, he wiped away his tears, lamenting, "I often ponder. Had there been a pot of this soup at home, perhaps my parents would have survived to witness the day their son ascended to the throne." A chorus of sobs filled the air, as Li Zhen, seated nearby, could no longer contain his grief. Su De, in turn, wiped his own tears while offering comfort to Zhu Yuanzhang. To partake in this bowl of pearl, jade, and white jade soup is indeed a decree of fate. Indeed, without this soup, there would be no great Ming Dynasty as we know it. This is, without question, the most precious bowl of soup in the realm, truly deserving of its name. Hu Weiyong proclaimed loudly. "Then, why do you not drink?" Zhu Yuanzhang inquired, his weeping subsiding. "Oh, we shall drink." The nobles hastily filled their bowls and drank heartily. To their surprise, one sip overwhelmed them. "What is this peculiar taste? It resembles rancid dishwater. How does it fare? Zhu Yuanzhang pressed, curiosity evident in his tone. The noble officials, caught in a predicament, struggled to swallow yet refrained from expressing their discomfort. Their faces flushed with urgency, they reluctantly raised their thumbs in support, enduring their nausea. Struggling to swallow, are we? Zhu Yuanzhang mercilessly exposed their plight. The crowd hurriedly shook their heads, forcing down their discomfort, yet some could not contain themselves and retched loudly. Like a contagion, a dozen more followed suit. Quickly kneeling in apology, claiming their overindulgence in alcohol at lunch had upset their stomachs. Have you feasted on delicacies to the point where you can no longer stomach the humble fare of the common folk? Zhu Yuanzhang scoffed. I doubt any of you could find a single commoner whose household can afford 4 dishes and a soup for every meal. Reflect upon your past. When you subsisted on mere husks and greens, would you not have been grateful to partake in such meals then? Indeed, indeed, the officials hurriedly nodded, aware that Zhu was poised to make a point. And now, merely a few years of prosperity have led you to forget your roots. You indulge in extravagance and wastefulness, vying to outdo one another in ostentation. I heard that the Diqing Marquis estate received 200 sheep, 100 pigs, over 1,000 chickens, ducks, and geese, along with dozens of carts filled with delicacies. How many people do you have in your household to consume all that? Zhu Yuanzhang cast a sidelong glance at Liu Yongzhou. Those were merely tributes from my former subordinates, a little from this one and a bit from that one. Liu Yongzhou hastily replied, rising in embarrassment. And they all expect reciprocation, so the final tally is not that excessive. Oh, so we have wronged you? Zhu Yuanzhang's expression remained stoic. And no, not at all. Liu Yongzhou shook his head vigorously, his face a mix of black and red, utterly mortified. Indeed, there has been considerable waste. I shall certainly amend my ways. Yes, change is imperative. It must happen. Zhu Yuanzhang gestured for him to sit and address the assembly, not just the Diqing Marquis. But all of you must reflect on why we took up arms against tyranny. Was it not due to the oppressive officials who bled the people dry? Why do corrupt officials exploit the populace? It is because their insatiable greed compels them to maintain their lavish lifestyles. Zhu Yuanzhang thumped the table passionately. We all hail from humble beginnings, having endured hardships. Must we emulate the Mongol aristocracy and corrupt officials in their excesses? If we do, in just a few years, the Ming will tread the same path as the Yuan. We must not follow that path, the officials quickly affirmed. Therefore, let us establish a rule, from this day forth. Whether for public or private feasts, there shall be no more than 4 dishes and a soup. Enough sustenance is all that is necessary. Excess is merely fodder for pigs. Zhu Yuanzhang earnestly admonished, this will serve as a constant reminder to everyone to exercise restraint in all aspects of life, lest our personal desires lead to our downfall and jeopardize the Ming Dynasty. We shall heed your wise counsel. The officials lamented inwardly, yet they dutifully knelt in agreement. Very well, rise. It is the new year. Let us be brief. Zhu Yuanzhang softened his demeanor, raising his cup. Come, let us drink. Cheers. The noble officials promptly lifted their cups, tilting their heads back to drink, relieved that the wine was satisfactory. Then let us drink more wine and consume less food. Suta and his companions attempted to toast their superiors, and, noticing that Zhu Yuanzhang welcomed them with open arms and even engaged in casual conversation, they understood that the storm had passed. As a few cups of wine were consumed, the atmosphere in the grand hall gradually returned to normal. The nobles began to exchange toasts and converse in hushed tones. Observing their rapid consumption, Zhu Zhen could not help but exclaim, they can certainly drink. Indeed, given their station, it was hardly surprising. Furthermore, this was after they had just received a reprimand, and they were still quite restrained. Usually, they drink from large bowls, and when the mood strikes, they pour directly from the jar, whispered fifth brother. Isn't the Duke of Duching already feeling the effects? Zhu Zhen glanced across the room at Liu Yongzhou. Zhu Ling looked up and saw that Liu Yongzhou had already taken to pouring wine directly from the jar. This is bad, he thought to himself. That fellow is drunk and likely to cause a scene. Chapter 46. The drunken revelry. Zhu Ji hurriedly rose to seek out his elder brother, intending to inform him of the looming peril. However, after reporting to the emperor, Zhu Yuanzhang displayed no reaction, continuing instead to reminisce with Li Jin and Su Du about their past hardships. Dejected, Zhu Ji returned, only to witness Duke Diqing already inebriated, insisting on sharing a drink with his younger brother. Very well, very well. Zhu Zhen replied with a cheerful nod. Let a barrel be opened for me as well. Such nonsense. Duke Zhu Di had already intervened, swiftly whisking the rotund youth away. Your Highness, Do not depart. Let us drink one. Liu Yongzhong attempted to grasp Zhu Zhen's arm. Begone, step aside. The second brother positioned himself protectively in front of the two younger siblings. How could the Prince of Chu, so youthful, be expected to drink with the Duke of Diqing? Even the Prince of Jin was displeased, slamming a wine jar upon the table, exclaiming, I shall drink with you. Why should I drink with you? Who are you? Liu Yongzhong, his bleary eyes wide, seemed either genuinely confused or deliberately provocative. Enough, old Liu, cease your drinking. Nearby, Duke Maisai of Runan attempted to seize the wine jar from him. Get away from me. You, a traitorous general, dare to call me old Liu? Liu Yongzhong forcefully shoved Maisai away. Ah, does he not recognize faces? Prince Jin Zhu Zhen, with his proud demeanor, could not tolerate such blatant disregard, retorting, Why did you not recognize me moments ago? You are but a child who has yet to shed your infantile foolishness. Liu Yongzhong tilted back and gulped down a mouthful of wine, wiping his mouth carelessly with his official robe sleeve, and questioned, What merit have you achieved? What virtue or capability grants you the title of prince? Good heavens! The gathered noblemen collectively inhaled sharply, secretly applauding his audacity, for it echoed their own grievances. They had toiled relentlessly to establish Zhu Yuanzhang's reign, yet many had not even attained the rank of duke. While the emperor's son received a princely title at the tender age of 3, was this not profoundly unjust? Because our father learned from history, thus he had no choice. Prince Jin retorted boldly, maintaining his composure. What necessity compels such a choice? Liu Yongzhong drunkenly inquired. In order to prevent the turmoil caused by Empress L against the Han, Chao Wei's usurpation of Han, Sima's overthrow of Wei, Lu Song's takeover of Jin, Shao Qi's subjugating Song, Qin's usurpation of Liang, Yuan's overthrow of Eastern Wei, the Gao family's usurpation of Western Wei, Yang Jian's seizure of Zhou, Wu's usurpation of Tang, Zhu Wen's destruction of Tang, Guo Wei's usurpation of later Han, Zhao Song's overthrow of later Zhou. Prince Jin unleashed a barrage of historical examples before coldly questioning. Does Duke Diqing still believe that the feudal lords are unnecessary? Or does he aspire to emulate one of those power-hungry ministers? The assembled nobles felt a chill of sweat trickle down their backs, many sobering up in an instant. They were astonished by the scholarly prowess of the third brother. Li Zhen murmured softly. Zhu Yuanzhang smirked slightly, replying nonchalantly, just a sharp-tongued child. Yet, he showed no inclination to intervene. Suda cast a worried glance at Zhu Yuanzhang, realizing that the higher powers intended for the situation to escalate. In truth, Liu Yongzhong should have offered his apologies and departed by this point. However, fueled by a belly full of resentment and the effects of alcohol, he could not allow a mere child to undermine him. He flushed with anger and exclaimed, Is His Highness the Prince of Jin doubting my loyalty? When we, the brothers of Chaohu, pledged allegiance to your father, we numbered 2,000 soldiers. And now only a little over 100 remain. My elder brother, Uncle Yu, and his son, Zhang Dishing, along with many loyal brothers, died for your father. How dare you question our fidelity? Seeing that his words rendered Jiyu speechless, Liu Yongzhong's defiance only grew bolder. Suddenly, he slammed the wine jar onto the ground with a resounding crash. With a tear, he ripped his ceremonial robe in half, revealing a chest marred with scars. These wounds were sustained during the Battle of Poyang Lake when Zhang Dingbian charged to your father's ship, and I risked my life to save him. He turned around, exposing a horrific burn, and continued. This was from the day after, when Yu Tonghai and I set sail with 7 boats laden with reeds, soaked in oil, and ignited them to incinerate hundreds of Han Navy vessels. Your father's dominion south of the Yangtze River was partly secured by my hand. The more he spoke, the more aggrieved he felt, yet he hasn't even granted me a dukedom. Am I to blame? My only fault is my unwavering loyalty. I have done everything for your father, yet he, in his pretense of benevolence, stripped me of my title of duke. Hearing him broach the subject of the Ming prince in such a public setting terrified the assembled nobility, and no one dared to continue observing the spectacle. They rushed forward to pull him out of the hall. However, Liu Yongzhong was a formidable warrior, and several could not restrain him. The more they attempted, the louder he declared, Very well, I shall accept that hardship is of my own making, and I shall not hold it against you. Yet I have extinguished the Ming, unified Sichuan and Chongqing, pacified Fujian, and solidified the 2 Guang provinces. I have led the general's forces thrice to the north and commanded the navy against the pirates. He thought to himself, surely this will merit a dukedom. But after a long wait, what he received was a halved salary and punitive measures against his servants. Liu Yangzhong felt as though he were a child weighing 180 pounds, crying out to those restraining him, "Is this reasonable? Is this fair? Is this the behavior of a civilized society? Quickly, silence him." Someone shouted, attempting to stuff a cloth into his mouth. "You subservient sycophants. I wonder who will speak up for you in the future." He thrashed violently, veins bulging, and roared, "While other sons are born into nobility, we cannot even enjoy a modest fortune. What of your meager 4 dishes and a soup? Bah! A marquis with such a paltry offering can keep it for himself." The nobleman, panting from exertion, finally managed to stifle his protests and pinned him to the ground. Zhu Zhen, perched on his elder brother's shoulders, sighed. Xiangyu was no more than this. He cannot compare. The king of Qin shook his head, fully aware of the martial prowess involved. The king of Kaiping might come closer, perhaps. Then is it that the rest are simply too weak? Zhu Zhen asked innocently. Perhaps the drink has clouded your judgment. Zhu Di quickly pinched him to silence any further nonsense. At this moment, Zhu Yuanzhang leisurely rose and approached Liu Yangzhong, prompting the crowd to part hurriedly to either side. Zhu Yuanzhang crouched beside him and asked softly, "Do you feel wronged?" Liu Yangzhong nodded vigorously, tears and snot streaming down his face in a display of grievance. Zhu Yuanzhang then gestured towards the large iron tablet standing at the palace door and inquired, "Were you present when this iron tablet was erected in March of the 5th year of Hongwu?" Liu Yangzhong nodded again. "We ordered all the nobles to memorize the 9 admonitions inscribed upon it." "Did you do so?" Zhu Yuanzhang's voice turned icy. Liu Yangzhong nodded once more. "Then what is there left for you to say?" Zhu Yuanzhang's tone grew even more frigid. 2.5 years ago, I made it clear that I wish to share prosperity with you for generations to come. However, the law of the land is merciless, and the merits and demerits are explicit. Without relying on your own contributions, you cannot act lawlessly and oppress the virtuous. Time and again, you have indulged your household slaves in their misdeeds. Even if I were to tolerate you, my descendants shall not. Thus, I established this iron tablet to remind you that I have warned you beforehand. Past transgressions are forgiven, but repeat offenses will be met with severe punishment. As Zhu Yuanzhang rose to his feet, he proclaimed loudly, "Since last autumn, the Central Secretariat has continuously reported numerous unlawful acts committed by the family of Duke Diqing. Out of consideration for their past contributions, I merely issued a slight fine as a warning. Yet, instead of expressing gratitude, they have been filled with resentment, even causing a ruckus in the Golden Hall on the first day of the new year. It seems their grievances have reached a breaking point. Given this, I can no longer feign ignorance. I must thoroughly investigate the family of Duke Diqing to ascertain whether they have been wronged. If so, I shall personally offer my apologies. Do not think it impossible for me to elevate you to the status of a prince." With that, he waved his hand, and several generals of Tianwu stepped forward to escort the now resigned Liu Yangzhong away. The assembled ministers fell silent in shock. None could have anticipated that the festive gathering on the first day of the new year would culminate in such a turn of events. "Remarkable," Prince Chu quietly acknowledged, nodding in approval. Chapter 47. Secret examination of Duke Diqing. At this time, there was no dedicated prison, so Liu Yangzhong was confined in the dark and damp dungeon of the inner court. Zhu Yuanzhang, wary of the eunuchs, specifically assigned his personal guard Lu Ying to closely monitor Liu Yangzhong. Lu Ying, originally named Lu Da, was the son of Lu Jizu, who was entrusted with the burial site of Zhu Yuanzhang's parents. As the leader of Zhu Yuanzhang's guards, Lu Ying's most commendable trait was his unwavering loyalty. He could never be bribed nor betray his master. The fact that Zhu Yuanzhang entrusted him with the oversight of Duke Diqing speaks volumes about the gravity with which he regarded the case of Liu Yangzhong. The following day, as Liu Yangzhong regained consciousness, Lu Ying immediately ordered someone to report to the emperor. After the court session, Zhu Yuanzhang, neglecting even to change out of his formal robes, rushed over alone, without the crown prince, perhaps believing it best not to involve him in such matters. The heavy iron door creaked open, and Lu Ying rested his hand on the doorframe as Zhu Yuanzhang bent to enter the cramped cell. Inside, Liu Yangzhong was shackled to an iron chair bolted to the wall. "Your Majesty has arrived. I cannot pay my respects," he declared, having regained his composure yet remaining insolent. "No matter," Zhu Yuanzhang replied, lifting his robe and settling onto the gilded chair that Lu Ying had brought. The two men locked eyes, creating a somewhat awkward atmosphere. Zhu Yuanzhang could scarcely recall the last time someone had dared to meet his gaze in such a manner. "Little Liu, do you understand your crimes?" He finally spoke first. Liu Yangzhong nodded. "I'm aware of my transgressions. Do you know what crime you have committed?" Zhu Yuanzhang pressed. Liu Yangzhong replied in a flat tone. "The world has been pacified, therefore I am guilty." "What do you mean by that?" Zhu Yuanzhang's pupils constricted as he spoke coldly. Do you believe we intend to cross the river and dismantle the bridge, to roast the dog after the hare is dead? I think so, Liu Yongzhong responded candidly. You speak nonsense. Zhu Yuanzhang gritted his teeth. We have repeatedly stated that we do not wish to emulate Liu Bang, to conceal our old comrades after the hunt. We do not desire the infamy of slaying our meritorious subjects. We aspire to follow the paths of Han Guangwu and Tang Taizong, to honorably conclude our endeavors with those who fought alongside us. Especially you, little Liao. I have already wronged your brother, thus I must seek ways to preserve you. Zhu Yuanzhang pointed at Liu Yongzhong in the third year of Han Wu, when the Yangxian incident occurred. Both witness testimonies and material evidence from his residence could substantiate your close ties with him, many matters entwined with your involvement. It would not be an exaggeration to call it collusion. As a result, we executed Yangxian, yet you were spared due to your merits. Zhu Yuanzhang exclaimed in frustration. Even a blind man could see that we were shielding you. Is it the emperor's expectation that our navy will reclaim Sichuan? Liu Yongzhong's words revealed his deep understanding of Zhu Yuanzhang's character. Pleading for mercy had always been counterproductive in Zhu Yuanzhang's eyes. This retort incensed Zhu Yuanzhang, who coldly inquired, Since you fear not death, do you admit that you are the backer of the Chaohu gang's illicit salt trade across the provinces? I am uncertain. But if the emperor believes so, then it must be so. It is hardly a matter of moral transgression, compared to the actions of the emperor's fellow townsmen from Fengyang. This pales in comparison. Liu Yongzhong, exuding an air of indifference, remarked nonchalantly. Although both are situated in Huaishi, Chaohu is over 200 miles away from Fengyang. Thus, he has never belonged to the core circle of the Huaishi nobility. What have they done? Zhu Yuanzhang was taken aback. The emperor was actually unaware? Liu Yongzhong was momentarily astonished, as if this information should have been common knowledge. The emperor, expressionless, shook his head. He despised the feeling of being left in the dark. Aha! Liu Yongzhong burst into raucous laughter, tauntingly exclaiming, So they have kept you in the dark to such an extent. They constantly speak of your ascendancy. Yet little did they know you were no longer part of their table. How amusing. Cease your laughter. Seeing the emperor's grim demeanor, Liu Ying kicked Liu Yongzhong in the stomach. His leather boot was reinforced with iron, causing Liu Yongzhong to grunt and cease his mirth. What have they truly done? Zhu Yuanzhang's gaze became somewhat vacant, as if he had sustained a significant blow. Ever since the emperor established the Iron Edict, they had indeed become more restrained, refraining from reckless behavior in the capital, yet they were engaging in rampant usurpation back in their homeland. Especially those noble houses of Fengyang competing fiercely to seize the farmers' arable land, mountains, lakes, tea gardens, and reed marshes. There was nothing they would not claim. Even the military farmlands and state-run gold and silver mines were not spared. Should the common folk dare to resist, they were either dragged to the authorities for a severe beating, then exiled, or worse, silenced permanently, with entire families annihilated to instill terror in the villages. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Zhu Yuanzhang vehemently shook his head, declaring, We have set up the drum of petition, and strictly prohibited the authorities from hindering the people from coming to the capital to voice their grievances. If they were to act so brazenly, why have we not heard a single drumbeat? 3 years ago, when the aggrieved struck the drum, it led to the emperor's Iron Edict. How could they possibly repeat such a mistake? The local authorities along the route are all in their employ, and those commoners venturing to the capital have been intercepted and slaughtered. Liu Yongzhong continued to divulge explosive revelations. Nonsense. Zhu Yuanzhang glared in anger, saying, Yesterday, you also heard the Fengyang flower drum. Our compatriots visit annually to pay their respects. I specifically inquired about the situation in Fengyang, and they all reported that everything was well. Because your compatriots have long been bought off, under threats and temptations, who would dare to speak out? Liu Yongzhong retorted coldly. Since you are aware of so much, why did you not speak earlier? Zhu Yuanzhang asked, his face darkening. Previously, our paths did not intersect. They followed their own course while I traversed my solitary bridge, Liu Yongzhong replied. Now, they have even barred my passage. So there is no longer a need for me to conceal the truth. This matter will be investigated by us. Nonetheless, regardless of its veracity, it bears no relation to your charges. Zhu Yuanzhang rose, leaning slightly forward, gesturing with his right hand behind him. Liu Ying promptly exited to guard the door. In the cramped cell, only the emperor and Liu Yongzhang remained. In light of your past contributions, and particularly considering your brother, Zhu Yuanzhang gently said, As long as you reveal one matter to us, we may yet spare you this time. What matter? Liu Yongzhang inquired. Zhu Yuanzhang leaned in closely, his gaze unwavering, and asked softly, Who orchestrated the plot against Guabu? I have already informed His Majesty that it was Yang Xian who approached me. Implying that the emperor wished to avoid the presence of the young Ming prince in Yingtian city, Liu Yangzhong replied. Did Yang Xian disclose who directed him? Zhu Yuanzhang pressed further. He claimed it was Liu Bowen who commanded him. Liu Yangzhong answered, his tone grave. Just as Zhu Yuanzhang was about to straighten up in satisfaction, Liu Yangzhong suddenly let out a peculiar laugh, saying he also mentioned it was Li Shanchang who directed it, as well as Su De and Li Wanzhou. Your Majesty should apprehend them all. Zhu Yuanzhang recognized that he could no longer place any trust in Liu Yangzhong's words. Send your men to the Diqing Marquis's residence to conduct a thorough search, scrutinize everything bearing a name. He commanded Liu Ying, his expression darkening. Understood, Liu Ying replied solemnly. Chapter 48. The Office of the Imperial Guards. The Office of the Imperial Guards originated from the Gongwei Division, established in the first year of Wu. Initially subordinate to the Grand Commander's office, tasked with safeguarding and ceremonially escorting the imperial entourage. In the third year of Han Wu, Zhu Yuanzhang elevated it to an independent entity, rebranding it as the Office of the Imperial Guards, responsible for the palace's security and the ceremonial duties during royal outings. In simpler terms, it was the duty of the palace guards. Therefore, the soldiers were not only required to be tall and strong, possessing striking features and exceptional martial prowess, but most importantly, they had to exhibit unwavering loyalty. The personnel could be divided into two categories. One comprised the offspring of soldiers who had sacrificed their lives during Zhu Yuanzhang's quest for power. These orphans were raised by Zhu Yuanzhang himself, their loyalty beyond question. The second group consisted of the progeny of nobility and high-ranking military officials. It has been a long-standing tradition for the descendants of meritorious subjects to serve as guards, offering numerous benefits that need not be elaborated. However, this arrangement also bore its drawbacks, primarily due to the inherent complexity and potential unreliability of the latter group compared to the former. Amidst the piercing sound of the copper whistle, the tall and imposing guards of the Imperial Guards converged from all directions to the training grounds. In less than 20 breaths, 400 guards had donned their armor, armed with swords and crossbows, forming an orderly line on the parade ground. By imperial decree, the Office of the Imperial Guards is to proceed immediately to raid the residence of the Duke of Diqing. No harassment of family members is permitted, nor is the concealment or destruction of property allowed. Any breach of these instructions will result in immediate execution. Let this command be executed, announced Right Guard Chao Xiu in a resonant voice. Understood. The guards replied in unison. Chao Xiu then appointed Mei Yi and Zhu Xian. You two shall lead the team. After meeting with the Ministry of Revenue personnel at Hanwu Gate, proceed to the Duke of Diqing's residence for the raid. Yes, they affirmed. Afterward, he glanced at another commanding officer and instructed, Hu De, you will remain on duty here. Yes, Hu De responded, somewhat displeased, but nonetheless complied. Remember, this is not a raid for plunder. The focus is on investigation. Bring back all items of written documentation. As for the estate's wealth, it will be catalogued and sealed by the Ministry of Revenue. Do not entertain any greedy thoughts. Chao Xiu reiterated emphatically. With the new year approaching, all the court officials are watching. Do not create trouble for the emperor. Understood. The subordinates echoed loudly. Let us depart, Chao Xiu signaled with a wave of his hand. The soldiers, under the command of the vanguard officer Mei Yi, turned in unison, watching the soldiers divide into two orderly columns. Marching steadily out of the office of the guards, Chao Xiu wore a grave expression. Logically, he should have led the team himself, but he was reluctant to get involved. This was the first raid on a noble since the founding of the Ming Dynasty, and it was on the Duke of Diqing, who had made considerable contributions, ranking just below the dukes. Chao Xiu pondered that Liu Yangzhong's plight would surely evoke sympathy among the court officials. They would not dare express their displeasure openly. Yet it was likely they would vent their frustrations on him. Since the emperor forbade his own son from intervening, they might as well keep their distance. Let us avoid the fray, Chao Xiu murmured, a sentiment directed at both himself and Hu De, who stood beside him. Thank you, Guard Chao, for your protection. Hu De nodded, yet he understood that the true reason for his exclusion was his relation to Hu Weiyong. The emperor is apprehensive, fearing that he may inadvertently interfere. Your Majesty is indeed astute. You have truly guessed correctly, Hu De remarked, a knowing smile gracing his lips. On the second day of the Lunar New Year, the city of Nanjing was still steeped in festive spirit. Every household adorned their doors with door gods and couplets, and peachwood charms hung prominently. The streets were littered with the colorful remnants of firecrackers. The townsfolk, donned in new garments, were busily visiting one another to extend their New Year greetings. Suddenly, The sharp sound of gongs and shouts echoed from the street corner. "Make way! Make way!" The citizens hastily stepped aside, only to behold a troop clad in red-tasseled iron helmets, dressed in splendid green brocade, and wearing tall leather boots, marching briskly towards them. Their steps were synchronized, exuding an air of authority that filled the avenue. Ah, this seems to be the emperor's personal guards. The people of the capital were discerning. Indeed, it was uncommon to see them out in such numbers. Some sensed that something unusual was afoot. Could there be significant news? During the festive season, what could possibly occur? The officials were yet to interrogate any prisoners. Zhu Zhen, the left commander of the precinct, rode alongside the procession, his mind elsewhere as he listened to the idle chatter of the townsfolk, his thoughts consumed by the events of the previous night. Last night, the elders had gathered in the palace to drink, while the younger generation convened at the Duke of Song's residence for the New Year festivities. When he stepped out to relieve himself, Huda had also emerged. The two stood side by side in the outhouse, attending to their needs. Amidst the sounds, he heard Huda say, "Have you heard? Liu Yuanzhang has been arrested." "When did this happen?" Zhu Zhen was taken aback, momentarily stunned. "Just half an hour ago." Huda replied quietly, "My uncle sent someone to inform me." "Oh." Zhu Xian's mind was sharp, and he swiftly inquired, "What instructions did Minister Hu convey?" "My uncle said that given the emperor's disposition, he will undoubtedly soon order a raid on the Duching Marquis's residence. By then, I shall likely be excluded from the proceedings, relying solely on you or Deng Zhen." "Understood." Zhu Xian nodded, clearly aware of much. "If you were to lead the raid, then you should handle it this way." "This way?" Huda whispered a series of instructions, adding, "I will also advise Deng Zhen accordingly. As for Mei Yi, my uncle will find a way to keep one eye closed." "What about Tang Ding? He seems rather difficult to bribe?" Zhu Xian asked again. "The personal guards have 5 divisions, each with its own commander. He has other duties," Huda replied nonchalantly. "What if both commanders lead the team themselves?" Zhu Xian was still somewhat uneasy. "That will not happen. My uncle stated that Lu Ying will certainly keep a close watch on Liu Yuanzhang to prevent any silencing. As for our right commander, do you not know his current disposition?" Huda asserted confidently. "All right." Zhu Xian, unable to think of anything further, nodded in acquiescence. Though Huda had meticulously arranged everything, it was Zhu Xian's first experience with such matters, and anxiety gnawed at him. He understood that if he were to expose himself, the emperor would surely flay him alive. Not even his father would be able to protect him. Glancing at Mei Yi beside him, who appeared utterly unperturbed, as though unaffected by the situation, Zhu Xian's mind wandered. In the midst of his chaotic thoughts, he suddenly heard Mei Yi softly say, "We have arrived." "Oh." Zhu Xian quickly lifted his head. Upon the grand entrance of the plaque inscribed with the imperial calligraphy proclaiming, "Immediately captivates the eye." However, at this moment, the irony is almost palpable. Just yesterday, the entire household had been placed under house arrest. The gates now stand resolutely closed, guarded by the officers of the. Mei Yi presented the imperial edict to the gatekeeper, while accompanying officials from the Ministry of Revenue submitted the documents from the Central Secretariat. Thus, they swung open the gates, allowing their entrance. Upon stepping into the courtyard, they were confronted by over 100 formidable household retainers wielding swords, spears, and clubs, barring their passage. Every noble family maintains such retainers, as well as ceremonial soldiers and guards sanctioned by the court. The households of Mei Yi and Zhu Xian are no exception. Allow me to introduce them. Mei Yi is the eldest son of Mei Siju, the Marquis of Renan, who had been reprimanded by the Marquis of Duching that very evening, while Zhu Xian is the firstborn of Zhu Yangzu, the Marquis of Yongjia. Thus, this confrontation was anticipated, and Mei Yi once more proclaimed the imperial edict, courteously stating, "We are here on official business. Brothers, kindly step aside." Yet, in a fit of indignation, Liao Quan, the eldest son of Liu Yuanzhang, brandished a tile-sized iron certificate inscribed with the words, "Exemption from death," and exclaimed, "Surely the emperor would not disavow even this." Chapter 49. The unconventional maneuvers of Huxiang. The Golden Book and Iron Certificate, a privilege bestowed upon meritorious subjects by Zhu Yuanzhang, was modeled after the Tang Dynasty's practices. Inscribed in gilded characters were the accolades, titles, benefits, and the number of pardons from death awarded to its bearer. Naturally, such an artifact was beyond the reach of common folk, yet it bore little deterrent power for the esteemed guards. "Put it away, Brother Liao." As if every household lacked such a token, Mei Yi advised. "The imperial edict states quite clearly that we are merely to search for evidence, not to apprehend anyone, let alone resort to executions. Your pardon is of no use here. Zhu Xian approached Liao Quan and whispered, "We are here to search. I assure you that your family will remain undisturbed. For every valuable item missing from your home, I shall take responsibility. Does that settle the matter?" Liao Quan was taken aback by the unexpected camaraderie. Had it been someone else, the situation might have been far more precarious. He sighed. "We are all from families of merit. Regardless of what we uncover, the emperor will ultimately be lenient. Indeed, we cannot afford to oppose the emperor any further." Mei concurred. Regret will come too late. With the two of them persuading him, Liao Quan reluctantly lowered his head and gestured for his servants to step aside. "Let it begin," he said. Mei then instructed the guards. "Remember what we discussed. Act with discretion." "Yes." The soldiers replied in unison, and under their respective flags. They dispersed into the various courtyards. Though they claimed not to disturb, the shrill screams of women, the furious curses of men, and the clattering sounds of items being thrown could not be avoided, echoing throughout the "You rascals!" Zhu Xian, who had been sipping tea with Liao Quan in the front hall, exclaimed, rising to his feet. "I shall go check the back, ensure they are cautious." "Very well. Go ahead," Mei nodded, taking a sip of tea and remaining composed. Zhu Xian made his way to the rear courtyard, heading straight for Liu Yongzhang's study. The soldiers stationed at the entrance quickly lifted the heavy curtain upon his arrival. As Zhu Xian stepped into the lavishly decorated study, a wave of warmth enveloped him. Indeed, Liu Yongzhang's residence was extravagantly furnished, with all rooms, regardless of occupancy, perpetually warmed by charcoal braziers to prevent the family from feeling the cold. The study was in disarray, with several of his trusted soldiers busily gathering books, letters, and artworks from the shelves, tables, and couch, packing them into boxes. "What have we collected?" Zhu Xian inquired. "The most valuable items are undoubtedly these correspondences," replied his younger brother, Zhu Yu, as he presented a wooden box to him. "Let me see," Zhu Xian said, swiftly rummaging through the box. He soon extracted 2 letters, both penned by Lu Ji. Upon examining one letter, Zhu Xian found it to be a note from Lu Ji expressing gratitude to Liu Yongzhang for his repeated gifts, while also indicating his simple lifestyle, stating that he had no need for such luxurious items and requesting that they not be sent again. He pulled out the second letter, which conveyed a similar sentiment, an expression of rejection from a goddess to an ardent admirer, succinctly put without further elaboration. Who would have thought that the proud Duke de Qing would appear so humble before Lu the Elder? Zhu Xian secretly felt a glimmer of amusement, but then recalled Hu Weiyong's instructions, and his mirth swiftly dissipated. Hu Weiyong had tasked him with uncovering any correspondence between Liu Yongzhang and Liu Bowen. If such letters existed, they were to examine them for any incriminating evidence of collusion. Clearly, these 2 letters could at most be deemed a one-sided affection from the Duke of Diqing, rather than an illicit liaison. Fortunately, Hu Weiyong had anticipated this, reassuring him that there was no need for alarm, as they had a plan in place. Once his subordinates had carried the boxes away, only the 2 brothers remained in the study. "No one has seen these 2 letters, right?" Zhu Xian whispered. "No. I personally collected the letters. They have not seen them," Zhu Yu replied with a quiet chuckle. "A bunch of blind fools. Even if they had seen them, it would have been futile." Zhu Xian exchanged a glance with him, prompting Zhu Yu to guard the door and observe the surroundings. Zhu Xian then tossed the 2 handwritten letters from Lu Ji into the charcoal brazier. The blue flames immediately transformed into a vibrant orange, as the envelopes and paper swiftly turned to ash, curling away. As dusk descended and the sun set behind the purple gold mountain, the Wuying Hall remained dim, as it had not yet been lit. Zhu Yuanzhang had spent the entire afternoon within, conferring with Hu Weiyong and forbidding anyone from entering. It was not until Cao Xiu returned with several large boxes to report back that Eunuch Wu hurriedly led the attendants to light the lamps. One by one, the palace lanterns were ignited, casting an uncertain light upon the emperor's face, a tapestry of shadow and illumination. All present, Cao Xiu bowed respectfully. Then, "I shall take my leave," Hu Weiyong, sensing the moment, excused himself. "Stay, and let us examine together," Zhu Yuanzhang commanded, preventing his departure, and then turned to Cao Xiu. "Let us see the letters first." Cao Xiu promptly presented the wooden box. Zhu Yuanzhang waved his hand, and Eunuch Wu quickly ushered the attendants out. Only then did the emperor open the box, his expression momentarily frozen in confusion. "What is the meaning of this?" Hu Weiyong leaned in to take a closer look, noticing a thick stack of letters accompanied by charred remnants of paper. These were found by Zhu Xian in the charcoal brazier of the Duke of Diqing's study. Observing there were still words on them, I included them, Cao Xiu reported. Were you present? Zhu Yuanzhang inquired, donning his reading glasses and delicately picking up a fragment. Scrutinizing it carefully. Your Majesty, I was not present, Cao Xiu replied, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. The ironclad rule you established dictates that at any time one of the guards must remain vigilant at the palace gates. Failure to comply results in severe punishment. Thus, I was obliged to remain in the palace. Is Luing not also at the guard office? Zhu Yuanzhang lowered his glasses, his gaze darkening as it fell upon Cao Xiu. Captain Liu is confined within the dungeons of the Internal Affairs Office, unable to leave even a step. I believed he could not fulfill the duty of guarding the palace gates. Cao Xiu bowed his head even lower. Stubborn fool, Zhu Yuanzhang muttered, shaking his head in silence. Opting not to probe further, Cao Xiu secretly exhaled in relief. He was the son of Madame Wang, Zhu Yuanzhang's foster mother, who had aided Zhu Chongba during his most arduous times alongside Liu Jizu, thus granting Luing and himself a unique leniency from Zhu Yuanzhang. Yet, at times, excessive leniency could prove detrimental. Zhu Yuanzhang exhaled a deep breath, commencing the arduous task of piecing together the scattered fragments. He enlisted the assistance of Hu Weiyong. After a brief respite, they managed to reconstruct the decipherable portions. This was a letter penned by Cheng Yiba. Zhu Yuanzhang removed his spectacles. I share the same sentiment, he remarked. Hu Weiyong hastily added, moreover, judging by the signatures, there are at least 2 letters. And the content? Inquired Zhu Yuanzhang. There are too many omissions. By examining and inferring, it seems Cheng Yiba expressed gratitude for the gifts he received, but beyond that, we cannot deduce much. Indeed, that seems plausible, Zhu Yuanzhang replied, massaging his furrowed brow. The incinerated sections are of utmost importance. Let us examine the other letters. Hu Weiyong appeared nonchalant. Very well, Zhu Yuanzhang nodded. And the 2 of them proceeded to scatter the letters from the box across the imperial desk, scrutinizing each one. The correspondence could generally be categorized into 3 types: letters exchanged with noblemen, messages from the brothers of Cao Hu, and familial correspondence. A common thread among these individuals was their coarse demeanor and their audacity. The letters were rife with provocative remarks directed at Zhu, provoking him to utter countless expletives in exasperation. Chapter 50. The plan. Both individuals were tireless workaholics, laboring through the night to meticulously examine the evidence retrieved from Liao Yangzhong's residence. After scrutinizing the final piece of evidence, Zhu Yuanzhang lifted his gaze, eyes gleaming like a startled rabbit, and exclaimed, that little Liao deserves his fate. Indeed, Hu Weiyong wiped his eyes with a handkerchief, forcing his eyes wide open as he remarked, the sight is truly shocking. I am at a loss for words. He gestured toward a particular chest, saying, and this, it's too dreadful to even look at. Inside lay a collection of extravagant cups and utensils, saddles, and stirrups, adorned with brilliant yellow or embellished with dragon and phoenix motifs, items entirely unfit for a mere minister. The confiscated guards mentioned that Liao's grand bed was intricately carved with dragons and phoenixes, more opulent than our own dragon bed. Zhu Yuanzhang spat in disdain. They wish to bring it all back, but they won't even get past the door. He added with contempt, it can barely accommodate 2 people. What need have they for such a grand bed? Hu Weiyong chuckled nervously, thinking to himself that while His Majesty was formidable in fathering heirs, he paled in comparison to the excesses displayed by those beneath him. Yet, this man still dared to equate himself with Han Xin, attempting to compel us into the role of Liu Bang. Zhu Yuanzhang spat again, a hemp towel embroidered with peonies. He dares to consider himself worthy. The high-ranking officials were broad-minded and virtuous, far surpassing the likes of Liu Bang. Alas, some individuals, puffed up with their own achievements, disregarded the emperor's repeated warnings, foolishly shifting blame for their own misdeeds onto the higher-ups, truly a blend of folly and absurdity. Hu Weiyong shared in this indignation. Sighing, Zhu Yuanzhang leaned back against the dragon throne, lost in melancholy. People do change. Their thoughts evolve dramatically over different phases of life. At present, Zhu, the emperor, aspired to emulate Guangwu and Taizong, wishing to maintain a harmonious beginning and end with his loyal brothers, at the very least. He sought a dignified conclusion akin to Zhao De's. If given the choice, who wouldn't desire to be seen as virtuous? Zhu even forgave the once abusive Liu Kaizhu, having genuinely aspired to be a benevolent ruler. Yet, alas, his heart now surged with murderous intent and undeniable truth. Hu Weiyong quietly observed the emperor's internal struggle. After a considerable pause, Zhu Yuanzhang ceased his inner turmoil and shifted his attention back to the 2 torn letters. What do you think about this final matter? He inquired softly, tapping the fragments of paper with his finger. My lord, I find it rather perplexing, Hu Weiyong replied, choosing his words carefully. In truth, many letters pose significant issues. However, why did the family of Duke Diqing, upon learning of his misfortune, not incinerate everything, but only these 2 letters? Perhaps they deemed the others inconsequential, while these 2 were a matter of life and death. Zhu Yuanzhang, fully awake now, his hawkish eyes gleaming with intensity. Consider the haste with which these letters were burned. They must have heard of the impending confiscation and acted swiftly. What unspeakable secrets could lie within? Hu Weiyong cautiously followed the emperor's line of thought, guiding him gently. What else could it be? Zhu Yuanzhang scoffed, an aura of lethal intent surrounding him. What common ground could those 2 possibly share beyond that matter? The upper echelons remarked that Liu Bowen had always possessed a certain arrogance, preferring the company of literati, and even held the likes of Han Gugong in little regard, let alone the crude warriors. Hu Weiyong nodded, suggesting that perhaps only that particular matter could forge a connection between him and Duke Diqing. He then feigned amiability, stating, however, this matter is of great significance. We cannot rely solely on conjecture. Shall we inquire with the Duke Diqing's household? That won't do, Zhu Yuanzhang replied slowly, shaking his head. No one would admit to such actions, unless we were to apprehend his entire family for interrogation. Yet, the repercussions of such an act would be far too great. Hu Weiyong sighed in agreement. Indeed, Zhu Yuanzhang concurred. Yesterday in court, the nobles in the capital took turns pleading on behalf of Liao Yongzhou, even his brother-in-law Li Zhan. Along with Su De and Tang He, those staunch royalists argued that Liao Yongzhou was merely inebriated and should be spared once more. The pressure was already immense from the raid on Liao's residence today. If they were to further interrogate Liao Yongzhou's family, the aristocracy would likely take more drastic measures. What about asking young Liao? Hu Weiyong suggested in a hushed tone. That would be futile. He is as steadfast as iron, no matter the coercion. He will not speak if he chooses silence. Zhu Yuanzhang firmly shook his head. Then we are left with but one individual to consult. Hu Weiyong attempted to maintain composure. You mean Lucien? Zhu Yuanzhang regarded him with a complex gaze. Yes, but Duke Qingyi is bedridden, and it would be unwise to disturb him. Hu Weiyong quickly retracted. Indeed, it seems his ailment is quite severe this time. Zhu Yuanzhang's eyes deepened, resembling a black hole capable of consuming all. At that moment, the bell of Jing'ong echoed from the Meridian Gate, signaling the time for court. As Zhu Yuanzhang rose, he casually remarked, Tomorrow, you shall bring a physician to examine him. If suitable, you may inquire. Otherwise, we shall wait until he is recovered. Understood, replied Hu Weiyong, responding as though it were a mundane task without a hint of deviation. Be cautious of your footing, he added, bowing slightly as he followed Zhu Yuanzhang out of the Wuying Hall towards the Fengtian Gate. After court, Hu Weiyong, yawning repeatedly, addressed the Zhongshu Lang who had come to escort him. Last night, I kept vigil with His Majesty until dawn. I simply cannot continue. So I shall not go to the province today. Yes, my lord, please return home and rest well. The Zhongshu Lang promptly assisted him in lifting the curtain of the donkey cart. Zhu Yuanzhang had an aversion to sedan chairs, perceiving them as symbols of corruption. In the 6th year of Hongwu, he decreed that only elderly, disabled officials and women were permitted to ride in chairs. All others were required to travel by cart or horseback. As the prime minister, Hu Weiyong naturally led by example, opting for a modest donkey cart. Once seated within the cart, he suddenly recalled something, leaning out to address the Zhongshu Lang. Make a trip to the Thai hospital and inform Director Zhou to take leave tomorrow, citing an imperial edict, as I am to attend to Duke Qingyi's ailment. Yes, my lord, the Zhongshu Lang replied softly. Off you go. Hu Weiyong lowered the curtain of the cart and swayed back home in the humble vehicle. In the main hall, Prince Chu experienced yet another day of distraction. Fourth brother has noticed that since Lu Ji fell ill, he has been perpetually distracted. Sixth brother. Have you developed feelings for Mr. Liu? Why do you seem so lost when he is absent? Not at all. We've been attending classes since the 2nd day of the Lunar New Year. Shouldn't this be our state? Zhu Zhen grumbled while packing his bag. Students work so hard. There should be a winter break. Winter break, now that's an appealing thought. It's far too cold to be in school, second brother chimed in, his spirits lifted. As he never takes books home and thus has no bag to pack. And what about summer? Should we also grant you a summer vacation? Third brother interjected sarcastically, clutching his bag under his arm. Summer vacation, it sounds delightful. Throw in autumn and spring breaks, and you'll have all 4 seasons to frolic at home. He laughed heartily. Well then, I shall declare that henceforth, we grant our son a respite. Every season will be a holiday. Second brother declared earnestly, spring, summer, autumn, and winter, all vacations. As the brothers jested, they arrived at the entrance of Wenhua. Zhu Zhen noticed not only Wang Defa, but also Yu Gong from the pharmacy, anxiously scanning the surroundings. "Ah, Your Highness, you finally arrived." Yu rushed forward, bowing deeply. "Guess what? Is a royal physician taking leave?" Zhu Zhen's eyes sparkled with intrigue. "Indeed. Director Zhou is accompanying Minister Hu to attend to Duke Qingyi's illness tomorrow. Please return that leave request to this old servant at once." Yu wiped his brow, exclaiming, "This old servant is nearly beside himself with worry." Meanwhile, the corners of Prince Chu's mouth stretched into a wide grin. Chapter 51. The Love of a Troubled Student. In the beginning, Zhu Zhen insisted on taking the leave book from the Shang pharmacy, precisely for this day. Since a leave of absence requires the use of this book, possessing it would ensure he would be the first to know if a physician sought leave. Yet, he soon realized that, despite the emperor's stringent enforcement of rules, human execution of these regulations invariably leaves room for exploitation. After all, how did the infamous case of the blank seals arise during the Hongwu reign? This thought left him in a state of unease. It is indeed perplexing. With so many renowned imperial doctors, how could they possibly only venture outside once a year? Surely, numerous instances of night visits or consultations during off-duty hours go unrecorded. Logically, Hu Weiyong would likely request imperial physicians through proper channels, ensuring a record for future reference. However, should he choose to act outside these norms and summon a physician in the dead of night for an urgent consultation with Liu Bowen, Zhu Zhen would find himself utterly powerless. For the past few days, his mind has been preoccupied with such worries. Fortunately, luck was on his side, and no untoward incidents occurred. Elated, he rummaged through his bag and produced the Shang pharmacy leave book, presenting it to Eunuch Yu. Eunuch Yu's lips twitched. The young master truly brought this to school. He had been under the impression that it had been misplaced, perhaps a ruse concocted by Wang Defa. "Your Highness, whatever do you need this for at school?" He couldn't help but inquire as he accepted it with both hands. "Isn't it to find an opportunity to speak with Father Emperor?" "Naturally, I must carry it with me," Zhu Zhen replied, as if it were obvious. "Your Highness truly cares for the matters of your servants," Eunuch Yu remarked with admiration before asking, "So, have you spoken with him?" "Not yet, as I haven't found the right moment. Otherwise, why would I bring it along?" Zhu Zhen shot him a, "Are you foolish? Look." Yes, I spoke out of turn," Eunuch Yu readily admitted, eager to please. "By the way, may I see the leave request from the Imperial Medical Office?" Zhu Zhen, however, was reluctant to relinquish the book. "I haven't seen it yet. This cannot be withheld any longer. It must be submitted to the inner court soon," Eunuch Yu responded obediently, producing the leave request for Zhu Zhen to examine before finally reclaiming the leave book. Zhu Zhen scrutinized it and exclaimed, "Why is it that only half a day was requested? Even if a full day is unnecessary for treatment, why not request a full day off? The remaining half would simply be yours." This was the thought process of a professional slacker from his previous life. Wouldn't it be wasteful to grant a full day off for tasks that could be completed in half a day? Eunuch Yu, however, had long become a competent mental capitalist. Zhu Zhen shook his head in disapproval. Yet, as a minor shareholder in the Ming Corporation, he felt no obligation to encourage his employees to slack off. Once Eunuch Yu had departed, Zhu Zhen turned to his fourth brother and asked, "Shall we visit Mr. Liu tomorrow? You still claim he is not on your mind?" Zhu Di teased, only to suddenly brighten, nodding vigorously, "Absolutely. Mr. Liu is unwell. As students, we must pay our respects. It is essential to honor our teachers." "You two simply wish to seize the opportunity to frolic outside," the third brother bluntly revealed. "You are satiated. A well-fed man cannot comprehend hunger, while a hungry man suffers from his cravings." Although second brother expresses the sentiment, he evidently shares the same perspective. "What nonsense! Does being a poor scholar preclude one from respecting their teacher?" Zhu Di argued with righteous fervor. "Indeed," sixth brother chimed in, puffing his cheeks, "we are already so backward. Our teacher has not given up on us, which only merits our utmost respect." "Very well, carry on." Third brother observed the 2-against-1 situation and decisively fell silent. Offering a sardonic smile to sixth brother, "However, you certainly harbor ill intentions. When father punishes you, do not expect my assistance. How can you unjustly tarnish someone's reputation?" Sixth brother's face flushed red, realizing that third brother had accurately discerned his thoughts. "Haha, you could bring fourth brother's delicacies as a gift for the teacher. If you can persuade Mr. Liu, I shall take the punishment for you." Regardless of the circumstances, third brother was resolute. He regarded sixth brother as a weasel wishing the chicken a happy new year, harboring ulterior motives. With laughter, he departed, leaving behind a parting remark, however. You should first figure out a way to exit the palace gates. It is indeed difficult to leave, second brother interjected, feeling the weight of the situation for the two. Shall I go in your stead to see Mr. Liu? No need. The two replied in unison, thank you. They further insisted that they did not wish to leave for amusement. Second brother shook his head in disbelief and turned to return home. We must visit Mr. Liu, declared Prince Yin with determination. First, you need to request leave from the Grand Hall, and then obtain permission to exit the palace. Zhu Zhen, who had remained silent until now, suggested, however, if eldest brother agrees, it will be much easier. Eldest brother, please help us request a day off. In Wenhua Hall, Zhu Di and Zhu Zhen resembled two pleading puppies, or perhaps one large dog and one small dog, wagging their tails before the crown prince. We wish to visit Mr. Liu. Enough of this, fourth brother. Have you arranged this with your dubious friends? Zhu Biao replied curtly while flipping through a book. And you brought sixth brother to cover for you? Feeling mischievous, are we? Eldest brother, this was my idea. Zhu Zhen's thick eyebrows quivered as he spoke with tearful eyes. Mr. Liu has been unwell for quite some time. I fear he may be on the brink of death. What nonsense. Zhu Biao nearly hurled the book at him. Bah, bah, how inauspicious to speak such things during the new year. He pondered, could it be that I have upset him? As he spoke, he began to sob. I want to see him, to apologize. I shall no longer oppose him, and I hope he recovers soon. Indeed, I feel the same, fourth brother admitted, struggling to find suitable words. Now that sounds more like it. Zhu Biao rose, pulling his two younger brothers to their feet, and produced a handkerchief to wipe sixth brother's tears, adding, regardless, you truly should not continue to harbor resentment towards Mr. Liu. He is a paragon of virtue and knowledge, and being his student is a blessing. After a pause, he sighed. Moreover, our family owes him a great deal. Do not add further to our debts. Does that mean eldest brother has agreed? Zhu Zhen inquired joyfully. When has eldest brother ever refused you? Zhu Biao playfully tapped his forehead, then turned and approached the table, taking up a brush to compose an edict. However, we must establish 3 rules. If you agree, we shall proceed, but if you do not, then do not entertain the thought of going. Elder brother, please speak freely. The fourth and sixth brothers expressed their delight. Firstly, they must return to the palace before nightfall. Should they find themselves locked out, there would be no one to grant them entry. No problem, they replied. Secondly, they should visit Mr. Liu and sincerely apologize before attending to other matters. Zhu Biao shot a glance at Zhu Di, cautioning him not to corrupt the sixth brother. Zhu Di cheerfully acquiesced. Thirdly, they must ensure they are adequately accompanied by guards, dressed in plain clothes, so as not to reveal their identities or provoke any trouble. Otherwise, they would have to remain in the palace indefinitely. Understood. The two agreed without hesitation. Indeed, the elder brother is remarkably gentle, as he has laid down 3 rules that spare us any discomfort. Zhu Biao then turned to Zhu Zhu, saying, Fifth brother, will you join us as well? Brother. Zhu Wei's eyes brimmed with tears of excitement, not expecting that he had always been in his elder brother's thoughts. Yet, he resolutely shook his head and said, I do not wish to squander time, unless I am allowed to treat Mr. Liu. Leave. Mr. Liu yearns to live a few more years. Zhu Biao chuckled teasingly and wrote a note for Zhu Di and Zhu Zhen, handing it to them with the words, Go on, this is a rare opportunity. Enjoy a day outside. As for the Grand Hall, I shall arrange for your leave. Ultimately, he believed that the two merely sought an excuse to visit Liu Bowen, indulging in a day of leisure outside the palace. After all, escaping the palace is a cherished dream for everyone within its confines, himself included. Since he could not fulfill this desire due to his status, he decided to grant his younger brothers the liberty to indulge in a moment of whimsy. Chapter 52. Both of us are discontented. To the southwest of the imperial city, beyond the moat, lies Taipingli. Due to its proximity to the imperial palace and the neighboring Qinhuai River, the area is adorned with the residences of nobles and dignitaries. In the farthest corner of the broad street, bustling with crimson gates, there exists an inconspicuous alley known as Hudo Alley, akin to an unnoticed appendix. Who could have imagined that the residence of Hu Weiyong, the prime minister, was discreetly nestled within this easily overlooked passage? Though referred to as the prime minister's residence, it is merely a modest courtyard with 2 sections, smaller even than the stables of the grand noble houses. It was acquired by Hu Weiyong during his tenure as the Minister of Rights, and now, having ascended to the position of prime minister, many have urged him to relocate to a more resplendent abode. However, he has consistently declined, citing the limited number of household members and his modest salary as reasons. Because Mr. Zhu despises corruption, he forbids any visitors from calling upon him, and he neither accepts gifts nor undertakes favors. Over time, this has led to a gradual decline in interruptions, and officials within the court commend who is a paragon of integrity. As pure as water and as clear as a mirror. However, this morning, a guest arrived. Judge Zhou personally carried a medicine box and was escorted to the back hall by the servant. There, he found Prime Minister Hu waiting with a broad smile, clad in a slightly worn Taoist robe with frayed cuffs. "Your humble servant pays his respects to the esteemed Prime Minister," Judge Zhou said, hastily placing the medicine box down and kneeling to bow. "May the new year bring you great fortune and auspiciousness." Hu Weiyong exclaimed jovially, "Ah, Brother Liangzi, please rise." He gently assisted Zhou, speaking in an amiable manner. "We have been brothers for many years. There is no need for such formalities. I owe my present situation entirely to your kindness," Zhou expressed with gratitude. "Ah, we are becoming too formal," Hu Weiyong said warmly, taking Zhou's hand. "It is still early, and I presume you have not yet dined. My sister-in-law has prepared sand soup. Come, let us share a couple of bowls." "Indeed," Zhou replied, acknowledging the invitation with appreciation, and joined Hu at the dining table. The so-called sand soup, also known as satin soup, is a chicken broth enriched with shrimp and wood ear mushrooms, finished with a stirred egg. It is traditionally made from chicken slaughtered during the new year, making it a rare treat. Usually, when you visit, such delicacies are not served. With a smile, Hu Weiyong ladled a bowl of soup for Zhou and offered him a sesame cake, declaring it an exquisite combination. "Delicious," Zhou exclaimed after tasting it, praising the dish profusely. Hu Weiyong also served himself a bowl, and they reminisced while enjoying their meal. It turns out that Judge Zhou hails from Ningbo, and when Hu Weiyong served as the county magistrate there, Zhou was a well-known physician in the area. At that time, Ningbo was on the front lines, adjacent to the territory of Zhang Shiqing. One day, the wife of a general from the Zhou regime fell ill and, having heard of Zhou's reputation, sent someone to infiltrate Ningbo County to seek his assistance in Huizhou. Although Huizhou was not far, it was considered enemy territory, and whether he could return was uncertain. Even if he did return, he might be suspected of being a spy. Naturally, Zhou was extremely reluctant, but faced with a sharp blade at his side, he had no choice but to comply. As he neared the exit of Ningbo County, he encountered Hu, the county magistrate, on patrol. Hu Weiyong immediately sensed something amiss, yet feigned ignorance as he approached with enthusiasm, claiming to have a stiff neck and requesting assistance in remedying it. The soldiers of the Zhou state, harboring a sense of luck, released Dr. Zhou, urging him to expedite his task. However, the moment Dr. Zhou broke free from their grasp, Hu Weiyong's soldiers unsheathed their blades and swiftly subdued them. From that point onward, Dr. Zhou regarded Hu as his savior, and with his exceptional medical skills, he healed many wounded commanders, thereby garnering considerable goodwill for Hu Weiyong. Consequently, wherever Hu Weiyong ventured, he took Dr. Zhou along. 18 years swiftly elapsed. The once-Hu County magistrate had ascended to the position of prime minister, while the former Dr. Zhou had become a magistrate of the Imperial Medical Bureau. Reflecting on the past, Hu Weiyong expressed with profound sentiment, "Our journey together can indeed be deemed a remarkable tale of mutual progress." The magistrate, in a display of humility, responded, "Your Excellency speaks thus, yet you are now the Prime Minister of the realm, while I am merely the lowly magistrate of the Imperial Medical Bureau. A chasm separates our stations. There lies no distinction," Hu Weiyong interjected with a smile. "As civil officials, I still answer to a left chancellor. As the chief physician, you are under a director. In our respective domains, we both hold the position of deputy." He sighed. "While others perceive our lives as splendid, the experience of being a deputy is akin to drinking water. Only we know its warmth and chill. Indeed, it is quite disheartening." Magistrate Zhou concurred with a nod, expressing his discontent. Take the Imperial Medical Bureau, for instance. It operates solely on the whims of the director, who dictates all matters. Though I hold the title of magistrate, I am hardly distinguishable from an ordinary physician. For instance, today, since your Excellency has spoken, he has only granted me half a day's leave." Magistrate Zhou had learned to voice his grievances against his superior, but suddenly realized, wait a moment. The Central Secretariat has no left chancellor. Your Excellency is indeed the top authority. Huh. You medical practitioners are rather simplistic, Hu Weiyong chuckled, gesturing towards the north. How can there be no left chancellor? The left chancellor of the Ming Dynasty is overseeing the construction in Fengyang. The Duke of Han. Indeed. He mentioned in his New Year-esque greetings that the unity in Fengong has significantly accelerated progress, and completion is anticipated this year. Hu Weiyong chuckled. Why is he so eager? Is it not to leverage this achievement for his return? Or perhaps to facilitate our own relocation sooner? Regardless, the day of his return to the court is not far off. He glanced at Magistrate Zhou and inquired, how do you think the Emperor will arrange for the Duke's return? It seemed that only the Central Secretariat's left Chancellor would suffice. Magistrate Zhou was bewildered, pondering why Hu Weiyong, a healer, was discussing such lofty matters. I do not wish for his return, he declared resolutely. Zhou nearly spat out his soup, hastily putting down his bowl and wiping his mouth in apology. Though we are indeed under his command in all matters, my benefactor remains far in Fengyang. A county official is not bound by the present authority. I still possess a measure of freedom. Hu Weiyong mused to himself. If one day I were to return to the Central Secretariat, I would have to stand obediently, watch my demeanor, and ingratiate myself like a sycophant. What pleasure would there be in being a chancellor? Indeed. Zhou Yuanpan nodded in empathetic agreement. So, Brother Liangzi, can you assist me? Hu Weiyong fixed his penetrating gaze upon him. Of course, Zhou Yuanpan hastily affirmed. My life is entirely owed to the benevolence of the chancellor. Command me as you wish. I would brave fire and water without hesitation. I need you to accompany Duke Qingyi for a journey. Hu Weiyong stated casually. Zhou Yuanpan was momentarily rendered speechless, then instinctively began to tremble, stuttering after a while. What does this have to do with preventing Duke Han from returning? This is a matter of balance. As long as Liu Ji lives, he can be reinstated. However, should Liu Ji perish, the emperor will no longer have use for him. Hu Weiyong replied with a hint of indifference. Such is the nature of imperial intrigue, especially with our emperor. But this could cost us our heads, or worse, lead to the extermination of our clans. Zhou Yuanpan's sweat poured down. If the sky were to fall, let a tall one bear it. What is there to fear? I am here. Hu Weiyong reassured him. Moreover, have you forgotten who assigned me this task? It was the emperor? Zhou Yuanpan paused in shock. Precisely. Consider this. The emperor is fully aware of my enmity with Liu Bowen, yet still instructs me to attend to his ailments. What could this signify? Hu Weiyong continued to entice him. What could it signify? Zhou Yuanpan stammered, his mouth agape. Could it be? In the end, I am not asking you to poison him, merely to facilitate his passage to the next world. Hu Weiyong lowered his voice. I possess some medical knowledge myself. I know that the right remedy must be administered to be effective. However, if the remedy is inappropriate, it may exacerbate the condition. Indeed. Zhou Yuanpan wiped his brow, regaining a measure of composure. You must ensure he does not depart for several months. Who would suspect us? Hu Weiyong's hand rested on Zhou Yuanpan's shoulder, gradually applying pressure. Can you manage this? Zhou Yuanpan nodded with difficulty. I can. Excellent. In a matter of months. You shall be the head of the Imperial Medical Agency. I shall have that fellow surnamed Jean serve as your assistant. And he will also be at your beck and call. Hu Weiyong clapped Zhou Yuanpan's shoulder with vigor, rising to his feet. Now, let us go attend to Duke Qingyi's health. Chapter 53. My father Zhu Hongwu at the break of dawn, His Highness the Prince of Yen, filled with exuberance, burst into the western chamber of Wan'an Palace and pulled back the covers of the sixth prince. Rise and shine. Wake up. Zhu Zhen grumbled, raising two middle fingers in protest. Just when he relished the prospect of a leisurely morning, it was once again disrupted. How many times must I say it? Call me fourth brother. The Prince of Yen made a face akin to a persimmon. Zhu felt something was amiss, but he paid it no mind as he assisted the palace maids in dressing Zhu Zhen, pulling him along as they rushed out. I haven't had breakfast yet. I've informed the Empress. We shall dine outside. Zhu exclaimed, his excitement palpable. My esteemed cousin will treat us to a feast. Go on, my son. As they passed the main hall, Consort Jing waved them off, saying, You two enjoy yourselves, indulge like men in revelry. Just be sure to return before the palace gates close. Your Highness, is it appropriate to say such things? The disgruntled Miaoshan palace keeper interjected. One cannot impose their own preferences upon the children. Alas, you only ever scold me. I can't even leave the palace. Can I not indulge in a little verbal whimsy? The consort lamented, twisting her handkerchief. I must have a drink to drown my sorrows. You're merely seeking an excuse to drink. Miaoshan palace keeper retorted, exasperated. To maintain discretion, the two had changed into plain clothes before leaving the palace, and they boarded a carriage heading towards the East Flower Gate. Fourth brother, Why are you so adept at this? Zhu Zhen inquired curiously from the carriage. How many times have you snuck out with our esteemed cousin? You're quite observant, aren't you? Zhu Di chuckled. I've attempted this many times. But the successful escapades are few. The reason is simple. The guards at the gate are ever vigilant. Even with the crown prince's edict and the exit tokens, they meticulously inspect the vehicles and verify identities before granting passage. Zhu Zhen sighed, recalling the events of the future, such as the Wuchang incident and the subsequent Taiping rebellion. If only the palace guards could maintain such diligence, perhaps those tragedies could have been averted. The vibrant spirit of the founding era starkly contrasted with the absurdity of the impending apocalypse. Once they successfully exited the palace, Zhu Di pulled Zhu Zhen down from the carriage. A larger, more opulent carriage awaited them at the side of the road, where Li Jinglong peeked out, waving them over. Hurry, hurry. As they climbed into the carriage, it whisked them away towards the banks of the Qinhuai River to the renowned Sun Chu restaurant. This establishment was no ordinary tavern. Li Jinglong, who was of similar age and stature to Zhu Di, yet possessed striking features and an elegant demeanor, guided the two up the steps while signaling the attendants not to approach. Clad in a well-tailored moon-white robe adorned with subtle patterns and a jade pendant that shimmered like dew at his waist, he resembled a refined gentleman of the world. Last night, under the moon at West City, the azure sky hung with a jade hook. This morning, we toast with Jinling wine, serenading at Sun Chu Tower. Have you heard? This is the very tavern where Li Bai once graced. Young Master Li, possessing considerable knowledge, chuckled, though we cannot meet Li Tai Bai. We can still toast with the fine wine of Jinling. Indeed, we must also find a songstress to play the flute. Zhu Di nodded vigorously, saliva nearly escaping his lips. Is this a poem by Li Tai Bai? Zhu Zhen inquired with a tilted head. I am not well read. Do not deceive me, dear cousin. Of course it is. Li Jinglong thought to stifle his mouth, but dared not, instead mumbling. Furthermore, do not call me dear cousin in public. Otherwise, I shall not take you out again. Oh, how knowledgeable you are. Zhu Zhen exclaimed with admiration. By the way, what is the name of this poem? I must remember it for future boasting. Oh, what is it called? Playing under the moon at the Sun Chu Tavern in Jinling, dear uncle plays, the day ends softly. What was it again? Li Jinglong suddenly felt awkward, as he too was merely pretending to be knowledgeable and could not recall such details. Fortunately, the alluring proprietress of the tavern entered with a tray, providing him with an escape. Oh, it truly is the young master. I never expected to see you here in the daytime. The proprietress set down 6 delicacies and leaned softly against Li Jinglong. He coughed awkwardly, distancing himself, saying, Mignon, there are children present. Oh dear, I did not notice. I was only looking at the young master. The proprietress quickly straightened up, smiling at the 2 companions brought by the young master. One was a tall lad of about 15 or 16, and the other was a chubby boy of around 10. Were it not for their association with Li Jinglong, the doorman would not have allowed them entry. However, to have the legitimate son of the Duke of Chao bring them for breakfast early in the day spoke volumes of their status, likely making them 2 young lords at the very least. She showered Zhu Di with well-wishing words, leaving him beaming with delight. As she served the dishes, she subtly tried to ascertain their identities, but Zhu Di remained tight-lipped. He understood that in this small capital, any event could reach his father's ears by the following day. Noticing this, the proprietress turned to Zhu Zhen, thinking the boy might be more forthcoming. Indeed, she guessed correctly. Zhu Zhen blinked and readily stated, My father is Zhu Hongwu. Both Li Jinglong and Zhu Di simultaneously spewed their drinks. If you do not wish to speak, that is your choice, the proprietress said, pulling out a handkerchief to wipe her face, feeling somewhat awkward. I did not expect the young master to be so tight-lipped. Believe it or not, it matters not. Zhu Zhen shrugged nonchalantly. I am hungry. May we begin to eat? Let us eat. Li Jinglong then took 2 crab soup buns and handed one to each of them. The brothers took a bite and exclaimed, This is absolutely delicious. They began to devour the food with fervor, oblivious to everything else. Each exquisite delicacy was a feast for the senses, and every item was so delectable that it was impossible to stop eating. Zhu Zhen realized that the Ming Dynasty also boasted culinary delights. It was not the case that without technology or skilled labor, meals had to be bland and merely filling, akin to the tasteless fare of the palace. Observing the brothers' unrefined manner of eating, the proprietress silently scoffed, pondering how the son of Zhu Hongwu, a royal prince of the Ming Dynasty, could behave as if he had never encountered fine dining before, resembling 2 rustic bumpkins. She showed no interest in accompanying them any longer and found an excuse to leave. The two of them hardly cared about her. After satisfying their appetites, Zhu Di, while picking his teeth and burping, remarked, "Now do you understand why I brought you along? Delicious, isn't it?" Zhu Zhen nodded vigorously, continuing to stuff his mouth, feeling that he could still eat a bit more. "This is just the beginning. There is much more enjoyment to come," Li Jinglong declared boastfully. Fortunately, Zhu Di was somewhat reliable. He glanced at Zhu Zhen and said, "However, you, being a young lad, should refrain from going to those places. Later, I shall have someone take you to the temple fair to buy candied hawthorns. Fourth brother, have you forgotten why we came out?" Zhu Zhen couldn't help but inquire. "To have some fun," Zhu Di replied, wiping his mouth. "No, you don't truly intend to see Mr. Liu, do you?" "Ah," Zhu Zhen nodded. "Oh, I thought you were like me," Zhu Di exclaimed. "It would be a waste of time to go see him. There is no point in that. Brother would be upset." Zhu Zhen added. "Alas," Zhu Di sighed in resignation. "All right, let us digest our food first, then we shall visit the residence of Duke Qingyi." He set a condition, saying, "But it is agreed. We will just take a look and then leave, and you must not follow me this afternoon." "Very well," Zhu Zhen readily agreed. Chapter 54. The performance concludes. The residence of Lord Qingyi is situated along a narrow bluestone street just outside the west gate of the imperial city. Although Liu Ji's nobility is rather modest among the court officials, the common folk of the capital hold him in high esteem. Even renaming the bridge in front of his estate to Liu Junshi Bridge, Liu Bowen's marquisate is also a simple two-courtyard abode, unpretentious and tidy, bearing some resemblance to Hu Weiyong's ministerial residence. At this moment, in the heavily medicated bedroom of the back courtyard, the local magistrate, after conducting a thorough examination of Liu Bowen, tidies his medical kit and follows Liu Bowen's eldest son, Liu Lian, to the outer chamber to prepare the medicine. In the bedroom, only Liu Bowen, reclining in bed, and Hu Weiyong, seated beside him, remain. Liu Bowen coughs intermittently, his demeanor weary, evidently. Hu Weiyong's visit has not revived his spirits. "Does Mr. Liu feel that it should have been Lord Han who came to visit rather than myself?" Hu Weiyong remarks with a hint of envy. Yet, he is well aware that in the presence of these two founding giants, he remains insignificant. "My household is already sparsely populated. It is indeed a treat to have someone visit, regardless of their stature," Liu Bowen replies with a faint smile. It seems Mr. Liu is still vexed over the matter concerning the Tangyang patrol. Hu Weiyong refrains from broaching the main topic, relishing this newfound equality in conversation with Liu Bowen, something he had never experienced before due to his lesser standing. Shouldn't the old man be angry? Liu Bowen coughs a couple of times and continues. "That lawless enclave of Tangyang has always been a den of bandits. Although the realm is settled, the people there remain tormented by these marauders. It is out of sheer compassion that I allowed Liu Lian to journey to the capital to pay tribute to the emperor, during which I casually mentioned Tangyang, proposing the establishment of a patrol there to eradicate the threat of banditry. This has undoubtedly piqued your esteemed minister's interest, leading to the fabrication that I perceive Tangyang as a place of auspiciousness, destined for greatness. Which is why I suggested the construction of ancestral graves there to seize the initiative." He chuckles in disbelief. "Could it be any more absurd, Minister Hu?" "Indeed. It is quite absurd," Hu Weiyong responds, maintaining a composed demeanor. "Thus, I have not taken it to heart, knowing that those in power possess a discerning eye, and would surely not be swayed by such nonsense. However, I did not anticipate your reaction to be so pronounced, to the extent of promptly presenting yourself to the emperor for clarification, and thereafter, never daring to return home. When the lives of my family are at stake, one cannot afford to entertain the slightest hope for survival. Moreover, it is said that one can discern autumn from a single leaf. If you could evade my grasp once, what about twice or thrice? Other than remaining beneath the emperor's watchful gaze, I have no other means of safeguarding myself." Liu Bowen coughs once more. The esteemed strategist Liu Bowen has indeed become so humble, it elicits sympathy. Upon hearing this, Hu Weiyong cannot help but feel a sense of triumph. "I wonder if you regret having chosen the wrong successor in Yang Xian? Had it not been for the repercussions of the Yang Xian case, with your remarkable abilities, would you have been relegated to mere count, let alone Lord Qingyi? Is it not evident that those in power are deliberately undermining you? Integrity and sincerity, Lord Qingyi is quite commendable." Liu Bowen shakes his head. "Had you chosen a different successor at that time, how could the faction from East Zhejiang have thrived or perished? You would not be in a position where you were overlooked, would you?" Hu Weiyong continues to provoke him. The elderly man did not misjudge Yang Xian. Liu Bowen, however, replied in a tone laden with melancholy, "When the emperor inquired of me whether Yang Xian was suitable for the role of chancellor, I remarked that he possessed the talent for it, but lacked the temperament. A statesman must maintain a serene disposition akin to water. Using principles as the standard for weighing matters, free from personal bias, Yang Xian is incapable of this. With a sidelong glance at Hu Weiyong, he added, naturally, you are even less capable. The Chancellor is akin to the horse that drives the carriage. You would surely overturn the vehicle of the Central Secretariat. Is it truly the case that only you, sir, can fulfill this role? Hu Weiyong retorted with sarcasm. What a pity that after a thorough selection process, you were not chosen. You are mistaken. When the Emperor contemplated replacing Duke Han, I was the first he considered, but I declined, Liu Bowen replied, his tone unruffled, as if addressing a trivial matter. Why? Hu Weiyong was taken aback, doubting that anyone would resist the allure of the chancellorship. Yet he understood that Liu Bowen was not one to lie. Because I wish to avoid death, and even more so, to spare my descendants, Liu Bowen stated, gazing deeply at Hu Weiyong as if he were observing a corpse. Are you cursing me, sir? Hu Weiyong's anger surged. Had it not been Liu Bowen, he might have unleashed a torrent of invective. No, I am merely offering a kind warning. Liu Bowen shook his head, speaking with utmost sincerity. Hu Xiong. The Central Secretariat looms both internally and externally, overshadowing all. Such immense power is difficult for a sage to tolerate. Yet Hu Weiyong absorbed none of this wisdom, retorting sharply. At least, Mr. Liu, you were unable to foresee my demise. With that, he straightened, adopting a demeanor of official business, and gestured eastward. By imperial decree, I am here with the royal physician to visit the esteemed Earl and to convey a message. Is it truly the Emperor who has summoned you? Liu Bowen's languor evaporated as his expression shifted dramatically. Would I dare to falsely convey the Emperor's will? Hu Weiyong smirked, regarding Liu Bowen with the playful malice of a cat toying with a mouse. This renowned sage surely grasped the implications of the situation. Indeed, the vitality seemed to drain from Liu Bowen, leaving him with a haggard countenance, his sorrow deepened to a state of despair. The Emperor inquires. Hu Weiyong pressed, his tone growing increasingly severe. I shall listen attentively to the imperial inquiry. Liu Bowen struggled to rise, prostrating himself upon the bed. Liu Ji, was it you who instigated Yang Xian to conspire with Liao Yongzhong regarding the Guabu sinking incident? Not at all, Liu Bowen replied, visibly fatigued. Were you aware of it beforehand? I was not. Did you communicate with Liao Yongzhong afterward? I did not. Liu Bowen shook his head, then cautiously added, however, after my retirement, upon my return to the capital, he sent me nourishing gifts on 2 occasions, both of which I declined. You had no connection with him. Yet he sent you gifts? Hu Weiyong pressed coldly. If I were to have instigated him regarding the Guabu's sinking, he would loathe me rather than send me gifts. Liu Bowen countered. Seeing that further questioning would not only fail to incriminate Liu Bowen, but might also entrap himself, Hu Weiyong could not help but sigh. Recognizing Liu Bowen's clarity of thought, which remained unwavering despite the circumstances, he ceased his inquiries and concluded, take your medicine as prescribed, and take care of yourself. Having spoken, he clasped his hands in a gesture of respect and said, the Emperor's inquiries have concluded. I shall take my leave. The final 8 words, were they also a decree? Liu Ji lifted his gaze. I have stated before that the imperial physician is appointed by the Emperor. What is your opinion, Mr. Liu? Hu Weiyong retorted, concluding the visit, and departed with Zhou Yuanzhang. Liu Lian, bidding farewell, returned to his chamber, only to find his father tearfully clutching a tome entitled Celestial Phenomena. Father, what troubles you? A sense of foreboding washed over Liu Lian. Kneeling beside the sickbed, his younger brother Liu Jing choked on his words. Father says he is dying. What? Liu Lian stood frozen in shock. Indeed, Liu Bowen nodded, handing the book to his son. After my passing, you must present this volume to the Emperor without delay. From this moment forth, let it be decreed that no descendants of the Liu family shall ever again lay hands upon this perilous item. Chapter 55. My entrance in the inner chamber of the Earl of Qingyi's residence, Liu Ji entrusted the astronomical treatise to his eldest son, then addressed his second son. Liu Jing, our emperor, hailing from humble beginnings, wielded a 3-foot sword to vanquish the barbarian hordes and reunify the realms of Xia. He is truly a remarkable sovereign, unparalleled in a millennium. Yet, as the realm stabilizes and countless matters await revitalization, the emperor appears somewhat anxious. The governance must oscillate between leniency and firmness. Currently, the court must prioritize the simplification of laws and administration, making them comprehensible and easy for the populace to adhere to, thereby averting their discontent and confusion. Only through this can the court establish credibility, and the emperor can cultivate an image as a benevolent ruler. Thus, Our dynasty may solidify its foundation and extend its legacy. I had initially intended to compose a detailed testament to convey my final thoughts and teachings to the emperor, yet with Hu Weiyong still in power, such efforts would be futile. Coughing twice, he continued to impart his final words. However, Hu Weiyong, though seemingly loyal, harbors ambitious designs and acts without restraint. His downfall is merely a matter of time. When that day comes, the emperor will undoubtedly recall me and inquire about my dying words. At that moment, you shall relay this message to him in secret. Upon hearing Lu Ji's words, his two sons were already in tears. Lu Lian lamented, "Father, why has it come to this? Did not the emperor send the imperial physician to attend to you? If the physician came of his own accord or was sent by another, it signifies the emperor's desire for my survival." Liu Bowen slowly shook his head, despondently replying, "Yet, it is precisely Hu Weiyong who has brought him. Father, think of another way. Perhaps we could implore the empress?" Lu Jing insisted, refusing to lose hope. "It would be in vain. Even the empress cannot aid me this time," Liu Bowen reiterated, shaking his head once more. He then addressed Lu Lian. "The prescription from the Judge Zhou contains no poison, yet it may involve counteracting treatments that could exacerbate my condition. The prescriptions are primarily aimed at nourishing and moistening the lungs. After several doses, my ailment of phlegm and dampness will worsen, ultimately leading to suffocation from the obstruction of my lungs." How meticulous and malicious are Zhou's intentions. The Liu brothers suddenly understood, even if they sought accountability later. Zhou had merely prescribed nourishing remedies. Who could trace this back to him? This was also why they could not seek the empress's assistance. "We simply won't take it," Lu Jing declared naively. "How could that be? This is the imperial physician sent by the emperor. Even if he prescribed arsenic, we must consume it," Lu Lian countered, lacking that innocence. "Otherwise, we would be inviting punishment for refusing the emperor's decree. Then we shall pretend to take it, or perhaps switch the medicine." Lu Jing proposed another idea, but his words trailed off mid-sentence, for he too recognized the naivety of his suggestion. "Boss Zhu desires your demise. Should you dare to defy, it could very well spiral into a matter far beyond your singular fate. Is there truly no one who can rescue my father?" Lu Lian finally comprehended why his father had imparted his last words, and he collapsed by the bedside, weeping inconsolably. The three of them, father and sons, were engulfed in sorrow when the old steward called from outside, "Eldest young master, come quickly to welcome esteemed guests. His Highness the Prince of Yin and His Highness the Prince of Chu have come to pay their respects to the master." Such a farce, Lu Jing exclaimed in indignation. Thankfully, Lu Lian, being far more composed, hastily wiped away his tears and went out to greet them. Lu Lian served as the steward of the library, and the room often frequented by Lu Ji was indeed his domain. He recognized the two princes without doubt. Upon seeing the unmistakable figures of Zhu Laoxi and Zhu Laolu, he hurriedly knelt in welcome. "There is no need for such formality, Brother Liu. We have taken leave today to pay a special visit to Mr. Liu." Zhu Di replied with an unexpected courtesy, his sincerity strikingly genuine. "I am deeply grateful to both princes." Lu Lian expressed his thanks profusely. "Please, do come in." Yet, a sense of unease began to stir within him. Had it been princes 1, 3, or 7, he would have understood. But what business did the 4th and 6th have here? Particularly the 6th, who constantly opposed his father. Could it be that amidst their conflicts, some semblance of camaraderie had blossomed? It was utterly bewildering. "Do you go by the name Durian?" Zhu Zhen suddenly raised his gaze at him. "Yes, your highness. A fine name indeed," Zhu Zhen remarked before following his elder brother into the room, leaving Lu Lian utterly perplexed. Upon entering the bedroom, the two princes saluted Mr. Liu and presented him with gifts prepared by their elder brother. The 4th prince began conversing with Lu Ji, inquiring about his health, whether he had consulted a physician, and what treatments he was receiving. Lu Ji responded to each question, expressing his discomfort, stating that he had indeed seen a physician who had prescribed a remedy. "Is this the prescription?" The 6th prince, who had been wandering about since entering, lifted the physician's note high. "Indeed," Lu Ji nodded. "Allow me to assess the physician's competence," Zhu Zhen declared as he settled into a chair, swinging his short legs playfully, feigning an air of seriousness. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Liu Bowen, the 4th prince could no longer contain himself and, taking his brother's hand, stood up saying, "The master requires rest. We shall not intrude any longer." "Oh," Zhu Zhen responded obediently, setting down the prescription and rising. "Farewell, Mr. Liu." "Your Highness," Lu Ji suddenly called out, a surge of emotion evident in his voice. It seemed he was the type who would fall deeper into tormenting affection, easily ensnared in a tumultuous love. Ah, what is it? Zhu Zhen asked, somewhat bewildered. Read more diligently, Lu Ji advised him earnestly. In time, you will understand the value of thorough study. Zhu Zhen's lips twitched. Was he being insulted regarding his appearance? Thank you, sir, he said, nodding, and then, in a manner that could infuriate, added, but I still believe the things you teach are quite useless. Silence. I will not tolerate such self-deprecation, Lu Ji instinctively retorted, only to be struck by a sudden realization. Your Highness, you. Lu Lian, unable to contain his fury, exclaimed, my father is on the brink of death, and you, child, dare to make light of it. Is there no humanity left in you? Were it not for the fact that the other was a prince, they might well have seized Zhu Zhen and given him a sound thrashing. Under the fierce glare of the two brothers, even Prince Yin felt a prickling unease and hastily dragged his oblivious younger sibling away. After bidding farewell to the two unwelcome guests, the brothers turned back in indignation. How utterly unacceptable and uncouth. Indeed, had it not been for my elder brother's restraint, I would have struck him just now, Lu Jing declared, rolling up his sleeves. I did not stop you, Lu Lian began, yet before he could finish, he was taken aback as their father surprisingly rose from his bed and seated himself on a nearby chair, murmuring to himself, is this also part of the plan? Father, please lie down. He quickly approached, intending to assist Liu Bowen. However, Liu Bowen shook his head and instructed Lu Jing, Jinger, go fetch a horse for me. Very well, Lu Jing replied promptly. Once he had departed, Liu Bowen handed the prescription in his hand to Lu Lian, saying, go prepare the medicine. Alas, Lu Lian accepted the prescription with a heavy heart, and upon glancing at it, he was momentarily stunned. Chapter 56, The True Plan. Wait, Father. This is not the same prescription. He vividly recalled that the previous formula did not contain rhubarb, senna leaves, or aloe. Moreover, the handwriting was distinct. Dr. Zhou's script was precise, while this elegant slender golden script was beyond his own capabilities. Certainly, it was not the handiwork of either Prince Yin or Prince Chu. It resembled the calligraphy of His Royal Highness, Prince Wu. Lu Lian scrutinized the document, though his focus was not primarily on the artistry of the script. Who could have substituted the prescription? Was it Prince Yin? No, it was Prince Chu. Lu Ji's expression turned intricate, no longer the pallid visage he had previously worn. Ah, that scoundrel's sixth brother, Lu Lian exclaimed in anger. Not only did he insult me at home, but he also seeks to harm our father. No, you are mistaken. Lu Ji sighed deeply, a hint of tears glimmering at the corners of his eyes. It appears that the child did not deceive me. He has been diligently executing his plan all along. What plan? Lu Lian was perplexed. In any case, you must follow the prescription without question. And do not speak of Prince Chu's tampering with the prescription to anyone, not even to your brother, Lu Ji asserted, waving his hand with an air of finality. If you wish for your father to survive, you must comply. Upon realizing that his father had grasped a sliver of hope, Lu Lian understood the gravity of the situation. Without further ado, he resolved to act decisively. He hurriedly grasped the prescription, filled with enthusiasm to procure the medicine, and nearly collided with his younger brother, who was entering with a companion. What is your hurry? I am off to fetch the medicine, Lu Lian exclaimed, vanishing in a flash. Such urgency. Lu Jing lamented, wishing to blame his brother for his rashness. Do you truly desire our father's demise? He refrained from voicing his discontent about Lu Lian, placing his companion aside before assisting Lu Ji, saying, allow me to loosen your belt. The term companion referred to a urinal, originally known as tiger, an indirect reference to the founderly hu, which was later altered to companion. Due to its bucket-like form, it was elegantly termed toilet. I do not require it at present, Lu Ji replied, grasping his own belt firmly. Then what is the purpose of it? I merely meant that it is unnecessary at this moment, Lu Ji stated calmly. Very well. Lu Jing, more perceptive than his elder brother, sensed a revival of vigor in their father through his cryptic words. 2 hours later, Lu Lian stood by the bedside with a bowl of medicine. A look of reluctance etched on his face. Father, please reconsider. Drink, Liu Bowen declared resolutely, taking the bowl and downing its contents in a single gulp. Ah, it is pleasantly sweet and sour, he remarked. Indeed, the prescription contains loquat and ophiapagon, Lu Lian murmured softly. The physician from Rinji Hall mentioned that the composer of the formula had put thought into it. It should be suitable for children. A warm current flowed through Liu Bowen's heart. His Royal Highness, Prince Chu, was indeed considerate. Was he concerned that the old man, like himself, might dread the bitterness of medicine? He is truly gentle. It brings tears to my eyes. Liu Bowen resolved that if he were to escape this peril, He would surely repay Prince Chu's kindness. With that, he finished the medicine in one gulp. Then came the interminable wait. Half an hour later, Lu Jing heard the rumbling of his father's stomach, gradually escalating to a thunderous roar. Observing Lu Ji's pallid visage, trembling like a leaf in the wind, he feebly raised his hand and implored, "Quickly, assist me onto my horse." That night, the old man mounted his steed more than a dozen times, leaving him so drained that his complexion turned an ashen hue, his legs quaking uncontrollably. He even pinned his gratitude to Boss Zhu while perched upon the toilet. The following day, within the Wu Ying Hall, Boss Zhu was brimming with vitality. After a busy morning attending to state affairs, Zhu Yuanzhang shared a working lunch with Hu Weiyong while simultaneously addressing official matters. As Zhu Yuanzhang rapidly reviewed memorials, he inquired, "Have you visited Mr. Liu?" Hu Weiyong responded, "Yesterday, as your humble servant accompanied the Imperial Medical Office's Director Shou Qiren to pay our respects to Lord Qingyi." Hu Weiyong reported, "Director Zhou prescribed some medicine, and I conveyed your Majesty's concerns to him." Zhu Yuanzhang's gaze grew intricate. "Did you ask him?" "I did," Hu Weiyong nodded, recounting their final conversation with Liu Bowen in its entirety. He refrained from embellishing the tale, adhering to protocol, as Liu Bowen would surely express his gratitude in a memorial, likely recounting this very episode. Should the emperor discover he had been deceived, the consequences would be dire, an actual skinning, not merely a hyperbolic expression. Moreover, once flayed, one might be stuffed with straw and displayed like a puppet. Unaware, no connections. Zhu Yuanzhang chuckled coldly, inevitably beginning to sift through Lu Ji's memorial. Let us see what else he wishes to convey. Hu Weiyong adeptly organized the documents, presenting them in a clear and structured manner, allowing Zhu Yuanzhang to locate the desired memorial swiftly. Zhu Yuanzhang first inspected the wax seal, finding it intact, before employing a gilded knife to breach the seal and unfold the pages. "What is this odor?" he questioned, his keen nose discerning an unpleasant scent. Casting a disdainful glance at Hu Weiyong, "Have you passed gas?" "Ah, this." Hu Weiyong hesitated, shaking his head. Conventionally, a minister should readily assume blame to spare the emperor embarrassment, especially if it turned out to be a royal flatulence. Yet, he knew that if Zhu Yuanzhang were to feign modesty, he would simply exclaim, "Ha ha ha, we let one slip," showing no shame in the matter. Thus, he felt no compulsion to shoulder the blame himself. Upon examining the memorial, Zhu Yuanzhang finally discerned the source of the odor. What? After consuming the medicine prescribed by the physician, he had to relieve himself 9 times in one night? Zhu Yuanzhang, with chewed morsels of food scattered about, inadvertently sprayed Hu Weiyong's face. Moreover, there seemed to be no end in sight. His gratitude was pinned from the toilet. He raised his gaze towards Hu Weiyong, who was discreetly wiping his face with his sleeve. "What sort of medicine has Shou Qiren prescribed?" "Liu Bowen has a lung ailment. Why would he prescribe a laxative?" "Your humble servant is no expert in medicine." Hu Weiyong, now drenched in sweat, cursed Shou Qiren internally, lamenting that despite his repeated warnings for Liu Bowen to linger in life for several more months, the man had administered such a potent remedy. What madness possesses him to administer such drastic medicine? If he wishes to court death, let him not drag us into it. Summon him at once. Zhu Yuanzhang commanded without delay. In a swift turn of events, the magistrate Zhou found himself kneeling before the emperor, trembling like a sieve. His composure was markedly inferior to that of Hu Weiyong. Upon hearing the eunuch announce the imperial summons, he was so struck with fear that he nearly changed his trousers. It was only when the emperor inquired about his prescription of laxatives for Liu Bowen that he froze, bewildered, and replied, "The formula I provided is certainly not one that induces diarrhea." In his mind, he thought it should have the opposite effect, leading to constipation instead. Yet, the esteemed gentleman had suffered through an entire night of relentless bowel movements. How could a frail old man withstand such torment? In a fit of rage, Zhu Yuanzhang slammed the table, exclaiming, "If he were to perish from this ordeal, would you bear the consequences, or would they fall upon us both?" "Your Majesty, may I have another look at the prescription?" Zhou began to doubt whether his anxiety had caused him to miswrite the medication. "Please, let me see it." With a wave of his hand, the emperor summoned eunuch Wu, who presented the prescription just retrieved from the residence of the Earl of Qingyi. Upon examining it, Zhou's heart sank. He exclaimed in despair, "Injustice, Your Majesty. This prescription is not the one I authored." Chapter 57. The case is solved. What did you say? Zhu Yuanzhang naturally did not believe the words of Judge Zhou. The prescription I provided is nourishing and moistening for the lungs, while the other is purgative. These two prescriptions are worlds apart. Judge Zhou hastily replied, "If Your Majesty does not believe me, please consider the medical records I submitted upon returning to the Imperial Medical Department." It is a grave responsibility for the royal physicians to treat the imperial family. Every pulse reading, diagnosis, and prescription must be meticulously documented for future reference. Eunuch Wu presented Judge Zhou's medical records to the emperor. Although Zhu Yuanzhang was not well versed in traditional medicine, he could recognize the characters. Upon examining the two prescriptions, he found that almost no ingredient was the same. Moreover, the handwriting was evidently that of two different individuals. What kind of trickery is this? Zhu Yuanzhang was baffled and instructed Eunuch Wu, "Summon Liu Lian to us." After a brief interval, Liu Lian appeared before the emperor. "Which of these is your prescription?" Zhu Yuanzhang inquired, gesturing for the eunuch to show him the two prescriptions. Liu Lian, looking bewildered, picked up the one written in Shou Jinti script. "This one, your majesty." "Then why does Judge Zhou claim that he prescribed you another?" Zhu Yuanzhang asked sternly. "That cannot be." Liu Lian's face turned pale, primarily out of fear. "How can it not be? This handwriting is not mine." Zhou Qiren protested vehemently. "Is that so?" Liu Lian was taken aback, then murmured, "No wonder my father suffered from persistent diarrhea after taking the medicine. He has become weak." "Is your father well?" Zhu Yuanzhang inquired. "This morning, we called a physician to prescribe antidiarrheal medication. He is stable for now," Liu Lian replied, his face filled with concern. "Since the prescription was not written by Zhou Qiren, then whose was it?" Zhu Yuanzhang returned to the matter at hand. "From dawn till dusk yesterday. Only Judge Zhou visited my home," Liu Lian recalled. "Could it be that the pharmacy mixed up the prescriptions?" Hu Weiyong interjected. "Impossible," Zhu Yuanzhang declared. "Would the pharmacy use the Imperial Medical Department's prescription pads?" Indeed, your majesty is correct. I only thought it was legitimate because the prescription was written on the Imperial Medical Department stationery," Liu Lian hurriedly agreed. "Think carefully. Who else visited your home yesterday?" Zhu Yuanzhang said in a low voice. "My father had been shutting the door to guests. Only Hu Xiong and Judge Zhou came by, and..." As Liu Lian spoke, he seemed to remember something and quickly fell silent. "Who else?" Zhu Yuanzhang's voice lingered in the air, sending chills down the spine. "I cannot say," Liu Lian pressed his forehead to the ground. "Withdraw for now," Zhu Yuanzhang waved his hand, prompting Hu Weiyong and Shou Qiren to exit the hall swiftly. Once outside, the two pretended not to know each other, though Hu Weiyong was too preoccupied to engage, his mind consumed with unraveling the mystery of the events at hand. Old Hu certainly understood that Liu Bowen was the embodiment of wisdom. Thus, even if his opponent had become a toothless, ailing tiger, he remained ever scheming. Having laid his plans months in advance, he seized the opportunity created by the disruption of the salt monopoly, using the emperor's intolerable private salt case as leverage, and capitalizing on Liao Yangzhang's own arrogance and dissatisfaction, ultimately eliminating him and clearing the path for the aristocratic faction to monopolize the salt trade. This explains why Zhu Xian and Deng Zhen, the offspring of the nobility, actively collaborated with him, and why Cao Xiu dared not involve himself in this matter. With the financial routes of the Huaishi aristocracy at stake, who would dare to stand in the way? Moreover, Hu Weiyong actively orchestrated this affair. First, to win over the Huaishi faction, hoping they would support him as they did the Duke of Han, and second, to dance with a sword aimed at the Pei Gong. Liu Bowen was the target of his blade. Eliminating Liu Bowen would not only allow him to vent his anger but also sever Li Shanchang's path to re-emergence, which was his primary concern. Hu Weiyong's scheming was intricate and deliberate, each step progressing smoothly, tightening the noose around Liu Bowen's neck. Last night, he reviewed the entire plan meticulously, convinced that Liu Bowen could not escape this trap. Liu Bowen had already fallen under the impression that this noose was bestowed upon him by the emperor himself. He would believe that if he did not perish, the emperor would personally see him dispatched. At that point, it would likely be more than just a noose. Thus, Hu Weiyong was certain of Liu Bowen's demise. Yet now, he hesitated to be so resolute. If Liu Bowen were to find a way to survive this time, it would be as if a deity had descended upon the earth. In the Hall of Martial Valor, what? Upon hearing Liu Lian's report, Zhu Yuanzhang was utterly astonished. Your elder brothers visited your home? Yes. As soon as Hu Xiong left, the two princes arrived, Liu Lian confirmed, gathering his courage to add, at that moment, I had yet to fetch the medicine. The prescription was left on the table in my chamber. You speak nonsense. Zhu Yuanzhang erupted in fury, slapping the table and exclaiming, those two are incorrigible. While I can believe they offered your father foot bath water, I cannot believe they concocted a laxative prescription. As far as I know, His Highness the Prince of Wu is fond of traditional Chinese medicine, Liu Lian replied, lowering his head as he recounted his father's teachings. The law does not punish the masses. We cannot allow His Highness the Prince of Chu to bear the blame alone. the fifth brother. Zhu Yuanzhang's anger faltered momentarily as he grasped the prescription, scrutinizing the handwriting. My goodness, this truly resembles the fifth brother's writing. A wave of guilt washed over him, and he began to firmly believe that his son was indeed behind this mischief. He then commanded in a low voice, "Bring those three to me." Yet, he quickly reconsidered, stating, "Never mind, let us pay them a visit ourselves." This is what one calls blatant double standards. In the Great Hall, at the end of the school day, yesterday was truly delightful. That was the life a man ought to lead. Zhu Di spent the day reminiscing about the previous day's excitement, his face still beaming with ecstasy. It was exhilarating, truly thrilling. Come now. It was merely a visit to witness a cockfight and a few rounds of gambling. His third brother scoffed, displaying an expression of disdain. What do you know about the life a man should lead? What kind of life should a man lead? Zhu Di retorted. He, Zhu Yan, with a sense of pride, smiled and deliberately left the question hanging, saying, "Never mind, I shall refrain from elaborating, lest elder brother scolds me for corrupting the youth." Who are you calling small? Zhu Di fumed. Just as they were bickering, the imperial carriage of their father, the emperor, entered through the Wenhua gate. The brothers and their companions promptly knelt in greeting. Zhu Yuanzhang descended from his palanquin with a stern expression, casting a glance at his sons, and coldly commanded, "You lot, come in with me." "Yes, father." The brothers quickly scrambled to their feet, following Zhu Yuanzhang into the Wenhua hall with their heads hung low. The emperor has arrived. Upon hearing the announcement, Zhu Biao, who had been ordered by Zhu Yuanzhang to study in the Wenhua hall for the past few days, hastily stepped forward. "Father, what brings you here?" "Close the door," Zhu Yuanzhang said, his face stern as he entered the grand hall and took his seat on the throne. "Kneel." The Prince of Chu complied with practiced ease. "Not you." Zhu Yuanzhang glared at the rather foolish one. The Prince of Yin thought to himself that the remark was directed at him, so he hurriedly knelt as well. "And you?" Zhu Yuanzhang shot a reproachful glance at the innocent-looking sixth brother. Zhu Zhen had no choice but to kneel with a pitiable expression. Chapter 58. When beaten, one must cry out in pain. Zhu Yuanzhang felt an inkling that something was amiss, though he could not pinpoint it at that moment. He glared fiercely at the two culprits before him. "Confess, was Liu Bowen's prescription swapped by you too?" "What prescription?" Zhu Di responded, utterly bewildered. "Do not play dumb with me." Zhu Yuanzhang rolled up his sleeves, searching for a suitable weapon. The perceptive crown prince, having learned from past misfortunes, swiftly seized the treasured sword from the wall and tossed it onto the top of the bookshelf. Zhu Yuanzhang then picked up a 3-foot-long brass candlestick from the table, only to have the crown prince snatch it away promptly. "Father, this is unnecessary. Unjust, your majesty," Zhu Di exclaimed loudly, feeling aggrieved. "We merely took a leave yesterday to visit him. We did nothing wrong. If we are lying, may we be cursed to bear children without an exit." Zhu Zhen thought to himself, there is no need to share the blame in such matters. "Enough. Do not curse my grandson," Zhu Yuanzhang retorted, his anger rising as he bent down to remove his thick-soled cloth shoes. This time, the crown prince did not physically intervene, but merely cautioned, "Do not strike his face. It is not related to fourth brother." As the sole of the shoe was poised to strike fourth brother's face, Zhu Zhen hastily declared, "The prescription was changed by me." Zhu Yuanzhang could not restrain himself, delivering a resounding slap to Zhu Di's face with the shoe's sole, leaving a large shoe print on his left cheek. He appeared exceedingly aggrieved. "You mean the prescription was altered by you, sixth brother?" Zhu Yuanzhang's gaze shifted from the shoe print on Zhu Di's face to Zhu Zhen. "He hit me, and then told father to punish me. I shall seek revenge. An eye for an eye, and make him suffer from diarrhea," Zhu Zhen declared, feigning ferocity. "You little rascal." Zhu Yuanzhang raised the shoe sole once more. But Zhu Biao quickly interjected. "Father, he is too young to be struck on the face. It would be better to strike his bottom, as there is more flesh there." As he spoke, Zhu Biao wrapped his arms around Zhu Zheng's waist, shielding his upper and lower body with his own, leaving only 2 plump cheeks exposed. With a resounding smack, Zhu Yuanzhang unleashed a flurry of slaps, causing Zhu Zhen to wail in distress. In truth, the crown prince's constant fidgeting meant that most of the blows landed upon himself. Zhu Zhen scarcely felt any pain but remembered the unyielding decree. When beaten, one must cry out in pain, for such an act might lead to a reduction in punishment. He could not emulate second brother, who remained silent in an attempt to appear brave, only to have Zhu Yuanzhang increase the severity of his strikes. "Speak. Who provided you with the prescription?" After a while of striking and hearing the anguished cries, Zhu Yuanzhang resumed his interrogation. Father, it was I. Zhu Yuan quickly knelt and stepped forward. Ah, fifth brother. When did you arrive? Zhu Yuanzhang was momentarily taken aback, then smacked his forehead in realization, exclaiming, I remember now. Was it you who provided the prescription to Liu Bowen? Do not blame fifth brother for that. I asked him to prescribe me a weight loss remedy. He knew nothing of it. Zhu Zhen cried, tears streaming down his face. A true hero takes responsibility for his own actions. I will not implicate others. A weight loss remedy? Zhu Yuanzhang paused, perplexed. What is that? Did you not complain about my weight? I merely wish to lose some. On that day in class, I learned the phrase, the king of Chu favors slender waists, resulting in many in the palace starving to death. It dawned on me that even the king of Chu preferred thinness, leading many to deprive themselves of sustenance to achieve this ideal. With a quivering voice, Zhu Zhen expressed his fears, saying, I desire a slender waist. Yet I do not wish to perish from hunger. He then asked fifth brother if there existed a remedy that could induce weight loss without harming one's health. Fifth brother diligently researched and personally tested a concoction for a considerable time, proclaiming its remarkable efficacy. Indeed, father, what sixth brother says is true. Except for his misinterpretation of that verse, he stated with utmost seriousness, I have personally tried it and can assure you it poses no danger. Which is why I provided the weight loss remedy to sixth brother. He was aware that the remedy was safe. Hence his decision to use it to play a prank on Mr. Liu, suggesting the situation was not as dire as perceived. Exasperated, Zhu Yuanzhang retorted with a sardonic laugh. Did you know Liu Bowen has soiled his trousers? Is the situation not severe? Zhu Yuan, stepping protectively in front of sixth brother, pleaded, Father. It was I who took sixth brother out. I am equally at fault for not teaching him better. If punishment is to be meted out, let it be upon me. Father, fourth brother is mistaken. It was I who instructed him, interjected third brother, who had been observing the commotion. Fourth brother, filled with indignation, shot back. Are you attempting to claim this as your own doing? Silence. Zhu Hong glared at him, positioning himself in front of fourth brother. This entire matter was orchestrated by me. Otherwise, how could a mere child conceive such a clever scheme? Taking on the mantle of responsibility, Zhu Hong declared, thus, if punishment is necessary, let it be directed towards me and fourth brother. Zhu Dali could not suppress his irritation, muttering under his breath. This cunning third brother knows he will not take the blows for himself. Zhu Zhen, bewildered, sobbed into his eldest brother's lap, exclaiming, Nonsense. I devised it all by myself. Ah, how splendid is the bond of brotherhood. Zhu Yuanzhang said sternly, nodding as he glanced at the fidgeting Prince Qin. Second brother, are you not to speak? I am rather simple-minded and have yet to formulate a suitable excuse, Zhu Xiang stammered, scratching his head in embarrassment. Suddenly, an idea struck him. I recall now. Sixth brother engaged with Liu Ji to defend my honor. With that, he stepped forward, closing his eyes, and implored, Father, please strike me first, and once you tire, you may punish fourth brother. Zhu Dali, feeling exasperated, spat in frustration. Do we truly need to engage in a relay of punishments? Zhu Yuanzhang, incensed, hurled his shoe to the ground and helped second brother put it back on. I am well aware of your intentions, yet you are mistaken in my presence. There is no leniency for the multitude, only the total eradication of misdeeds. He then sneered, if you wish to join in, let us all bear the consequences together. With that, Zhu Yuanzhang bellowed, bring forth more instruments of discipline. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the crown prince exclaimed, then hastily summoned mother. Foolish wretches. Do not call for her. Zhu Yuanzhang retorted, his voice echoing in indignation. The emperor sought to confront five at once, and the commotion quickly escalated. As the Phoenix sedan came to a halt, the anxious consort who leaped down, intent on storming into the Wenhua Hall. However, Eunuch Wang and Matron Mao hurriedly restrained her. Your Highness, His Royal Highness has commanded that you must not enter. Eunuch Wang, a delicate figure akin to a flower, found it challenging to hold her back. Relying primarily on Matron Mao's strength. Let go of me. Do you heed him, or me? Consort who struggled fiercely to break free, her hair disheveled. Of course. The servants listened to your Highness, Eunuch Wang whispered softly, but your Highness ought to heed His Royal Highness, does she not? I certainly listen to my son. But he is being beaten inside. Consort who exclaimed, her urgency causing her to stamp her feet as tears welled in her eyes. With so many brothers of his in there, if I enter, it will become a matter solely between you two. Matron Miao, with pragmatic insight, brusquely reminded her. You wouldn't want His Royal Highness to endure more punishment due to your recklessness, would you? At that moment, Consort whose alcohol-fogged mind came to a sudden halt. Chapter 59. Empress Ma bargains as concubine who found herself caught in a predicament. Concubine dating arrived, eager to witness the unfolding spectacle. Oh, are you going to throw another tantrum? Dating scoffed, disdain evident in her tone. I told you long ago that the sixth prince's room was in disarray, overdue for a tidying up, but you chose to ignore my counsel. Now look where that has led you. With a hand raised to her mouth, she chuckled mischievously, like mother, like son. Concubine who, seething with suppressed rage, seized the moment to vent her frustrations. She managed to break free from Wang Defa's grasp and retaliated with a sharp slap. The sound echoed as Miao Shanggong failed to intervene in time. I warned you. Should you dare to insult my son again, I shall not hesitate to retaliate. Concubine who glared at the astonished dating, poised to strike again, only to be restrained by Miao Shanggong. You, dating, not one to suffer in silence, stomped her foot in indignation, preparing to shed tears to draw attention. However, Wang Defa appeared before her like a specter, whispering ominously, Your Highness, I trust you do not wish for any further misfortune to befall Prince Qi, do you? Dating froze, her tears miraculously receding, the sobs stifled in her throat. Regret washed over her for having ventured here today. The Empress has arrived. The herald's voice rang out as Empress Ma's palanquin made its entrance. Concubine who in dating hastily stepped forward to pay their respects. Ah, dating, why does your face appear so flushed? Empress Ma, supported by a graceful maid, descended from her ornate seat. Dating yawned to lodge a complaint against the Hu family, yet the echo of Wang Defa's threats lingered in her mind. Moreover, she was acutely aware of the Empress's unfavorable perception of her, having captivated Zhu Yuanzhang with her charm, and during the Empress's absence. She had left the palace in disarray, no wonder her reputation was tarnished. Naturally, dating believed it was merely a consequence of her beauty, an inevitable fate to evoke jealousy among her peers. Thus, she swallowed her pride and forced a smile. I was in the midst of applying makeup and arrived in haste, only managing to apply rouge to half my face. Half a face of makeup is still commendable. Empress Ma replied with a faint smile as she entered the Wenhua Hall. Dating's other half of the face blushed in embarrassment. As the daughter of a former high-ranking official, she possessed some wit and recognized the Empress's veiled jibe regarding her aging beauty. Unfortunately, Concubine who, lacking in literary discernment, remained oblivious to the unfolding drama. The two followed Empress Ma into the Wenhua Hall. Inside, 5 benches were lined up, each occupied by the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th princes, their diverse posteriors on display. 10 imposing guards stood by, tasked solely with restraining the princes during the impending punishment. The task of administering the lashes fell to Zhu Yuanzhang himself, as he could not bear to let anyone else discipline his own sons. The instrument of punishment was none other than the notorious bamboo rod, famed for its ability to inflict pain without causing lasting harm. As Zhu Yuanzhang selected a rod, he listened to Zhu Biao's desperate pleas. As their elder brother responsible for their education, I cannot absolve myself of their misdeeds. Allow me to bear the brunt of the punishment on their behalf, and then you may punish me in turn. Are you quite all right? Are you going to give them a massage? Zhu Yuanzhang, however, saw through his intentions and waved his bamboo stick, saying, Step aside. The crown prince still wished to speak, but the palace doors were pushed open, and Empress Ma entered with a stern expression. Mother. The little piglets on the chopping block squealed in unison, as if they had found their savior. Help us. Ah, what brings you here, my dear wife? Zhu Yuanzhang said with a hint of frustration. Did you not always say, a failure to teach is the father's fault? Must you come to play the good cop every time we discipline the children? He paused and added, Am I the only one meant to bear the burden of being the bad guy? I did not say that I would interfere with your parenting, Empress Ma replied, ignoring his complaints. Your Majesty, I came to inquire whether it was indeed you who instructed Hu Weiyong to summon the imperial physician to attend to Mr. Liu. Who spilled the beans? Zhu Yuanzhang cursed inwardly, though he feigned a smile, saying, My dear sister, this matter is rather complicated. Shall we discuss it tonight? Then do make it brief, Empress Ma insisted, not willing to relent. Everyone, please leave, Zhu Yuanzhang commanded, only to discover that his sons had already been tied up. He sighed, perhaps it would be better to speak inside. The two entered the crown prince's study, where Zhu Yuanzhang briefly recounted the events to Empress Ma. What a heartless wretch you are, Zhu Chongba. What grievance does Mr. Liu pose to you? He is already buried up to his neck in the earth, and you cannot wait to send him off? Empress Ma scolded, visibly enraged. If it were not for the 6th brother's blunder, Mr. Liu would surely have met his end at your hands. She continued, We never intended to take Liu Ji's life. Zhu Yuanzhang protested as he dodged her accusations. You did not express any desire to take the life of the young Ming monarch, Empress Ma replied coldly. I swear by the heavens. I truly did not mean to harm the young Ming monarch. Zhu Yuanzhang continued to plead his case. It seems you had intentions this time. Empress Ma raised her voice suddenly. Realizing he could no longer deny it, Zhu Yuanzhang confessed. Yes, I suspected Hu Weiyong would take the opportunity to harm Mr. Liu. You. Empress Ma searched for something to strike with, resembling Zhu Yuanzhang's earlier demeanor. Indeed, like attracts like. Do not rush to conclusions, listen to my explanation. I do have feelings for Mr. Liu, but he has crossed my boundaries, tarnishing my reputation and obstructing my claim to the Han legacy. Zhu Yuanzhang lamented. Appearing as innocent as a child weighing 150 pounds. What is most infuriating is that those Eastern Zhejiang rascals claim to act for my benefit, when in truth, they are motivated solely by their own interests. Anger welled up in him, causing tears to well in his eyes. Enough of this commotion, Empress Ma sighed. Producing a handkerchief to wipe away his tear, softening her tone, she said, since you harbor doubts about him, why not visit him and speak directly? Why linger here in speculation? Visit him? Zhu Yuanzhang pointed to himself. Did I not read in the plays that it is only before their death that the emperor pays a final visit to his ministers? Once that visit occurs, death is inevitable. He exclaimed, astonished. Your son has caused such turmoil. Shouldn't you, as his father, go and apologize? Empress Ma shot him a glance. Sigh, very well. Zhu Yuanzhang nodded helplessly, only to suddenly realize. Wait, it was us who were punishing our son. How did it turn into a public denunciation of me? Fine. If you wish to strike, then strike. Empress Ma, however, did not indulge him, saying, these unruly youngsters need proper discipline, otherwise, they will become wayward, and who knows how they will harm the common people. Moreover, we cannot dishearten the scholars. Indeed, sister, we are in agreement this time. Zhu Yuanzhang immediately laughed, declaring, this boy, if left unpunished for 3 days, will be climbing the roof. He must be disciplined to succeed. Your reasoning is quite flawed. Empress Ma shot him another glance, saying, just 10 lashes per person will suffice. At least 50, then. 20, 30 cannot be less. Zhu Yuanzhang began to haggle. Even offering a reduced price, 20 lashes per person will do, but they must be confined for a month. If they do not attend school, wouldn't that be too lenient on them? Empress Ma shook her head vigorously. Indeed, then let them attend school every day, cancel the holiday breaks and double the homework. Zhu Yuanzhang and his wife discussed this as they exited the Crown Prince's study. Chapter 60. A father's love is fiery as a branding iron within the halls of Wenhua Palace. The sound of striking echoed continuously. For Master Zhu was wielding a birch rod to discipline his son. Although the birch could sting, it did not inflict lasting harm. And with a mere 20 lashes to deliver, Zhu Yuanzhang struck with great care. Each blow was meant to convey the depth of his paternal affection. The first to receive the punishment was the second son, Prince Qin. With his tough skin and robust physique, he had weathered more than his fair share of beatings. And 20 lashes were merely a minor ordeal for him. He gritted his teeth and endured. Next was the third son, Prince Jin, who, despite not being particularly delicate, had a low threshold for pain. Yet, his fierce pride would not allow him to be outdone by his elder brother. Knowing that the next victim, Prince Yan, would likely remain stoic, he suppressed his cries, even as his face contorted in agony. After enduring his punishment, the third prince gasped for breath and turned to the fourth, casting a provocative glance. The fourth prince, however, displayed a disdainful demeanor, enduring the 20 lashes of paternal love without flinching, even yawning in the process. This provoked the displeasure of the emperor, who decided to add 10 more lashes to his punishment. When it was the fifth prince's turn, he exhibited a more typical reaction, succumbing to muffled cries of pain as the final lashes fell. The birch may not harm, but it certainly stung. Finally, it was the last prince's turn. Zhu Yuanzhang wiped the sweat from his brow, stretched his arms, and picked up a fresh birch rod, swinging it with vigor. With a swift whoosh, the anguished cries of Prince Chu shattered the air. Nongxiu, you haven't even been struck yet. Why the howl? Zhu Yuanzhang, startled, landed a forceful lash upon Prince Chu's ample rear. The wails intensified. Prince Zhu Zhen was not feigning. The pain was genuine. Each stroke felt as though a branding iron had been applied to his backside. Compared to the previous 2 occasions he had faced his father's wrath, once with a shoe sole and once with a feather duster. This experience was akin to comparing the sales of 2 vastly different products, an immeasurable disparity. The cacophony of his cries became incessant, overwhelming Zhu Yuanzhang's count of lashes. Adhering to the principle of better more than less, he delivered a few extra strokes. Too many. Too many. Zhu Zhen wept, tears streaming down his face. It's all you're doing. What's wrong with a few extra? Zhu Yuanzhang's paternal affections knew no bounds. I dare not. I shall never dare again. Zhu Zhen cried out, his demeanor utterly pitiful. Zhu Yuanzhang, wishing to deliver a few more lashes, was restrained by the crown prince. Enough, father. The sixth is but a child. What if he is harmed? Zhu Biao implored gently. Save some strength for me. You will not be rid of your share. Once this is over, we shall return to Qianqing Palace, and I will face your wrath alone. With a fierce glare, Zhu Yuanzhang finally discarded the birch rod. From tomorrow onward, all of you will attend school daily, no holidays for the new moon or full moon. Rain or shine, and double the homework. Is that understood? The compassionate father announced an additional punishment. Alas, the second and fourth princes finally wailed in distress. What's the fuss? It's not over yet. Although Zhu Yuanzhang had initially agreed upon a limit with Empress Ma, he still deemed it far too lenient. With a cold smile, he mused, let us ponder further on how to impart a lesson upon you. Once we conceive a plan, we shall proceed. He had the option to retract his words at any moment. At last, the tightly shut palace doors swung open, and Zhu Yuanzhang emerged from the grand hall, feeling a profound sense of relief. In an instant, Consort Hu rushed in, tears streaming down her face, eager to ascertain the well-being of her son, who had been wailing just moments before, shattering her heart. As they passed each other, their shoulders collided, causing Zhu Yuanzhang to stagger slightly. Fortunately, he regained his balance swiftly, clutching his shoulder where he had been struck, and turned back in indignation, muttering, she did that on purpose. She must have done it deliberately. Enough. Do not act like a petulant child, retorted Empress Ma, casting him a sidelong glance. How many blows did you deliver to the sixth? With a chuckle, he responded. I am not truly angry. In fact, I rather enjoy your fiery spirit. Zhu Yuanzhang laughed heartily and hastily departed with the crown prince. Such character, Empress Ma scoffed. Then entered the hall to examine her son's injuries. Naturally, the second and fourth sons received no attention, as they simply adjusted their trousers. The third and fifth sons were not severely harmed. A little swelling was all that was needed to remedy. The sixth, too, was in a similar state, albeit with tender skin that bore alarming welts, yet it was merely a matter of days before he would heal. All of this was anticipated by Empress Ma. A wife knows her husband best. She understood that despite Zhu Yuanzhang's bluster of punishment, he merely spoke in jest, lifting his hand with fervor, but always placing it down gently. Of course, this was contingent upon not provoking his temper. When his anger flared, he could easily view the crown prince as an adversary, let alone his other sons. Thus, she had come to temper his wrath before he acted impulsively. Empress Ma first offered words of comfort to the weeping consort Hu, then gently stroked the sixth's head, saying, Zher, do you understand your father's discipline? Do you recognize your transgressions? I do, mother, Zhu Zhen sobbed, his nose dripping with tears. Though he had ceased crying, upon entering his mother's embrace, he felt an overwhelming sense of grievance that compelled him to weep anew. Oh, how wronged I am. I have striven so hard to be a good person. Yet why must I always be punished? He lamented. Let Wang Defa carry him to your palanquin. We must hasten to apply some ointment. You are more knowledgeable in these matters than I, Empress Ma instructed Consort Hu. She had intended to inquire further of the sixth, but seeing him in such distress, she could not bring herself to do so. Indeed, Consort Hu expressed her gratitude for the Empress's kindness, for without her intervention, Zhu Zhen would have been unable to ride in the palanquin, and they would have had to resort to a mere door plank to carry him back, an undignified affair indeed. As Zhu Zhen was carried by Wang Defa out of the Wenhua gate, he abruptly halted his cries and instructed, Wang Ma, please pause for a moment. He then clasped his fists in gratitude towards his limping four elder brothers, exclaiming, I sincerely thank you, my brothers, for sharing this burden in times of your own tribulations. I shall lend my support. This was a candid truth. Without his brothers diverting the brunt of their father's ire, he would have certainly faced severe consequences today. Moreover, his father's perception of him would have soured considerably. Well, truth be told, it likely was not much better now. Very well. We shall share both fortune and misfortune alike, the second brother replied with a cheerful smile. Dear brother, it seems your rear end will be quite busy henceforth, added the fourth brother, returning the gesture. The verdant hills remain unchanged, and the flowing waters persist. My brothers, we part ways here. Humph. You should express your gratitude in a different manner. The third brother replied proudly, I am indeed the virtuous king. Thus, I do not perceive daily schooling and the doubling of assignments as punishment. Learning brings me joy. Continuous study ensures my perpetual happiness. Stop pretending to be a big shot. Zhu Di smacked the virtuous king's behind. Ouch, ouch. The third brother immediately cried out in agony. From a distance, consort dating observed her brothers jesting and frolicking. Suddenly feeling discontented, she reproached the seventh brother softly. Why are you not getting beaten? Huh? Is it my concern? The seventh brother was taken aback. Is it now a crime not to be punished? Fool. This will lead to your isolation. Remember, you must blend in. Consort dating poked him insistently. Oh. The seventh brother shook his head vigorously, but it didn't tee in there. To teach you a lesson, those 20 lashes will be administered by mother when you return. Consort dating stated with a sigh. You were just venting your frustrations, aren't you? The seventh brother felt like crying without tears, silently raging in frustration. Am I really your biological child? Chapter 61. The Crown Prince's punishment inside the Qianqing Palace. The lights were ablaze. For Zhu Yuanzhang, this place felt like a stifling confinement in every conceivable sense. After bringing Zhu Biao back, he refrained from immediate action, opting instead to share an evening meal. Having toiled throughout the day and engaged in invigorating physical exercise, Zhu Yuanzhang had developed quite an appetite, devouring 2 large bowls of rice with gusto. It was only upon reaching the third bowl that he moderated his pace, allowing Zhu Biao the opportunity to elaborate on his brother's recent interactions with Liu Bowen. Zhu Biao, acutely aware of the gravity of the situation, dared not conceal a single detail, yet he found himself devoid of any significant revelations. Zhu Yuanzhang listened intently, gleaning that the sixth brother had been mischievous, prompting Liu Bowen to administer a physical reprimand. Thereafter, the sixth brother, in a fit of anger, had continually opposed Liu Bowen. This was familiar to him, as he recalled having bestowed upon the sixth brother a measure of paternal affection due to Liu Bowen's earlier complaints. Could it be that this discord between teacher and student had incited the sixth brother to retaliate against Liu Bowen with the aid of his siblings? Zhu Yuanzhang pondered while meticulously scraping the remnants of rice from his bowl. Almost, Zhu Biao nodded in agreement. Might there be someone secretly manipulating the sixth brother? Zhu Yuanzhang's gaze wandered thoughtfully. It seems unlikely, Zhu Biao replied. The sixth brother spends all day studying within the palace, having little opportunity to interact with outsiders. Moreover, he is still quite young. Relying on him to orchestrate anything would be rather precarious. Zhu Biao was not surprised. He understood that his father was inherently suspicious, and the entire affair reeked of peculiarity. But why did Hu Weiyong, having accompanied the imperial physician to treat Lu Ji, arrive immediately thereafter? Zhu Yuanzhang mused. Did I not mention that the leave request ledger from the imperial pharmacy happened to be in the sixth brother's possession? Therefore, when the court official requested leave, the personnel from the imperial pharmacy had to promptly retrieve the ledger from him, and that is how he became aware of the matter, Zhu Biao elucidated. And perhaps, with the assistance of his brothers, he orchestrated this incident. The leave request ledger from the imperial pharmacy? Zhu Yuanzhang was taken aback, having entirely forgotten that he had instituted such a regulation. As the most legislatively prolific leader in history, the rules established by Zhu Yuanzhang were as numerous as the hairs on a monk's head. How could he have forgotten such details? And how did it come into the sixth brother's possession? Zhu Yuanzhang seized upon this critical point. Zhu Biao shook his head, acknowledging the suddenness of the event, which left him no time to coordinate testimonies or clarify matters with the sixth brother. Zhu Yuanzhang, being of an impatient disposition, resolved to address the matter immediately, summoning the head of the imperial pharmacy. Within a brief span of time, Eunuch Yu trembled as he knelt before the emperor, recounting the events as they transpired. In summary, it was the Prince of Wu who, accompanied by the Prince of Chu, visited the imperial pharmacy. The fifth brother had gone to fetch medicine, while the sixth brother waited in the medicine king hall. The old servant had engaged in idle conversation, during which the Prince of Chu inquired about the process of summoning imperial physicians for consultations. As their discussion meandered, it inevitably touched upon leave requests, prompting the prince to express curiosity about the appearance of the leave ledger. Eunuch Yu, though hesitant to admit that he had proactively produced the leave ledger to facilitate the sixth brother's frivolous whims, maintained a semblance of truthfulness. Such is the art of reporting. Mastering this skill proves invaluable, especially when one finds themselves under the command of a ruler like Zhu Yuanzhang, where such finesse can mean the difference between life and death. What medicine had the fifth brother sought? Zhu Yuanzhang focused on 2 crucial points: some beneficial herbs that nourish and replenish. Yumin promptly presented the list of herbs being gathered by Zhu Zhen at that time. Upon comparing it with the troublesome prescription, Zhu Yuanzhang noted that the names of the herbs were largely consistent. This suggests that before Liu Bowen fell ill, The fifth brother had already been concocting this. Zhu, the owner, struggled to recall the name of the herb. Weight loss medicine, the crown prince gently reminded him. It is absurd that amidst the populace struggling to find enough to eat, there are still individuals seeking medication to lose weight. Zhu Yuanzhang's prejudice against the overweight ran deep. It was akin to a child's foolish antics. How could such a medicine possibly find buyers? Zhu Biao chuckled, but this at least indicates that this matter was not premeditated. And the fifth brother was not involved. Then why did the sixth brother take the leave record? Zhu Yuanzhang pressed on another crucial point. Well, you men hesitated. Your Highness discovered that in the 7 years since the founding of the nation, the censors had only 6 leave records. Feeling they were overburdened, he intended to present it to the emperor to plead on behalf of the court physicians, asking that they not toil so hard. Compared to the common folk, their hardships are trivial. Zhu Yuanzhang exclaimed indignantly that sixth brother is merely following in his mother's footsteps, trying to play the Good Samaritan. Possessing a heart of benevolence is far more valuable than anything else. Zhu Biao laughed. Surely, Master Yu was moved by your highness and lent him the record. Indeed, indeed. Seeing the crown prince actively defending him, Yu Min was nearly moved to tears. Furthermore, the court physicians requested leave a day in advance. As long as your highness returned promptly, it would not hinder any matters. Thus, this old servant had the audacity to ask your highness to write a note of borrowing. What if he loses it? Zhu Yuanzhang cast a discontented glance at Yu Min, who he wished would adhere strictly to the path he had laid out, loathing any deviation. This old servant is guilty. This old servant is guilty. Yu Min repeatedly bowed in apology, nearly frightened to the point of losing control. Father, there is no rule against lending it out. Zhu Biao interjected on Yu Min's behalf. Of course, this stipulation should be added, and it shall not be repeated. Oh, you are also a soft-hearted fool. Zhu Yuanzhang huffed, but he would not allow such trivial matters to undermine the crown prince's dignity. Go. You are to be penalized with a half-year's salary reduction. A repeat offense will result in immediate reporting to the military. Yes, I thank your majesty for your grace. Yu Gonggong felt as if he had received a great pardon, bowing incessantly as he hastily retreated to change his trousers. Zhu Yuanzhang pondered for a moment longer, finally exhaling a deep sigh. Could it truly be this coincidental? This was not orchestrated by Liu Bowen, was it? No matter how astute Mr. Liu may be, he is still human. How could he have anticipated that father would send Hu Weiyong to attend to his ailment? The crown prince could not help but offer a slight jest at his father's expense. Hey, are you implying that your father is not human? Then what are you? A human monster? Zhu Yuanzhang shot him an annoyed glare, but refrained from refuting his son's remark. Was it fate that dictated such events, that Mr. Liu's life should not be extinguished? Zhu, the owner, inevitably slipped into mysticism. This servant cannot comment on that. Zhu Biao smiled. Is it not said that Mr. Liu is a manifestation of the literary star? It is not entirely impossible. We are still the purple star. Zhu Yuanzhang scoffed. What worth does the literary star hold? After the emperor concluded his review, Zhu Biao rose and said, Father, let us proceed. I wish to rest after our engagement. Why should I strike you? Zhu Yuanzhang questioned. Only to recall that he had summoned his son for punishment. Adopting a stern expression, he declared, your penalty is to scratch your father's back. And it must be thorough. No half-hearted attempts are permitted. Isn't that a bit lenient? Zhu Biao lamented, feeling that his father's favoritism was rather blatant, leaving his brothers in an uncomfortable position. Then ensure you focus your efforts. Zhu Yuanzhang had already assumed the proper stance, exposing the back of his neck, and continued. As the crown prince, you cannot be subjected to corporal punishment, for it would undermine the integrity of the state. Sighing, the crown prince reluctantly began to scratch, exclaiming, Oh dear, that is too vigorous. A gentler touch is far more agreeable. Chapter 62. The best is yet to come. Returning to the pitiable figure of the sixth brother, he was carried back to the Wannan Palace in a phoenix sedan. And upon inspection, his posterior was swollen like a steamed cake. The concubine who hastily summoned the imperial physician for treatment. However, due to eunuch Yu being called to the Qianqing Palace for matters, the palace gates were locked before the physician could arrive. Concubine who had no choice but to apply a cold compress to Zhu Zheng's injury and subsequently smear it with a balm for bruises. Alas, it was the first month of the year. The application of the ointment brought a searing pain, leaving Zhu Zheng to experience the torment of both icy and fiery sensations, causing him to spend the entire night awake. Similarly, concubine who remained vigilant by her son's bedside, sleepless through the night. This prompted Prince Chu to lament once more, sighing that being a good person came at a steep price. What loomed ominously was the fate of Liu Bowen. Although he had not consumed Hu Weiyong's potion, whether he could survive until April remained uncertain. Should he endure? It would signify that he had successfully altered the course of events, indicating that the so-called convergence of timelines did not exist. Thus, the future would indeed hold countless possibilities, contingent upon one's own efforts to seize them. However, if Liu Bowen were to meet his demise in April, then it would be prudent for him to resign himself to fate. What merit lies in striving for an outcome that cannot be changed? It would be far better to find comfort in resignation. Even more troubling was the prospect that if Liu Bowen perished as predicted, the blame would fall squarely upon him. In such a case, his father, who kept meticulous accounts, would undoubtedly inscribe this transgression into the imperial records of misconduct, disseminating it across the realm. Consequently, his reputation a century hence would likely pale in comparison to that of the seventh brother. Such a thought was indeed disheartening. To add to the tragedy, the following day brought the obligation of attending school. Who would dare defy the words of Zhu Yuanzhang? Despite her profound reluctance, concubine who ultimately had to permit Wang Defa to carry the young prince to the main hall of learning. Fortunately, due to her adept handling of the situation, Zhu Zheng's swelling had significantly subsided and the pain had lessened. However, sitting was still not an option. He could only kneel on the chair while resting his upper body on the desk to listen to the lessons. Yet this position was exceedingly conducive to drowsiness. And lacking sleep, Prince Chu soon succumbed to slumber amidst the morning readings. Your Highness, awaken. Just as he was enjoying a deep sleep, he was abruptly roused. Groggy and irritable, Prince Chu was about to unleash a tirade when he noticed it was Eunuch Wu, who served at his father's side. Zhu Zheng's demeanor shifted instantly. And with a simple grin, he inquired, Old Wu, what is the matter? Eunuch Wu, being a trusted attendant of the emperor and possessing the authority to enter the classroom during lessons, clearly bore a royal decree. The emperor requests your presence immediately. With that, Eunuch Wu led him out of the classroom. Observing Zhu Zheng's slow, limping gait, Eunuch Wu decided to carry the little prince on his back. Goodness, how heavy you are. Fortunately, the imperial carriage awaited at the Fengtiangmen Square. Gritting his teeth, Eunuch Wu managed to carry the plump child to the front of the imperial sedan. Luing opened the carriage door, assisting in lifting Prince Chu into the royal vehicle. Zhu Yuanzhang glanced at the panting Eunuch Wu and deemed it quite reasonable for the fifth brother to concoct a weight loss remedy for the sixth. Pay your respects to Father Emperor. Zhu Zheng strained to kneel at his feet, appearing pitifully small and helpless, yet still able to eat. Lie down, commanded Zhu Yuanzhang with a grunt. Only then did Zhu Zheng comprehend that the yellow mat laid upon the ground was meant for him. He finally sensed a trace of paternal love, hurriedly expressing his gratitude through tears. Your awareness of shame indicates that you are not beyond redemption. Within the gently swaying palanquin, Zhu Yuanzhang examined his son's behind while admonishing him that Mr. Liu is as thin as a chick. Do you think he is like you? Giving him weight loss pills, do you not fear he might waste away? Zhu Zhen muttered softly, a child can take it without issue, surely an adult would be fine too. Still unconvinced? Zhu Yuanzhang, unfamiliar with the concept of pediatric medication, delivered a sharp smack to his behind. Ah, I yield. I shall not dare again. Zhu Zhen finally understood the meaning of being at the mercy of another. When we arrive at the residence of Lord Qingyi, you shall sincerely apologize. And then deliver 2 resounding slaps to yourself. Do you understand? Yes. Zhu Zhen dared not claim ignorance. Be more mindful, my 6th son. Once this year passes, you will be 12. Zhu Yuanzhang earnestly advised, at your age, I had already worked for Master Liu's family for 5 years. A minor mistake would earn a beating. And often, I went without food. Yes. Zhu Zhen felt a pang of sorrow, realizing his father had miscalculated his age. Yet, he dared not speak. Continuing to nod submissively. If you were to act so recklessly, I would have been beaten to death countless times by now. While we are starving to the bone. Master Liu's foolish son feasts, looking as corpulent as you. Oh. Zhu Zhen finally comprehended why his father always regarded him with disdain. I apologize for my corpulence. Yet no overweight individual desires to remain so. Fortunately, Liu Bowen's residence was not far, and soon they arrived at the bridge leading to his home. As Zhu Yuanzhang and Zhu Zhen disembarked, the entire stone street was already sealed off, with the Liu family kneeling outside to welcome them. Even Liu Ji, leaning on a cane, trembled as he knelt at the forefront. This surprised Zhu Yuanzhang. After Liu Ji led his family in greeting, he laughed heartily and personally assisted Liu Bowen to his feet, exclaiming, Ah, old Liu, why have you come out personally? How could I dare to lie down while welcoming your majesty? Liu Bowen replied weakly. In truth, he would have dared. But to alleviate the reputation of the Prince of Chu and preserve his own honor, he forced himself to make an appearance. The people of the capital have observed closely. I, Liu Bowen, have neither succumbed nor become bedridden. There is no need for formality between us. Zhu Yuanzhang assumed Liu Bowen was adopting a humble demeanor, which he found quite pleasing. Liu Lian, quickly help your father inside. Once they entered the main hall, Zhu Yuanzhang insisted Liu Bowen recline on a chaise, then sternly commanded, "Wretched child, why have you not bowed in contrition?" Zhu Zhen limped forward and knelt to bow before Liu Bowen. "Woo-woo, teacher, I was wrong." Zhu Zhen's tears flowed genuinely. It was truly heart-wrenching. "Your Highness, this is unacceptable." Liu Bowen's eyes instantly reddened, feeling his heart shatter. How much suffering had this child endured for his sake? He had always prided himself on his intelligence, believing himself to be the sole benefactor, with no one to assist him in return. Moreover, it must be said that after his relief, he felt considerably lighter and no longer plagued by coughs. This left Liu Ji astonished. Could it be that His Highness had anticipated even this? Truly, an extraordinary genius of a child. In any case, Liu Bowen had never experienced such profound kindness in his lifetime. With the support of his son, he struggled to sit upright, trembling as he extended his hand to lift the weeping Prince of Chu. It was the fault of the old ministers. I should not have allowed His Highness, at such a tender age, to bear all of this alone. Tears streamed down Liu Bowen's face as he chastised himself with 2 slaps. I have truly become muddled in my old age. To Zhu Yuanzhang, this was naturally Liu Bowen reflecting on his teaching methods, which had been too simplistic and harsh. However, Zhu Zhen understood that this was an apology from Liu, for the sake of saving him. He had endured so much worry and toil, suffering both physically and mentally. He deserved it. Yet, Liu Bowen's apology only made Zhu Zhen weep more bitterly. "It is my fault. I should not have underestimated my teacher. You, who are so formidable, Liu Bowen. I truly ought to have followed you to school diligently and avoided all those foolish antics." Upon hearing this, Zhu Yuanzhang nodded with satisfaction, realizing that this time, education had succeeded. The 6th son had reflected deeply within his soul. However, to Liu Ji, this carried a different implication, so you clearly had a way to resolve this. Why not say so earlier and leave it for a child like me to rescue you? I am not omniscient, Your Highness. I too have unsolvable dilemmas and insurmountable obstacles. Liu Ji sighed heavily and embraced Zhu Zhen, weeping together. The old minister vowed to share his heart with His Highness more often, ensuring that the young prince would no longer be left to his own tumultuous thoughts. "I will help you become the most virtuous king of the Ming Dynasty. The most cultured one. No, the one who excels in both literature and martial arts." He then slightly withdrew, asking, "Will you still acknowledge me as your teacher?" "I would like to." Zhu Zhen nodded vigorously, his nose running. Finally, he felt a little less guilty. On the note of launching, I can no longer recall how many times I have penned such a message, but this time it is undoubtedly the most poignant. In truth, I should have written a new book note when I first began this journey. I had intended to do so, yet after numerous revisions, I ultimately said nothing and simply published the book in silence. At that moment, I truly resonated with the sentiment in Lao Xian's Cho Nu Air. Now fully aware of the flavors of sorrow, I wish to speak but refrain. Yet, I must eventually share with you all why I have not published a book in the past year. So many have inquired, and I owe everyone an explanation. The past year has been exceedingly challenging for me and my family. After enduring a year of torment, I ultimately lost my mother at the year's end. Therefore, in this book, I must ensure that the 6th son has a mother, one who lives freely and unrestrained. I know that over the past year, none of us have had it easy. We all require gentle solace. Fortunately, since the book's release, I have found great comfort from everyone. Over this past month, I have felt the shadows within my heart dissipate significantly, allowing sunlight to shine through once more. I sincerely hope that my words can provide solace to everyone, even if only to a small extent, which would bring me great satisfaction. Initially, I had wished to release this book before the new year, during a time when many faced their greatest challenges, believing it could offer companionship and a modicum of comfort. However, fate has not aligned with my intentions, as I found myself overwhelmed first. I deeply apologize to you all. Recently, I have been captivated by a piano piece entitled "Everything Will Be Alright." Spring is soon to grace the northern lands, heralding an opportune moment for new beginnings. I hope that each of us continues to flourish, and I also aspire for this book to accompany you on a beautiful journey through life. Furthermore, concerning the much-anticipated updates regarding its publication, it is customary to offer significant releases after midnight. I shall present 10 chapters as a token of gratitude to the 2 esteemed Silver Alliance members and to all my fellow patrons for their generous support. Additionally, I would like to earnestly request your assistance with pre-orders, which hold immense significance. In these times, others are achieving pre-orders in the tens of thousands, and it would be quite embarrassing for someone of my standing to receive far fewer. Thus, I propose that for every 500 pre-orders, I shall add an additional chapter to the daily 2 releases. Given my age, being in my 40s, such a commitment should be reasonable. Wouldn't you agree? Let us commence at midnight. Chapter 63. The Irreverent Diary, perpetually out of sync with the 2 individuals. Zhu Yuanzhang found immense joy in witnessing a successful display of camaraderie between teacher and student. In his exhilaration, he refrained from insisting that Zhu Zhen reward himself with the grand prize and, adopting a stern demeanor, declared, "Very well, since the teacher has pardoned you, you may venture out to play. Remember, should there be a repeat of this, I shall break your legs." Of course, the customary threats were inescapable. Watching as Zhu Zhen was escorted out by the eunuch Wu, Zhu Yuanzhang exhaled a long sigh of relief, exclaiming, "The teacher truly possesses a kind heart. No, I am indeed ashamed." Liu Bowen, concealing his face with his sleeve to wipe away tears, seized the opportunity to regain his composure from the shock. He was astonished that Zhu Yuanzhang had actually believed the 6th son's fabrications. This, undoubtedly, stemmed from the parents' habitual lack of accurate judgment regarding their offspring. After all, a child is always cherished by their parents, and the bias is inescapable. However, to witness the king of Chu deceive Zhu Yuanzhang was enough to leave him utterly flabbergasted. This was, after all, the astutely intelligent and ever-suspicious Zhu. Either Zhu was intentionally lenient, or the 6th son was exceptionally cunning. Previously, he had leaned towards the former, but now he found himself gravitating towards the latter. Yet, this was not the moment for such contemplations. A life-and-death trial awaited him. Once the irrelevant individuals had departed, only the sovereign and his minister remained in the hall. One sat upon the official chair, while the other reclined on a chaise, reminiscent of their frequent intimate discussions a decade ago when they would strategize over the affairs of the world. Outside the hall, the imperial guards had established 3 layers of sentinels, making it impossible for even a mouse to sneak in. Those days could never be recaptured within the hall. The 2 wise men exchanged silence for an extended period, both the most astute individuals in the realm. Liu Bowen had recognized Zhu Yuanzhang's murderous intent the moment Hu Weiyong brought the imperial physician to his door. Zhu Yuanzhang, in turn, was fully aware that Liu Bowen had discerned his lethal intentions. However, they could not remain in silence indefinitely. As a minister, Liu Bowen felt obliged to break the stalemate. "Your Majesty, how many years has it been since we sat down for a heartfelt conversation?" "Indeed," Zhu Yuanzhang replied. "In the past, we would frequently engage in such discussions. Sometimes at your residence, other times at mine. My sister-in-law's culinary skills were truly exceptional, yet alas, I can no longer savor them." Zhu Yuanzhang gazed at Liu Bowen's aged visage and graying beard, feeling a wave of nostalgia. His beloved wife had passed away in the first year of the Hongwu era, and the old minister had endured heartache, resigning to live in seclusion for several years. Upon being summoned back, the emperor had assumed an air of authority, and the old minister was compelled to adopt the demeanor befitting a subject. Liu Bowen exhibited a wistful expression, reminiscing, "It is not only you. Even Mr. Li, Tianda, and the other old companions who once shared the same bed have grown distant." Zhu Yuanzhang sighed. "Now, when we wish to draw closer to them, they tread carefully, making us feel increasingly like solitary figures. This only illustrates their prudence and understanding of the greater picture. Such discernment is essential for the enduring bond between sovereign and minister," Liu Bowen remarked calmly. "Fools like Liao Yongzhong are destined for demise." "Mr. Liu, we truly do not wish to emulate Han Gaozu," Zhu Yuanzhang replied, his expression slightly uncomfortable. "We desire to maintain harmonious relationships with our old brothers." Even Zhu, the astute leader, felt a twinge of embarrassment expressing such sentiments in Liu Bowen's presence. "If you could achieve what Emperor Gaozu did, your Majesty would indeed be remarkable." Liu Bowen, with an enigmatic smile, ceased to beat around the bush and inquired, "Your Majesty, did Liao Yongzhong say something he ought not to have?" "Yes," responded Zhu Yuanzhang. "He drunkenly rambled that the sinking of the boat at Guabu was orchestrated by you, incited by Yang Xian." Zhu Yuanzhang, a man of forthright character, nodded in acknowledgement. "During the family search, we discovered that all correspondence in his household remained intact, save for your letter, which was entirely incinerated. Was it fully destroyed, or merely partially?" Lu Ji gently probed. "There are remnants," Zhu Yuanzhang admitted, a touch embarrassed. Some characters are discernible. Do you still recall it? Lu Ji prompted. Not really. Well, I do remember, Zhu Yuanzhang conceded, resolutely refusing to lie in the presence of truth. This admission indicated not only that he had perused the letter, but had done so at considerable length. This simplifies matters. Lu Ji remarked with a subtle smile. Your Majesty, please summon Lu Lian to retrieve my diary. A diary? Zhu Yuanzhang exclaimed, taken aback. Do you truly maintain a diary? Sir? Nevertheless, he sent forth the edict. Shortly thereafter, Lu Lian and Lu Jing entered, bearing an enormous chest. They produced 2 volumes. One from July of the 1st year of Hongwu and another from May of the 4th year. Lu Ji instructed them and then explained to Zhu Yuanzhang. Within these 2 volumes are the original text of 2 letters. Does your diary contain letters? Zhu Yuanzhang mused, sensing an air of frivolity about this diary. Yet, it was true. Who among the serious-minded kept a diary? Surely, your Majesty has heard of collected works? To compile such, one cannot rely solely on memory. Every written word must have a preserved draft, Lu Ji stated, presenting a folded page from his diary. The humble servant, despite my shortcomings, has co-held the literary helm with Song Jingyan for many years. Is it inappropriate to publish a collected work titled Collected Works of the Earl of Sincerity? It is. Not. Zhu Yuanzhang replied, somewhat sheepishly. The title of Earl of Sincerity is too modest. At that time, we were unjustly angered with you due to Yang Xian's affairs, and several times wished to elevate your rank, but you consistently declined. This reluctance to engage with Liu Bowen stemmed from a lingering sense of indebtedness, leading Zhu Yuanzhang to adopt a humble demeanor, feeling the weight of shame. Hence, the feeling of indebtedness is indeed perilous. It can drive one to self-destruction or to harm another. Your Majesty has misunderstood. I genuinely cherish the title of Earl of Sincerity, Liu Bowen replied earnestly. To rectify one's heart, one must first cultivate sincerity of intent. When one's thoughts arise from genuine sincerity, one neither deceives others nor themselves. Cultivating a sincere heart is the lifelong aspiration of this humble servant. Is that so? Zhu Yuanzhang responded, his expression revealing a hint of naivety. I assure you, I never utter a single falsehood to your Majesty, Lu Ji asserted, his tone grave. Zhu Yuanzhang mused, while he doesn't tell half-truths, he certainly shares more than 1 or 2. He opened the diary, flipping to the page Liu Bowen had folded, and indeed found a letter affixed at the back. Precisely the one addressed to Liao Yangzhou. Zhu Yuanzhang recognized it as the very letter that had been destroyed, for the surviving characters closely matched those of the present letter. While it may not be a perfect match, it was certainly unmistakably aligned. The content of the letters was utterly devoid of issues, merely returning gifts. An embodiment of a cold, aloof goddess refusing to indulge in flattery. A glance at another letter revealed a similar sentiment. Although one could not definitively conclude that the 2 letters were identical, they were certainly comparable, with no significant discrepancies. Why then, the question arose, should they be burned? Zhu Yuanzhang murmured. Liu Bowen remained silent. With Zhu's intellect, it was inconceivable that he could fail to grasp such a simple ruse. The crux of Hu Weiyong's strategy lay in the avoidance of direct encounters between the sovereign and his subjects. In their absence, suspicion would fester, making it all too easy to incite discord. However, with the interference of the 6th prince, the emperor was compelled to meet with his minister, thereby granting Liu Bowen the opportunity to dispel the emperor's doubts. At this juncture, the task was as effortless as turning over one's hand for Liu Bowen. Enough of this pondering, Zhu Yuanzhang declared, bypassing that segment, and fixed his gaze upon Liu Bowen, stating, it is far simpler to ask you directly, as you are here before me. Indeed, why engage in speculation? Liu Bowen replied with a slight nod. Your Majesty, please proceed with your inquiry. Sir, in the matter of the sunken boat at Guabu, what precisely was your role? Zhu Yuanzhang asked, enunciating each word deliberately. This question had long been a thorn in his heart, and he was finally ready to confront it. End of chapter. Chapter 64. The Stains of the Nation. This is called the sovereign of the state. In response to his Majesty, the old minister declared, I have never been privy to any conspiracy, nor do I condone the actions of Liao Yongzhou. Liu Bowen met the chilling gaze of Zhu Yuanzhang and replied earnestly, had I been aware of their intentions beforehand, I would have done everything in my power to thwart them. Oh, Zhu Yuanzhang subtly adjusted his jade belt, expressing a non-committal stance. Naturally, we hold Mr. in high regard. Yet I distinctly recall that he has consistently opposed the notion of bringing the young Ming monarch to Yingtian, and he vigorously resisted the abdication ceremony. Liu Bowen understood that when Zhu often harbored thoughts of bloodshed, he would instinctively perform this gesture. Indeed, the emperor's words hold truth. He nodded, maintaining his composure, and stated, "From the very beginning, I have opposed the inheritance of the young Ming monarch's legal authority, advocating instead for the succession of the Yuan dynasty's principles. Not out of self-interest or for the so-called Zhujiang faction, but for the greater good of your majesty's Ming dynasty and for the welfare of our Huaxia people. My intentions are clear and transparent, as the heavens bear witness. How shall we proceed?" Zhu Yuanzhang felt somewhat displeased, as Liu Ji had raised the stakes too high. Did he not initially aspire to inherit the Song dynasty for the sake of the Ming, for the welfare of the people of Huaxia? Your Majesty, the Song dynasty is inherently incomplete. It goes without saying that the southern Song, a mere remnant in a corner, is weak and ineffective. Even the northern Song never genuinely unified China, Liu Bowen solemnly remarked. Since the reign of Liao Taizong Yeldeguang, the 16 prefectures of Yin and Yun have been in the hands of the barbarian invaders for a full 3 centuries. From the fall of the northern Song dynasty, the entirety of the north was under the dominion of foreign tribes for a span of 240 years. It was only when the emperor expelled the Tartars, restored the Middle Kingdom, reclaimed Yuan, and unified the north and south that this prolonged history of humiliation came to an end. You are also aware of the humiliating history. Zhu Yuanzhang remarked bitterly. Indeed, that is true, but your Majesty, have you ever contemplated how we should address the history of the past few centuries if the great Ming were to inherit the legal traditions of the Song dynasty? The history of my Huaxia cannot be interrupted, otherwise it will inevitably lead to endless repercussions. Liu Bowen raised his voice. Furthermore, the northern territories have long been under the dominion of the Liao, Jin, and Yuan dynasties. Can we truly say that the Ming has occupied or reclaimed them? If one considers the former, will the Mongolians, the Jurchens, and even the potential descendants of the Khitan who may emerge in the future inherently possess the righteousness to reclaim their ancestral lands? With a grave expression, Zhu Yuanzhang nodded slightly, recognizing the oversight he had previously committed. He had been solely focused on relying on his invincible army to decisively obliterate the Mongols and Jurchens, believing that such annihilation would eliminate any future threats. Yet, as the 7th year of the Hongwu era unfolded, he, though silent, began to comprehend the vastness of the grasslands and deserts, realizing that the Mongolian horsemen, having been restored to their former glory, could scarcely be eradicated entirely. If these issues were not judiciously addressed, the descendants of future generations, should they prove unworthy, might find themselves confronting a resurgence of turmoil. Furthermore, what of the Han people who have dwelled in the north for centuries? Should their legacies, achievements, brilliance, and heritage be dismissed entirely? Liu Bowen, having addressed the distant concerns, then pointed out the imminent worries at hand. If this were the case, would not my compatriots in the north be forever overshadowed by those in the south? Upon hearing these two familiar terms, southerner and northerner, Zhu Yuanzhang completely grasped Liu Bowen's intention. During the Mongol Yuan dynasty, the people of our Han land were forcibly divided into categories of Han people, southerners or northerners. Although all were regarded as inferior, southerners still suffered from the disdain of northerners. This is the consequence of artificially stratifying society into ranks. Our Ming dynasty shall not follow such a path. Zhu Yuanzhang proclaimed with fervor, southerners and northerners, we shall treat all equally. The emperor's ideals are indeed commendable, yet the reality reveals an existing bias. Just observe the court officials and local magistrates. Aside from those from Huaixi, most are southerners. How many northerners are there? A few. Zhu Yuanzhang responded with a hint of uncertainty, though not many. The few that exist are former vassals of the Yuan, trembling with trepidation, wielding authority without power, and subjected to the disdain of their subordinates. Liu Bowen remarked solemnly, therefore, your Majesty, by inheriting the Song's legacy, the plight of the northerners will only worsen, leaving them with even fewer opportunities to rise. They have already suffered under the rule of the barbarian invaders for centuries, and despite the literati preserving Han customs, the common folk have adopted the Hu surname, spoken their language, donned their attire, and performed their rites to a severe degree. Thus, the foremost duty of our Ming and your Majesty is to establish order, rectify appearances, eradicate foul practices, and abolish barbarous customs. We must expedite the restoration of the northern Han people to their rightful heritage. This is the true essence of restoring China. Liu Ji, despite his illness, expended considerable energy in his impassioned discourse, but grew increasingly fervent, clasping his hands towards Zhu Yuanzhang. To achieve restoration, we must first win the hearts of the people. Your Majesty, you have gained the realm through the goodwill of the populace, and no one comprehends the significance of winning hearts better than you. Therefore, We must show favor to the northerners, and we absolutely cannot allow their spirits to be dampened any further. I understand, Zhu Yuanzhang nodded instinctively in simpler terms. Are we to become the emperor of half of China or the emperor of all of China? Your wisdom is unparalleled, Your Majesty, Liu Bowen rarely flattered. Indeed. Zhu Yuanzhang grinned. We grasped these truths. Otherwise, we would not have reluctantly acknowledged the yuan. Yet, we cannot help but feel discontent. We harbor resentment. Your Majesty, there is a saying, to bear the nation's filth is to be the ruler of the state. To endure the nation's misfortune is to be the king of the world. The truth can often be the opposite. Liu Bowen added another layer of flattery. Oh, with such words, my heart feels much lighter. This statement thoroughly pleased Zhu Yuanzhang, who then vigorously patted Liu Bowen's shoulder. Old Liu, why did you not speak like this sooner? The old minister regretted. I too have felt distant from your Majesty in recent years, but it has not been entirely detrimental. At least it has allowed me to see your Majesty's wisdom and the challenges you face more clearly. I now understand that without your Majesty, I, Liu Ji, am nothing. Ha ha. Zhu Yuanzhang laughed heartily, and with that laughter, all previous dissatisfaction and resentment towards Liu Bowen dissipated. In truth, the reason Zhu Yuanzhang harbored such deep grievances against Liu Bowen was primarily due to the perception that the old Liu did not share his sentiments wholeheartedly and always had his own hidden agendas. Hu Weiyong astutely capitalized on the emperor's psychology, unfoundedly implicating Liu Bowen in the Guabu Qinzhou incident, thereby successfully amplifying Zhu Yuanzhang's animosity towards Liu Bowen. This manipulation led Zhu Yuanzhang to perceive Liu Bowen, who professed unwavering loyalty, as harboring ulterior motives, even believing that Liu Bowen was scheming against him under the guise of loyalty. Consequently, Zhu Yuanzhang's heart turned to thoughts of murder against Liu Bowen. This situation was particularly disadvantageous for Liu Bowen, for as time passed, he found himself unable to substantiate his innocence regarding the incident. Yet, true to his character, Liu Bowen refrained from getting entangled in the superficialities of the case. Instead, he pointed directly to the crux of the matter, asserting to Zhu Yuanzhang that rejecting the Song dynasty's rule was indeed justified. He endeavored to elucidate that Zhu Yuanzhang's insistence on upholding the Yuan dynasty was solely for the sake of the Ming Dynasty, for the welfare of the people, and for Zhu Yuanzhang's own benefit. In this manner, the thorn in the emperor's heart was extricated. As for the actual truth of the case, it became irrelevant. Chapter 65. Lioli in the serene courtyard of the Qingyibo residence, Zhu Zhen had dismissed old Wang and old Wu, retreating to a corner to weep alone. This sorrow was not born of feeling wronged, but rather from the profound realization that undertaking meaningful actions was an arduous endeavor. To rescue Liu Bowen, he bore the weight of infamy at such a tender age, endured scorn, and had to kneel in apology. Alas, who claimed that history could be altered with mere nonchalance? This burden was not one that a prince of his age should shoulder. From now on, I shall adopt a stance of indifference, remaining unmoved even if the earth were to explode. As Prince Chu sat there, shedding tears while harboring feelings of resentment, a melodious child's voice broke the silence. Are you crying? What is the matter? Are you dissatisfied? Does it concern you? Zhu Zhen was instantly incensed. How dare such a child mock him? He turned sharply to confront the source of the voice, only to find a porcelain-like girl with large, blinking eyes and long eyelashes gazing at him, exuding an irresistible charm. Feeling a pang of embarrassment, Zhu Zhen hastily wiped away his tears and retorted, Who are you? Do you know who I am? My name is Lu Li, the little girl replied with a sweet smile, revealing two adorable dimples. My father is Lu Lian, and my brother is Lu Xiang. I know who you are too. You are Prince Chu. Humph. Are you scared? Zhu Zhen huffed again. I am not afraid. You are not a bad person, the girl insisted, reaching into his small pouch hanging from her waist to pull out a piece of candy, which she offered to him. My mother says that when you feel sad, eating some candy will lift your spirits. Zhu Zhen accepted the candy but hesitated to eat it. After all, he was the one who had poisoned her grandfather, and the family had ample motive for revenge. Are you afraid I might poison it? The little girl, appearing to be of similar age, spoke with a naive clarity. Humph, I am not afraid. I will eat it if I wish, and I shall refuse it if I do not, Zhu Zhen declared sternly. Wow, is this the demeanor of a true monarch? Lu Li exclaimed in admiration, before extracting another piece of candy and savoring it with delight. How do you know that I am not a villain? Zhu Zhen asked, his expression steeped in a profound melancholy that conveyed a sense of being misunderstood. I know you are a good child, Lu Li said, extending her delicate little hand to wipe his tears. Otherwise, my grandfather would not continue to teach you. What do you know? Zhu Zhen's nose tinged with bitterness. He was unexpectedly comforted by this little girl. I know many things, Lu Li replied, counting on her slender fingers. Like how you often irritate my grandfather in the main hall, bully Prince Qi and Prince Tan, and how you write poorly, prefer to sleep in class, and skip lessons with Prince Qin and Prince Yan. How do you know so much? Zhu Zhen's face flushed with embarrassment. I have changed now. I believe you. Lu Li nodded, her eyes radiating a purity that made one feel that betraying her trust would be a grave sin. Just as Zhu Zhen was about to speak again, another child's voice interrupted. Ah, sister, come quickly. The boy's voice, which was unmistakably irritating, belonged to a lad a year or two older than Zhu Zhen, who rushed over to take Lu Li's hand. Zhu Zhen was instantly filled with rage. How dare you? Do you not understand the propriety of male and female interactions? She is my sister, you scoundrel, stay away. The boy shot him a fierce glare and hurriedly pulled Lu Li away. Brother, His Highness King Chu is not a bad person. Lu Li's voice floated back on the wind, but she vanished in an instant. Zhu Zhen sighed in melancholy, realizing that at his age, it was indeed troublesome. He had no interest whatsoever in a mature woman like Mu Xiang, yet the young Lu Li had him utterly enchanted. It seemed he now had yet another reason to diligently pursue his studies. In the hall, noticing Lu Ji's waning energy, Zhu Yuanzhang could not resist broaching another topic. There is yet another matter. Sir, we need your counsel. Liao Yongzhong has informed us in prison that our old brothers from Huaishi are far more wicked than he is. He claims they are seizing land back in Fengyang, coercing the common folk to submit to their rule. Those who resist face severe beatings, and the worst are sent to labor camps until death. Liu Bowen leaned back in his chair, nodding slightly. Having been embroiled in life and death matters earlier, he had to muster his spirit. Now, with the danger past, he began to indulge in idleness openly. However, we have maintained contact with our fellow villagers. Just a few days ago, we even hosted a flower drum troupe for a feast. How come I have never heard of these matters? Zhu Yuanzhang sighed, alas. Whom should we believe in this situation? Without first-hand experience, how can one ascertain the truth? Liu Bowen replied slowly. Is this not a simple matter that the emperor would understand? Or is there some taboo at play? Haha. Zhu Yuanzhang chuckled awkwardly. One would think we ought to command the officials to conduct a thorough investigation, but that is Fengyang. Indeed, that is Fengyang. Liu Bowen replied with a sarcastic tone, the ancestral home of the Huaishi heroes who helped the emperor establish his reign. Throw a stone, and you would surely hit the home of a founding minister. We are not being partial, it is just that the world is still unsettled. With Wang Baobao in the north and King Liang in the south, we must rely on those military leaders. Zhu Yuanzhang and Liu Bowen had no need for pretense. These fellows were aware of our dependency on them. No matter how many imperial envoys were sent, they would only return in disgrace. As he spoke, Zhu Yuanzhang cast a pitying glance at Liu Bowen, who resembled a mere shell of his former self. It is a pity that you are in such a state now. Otherwise, you would be the perfect candidate for this imperial envoy role. Ha ha ha, the old minister is now a useless man. Liu Bowen laughed on the surface, while inwardly he felt a deep sense of despair. He was uncertain of whom he had sacrificed his health for. However, the princes had already come of age. He deftly turned the tide against Zhu Yuanzhang. Given their status, they would be far more suitable than the old minister. Oh? Zhu Yuanzhang paused for a moment before slowly nodding. That is indeed a viable option. Once the imperial entourage departed, Lu Lian hurried to assist Lu Ji back to the bedroom. Father, have we passed this trial? Although his father was utterly exhausted, he could not restrain his curiosity. Lu Ji nodded and sighed deeply. His Highness King Chu is a great benefactor to our Lu family. After a moment, he quietly instructed. Write a letter to Mr. Guanzhong, inviting him to the capital for a meeting. Father, you have only just regained your life. Is it appropriate to engage with such a person? Lu Lian expressed his reluctance. It is of no consequence now, after today. There is no need for father to be so cautious. Lu Ji let out a bitter smile and remarked, moreover, when one owes a debt of gratitude, it must be repaid. Meanwhile, on the return journey within the imperial carriage, Zhu Yuanzhang sat while Zhu Zhen lay beside him, noticing the confectionery in Zhu Zhen's hand. The boy appeared eager yet hesitant to indulge. Zhu Yuanzhang's heart softened as he encouraged, if you wish to eat it, go ahead. A small piece of candy won't make you any thinner. Share it with your father. Touched, Zhu Zhen offered the piece of candy to him. Haha. At least you show some filial piety, Zhu Yuanzhang said joyfully, patting his son affectionately. Does it still hurt? It feels much better, Zhu Zhen replied, more resolutely extending the candy. Observing the child cradling the sweet treat with both hands, determined not to reclaim it unless he himself partook. Zhu Yuanzhang felt a profound warmth in his heart. He opened his mouth and accepted it. Delightful, he mumbled, then inquired, my dear boy, would you like to return to our homeland for a few days? The mention of home made Zhu Zhen's heart tighten unexpectedly. He thought to himself, Father, be reasonable. This was because he recalled a particularly memorable scene from a television drama, where Zhu Yuanzhang insisted his sons experience firsthand the hardships of the common folk before they were bestowed their fiefs, sending them to Fengyang, the birthplace of their ancestral legacy, for enduring trials. He remembered how his fourth brother, Yongle, often recounted this profound experience of life among the people to his descendants, believing that his ability to wage wars across the north and south, undeterred by the harsh winds beyond the Great Wall, was a result of that very experience. At that moment, he wondered what kind of splendid days could evoke such sentiments in Zhu Di. Yet now, he found himself pondering whether he too might partake in such splendid days. However, he dared not voice his thoughts or ask. He truly felt intimidated by his father's playful nature. Chapter 66. The Death of Liao Yongzhong as night fell enticingly. In the study of the Xiang residence located in Hudo Alley, a table with 2 chairs, a lamp, a pot of wine, and 2 dishes sat before them. Hu Weiyong and his nephew Huda were indulging in a modest drink. Alas, how could it come to this? Huda lamented, taking a swig of his drink, his demeanor more reflective of fear than despair. With both the ox-head and horse-face present at the Liu household, how could that little brat, the king of Chu, have thwarted our plans? Hu Weiyong shot his nephew a disapproving glance, inwardly cursing, am I the ox-head, or is the judge Zhou the horse-face? Yet he found little inclination to argue, as he absent-mindedly picked at the small fried fish, finding it tasteless. Even I have pondered for days and nights, yet cannot fathom it. Could it be that Liu Bowen is so formidable? Who knows? Hu Weiyong shook his head, exhaling a sigh. In truth, Liu Ji's life or death holds little significance. The troubling matter is that the emperor has met with him. What could they have discussed? What else could be said? With Liu Bowen's eloquence, how could he not absolve himself completely and turn the blame upon me? Hu Weiyong lamented, tilting his head back to finish his cup. Huda, who was in the midst of pouring more wine, froze at his uncle's words. You spilled, Hu Weiyong remarked, tapping his nephew with his chopsticks. Oh dear. Huda quickly set down the wine jug, wiping the table with his sleeve, and nervously inquired, then, Uncle, will the emperor find out about the letter burning? Why fret? Hu Weiyong steadied his cup, gazing intently at the wine that overflowed its rim. Let the emperor suspect as he may. He has many to contend with. He won't focus on us for now. Huda, however, felt no comfort. Rather, he grew increasingly agitated. The notion of being on the emperor's radar was indeed frightening. Uncle, you must find a way to transfer me from the commander of the Imperial Guards. What a pitiful sight you are. Hu Weiyong spat. In this world, the land belongs to the emperor. Where do you think you can flee? Besides, if you were to be reassigned now, wouldn't that only draw the emperor's suspicion towards you? Then, what, must I just sit here and await my demise? Huda's throat felt parched. Certainly, we cannot remain passive, Hu Weiyong replied coolly. Instead, we must take the initiative. Wouldn't that hasten our deaths? Huda retorted. No, you're mistaken. In the emperor's eyes, I, Hu Weiyong, am merely a holder for a maidservant, lacking authority. The true power in Huaishi lies with Duke Han, Hu Weiyong asserted solemnly. To disturb Duke Han would unsettle all of Huaishi. Thus he remains safe. Therefore, our task is to swiftly replace him and ascend as the true leaders of Huaishi. Only then can we rest easy. Oh, no wonder you assist those noble families in dealing with Liao Yongzhong, Huda exclaimed. Realizing the inconsistency in his thoughts, he reconsidered. If his uncle did not confront Liao Yongzhong, would they not be devoid of these troublesome predicaments? Indeed, his uncle lacked the credentials of Duke Han and could not even compare to that old drunkard Wang Guanyang. If he did not help them profit, how could they acknowledge him as their leader? Hu Weiyong spoke solemnly. Regardless of the circumstances, eliminating Liao Yongzhong this time is not a loss. Liao Yongzhong will not emerge again. Huda inquired, astonished. Either we do not act, or we act decisively, such as our Emperor Hongwu. Hu Weiyong gestured respectfully towards the palace, declaring, if Liao Yongzhong walks out of here upright, I shall share your surname. Does he not possess the iron certificate? Huda still harbored doubts, having heard the noble offspring boast about the formidable nature of the iron certificate. Who issued that iron piece? Hu Weiyong chuckled derisively. If the emperor truly wishes to eliminate someone, can a mere iron piece stand in his way? In the dungeons of the inner office, Zhu Yuanzhang returned to see Liao Yongzhong once more. Within just 10 days, the once robust man had been reduced to a state of utter frailty. His cheeks sunken and his body trembling, seemingly afflicted by fever. Why is he barebacked? Zhu Yuanzhang furrowed his brow, inquiring. Upon the return of the Duke of Diqing, he has complained of heat daily, so we had no choice but to assist him in removing his garments and continuously apply cool water to lower his temperature. Liu whispered. Nonsense. Zhu Yuanzhang reprimanded sharply. Quickly dress him. Understood. Liu hastily retrieved the discarded robe from the ground and clumsily draped it over Liu Yongzhang's shoulders. The latter uttered not a word, merely hugging his arms and shivering incessantly. Little Liu, do you think we would kill you in a confused manner like Liu Bang did to Han Xian? Seeing that he still clung to half of his life. Zhu Yuanzhang could hardly be bothered to engage in further trivialities. No, we have thoroughly investigated your crimes. Now we shall have them recited for you. In due course, we will publicly announce to the world why we have decided to deal with you. With that, the emperor waved his hand, and a minister from the Ministry of Justice stepped forward, loudly proclaiming charges including usurping the dragon and phoenix, shielding subordinates and smuggling salt, and roaring within the Golden Hall. Among the 10 major offenses. Little Liu, do you have anything to say now? Zhu Yuanzhang gazed at Liu Yongzhang. Nothing to say. Liu Yongzhang replied with great effort. Your Majesty, spare the pleasantries and proceed swiftly. Given your offenses, you indeed deserve execution, Zhu Yuanzhang replied coolly. But this time we shall be lenient, changing the sentence to 40 strokes of the rod. Once this is completed, you may return home. So, should I express my gratitude? Liu Yongzhang scoffed. As you wish. After saying this, Zhu Yuanzhang turned to leave the dungeon, but suddenly halted, stating, We shall ensure that your son inherits your title and guarantee the safety of your entire family. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your great kindness. Liu Yongzhang then bowed in gratitude. Why must it come to this? It is truly disgraceful, Zhu Yuanzhang murmured, casting not another glance at him as he exited the dungeon. As soon as Zhu Yuanzhang departed, 4 tall guards entered, binding Liu Yongzhang with ropes and dragging him out of the dungeon. The inner office was brightly lit by torches, with mats laid upon the ground. The executioners stood on either side, wielding ironclad wooden clubs, while Eunuch Wu stood on the steps with a stern demeanor. A stark contrast to his earlier presence beside the emperor. Once Liu Yongzhang was brought forth, he was unceremoniously thrown onto the mat. 2 juju wood sticks were crossed and pressed against his neck, while 2 others were braced against his knees, pinning him firmly to the ground. As Wu Gonggong descended the steps, he crouched beside Liu Yongzhang and whispered, Diqing Marquis, would you be willing to admit your fault to the emperor? If so, you may return home alive. My mistake lies in following such a heartless and ungrateful master. Liu Yongzhang spat defiantly, his resolve unyielding. Wu Gonggong rose, his feet poised, and commanded, Proceed with the execution. The 2 executioners, understanding the gravity of the moment, swung their stout wooden clubs with all their might against Liu Yongzhang's lower back. Despite his iron-like constitution, the lower back remained a vulnerable target. Initially, he emitted pained groans, but after a flurry of strikes, silence enveloped him. By the time the 40th blow landed, his spine and kidneys had been utterly shattered. Wu Gonggong signaled, and the executioners, working in unison, turned Liu Yongzhang over to inspect him. They found him breathing, but unable to exhale, blood frothing from his mouth and nose. Quickly, take him home. Wu Gonggong waved his hand. Upon hearing that their master had been returned, the Diqing Marquis' household erupted in joy. However, before dawn broke, the atmosphere shifted to one of mourning. Liu Yongzhang had only been back for 3 hours before he drew his last breath. Chapter 67. Suda surprisingly. The demise of Duke Diqing did not stir significant waves. However, upon closer reflection, this reaction is quite understandable. Firstly, Liu Yongzhang's reckless behavior at the New Year's banquet was widely witnessed. In the eyes of the nobility, if the higher-ups did not take action against him, what chaos might ensue? Secondly, the death of Liu Yongzhang was, to be frank, welcomed by the aristocrats. The saying goes, a dam higher than the shore will inevitably be breached. Duke Diqing, with his formidable influence and insatiable ambition, had become a source of discomfort for many. His passing alleviated a considerable burden from the noble class. Thirdly, the higher-ups did not bring misfortune upon Liu's family and even promised that his son, Liu Quan, would inherit the title, which reassured the nobility. They perceived the higher-ups as restrained, believing that they would not harm their own kin, with the aristocrats remaining composed. The civil officials found themselves content to observe from the sidelines. However, their amusement was short-lived. Before the Lantern Festival, the Ministry of State Affairs issued an edict, mandating a nationwide crackdown on the illegal salt trade. Anyone involved or providing shelter to those involved would face immediate execution without mercy. This declaration shocked the civil officials. How could one be executed without due process? No matter the severity of the crime, procedures must be followed. Otherwise, what purpose would the law serve? No one could guarantee that such extrajudicial punishment would not one day befall them. Consequently, ministers hastened to submit petitions for counsel, only to have them all returned by the Ministry of State Affairs, citing that the emperor's will had already been decided. Of course, the ensuing turmoil in the provinces did not immediately reach the capital. The Lantern Festival along the Qinhuai River continued to be illuminated with lanterns, brimming with colors, as officials and citizens alike reveled until dawn, painting a picture of a prosperous and peaceful era. After the Lantern Festival, the celebrations came to an end, and the noble lords and military leaders who had come to the capital for the new year gradually took their leave. Traditionally, Zhu Yuanzhang would host a farewell banquet for his comrades. However, in light of Duke Diqing's death, Zhu Yuanzhang canceled the farewell feast and instructed the officials to convey to the generals that they must take Liu Yangzheng as a cautionary tale, upholding the law and maintaining personal integrity to avoid repeating past mistakes. Nevertheless, there are always exceptions. Zhu Yuanzhang, despite not inviting others, deemed it necessary to host a fine meal for the soon-to-be northern-bound General Su De. On the evening of the 16th day of the first month, he summoned Su De to the Qianqing Palace for a feast, with Empress Ma personally preparing a lavish spread. Su De, astonished by the array of dishes served, noted that although it was still 4 dishes and a soup, the inclusion of fish and meat far surpassed the meal from the New Year's Eve banquet. What do you think, Tienda? Do you believe we would still serve you grass? Zhu Yuanzhang chuckled. Every blessing, whether thunder or rain, is a gift from heaven. To partake in a royal banquet is a tremendous fortune. Su De responded with a smile. Moreover, it is prepared by Her Majesty, the Empress herself. Ha ha. Look at how eloquently Tienda speaks. Zhu Yuanzhang joyfully remarked to Empress Ma, who entered with a large platter. If only those coarse fellows could learn from him. I would not need to curse them daily. 100 years may pass before another like Tienda appears. Who do you expect to rival him? Dream on. Empress Ma laughed as she placed a large platter of steamed goose on the table. This is a gift from your sister-in-law. Not included in his 4 dishes and a soup. Is this appropriate? Su De smiled at Zhu Yuanzhang. There is nothing inappropriate. We govern the vast expanse of the Ming Dynasty, but cannot control our wives. Zhu Yuanzhang, unashamed of his wife's authority, exchanged knowing glances with Su De and remarked, in truth, it is the Empress who holds sway over us. What nonsense are you spouting? Empress Ma playfully nudged Zhu Yuanzhang and settled beside him, saying, Come, Tienda. Allow me to toast you with a cup. You have endured much hardship over the years, defending our borders and undertaking expeditions to the northern deserts. Your words are too kind, my lady. Compared to the hardships we faced in those earlier days, what we endure now is trivial by comparison. Su De promptly raised his goblet with both hands, bowing slightly as he clinked it with Empress Ma's, and drank heartily, displaying far more respect than he did towards Zhu Yuanzhang. Tienda speaks the truth. Zhu Yuanzhang nodded in agreement. We have recounted that period endlessly. In fact, Tienda's circumstances were not much better. Sister, you may not be aware, but we were once fellow herdsmen. In Zhongli's Dongxiang, we were from the neighboring Yofeng township, separated only by a river. While tending to our cattle by the riverside, we often encountered each other, also herding for the local landlord in his village. Zhu Yuanzhang reminisced with deep emotion. Back then, the landlords were truly heartless. They claimed we children required no labor while herding, thus providing less than half the rations to the laborers, leaving us perpetually hungry. Indeed, Su De recalled, every day, we would drive our water buffalo to the river and embark on a quest for food. We would scavenge for wild fruits, milk from sheep and cows, anything we could find to fill our stomachs, though we were still far from satisfied. Sometimes, if we ate something unsuitable, we would be left with an upset stomach, teetering on the brink of disaster. Empress Ma, being the daughter of a minor landlord, was not well versed in wild fruits and vegetables, yet her interest was piqued by their tales. Even in such scarcity, there was fierce competition. When the wild fruits were nearly ripe, the struggle for them became even more intense. Zhu Yuanzhang chuckled as he pointed at Su De. Do not be deceived by this man's appearance of sincerity. He has been cunning since childhood. One year during the frost descent, when a certain stinky jujube tree began to bear fruit, I conspired with Tang He and Zhou Dexing to take turns guarding it against this rascal's thievery. However, Zhou Dexing, that fool, was tricked by him once. Later, Tang He fell for his ruse again, allowing him to pilfer the second harvest. Zhu Yuanzhang recounted with vivid clarity. It vexed us so, we stationed ourselves beneath the tree daily, determined he could not steal the last harvest. And what was the outcome? He stole my cow instead. A burst of laughter filled the air as Suda retorted, I have always been upright since childhood. I am no cattle thief. True. You did not steal the cow. You merely led it to Liu the landlord, claiming you found my cow. Zhu Yuanzhang lamented. This infuriated Liu, who came after us with a club, and in our haste to escape, I hardly had time to watch the tree. Meanwhile, this rascal climbed the tree, munching on our last jujubes while watching me flee from Liu's wrath. Ha. Empress Ma could not contain her laughter. I never imagined that the formidable Zhu Biao would have such a comical side. With mutual victories and defeats, I too have not escaped the emperor's schemes. As Suda jested, he devoured the entire steamed goose, then wiped his greasy mouth with a cotton cloth, remarking, This habit of eating quickly is something the emperor has compelled me to adopt, otherwise, I would surely be deprived. With a smile, he tucked the cloth into his sleeve and inquired, Your Majesty, Your Highness, having dined, shall we now discuss the matters at hand? What matters could there possibly be? Merely to see you off, Zhu Yuanzhang replied, stroking his mustache with a hint of guilt in his laughter. Over the years, we have partaken of Her Majesty's steamed goose thrice, Suda declared, raising 3 fingers as if recounting cherished memories. The first occasion was when the emperor was detained by the subordinates of Sundiyu, and we resolved to act as hostages to secure his release. The second was prior to the northern expedition, when the emperor bid farewell to his subjects. And the third, of course, is this very instance. Suda chuckled, thus, when the steamed goose is presented at the table, my heart constricts with apprehension. Oh, ha. Tienda, you are truly perceptive, Zhu Yuanzhang said, playfully patting Suda on the shoulder. Very well, there is indeed a matter, a fortunate one. Do you recall what I mentioned when your eldest daughter was 7 years old? Ah, Your Majesty, forgive me. I cannot recall. Suda feigned contemplation, shaking his head. Allow me to jog your memory. At that time, I remarked, Your daughter will surely grow up to be of great worth, destined to become my daughter-in-law. You must care for her well. In that instant, Suda found the roasted goose in his belly less appetizing. Chapter 68. Master Zhu seeks a marriage proposal. Since Zhu Biao wed the daughter of Chang Yechen, and Jin Wang married the daughter of the Yongping Marquis Yecheng. Suda had long resigned himself to the inevitability that his own daughter would also be entwined in a royal union. Moreover, Zhu Yuanzhang had broached the subject with him on several occasions, yet Suda had consistently deferred, citing his daughter's youth as the reason to delay the discussion. Having lost his wife early and spent years warring in the north, his eldest daughter, just over a decade old, had assumed the responsibilities of the entire duke's household, managing everything with remarkable diligence. Suda's heart ached for his treasured daughter, whom he held so dear that he feared she might shatter like glass. How could he possibly allow her to marry the 4th son of the Zhu family, a man akin to a brigand? Yet, Suda understood the delicate balance of such matters. One refusal might be overlooked, but a second might lead to perceptions of arrogance born from favor. Especially after the recent demise of the Diching Marquis, whose fall had been significant. Indeed, though Liu Yangzhong was a man of great merit and capability, in comparison to Suda, he was but a mere fowl. However, this was a matter of his daughter's lifelong happiness. Suda found himself ensnared in a profound struggle, feeling that contending with Wang Baobao was far less exhausting. With Wang Baobao, it was a battle of wits. With the emperor, it was a sheer onslaught of unilateral pressure. Zhu Yuanzhang appeared oblivious to Suda's turmoil. Continuing with his discourse, I have heard from the empress that your eldest daughter has grown into a woman of gentle virtue and exceptional talent, renowned in the capital as a female scholar. Empress Ma nodded slightly, smiling at Suda. I genuinely admire her. Your Majesty, you flatter me, Suda replied, wiping away sweat and clutching his stomach, yearning to excuse himself. Having grown up alongside Zhu Yuanzhang, he knew he could not escape easily. The emperor grasped Suda's hand affectionately, stating with earnestness, Tienda, our bond is one of common folk. It would not be an exaggeration to say we have grown up together in our naked innocence. Today, we remain united in purpose, without a hint of discord. Such mutual understanding between ruler and subject is perhaps unparalleled. Indeed, there is no comparison, Suda conceded, resuming his seat and nodding in resignation. I have heard from the scholars that in such circumstances, it is customary for rulers and subjects to form familial alliances. Zhu Yuanzhang beamed at Suda and continued. Our 4th son is not without merit. He possesses stature, looks, and intellect. In truth, we have taken a fancy to your daughter and wish for her to become our daughter-in-law. What say you? With a heavy heart, Suda lowered his gaze, acutely aware that he had no recourse left. If it were merely a matter of friendship, he might have engaged in some subtle evasion. However, Zhu Yuanzhang had elevated the conversation to the realm of statecraft. To refuse now would be tantamount to harboring disloyalty. His mind was clear, and his sense of the larger picture was keen. Understanding that certain matters could not be contested, he leaned against the table and knelt, choking back tears as he expressed, "I humbly thank your majesty for your grace." With that, tears streamed down his face. Zhu Yuanzhang, seemingly unfazed by the display, laughed heartily. "Look how pleased Tianda is. Then it is settled. Settled it may be, but my daughter is but 14, and the concubine has only just—" Suda hesitated, grappling with the implications. "I did not suggest immediate nuptials. I merely wish to inform you of my intentions. Such a wonderful girl must surely attract the attention of many suitors. If we do not take the initiative, we risk losing her to another. And where shall we procure our regret remedy afterward?" Zhu Yuanzhang personally assisted him in rising. "I understand," Suda nodded, recognizing that the marriage was already set in stone. Zhu Yuanzhang then grasped Suda's hand, beginning to offer psychological reassurance to his foremost general. "We know your daughter is gentle, virtuous, well-educated, a precious flower of a distinguished family. Our fourth son, however, is indeed a bit unruly." Was that merely unruliness? Since the Prince of Yin had become the prospective son-in-law, Suda felt no need for formality. "As his uncle, I have watched him grow. Though I have not been in Nanjing these past years, I have heard of his many good deeds. His eldest son serves in the Imperial Guard. His second son studies in the main hall, and even his eldest daughter is frequently summoned by the Empress for discussions. I am well acquainted with the palace's intrigues. He's nothing but an uneducated scoundrel. Marrying my daughter to him would be akin to placing a beautiful flower amidst dung." Suda hesitated to continue. "Go on. What is there to fear in speaking the truth? We might as well say it. Wouldn't it be like a beautiful flower placed in a pile of manure?" Zhu Yuanzhang, satisfied with his objectives, found pleasure in Suda's candidness, feeling that such familial banter was entirely appropriate. "We all know that manure is a valuable resource. Crops flourish thanks to it. Enough of this absurdity." Empress Ma shot Zhu Yuanzhang a reproachful glance and personally poured a cup of wine for Suda, saying, "Tianda, my brother-in-law, I understand that you are not entirely pleased with this marriage. Were it not for your adherence to the principles of loyalty and propriety, you would not have acquiesced. I am thoroughly satisfied with both my position and my sister-in-law, yet I am concerned that my daughter, delicate as she is, may not meet His Highness's expectations." Suda hastily accepted the wine cup with both hands and drank it down, wiping his eyes with his sleeve. Upon hearing this, Zhu Yuanzhang's face flushed, for he had already learned from past experiences. In the third year of Hongwu, Suda led his troops to annihilate the forces of the northern Yuan's king Wang Baobao at Anding. Only Wang Baobao and a few of his family managed to escape, crossing the Yellow River on driftwood. However, the northern Yuan's chancellor and his sister, Minmin Timur, were captured and sent to Nanjing. Zhu Yuanzhang had long desired to subdue Wang Baobao to resolve the border troubles, thus marrying Minmin Timur to his second son, making her the Princess of Qin. This marriage was hasty. Zhu Xian had grown up in the military camp, immersed in scenes of battling the Mongols or being slaughtered by them, fostering a deep-seated hatred for the Mongol people. Moreover, the founding principle of the Ming Dynasty was to expel the Tartars and restore China. Yet, he was to marry a Tartar woman, causing immense distress for the hot-blooded youth. As a result, since their wedding, he had not even touched the Princess of Qin, nor had he cast a glance in her direction. The fourth son seemed to inherit the same stubbornness as the second, leaving Suda with concerns. Should Zhu Di also find himself at odds with his daughter, would she be doomed to repeat the fate of the Princess of Qin? Rest assured, Tianda, the fourth son is not like the second. Zhu Yuanzhang could only comfort Suda, saying, "Moreover, your daughter is unlike any other. Once she marries into our family, we shall cherish her as our own. If not," he scratched his head and continued, "we will grant her a feather duster and allow her to freely chastise the fourth." Upon hearing this, Empress Ma cast a significant glance at her husband, as if to convey that their daughter was certainly no shrew. Suda, ever cautious throughout his life, could never fathom the private matters that transpired behind closed doors between the emperor and empress. Fortunately, Empress Ma had a generous heart and took his thoughtless remarks lightly. She smiled and replied, "Tianda, I assure you, I will ensure that the fourth is well behaved. When you return from Beiping, if he is still impetuous, then this marriage shall be reconsidered." Zhu Yuanzhang interjected, There is no need to dwell on it. We have plenty of sons. If the fourth does not suit, there is still, yes, the fifth, who is also of suitable age. As for the sixth, he is rather young. Suda was left in a state of bewilderment. Was the age of the sixth truly a trivial matter? Was it not the case that your sixth was merely 10 years old? Were they proposing his daughter to be a child bride? In any case, Zhu Yuanzhang remained resolute in his intent to secure this daughter-in-law, declaring, regardless, we are determined to have her. With the emperor and empress having spoken so definitively, Suda had no choice but to bow in gratitude, expressing his heartfelt appreciation and unwavering commitment. Chapter 69. The Zhu family cultivation plan after bidding farewell to Suda. Zhu Yuanzhang reclined on the couch, feeling rather discontented. What is the matter with our son? A dignified prince of the Ming Dynasty, yet so ungrateful. Are you not aware of what kind of son you have? The Empress Ma presented him with a bowl of detoxifying soup and remarked, although I assist you in advising Tienda, I genuinely worry that the fourth prince does not cherish his position. If he were to face the same fate as the second prince, how could I, as a mother-in-law, face my daughter-in-law? Indeed, I share your concerns. That boy is in a phase of instability, constantly boasting and anxious, feeling as though this grand palace cannot contain him. Zhu Yuanzhang tilted his body, sipping the soup while lamenting, I tell you, this is the consequence of living too comfortably, being oblivious to one's own fortune. If our parents had arranged a wife for us back in the day, we would have revered her like an ancestor. Ah, is that so? Fortunately, they did not. Otherwise, how could we have wed? The resourceful Emperor Hongwu interjected, attempting to rectify the situation before Empress Ma's displeasure escalated. Empress Ma scoffed, unwilling to engage in further debate. She also expressed her worries. However, it is indeed true that the children have grown, confined within the palace like young ladies. Can we expect them not to develop issues? Precisely, we share the same sentiment. Zhu Yuanzhang immediately perked up, placing the soup bowl on the small table and sitting upright. My dear wife, what if we allow them to venture out and gain some experience? What sort of experience are you contemplating? Empress Ma inquired, her vigilance piqued. I have been contemplating this matter for some time. The fortunes of the Zhu family cannot rely on anyone else. Ultimately, they must depend on our sons. Zhu Yuanzhang sat cross-legged, deep in thought. Have you not already granted them titles? Titles alone are insufficient. What good are they if they lack the virtue to match their rank? Will they be able to command an army in the future and earn the respect of their subordinates? Once they govern their fiefs, will they empathize with the common folk? Zhu Yuanzhang expressed his worries. We, as feudal lords, already face immense scrutiny. If they are incompetent and tyrannical, it will provide an opportunity for others to strike at us, jeopardizing the Zhu family's dynasty. Therefore, we must properly train them. Merely sitting in the grand hall studying is far from adequate. Very well, you make a valid point. Empress Ma then asked, so, where do you intend to send them? Fengyang, our hometown, Zhu Yuanzhang revealed, clearly having made plans in advance. What purpose do we have returning to our hometown? To serve as military officers? Or perhaps as county magistrates? Empress Ma's expression reflected her skepticism. Both civil and martial paths require practical experience, yet it may be too early for them now. They cannot understand the thoughts of ordinary soldiers, thus, they cannot perform well as officers. And they lack knowledge of the common people's sufferings. We cannot use our fellow villagers as their training ground. Zhu Yuanzhang declared solemnly. We must allow them to become farmers, to live as the most ordinary commoners. Empress Ma's mouth fell agape. She had long been accustomed to her husband's imaginative ideas, yet she was still taken aback. After a moment, she pinched him. That hurts, that hurts. Zhu Yuanzhang quickly recoiled. This is no dream, Empress Ma asserted. How could you speak such nonsense? What nonsense? He retorted. Have you ever heard of an emperor sending his sons to till the land? Listening to the esteemed gentleman recount tales, one finds that any emperor or noble who has experienced the hardships of the common folk possesses a certain understanding of their plights. Zhu Yuanzhang passionately asserted, conversely. Those princes born within the confines of the palace and nurtured by the hands of women often grow up akin to the likes of the Jin Hui emperor, utterly oblivious to the lives of ordinary people, let alone empathizing with their struggles. We cannot allow our sons to be so sheltered that they cannot distinguish between chives and wheat seedlings, thinking that the commoners, like them, can feast on meat without first having their fill of rice. Zhu Yuanzhang resolutely declared, our sons must be thoroughly educated in this regard. While I do not oppose them enduring a modicum of hardship, it must not pose any real danger. Empress Ma finally relented, understanding that without the tempering of jade, it cannot become a precious stone. She spoke of the affection they held for their sons. Zhu Yuanzhang thumped his chest, proclaiming, "The people of Fengyang are simple and sincere. And having relieved our fellow villagers of their burdens, it is not an exaggeration to call our homeland a paradise. It is precisely the right environment for our sons to grasp the essence of the populace. Moreover, I have made arrangements to ensure their safe return." "Very well. Who do you intend to send, and for how long?" Empress Ma inquired. "All those who previously erred will go. I have made my intentions clear, and they shall have no grounds for objection." Without hesitation, Zhu Yuanzhang replied, "If they are to go, they shall depart in a few days, coinciding with the spring plowing, and return after the autumn harvest." "So soon? For such an extended period?" Empress Ma expressed her reluctance. "How can one claim to have been a farmer without experiencing an entire cycle of spring planting and autumn harvest?" Zhu Yuanzhang stated matter-of-factly, "I shall not elaborate further. The sixth son is still too young. Let him accompany his brothers next time," Empress Ma suggested. "I was herding cattle for Master Liu at 7. He has turned 12 now, yet remains the root cause of trouble. If he doesn't go, who will?" Zhu Yuanzhang shook his head, adding, "Furthermore, he is indeed the most suitable candidate. That little chubby boy is sure to lose weight upon his return. Alas, you must at least allow him to decide for himself. If the sixth son is truly unwilling to go, we cannot force him. He is still quite young and cannot endure such trials." Empress Ma conceded, "Besides, the sixth son is 11, not 12. Haha, close enough is good. With so many sons, it's hard to keep track." Zhu Yuanzhang awkwardly scratched his head. "Very well, let him decide for himself." Thus, the royal couple reached a consensus, and the matter was settled. However, Zhu Yuanzhang did not immediately announce this to the princes. Instead, he summoned his adopted son Ping to accompany him for a horseback ride in the southern suburbs. Zhu Yuanzhang had over 20 adopted sons, most of whom he had taken in during his early days of rebellion. This was not due to any desperation from being childless, but rather a tradition among peasant armies. Generals would adopt the orphans of their fallen brothers, alleviating concerns among the soldiers while fostering a cadre of loyal confidants. Blood may bind brothers, yet it is the bond of loyalty that strengthens the army. Zhu Yuanzhang, too, devoted himself to teaching these adopted sons martial arts and military strategy, and upon their maturation, entrusted them with leading troops, safeguarding territories, and monitoring the military. Among the most distinguished were Liu Wenzhong and Mu Ying. The others, though less renowned, such as He Wenhui, Su Sima, and Zhu Wengang, were also entrusted with significant responsibilities, serving as his most trusted subordinates. In order to avert potential troubles in the future, Zhu Yuanzhang, after establishing his dynasty, had commanded his adopted sons to recognize their ancestral roots and no longer carry the surname Zhu. Nevertheless, he and his adopted sons continued to address each other as father and son, maintaining their close bond. Ping, the youngest among them, had his biological father, a commander in Jining, perish while accompanying Chang Yuchen in the conquest of Yuandadu during the first year of the Hongwu era. In his memory, Zhu Yuanzhang adopted him as a son and appointed him to inherit his father's position, later promoting him to the commander of Fengyang Guard. Ping had journeyed to the capital to express his gratitude and extend New Year greetings to Zhu Yuanzhang. He had initially planned to return to Fengyang a few days prior, but was unexpectedly retained until today. He had thought he might have committed some misdeed, only to discover that he was required to accompany his adoptive father on horseback. Zhu Yuanzhang was in high spirits today, urging him to gallop swiftly, covering over 20 miles in one breath, leaving the accompanying guards far behind. "Father, shall we not wait for them?" Ping boldly inquired. Without hesitation, the valiant Ping heir followed suit, declaring, "Who among you can inflict even the slightest harm upon us?" Zhu Yuanzhang resolutely shook his head and declared with great fervor, "Let us ascend Niushou Mountain." Ping, akin to the childhood name of Duke Chao, was affectionately called Bao Heir. The command was given. Ping Bao was instantly filled with fervor, ceasing to inquire further, and resolutely followed Zhu Yuanzhang as they ascended the winding mountain path, traversing several ridges until they reached the summit. Chapter 70. Ping Bao Heir. Upon reaching the summit, Zhu Yuanzhang reined in his horse and gazed upon the magnificent landscapes of his realm. Ping stood nearby, vigilantly surveying the surroundings to guard against any unforeseen events. It is often said that in Jinling, one should behold Niushou in spring and visit Qixia in autumn. Alas, we have arrived too early. If only we had come a month later, when the mountain flowers bloom in their full glory, it would be a sight to behold. Zhu Yuanzhang then shifted the subject. However, by that time, the throngs of visitors would have flocked here, leaving us without a tranquil place to converse. Ping was taken aback by this remark. He was not foolish and sensed the underlying meaning in Zhu's words. The emperor was surrounded by a formidable guard. Not even a fly could approach, so what was it that could not be said? Why must they retreat to a deserted mountaintop for such discourse? You guessed correctly. Zhu Yuanzhang's face darkened, and he spoke through clenched teeth. There are traitors within our trusted military's Duwei residence. Which ones? Ping blurted out, instantly regretting his impulsive inquiry. Not which ones, but rather which ones among them, Zhu replied coldly. Recently, when we sought to investigate the ditching marquise in order to ensure absolute secrecy, I entrusted the task to the most reliable among my loyal military. Indeed, Ping nodded. If the imperial guards were untrustworthy, the emperor would find it impossible to rest easy. Yet, little did we expect that they would harbor their own issues. Zhu Yuanzhang trembled with rage. He could not divulge the details to Ping. Initially, Zhu had no suspicions, for as Ping had considered, if even the Duwei residents could not be trusted, his peace of mind would surely be shattered. Moreover, the Duwei residence was comprised of orphans of fallen soldiers or offspring of distinguished officials, all of whom Zhu had watched grow up. Their futures were bright, generally. After serving a few years under Zhu, they would be appointed to esteemed positions. Thus, Zhu rarely entertained doubts regarding them. However, an unusual circumstance arose. The issue surfaced when he went to apologize to Liu Bowen. Ordinarily, Zhu would not engage in such humbling acts, yet his sixth son had caused a debacle, leaving the father to rectify the situation. To his surprise, this rectification unveiled a problem. Liu Bowen had the habit of retaining written records, a fact that even the rough-and-tumble men of Huaishi, including the somewhat literate Hu Weiyong, had not anticipated. In comparing the remnants of text, Zhu discovered a striking similarity. Yet, upon reviewing the content, aside from causing Liao Yongzhong a modicum of embarrassment, there was nothing scandalous to uncover. So why did Liao Yongzhong or his family choose to burn the letter? Seizing the opportunity to placate the Liao family, Zhu posed this question to their eldest son, Liao Quan. The latter informed him that his father, being a coarse individual, only ventured into the study once every few months. The last time he entered the study, it was well before the 12th month. As for the rest of his family, they were even less likely to approach. The study was a sensitive area, guarded day and night by household servants. Who could dare to come close? It was not until the imperial guards arrived to raid the household that the servants were dismissed. Thus the family had no chance to incinerate the letter. Zhu Yuanzhang understood that Liao Quan might not have spoken the whole truth, but the likelihood of his honesty seemed greater. In the midst of his loyal guards, it was highly probable that there lurked a traitor. For the personal guards, whose allegiance was paramount, even a mere seed of doubt was sufficient. However, Zhu Yuanzhang's meticulous nature led him to refrain from immediate action, opting instead to maintain an outward semblance of normalcy in order to avoid alarming the snake in the grass. The implications of the personal guard's involvement were too significant for him to proceed recklessly. These noble youths were intricately tied to their fathers and the entire Huaishi aristocracy. Initially, Zhu Yuanzhang had retained the offspring of these nobles to prevent any rebellious inclinations, thus binding them with loyalty while also serving as hostages. At the time, this arrangement seemed entirely reasonable. Yet, unexpectedly, it had now turned against Zhu Yuanzhang, rendering him cautious and restrained. Consequently, he resolved to bide his time, subtly transferring his suspects away and replacing them with individuals he could trust. At the very least, those I can trust in the present, Zhu Yuanzhang privately mused. He addressed Ping solemnly, remember, our personal guards can no longer be relied upon. As for who is trustworthy and who is not, we shall discern that gradually. Those who dare to betray us shall face no mercy. Yes, adoptive father, Ping replied, his demeanor reflecting a deep-seated apprehension. Thus, the only ones we can depend upon now are you, my sons. Zhu Yuanzhang's gaze was tinged with sorrow as he looked at Ping and rest assured, my adoptive father. I pledge my unwavering loyalty unto death. Ping quickly declared, should anyone dare to betray you, may my entire family meet a wretched fate. There is no need for such oaths. We trust you already. If we cannot trust our own men, then I might as well renounce my title as emperor and find a crooked tree on this Mount Yosho to hang myself, Zhu Yuanzhang remarked, patting his shoulder with hopeful anticipation. Therefore, I must entrust you with a highly confidential task. Please, do tell, Ping urged. Zhu Yuanzhang lowered his voice, revealing his plan to send the princes to Fengyang incognito to gain experience as commoners, and instructed Ping to ensure their safety. Ping was taken aback, never anticipating such a ludicrous yet critical assignment. Zhu Yuanzhang then cautioned him gravely. This matter is known only to you and me. It must remain a closely guarded secret. This includes the princes, Qin Wang and Jin Wang. Should they discover your awareness of their existence, you will have jeopardized the mission. Understood. Ping responded earnestly, assuring that he would fulfill the task. There was, however, another individual who needed to be informed. Zhu Yuanzhang had initially intended to keep this a secret but reconsidered, recognizing that withholding information could introduce unnecessary risks. Thus, he decided to speak candidly. The county magistrate of Linhuai, Han Yike. Han Yike, the quick-tongued censor? Although Ping was a martial figure, he had heard of this individual's renown. Just last year, this young censor had gained notoriety. On a particular day in August, Zhu Yuanzhang had been in good spirits. After court, he summoned Hu Weiyang, along with Censor-in-Chief Chen Ning and Deputy Minister Tu Jie, for a casual chat. The three gathered around the emperor, showering him with flattery that left him grinning from ear to ear. Unexpectedly, Han Yike, this young killjoy, had burst forth to accuse Hu Weiyang and the others of being sycophants who misled their sovereign. Enraged to the point of contorting his nose, Zhu Yuanzhang exclaimed, "You audacious censor! Do you dare to conspire against my ministers?" Thus, the title of audacious censor was far from a commendation. It was akin to labeling one a mere provocateur. Subsequently, Zhu Yuanzhang ordered his arrest, even contemplating execution. However, upon regaining his composure, he chose to release him. Perhaps he wished to avoid the presence of a provocateur in his vicinity, for he soon demoted him to the position of magistrate in Linhuai. These intriguing tales were often recounted by his companions during the peaceful New Year celebrations. To their surprise, the emperor not only refrained from reprimanding Han Yike, but also intended to entrust him with significant responsibilities. Zhu Yuanzhang, standing upon the hill, meticulously instructed Ping regarding various matters upon their arrival in Fengdong. It was only when the guards began to catch up that the emperor ceased his discourse. Chapter 71. The household notice on the following day after school, as the brothers stepped out of the main hall. They found their eldest brother waiting at the entrance of Wenhua. "Father wishes to see you," he announced. Zhu Biao adjusted Zhu Zhen's collar. "What is it about?" The princes were all apprehensive, for they had not forgotten that their father had mentioned that punishment was yet to come. "I do not know," Zhu Biao replied. Shaking his head, "I was merely summoned to call you, without any explanation of the matter at hand. It seems we can expect no good news." The fourth prince remarked sagely. "Indeed, there is some truth to that." The second prince nodded in agreement. "We shall find out upon our arrival." The third prince stepped forward first, while the fifth and sixth silently trailed behind. Zhu Zhen instinctively touched his backside, recalling that it had only been a few days. The seventh prince hesitated and inquired, "Elder brother, must I also go?" Father did not object. "If you wish to go, then go," Zhu Biao said gently. "Perhaps I shall refrain from going after all." The seventh prince, having learned his lesson from the last incident where he was caught in the turmoil and received a thorough beating from the empress, was disinclined to court trouble again. With that thought, he grasped the eighth prince's hand and made his escape, reasoning that if he remained ignorant of the situation, he would surely avoid punishment this time. In the Wuing Hall, Zhu Yuanzhang lifted his gaze from the towering piles of documents, removed his reading glasses, and looked down at his son standing on the steps. Ah, in the blink of an eye, they have all grown into adulthood. A sense of pride welled up within the esteemed Zhu. Though this sentiment did not extend to his sixth son, the young men stood attentively, bowing their heads to absorb their father's teachings. Without beating around the bush, Zhu Yuanzhang directly announced that he would send them to Fengyang to experience the life of the common people for a year. After listening, the sons each displayed expressions of delight. They are all young men in their teens and 20s, none of whom would wish to be confined to the classroom all day. Moreover, it operates year-round without respite. Now that there is an opportunity to venture outdoors, who wouldn't be overjoyed? It is not an invitation for you to frolic, but rather to learn the ways of the seasoned farmer and cultivating the land. No problem. I have long yearned to personally experience the essence of hoeing rice under the midday sun. Sweat drips onto the soil beneath. The fourth prince, overwhelmed with joy, would gladly engage in any task as long as it spared him from the burden of study. However, the reality of hoeing rice under the midday sun is far from pleasant. It surpasses the trifling hardships endured within the school by at least tenfold. Zhu Yuanzhang, seemingly offering a kind reminder, was, in truth, provoking him. The crown prince listened, utterly disheartened. Is this truly his father? One must endure hardship to rise above others. Those foolish lads have utterly lost their senses, showing no fear of perilous trials. They will not return until after the autumn harvest, Zhu Yuanzhang remarked. There is no concern about the upcoming new year. It will come and go without issue. Without guards or attendants, meals must be prepared by oneself. and garments washed by one's own hand. I, as your son, am determined to hone my skills diligently. Preparing myself for the day I shall lead troops beyond the frontier. It was not the fourth brother who spoke these words, but rather the third brother. Well done, my boy, Zhu Yuanzhang praised as he patted the third brother's shoulder, prompting Zhu to cast a triumphant glance at the fourth brother. Father has praised me, but not you. Finally, Zhu Biao stood before the sixth brother and inquired softly, Sixth, your mother believes you are still too young to go. However, let us ask you. Do you wish to go? What does it mean to be considered too young? Father, please act like a human being. Zhu Biao gazed silently at the ornate ceiling of the hall. If it weren't for his father, he would have spoken out directly. I would definitely go. However, Zhu Zhen responded without hesitation. My brothers have been punished for me. If I do not go, wouldn't that make me just like the seventh? The mention of the seventh startled Zhu Yuanzhang, who mused internally about the unfortunate state of the seventh. Yet upon reflection, he realized he had rarely seen him. Even more elusive than the fifth. Consequently, his paternal affection diminished somewhat. In a fleeting thought, Zhu Yuanzhang retracted his musings and nodded with satisfaction. Now, that is more like it. Our Zhu lineage should embody this sense of responsibility. Very well, you may leave. Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhen was quite displeased, as he found himself lacking even the qualification to attend the subsequent meeting. However, with a lingering itch in his seat, he dared not utter a word of protest and promptly exited. Once the immature child departed, Zhu Yuanzhang surveyed his remaining sons, the crown prince, aged 21, the king of Qin, 20, the king of Jin, 18, the king of Yin, 16. Oh, and let us not forget the 15-year-old king of Wu. Each one was brimming with youthful vigor. You are all young men now, Zhu Yuanzhang observed with hopeful anticipation. It is time for you to learn to alleviate your father's burdens. I have been waiting for this day. The third eagerly interjected. Please, father, bestow your orders. The fourth was quick to follow suit, and the second joined in as well. This time, as you return to your homeland, there is an important task to be entrusted to you. Beyond mere experience, Zhu Yuanzhang declared without delay, his voice solemn, to comprehend the sentiments of the people. Oh, the enthusiasm of the sons noticeably waned. Was it merely a matter of visiting, observing, and conversing? What kind of significant task was that? What? Do you find it too simple? Shall I instead send you to capture Wang Baobao? Zhu Yuanzhang scoffed. Very well. The second responded promptly. What a joke. Zhu Yuanzhang exclaimed, grabbing a book and playfully striking the second on the head. You lot, with your lofty ambitions, need to start with the fundamentals. Yes, father. The second nodded in feigned grievance, and his brothers quickly echoed their agreement. Despite its seemingly simple facade, this assignment was of utmost importance. Zhu Yuanzhang's expression grew serious as he gestured towards the imperial desk. Come closer and take a look. The brothers gathered around, noticing that the documents on the desk were not the usual assortment of memorials, but rather a collection of uniform white household registers. How did they know to call them that? Because each cover bore the title Household Register along with the inscription presented by the Ministry of Household. On the 26th day of the 11th month in the third year of Hongwu, the back of each page also contained details such as presented by a certain province, a certain prefecture, a certain county, volumes of. Upon opening one, they found that each page recorded the address of a household, the members' registration data, and details about their land and residence. Additionally, there were seals from various officials, joint stamps, and numbered verifications, all of which appeared quite meticulous. Yet, unsurprisingly, the brothers were left utterly bewildered. This is the household register compiled by the Ministry of Household in the third year of Hongwu. The crown prince pointed to the far right of each page, reminding his brothers, here, the edict from that time is clearly inscribed. Several princes began to peruse the edict, which read, inform the officials of the Ministry of Revenue that the realm is currently at peace. However, the household registrations remain unclear. Therefore, the Ministry of Rights shall establish a comprehensive register of households throughout the country. Each official is to disseminate notices, instructing those in charge to accurately record the names of the citizens under their jurisdiction, detailing the number of individuals in each household. This must be done with precision, and each household shall receive a corresponding registration document, bearing an official seal for verification. As our Grand Army is not presently on campaign, all resources shall be directed to the various provinces and counties to meticulously verify household registrations. Those who are properly accounted for shall be acknowledged as good citizens, while those unaccounted for shall be conscripted into military service. Should any officials conceal information, they shall face execution. Citizens who evade registration shall be subjected to penalties as prescribed by law, and likewise conscripted. Thus decreed. The edict of our Emperor Han Wu is straightforward and down-to-earth, easily comprehensible to the common folk. The princes, naturally, grasped its implications even better. The third and fourth sons displayed contemplative expressions, while the second son gazed up at his elder brother, his eyes as pure as a child's. The enduring stability of our Ming Dynasty relies heavily on this matter. The Crown Prince patiently elucidated. Chapter 72. The Emperor's Task in the Magnificent Wu Ying Hall. Zhu Yuanzhang nodded in approval at the words of the Crown Prince. Indeed, my dear son possesses remarkable insight. But why, one might ask? The Prince of Chu was left utterly bemused. Only by ascertaining the number of able-bodied men can we determine how many soldiers and laborers can be conscripted. Understanding the agricultural landholdings of each household reveals how taxes should be levied. Once we grasp the extent of the nation's agricultural resources, we can comprehend the annual tax revenue and the financial capabilities of the state. The third son proudly interjected. The strength of a nation is measured by its ability to mobilize manpower and collect taxes. If we can firmly control these two elements, then the nation shall enjoy lasting peace and stability. The fourth son, eager to contribute, chimed in. This aligns with the teachings of the great learning colon, where there is virtue. There are people. Where there are people, there is land. Where there is land, there is wealth. Where there is wealth, there is utility. The third son immediately quoted literature, but the fourth son appeared perplexed. Nonetheless, Zhu Yuanzhang was quite pleased. He was not surprised by the third son's academic prowess, yet the fourth son, seemingly lacking in education, had unexpectedly grasped this concept, indicating he too was a gem in need of refinement. However, there was a flaw in the household registration. Can you discern it? Zhu Yuanzhang began to test his two sons, inadvertently omitting the second and fifth sons. The two quickly racked their brains, realizing that it was paramount to outshine one another, rather than merely impress their father. The registration is far too coarse. The fourth son was the first to identify the issue. The household records are acceptable, but the land records are utterly inadequate. He pointed to a page listing landholdings, stating it indicates 12 mu of farmland, yet fails to specify whether it is irrigated or dry, fertile or barren. How can we levy taxes based on this? Indeed, historically, the government has always categorized land by quality and type. Blanket assessments are insufficient. Zhu Yuanzhang nodded in agreement, asserting, there must be severe penalties for the officials who mishandle such important matters. How can we allow such negligence? With a sigh, Zhu Yuanzhang exchanged a knowing glance with Zhu Biao and shook his head. You are overestimating the ease of this task. This is precisely why you must engage with the populace. You have identified the problems, but surely your father is not blind to them? Zhu Biao clarified, however. Governing a vast nation requires patience. Some matters cannot be rushed. Haste will only lead to complications. We must proceed methodically. Your elder brother speaks the truth. We dream of surveying the entire nation's land, yet it is beyond our current capabilities, Zhu Yuanzhang lamented. Firstly, there are not enough people. Surveying land is a technical endeavor. Mere literacy and arithmetic will not suffice. Upon returning to our hometown, you will see that most farms are irregularly shaped. One must learn the specialized land surveying techniques to accurately measure the land. There are scarcely any skilled individuals capable of this nationwide. What about previous dynasties? The prince inquired. It depended on fortune. The Han Dynasty inherited the burdens of the Qin Dynasty, which had an exceptionally strict control over household registrations and landholdings, a standard yet to be matched. This allowed Emperor Gaozu of Han to reap significant benefits. The Yuan Dynasty, in stark contrast, was utterly neglectful, collecting taxes with reckless disregard. Zhu Yuanzhang seethed. When we take charge, everything must begin anew. However, this is not the most pressing issue. The true challenge lies in the lack of talent, which can be cultivated gradually. We have thousands of students nurtured at the National Academy for this very purpose. Pausing for a moment, Boss Zhu spoke gravely. In truth, the most arduous task is that too many individuals are reluctant to allow us to ascertain their true circumstances. The sons nodded in understanding. It was quite comprehensible that revealing their actual situations would result in increased taxation. Regarding the matter of land assessment, local gentry and common folk would undoubtedly attempt to conceal whatever they could. If the authorities were to be overly stringent, it could incite civil unrest, especially considering that officials are transient, while the clerks who handle the affairs are grounded in their localities, often with skewed interests. Thus, as long as Boss Zhu does not apply excessive pressure, the various levels of government would be more than willing to delay the process. Does that mean the emperor is powerless against them? The princes asked indignantly, not wanting to see their father wronged. Of course, we have our means. If necessary, we could dispatch troops to forcibly assess the land. However, if this were to be done in every village and county, it would inevitably lead to widespread rebellion. Zhu Yuanzhang replied somberly. In the third year of Hongwu, the paramount objective was to secure the people's hearts. We cannot afford to act too aggressively. So we must first settle for a more moderate approach. As he spoke, he picked up a household registration document and stated, "Let us start with the simpler tasks and ensure that the population is properly registered." The locals had initially feared that we would be assessing their lands. But upon hearing that we would merely be conducting a thorough census, allowing them to report their landholdings voluntarily, they felt as though they had narrowly escaped disaster and thus did not resist the registration. This is how we were able to complete the registration of 55 million people across the nation in just a few short years. Zhu Yuanzhang could not help but smirk cunningly, yet they failed to comprehend that while they may possess mobility, land does not share that characteristic. Once the registrations are completed, they will need to approach the authorities for travel permits, or else they will be deemed vagrants. This will ensure their retention, and ultimately, the assessment of their lands will be merely a matter of time. The sons listened in stunned silence, astonished that their seemingly rough father possessed such intricacy of thought. Of course, Prince Qin's bewilderment might also stem from a lack of understanding. Now, what you must do is meticulously transcribe the household registrations from Linghuai County's Ganying Township as thoroughly as possible and commit them to memory, Zhu Yuanzhang instructed solemnly. Once we return home, we shall examine each family's landholdings and see how they compare with the discrepancies in these hastily filled documents. Your investigative results will serve as the justification for our future reassessment. Yes, the princes grasped the significance of this task and were instantly invigorated. Furthermore, Zhu Yuanzhang added to his sons, "Keep a vigilant eye on any unlawful activities or grievances that cannot be communicated through proper channels. Make sure to note them all down." "Understood," they replied loudly, for who among them did not harbor dreams of ridding the world of tyranny and establishing peace? As commoners, you must refrain from meddling in others' affairs. Simply note your observations for future reporting, the Crown Prince interjected with a warning. Very well. Zhu Yuanzhang initially considered remarking that his sons were not easily intimidated, but after reconsideration, he prioritized safety and refrained from contradicting the Crown Prince. "Are there any further questions?" "Father, what if those uncles or relatives commit offenses?" the fourth prince hesitantly inquired. "There is no need to ask. A prince is subject to the same laws as the commoners." The third brother spoke impulsively and instantly regretted it, finding solace in the thought that he was a royal prince, one rank above the others. Indeed, he resolved to note everything he observed, regardless of who was responsible. Zhu Yuanzhang nodded and remarked, "Whether this is prudent or not shall be determined by your father. There is no need for you to fret." He instructed them to simply record hearsay, without seeking further inquiries. Zhu Biao appeared even more paternal than Zhu Yuanzhang, expressing his concerns to his brothers. "Safety is paramount. Do not act recklessly. Rest assured, elder brother," the younger siblings quickly replied, eager to alleviate his worries. "Go now," Zhu Yuanzhang waved his hand, having exhausted his paternal affections for the day. Chapter 73. The aspirations of a noble son. Once his younger brothers had withdrawn, Zhu Biao hastily exclaimed, "Father, why did you not consult me on this matter?" "Consult you? Would that lead to any resolution?" Zhu Yuanzhang scoffed. "Just persuading your mother cost us 2 chests of spit. Do you think I can endure another round with you? I simply cannot." Upon hearing that the empress had acquiesced, Zhu Biao ceased his objections. "Then allow me to accompany them. I cannot rest easy unless I am there to oversee them." "Absolutely not." Zhu Yuanzhang vehemently shook his head without hesitation. "Is this not sheer folly? What if they encounter danger? Are you not concerned for their safety?" Zhu Biao gazed incredulously at his father. "The youngest is still so small. Remember, when we tended the cattle, I was merely 7 years old." Zhu Yuanzhang returned to his familiar reasoning. "No, the emperor must treat all equally. Either I go with them, or none of us shall go." Zhu Biao stood his ground. "What nonsense is this? Do you think you can compare yourself to them? They are indeed all our sons, yet you are the crown prince, the cornerstone of the nation. We cannot afford to let you suffer even the slightest mishap." Zhu Yuanzhang glared, then softened his tone. "They are feudal princes, destined to lead troops into battle. If we do not allow them to endure some hardships now, they may meet their demise in the northern frontiers in the future." He then lowered his stance. "Enough of this stubbornness. They are all my sons. Can we truly expose them to danger?" With that, Zhu Yuanzhang outlined his plans for the crown prince. We have arranged for the county magistrate Han Yike of Linhuai to assist Ping Bao, combining civil and military oversight to ensure the safety of your 5 brothers. We will have these 2 report daily, allowing them to supervise one another and deter any mischief. Is that so? Zhu Biao's expression finally eased. After a moment of contemplation, he asked with lingering concern, "These 2, they do not harbor any special assignments, do they?" "Ah, clever boy," Zhu Yuanzhang nodded. "We have entrusted these 2 relatively trustworthy individuals to Fengyang, hoping one can investigate the agricultural lands while the other inspects the military encampments for any encroachments. Has father issued them orders?" Zhu Biao felt a flicker of alarm. This was no trivial matter and could spiral out of control if mishandled. "None whatsoever. I have not even explicitly mentioned our intentions." Zhu Yuanzhang scratched his back, feeling a twinge of embarrassment for his own misjudgment, unable to ask his son for assistance. He could only pathetically use his scepter to alleviate his discomfort. Zhu Biao remained indifferent, continuing, "Is father hoping they will come to their own realizations?" "Indeed." Zhu Yuanzhang nodded while scratching his back. "We need not discuss Ping Bao. As for Han Yike, is he not known for his aversion to evil? If he discovers anything excessive, he should not remain indifferent, should he? Only then can we intervene, but it must be a significant matter. At the very least, we ought to hint at something to Magistrate Han. Otherwise, would we not be waiting idly for fortune to favor us?" Zhu Biao remarked with resignation. "We have instructed Ping Bao to approach him, but only in subtlety. Thus, regardless of the outcome, there will always be room for maneuver." Zhu Yuanzhang concluded with a deep sigh. Confronting the Huaishi group evokes a sense of trepidation far more irksome than when I was caught between Chun Yuliang and Zhang Shiqing in my youth. We must await the maturation of your younger brothers, who shall rise to command their own territories and lead our troops, allowing us to traverse these treacherous waters with greater ease. He cast a pitiful glance at the crown prince and inquired, "Can you comprehend a father's eagerness to cultivate their potential?" "Very well." Zhu Biao nodded. He was already cognizant that his father's tolerance of the Huaishi brethren stemmed not only from nostalgia, but also significantly from the military power they wielded. It is not merely a matter of consolidating military authority to gain control over the troops. The army comprises not only high-ranking generals, but also a substantial number of mid to low-ranking officers, who are the backbone of the military and direct leaders of the ordinary soldiers. These mid to low-ranking officers are predominantly the adopted sons and loyal subordinates of the noble families. While an individual noble may not possess overwhelming influence, should they unite, their collective power could pose a formidable threat to the Ming forces. How to effectively mitigate the threat posed by military factions is a challenge that all founding emperors must confront, and naturally, his father is no exception. "Very well. My son may abstain from going." Zhu Biao ultimately acquiesced to his father's arrangement, but insisted, "At the very least, I must be informed of my brother's circumstances at the earliest opportunity." "Is that difficult to manage?" "We shall have Ping Bao and Han Yike report directly to you." Zhu Yuanzhang readily consented. "Agreed," Zhu Biao nodded. In the Wan'an Palace, upon learning that her son was to venture into the countryside for training, concubine Hu Chong openly drowned her sorrows in drink. Alternating between drinking and weeping, she left Zhu Zhen in a state of astonishment. "If you truly cannot bear to part with me, then perhaps I shall not go?" "You must go. A noble son aspires to broaden his horizons. I shall not hinder your path," concubine Hu Chong declared resolutely, wiping away her tears. "Very well, I shall depart. Oh, how I shall miss you." Concubine Hu Chong lamented, embracing her son in tears. "Mother, are you a Gemini?" Zhu Zhen queried, perplexed. "If I had two, at least one could remain by my side." She sobbed before recollecting her primary concern. "By the way, your maternal grandfather's family resides in Fengyang. I hear they now dwell in a manor called Hufuzhuang. Should you encounter insurmountable difficulties, you may seek refuge with them." "Wonderful!" Zhu Zhen exclaimed with joy, surprised that his mother could provide him with such a trump card. "But mother, I require a token to identify myself. Otherwise, how shall I be recognized by grandfather?" "No need. They will recognize you at first glance." Concubine Hu Chong replied confidently. "In the Changyang Palace, kneel, wretched creature," exclaimed consort dating, brandishing a birch rod in anger at the seventh prince. "Mother, where have I erred this time?" The seventh prince was utterly confounded. "Your father summoned you to the wooing hall. Why did you not accompany him?" Consort dating demanded furiously. "My elder brother said that father did not summon me." The seventh prince protested, feeling wronged. If he did not summon you, would you not go? How many times must I reiterate this? You ought to cultivate a closer relationship with your elder brothers. Why do you refuse to heed this advice? They are being punished, muttered the seventh son. What concern is it of yours? Now your brothers, alongside the sixth, will be away for an entire year, leaving you alone at the main hall. But there's still the eighth brother. The seventh son murmured softly. Silence. The dowager consort struck him with a whip, scolding him for his lack of ambition. After a year apart, you will become estranged from them entirely. In the future, they will form a united front with the sixth. Then I will tell father that we can go together. The seventh son cried out in pain. Do you think I haven't mentioned it? But your father has ordered you to wait for the next group. You may play with your younger brother. The dowager consort struck again, living up to her reputation as the whipping consort. So what? The seventh son finally erupted, declaring, I am determined to be a vassal when the time comes. Who will even see each other again? Ultimately, we will all become estranged. He lifted his chin defiantly, exposing his mother's true intentions. You are doing this for your own sake, to demonstrate your prowess in raising children and to curry favor with father. Nonsense. The dowager consort, incensed, turned pale, striking him again. I am doing all of this for you, this ungrateful wretch. You only wish to punish me. Woe is me. The following day, an imperial decree was issued. The second prince, King Qian, the third prince, King Jin, the fourth prince, King Yin, the fifth prince, King Wu, and the sixth prince, King Chu, have displayed mischief, nearly causing a grave incident. They are to be confined to the back lake to study for 1 year. To cultivate their character and conduct, no one is permitted to visit them. Thus decreed. End of Volume 1. End of Chapter 74. The Magistrate of Linhuai. Hanyang Linhuai County is situated at the confluence of the Hao and Huai rivers, and thus, in the previous dynasty, it was known as Hao Prefecture. In this current era, it has acquired a more illustrious identity, an imperial hometown. The Hongwu Emperor, Zhu Yuanzhang, was born and raised on this land, which bore the weight of much suffering. Despite the painful memories it held for him, Zhu Yuanzhang's affection for his homeland remained unwavering. He elevated Hao Prefecture to a municipality and constructed the central capital south of Phoenix Mountain, 20 li from the administrative center. The name Fengyang Prefecture was derived from the notion that the south of the mountain and the north of the water represented the yang. Subsequently, the government moved to the under-construction central capital, and a new county, Fengyang, was established in the western part of Linhuai County, sharing the same walls as the prefectural city. The decision not to relocate the county seat directly to the central capital stemmed from Linhuai's critical responsibility for flood defense. Should the riverbank in this region collapse, it would not only inundate the county seat, but also threaten the imperial mausoleum. Therefore, the foremost duty of Linhuai County was to safeguard this stretch of riverbank. This task was far from simple, as the Huai River had faced annual floods ever since the Yellow River diverted its course, leading to the plight of Zhu's family. In other counties, flooding might merely result in some financial compensation or tax relief, but should the imperial mausoleum of the Ming Dynasty be flooded, the magistrate and all officials would face dire consequences. Thus, throughout the past winter, the newly appointed magistrate, Hanyang, dedicated himself to leading laborers in the construction of the riverbank. Even before the Lunar New Year had passed, he was already inspecting the riverbank inch by inch, diligently identifying potential hazards, determined to ensure the safety of the impending spring floods. His inspections were not merely superficial. He understood that while the surface of the riverbank might appear sound, the unseen layers could be compromised. When floods struck, the integrity of the inner structure was paramount, regardless of the quality of the outer layer. Consequently, he ordered his subordinates to drill core samples at intervals along the embankment, personally examining the soil samples to ascertain whether the surface was well compacted or if inferior materials lurked beneath. As he crouched on the embankment, meticulously testing the hardness of the soil samples with a small hammer, he was suddenly alerted by the sound of urgent hoofbeats approaching from behind. His aides turned to look, gasping in astonishment. "My lord, it is a high-ranking official." Upon hearing this, Hanyang raised his head to see a young military officer clad in a crimson robe, surrounded by a dozen mounted guards, striding confidently towards him. In this era that favored martial prowess over scholarly pursuits, civil officials were often treated with disdain, appearing as mere subordinates before the founding heroes of the dynasty. A misstep could lead to reprimands or worse. As a demoted official, Hanyang felt the weight of caution even more acutely. He quickly summoned water to wash his face, though he could do little about the mud-stained official robe and boots. Straightening his collar, he hurried to the edge of the embankment to receive the visitor. only to realize that this high-ranking official was surprisingly youthful and one he had encountered before. Aha, are you not the emperor as appointed quick-tongue censor? The officer dismounted gracefully and assisted Han Yike to his feet. I am indeed Han Yike, here to pay my respects to the esteemed commander. Han Yike replied with a wry smile, though quick-tongued censor is hardly a flattering moniker. Oh, you recognize me? The military officer, Ping, after delivering his address, arrived to assume his duties at the Fengyong Guard. During the New Year's Grand Assembly 2 years prior, I had the privilege of witnessing Commander Ping's remarkable demeanor. Han Yike, with a sincere smile, remarked, I have long heard of your new appointment, Commander Ping. Please forgive my lack of proper welcome. There's no need for such formalities. Ping replied with a hearty laugh. I merely happened to pass by and wish to make the acquaintance of the audacious Han Yushi. Indeed, Ping continued. Let us set aside the elaborate customs of formal occasions. In private, it is far better to be more relaxed. You may call me Ping Xiong, and I shall refer to you as Han Laudi, if that pleases you. At your service, Han Yike responded respectfully, though inwardly skeptical of Ping's words. The riverbank was situated more than 10 miles from the official road. How could Ping have seen him from such a distance? Surely, he had come specifically to seek him out. However, as the superior remained silent, he could not voice his doubts and pretended to be oblivious, walking alongside Ping and while they conversed. Fortunately, military men tend to be straightforward and direct. After a short while, Ping turned to look back and saw his personal guards had already positioned themselves to keep the county officials at bay. He then ceased his jovial demeanor, saying, Han Laudi, I have come to you with an important matter. Please command me. Ping Xiong, Han Yike bowed. This is not a command from me, but rather from His Majesty, Ping whispered. Do not kneel. He instinctively caught Han Yike, who was about to bow in submission. The first decree is that this matter must remain between us. No third party must be privy to it, Ping explained. Understood, Han Yike nodded, adopting an attentive posture. Ping proceeded to disclose the matter concerning the 5 princes returning to their hometown incognito for practical experience. He then solemnly instructed. The safety and arrangements for the 5 princes in their homeland shall be our responsibility. We must report on their situation daily. As he spoke, he handed Han Yike a small booklet. This is a confidential communication manual. I trust that with your intelligence, you will know how to utilize it. A messenger will return with a carrier pigeon for you, allowing for direct correspondence to the imperial court in urgent situations requiring more reliable communication. This booklet also contains a military seal that allows for one expedited message over 800 miles. However, it may only be used once, so exercise caution. Han Yike nodded, realizing that once the expedited message was sent, it would attract significant attention. The authorities would undoubtedly seek answers, making it difficult for the princes to maintain their disguise. Yet, he still found the situation absurd. Ping Xiong, why do I feel so bewildered? Why would His Majesty wish for the princes to experience peasant life? The emperor has stated it is to prepare them for their fiefdoms, to understand the hardships of the common folk, and to learn agriculture, Ping replied dismissively. As loyal subjects, we dare not question the emperor's will. We must simply carry out his orders. Then perhaps it is not entirely a bad thing. Han Yike mused with a wry smile. Yet, this entangles us greatly. Indeed, Ping concurred earnestly. This is precisely why I hurried to discuss this with you. As a warrior, I am rather unrefined. I require your scholarly insights. Let me ponder this, Han Yike said thoughtfully. Han Yike pondered for a moment before stating, firstly, as Ping Xiong mentioned, we must maintain absolute confidentiality. This matter should remain between you and me. If it were to leak, the consequences would be dire. Of course. Ping nodded in agreement. The emperor specifically instructed that this must also be kept from the princes. Should they discover that we are aware of their existence, the effectiveness of their training would undoubtedly diminish. If they were to take residence in your office, would you expel them or allow them to stay? That would pose a significant problem. Han Yike could only manage a bitter smile, contemplating the absurdity of the situation. He continued, however, we cannot leave them entirely unattended. Discreetly providing some assistance, allowing them to experience the life of the common people, should suffice. We must not make it too arduous for them. Otherwise, in the future. Well, yes, Ping gasped. You're quite astute, my brother. We must not allow them to endure excessive hardship, lest the princes hold a grudge against us. I will handle the arrangements, and, as for safety, that shall be your responsibility, Ping Xiong. Nevertheless, I will remain vigilant on my end and will keep you informed of any developments. Understood, Ping replied with a nod. The two then engaged in a meticulous discussion, finalizing their communication methods and various arrangements before parting ways. Chapter 75, the Great Migration of Hongwu from that day forth. Han Yike shifted his focus from the riverbanks to the affairs of immigration. His reasoning was sound. To promptly complete the resettlement of migrants would allow for participation in this year's spring plowing. The task of resettling immigrants was of paramount importance to the local officials of both the Huai River region and the entirety of northern China. Since the southern Song's migration southward, the northern territories had been under foreign domination for over 2 centuries, particularly during the nearly 90-year reign of the Yuan Dynasty. Mongolian nobles seized vast expanses of land in the eastern and northern plains, transforming fertile fields into pastures for their horses, leaving the Han populace with no place to call home. The Han people were left with 2 choices, to rebel or to flee. Over the course of a century, the northern regions became desolate, devoid of the sound of roosters, with wild grass overtaking the fields, leading to the complete disappearance of many villages from the imperial map. The Han population in the north had diminished by 90% compared to the data from the Ming Dynasty. The Huai River region had also been the principal battleground of peasant uprisings towards the end of the Yuan Dynasty, where the imperial army and landlord militias systematically eradicated the lands held by the peasant forces, resulting in a grim reality where the spring mud returns with no place to rest. The barren earth stretches for 1,000 miles, scarce of human presence. The city of Yangzhou, once the foremost city of the Jianghuai region, was left with merely 18 households surviving the slaughter. In the early years of Hongwu, Zhu Yuanzhang ordered the crown prince to inspect northern Jiangsu, where Zhu Biao, upon witnessing such ghastly scenes, wept along the journey, heartbroken and unable to contain his sorrow. Zhu Yuanzhang had no choice but to summon the crown prince back prematurely. Otherwise, Zhu Biao might have wept himself to death on the road. Thus, the restoration of the northern population became the foremost priority for Zhu Yuanzhang. Fortunately, Zhu Yuanzhang was a formidable emperor with great vision. Enduring immense pressure to forcibly relocate a substantial number of people from densely populated regions of Shaanxi and Jiangnan to Shandong, Hunan, Hebei, and the Huai River area. The Great Migration of Hongwu thus became a fundamental national policy of the Ming Dynasty, enduring for half a century. Fengyang, as the central capital, primarily received migrants from Jiangnan, including many families of convicted officials who were also relocated here to cultivate the land. Therefore, Zhu Yuanzhang's decision to send 5 of his sons to Fengyang to learn agriculture was hardly remarkable. Conversely, if 5 robust men suddenly appeared in a county in Jiangnan, it would likely provoke immediate scrutiny from the authorities. According to regulations, all migrants were required to first register at the county office, settle in, and then, in accordance with Zhu Yuanzhang's promises, receive seeds, farming tools, draft animals, housing, and provisions for 6 months for their families. Additionally, migrants were provided with travel expenses and cotton clothing during their journey. Zhu Yuanzhang also pledged that for 3 years, those cultivating the land would be exempt from taxes. Thereafter, they would only be required to pay 1 dou of tax per mu, with no additional levies imposed. Compared to previous dynasties, these were indeed the most favorable conditions extended to migrants. However, despite these generous terms, most common folk were still reluctant to uproot their lives, necessitating coercion by the government and escort by soldiers to facilitate their relocation. Consequently, the arrival of migrants in Linhuai County was scheduled, rather than occurring in clusters on their own accord. This significantly eased the burden on County Magistrate Han, allowing him to avoid waiting idly at the reception area, even daring to step away for a moment. In fact, it was not long before, on the 5th day of the 2nd month, a new group of migrants arrived. As per protocol, they were to stand in the large square before the county office, awaiting the official address. The newcomers queued to enter the county office, where they received seeds, plowing oxen, farming tools, and rations. At that moment, the house official Wang was passionately proclaiming the emperor's edict and the county's regulations from the steps. County Magistrate Han stood in the shadow of the entrance, scrutinizing the new immigrants. It was then that he spotted his target, the 3 towering youths, standing out amidst the crowd like cranes among chickens, making it nearly impossible to overlook them. Ah, indeed. Han couldn't help but exclaim softly. He had encountered several princes at the grand court. Their distinguishing features were 2 pronounced: the Qin prince with a broad face, the Jin prince with a delicate visage, and the Yin prince with a round, dark face. Individually, he might have hesitated, but together, their identities were unmistakable. At this moment, he fully believed Ping An's words. "County Lord, do you recognize them?" inquired Li, the clerk, eager for gossip. "Ah, yes," Han replied, gesturing towards the towering figures. "Those gentlemen appear to be the sons of my former superior." He justified it, stating they were also employees of Boss Zhu, which wasn't entirely inaccurate. This was a premeditated excuse. Otherwise, it would seem peculiar for a lord of the county to be overly concerned with a few foreign immigrants. At that time, officials faced severe penalties, with any transgressions resulting in demotion to Fingyang's agricultural settlement, countless in number. Naturally, Li accepted Han's excuse without question. Shall we call them to the back later? Li suggested, eager to please. There's no need. Han shook his head, revealing a look of apprehension, hinting that they should discern the situation on their own. Understood. Li quickly grasped the underlying sentiment. The county magistrate was reluctant to associate with a superior who had committed an offense. Moreover, it was rumored that the magistrate himself had also been exiled. Please ensure they are looked after, Han instructed softly. Allocate them a few acres of arable land, nothing excessive, as that would be inappropriate. The county lord is indeed most prudent, Li chuckled. Even if a few dozen acres were granted, who would dare to complain? Let us not disturb the established order, Han insisted, adopting a stance against personal interests interfering with public duty. In truth, he worried that granting the princes too much land would overwhelm them, rendering their efforts futile. After a moment's reflection, feeling perhaps he had been too harsh on the descendants of old acquaintances, he added quietly, perhaps we should provide them with a bit more grain. Very well, Li responded eagerly, thrilled at the chance to share a secret with the county lord. Returning to the unfortunate 5 brothers of the imperial family. On the day when Zhu Yuanzhang issued the decree for the 5 sons to study behind the lake in seclusion for a year, the princes were conveyed by boat to the rear lake. This rear lake, known as Xuanwu Lake, featured 5 artificial islands at its center. Collectively referred to as the 5 continents, a picturesque highlight of Nanjing. Before establishing his reign, Zhu Yuanzhang had constructed a wall from the Taiping Gate to the imperial city, completely enclosing the rear lake. In the 6th year of Hanwu, to prevent anyone from overlooking the lake, he raised the wall further, definitively transforming this idyllic royal garden into a military restricted zone. People speculated fervently about the true purpose behind Boss Zhu's plans for Xuanwu Lake. Upon seeing this imperial decree, they believed they had unraveled the mystery. It turns out to be a place for confining the royal family. In truth, this was not the case. Yet Zhu Yuanzhang would not clarify, finding amusement in their misconceptions. The brothers spent half the night on the central isle of the lake. At the stroke of midnight, a boat came to fetch them, gliding into the city moat under the veil of darkness. By dawn, they realized they had already ventured onto the Yangtze River. Chapter 76. The emperor's hometown, they discovered that all the belongings they had carried were left behind at the rear lake. Upon disembarking, the 5 brothers found themselves completely empty-handed and devoid of possessions. Even their garments had been replaced with humble cotton clothes and patched shoes. Oh! It would be inaccurate to claim they were entirely empty-handed. Each of them still clutched a travel permit. Subsequently, they were unexpectedly placed aboard a ship for immigrants, arriving here in a state of bewilderment. Standing on the large square in front of the Linghuai County office, Zhu Zhen felt utterly dazed. This is not right. I came here to be a prince. How have I become a commoner? Surely, there has been a mix-up in the script, director? Were it not for the presence of his brothers, Er, San, Si, and Wu, one might have thought he had traversed through time once more. The 3 older brothers were quite exhilarated, standing there, surveying their surroundings with wide-eyed curiosity, finding novelty in everything. Hong Hao, the clerk responsible for household registration, called out. Hong Hao? No one responded, so he called out once more. By the time he shouted for the 3rd time, the clerk was already bellowing. Is there anyone named Hong Hao? At last, the 3rd and 4th siblings regained their composure and nudged the 2nd sibling, exclaiming, We're calling you. Oh, I see. That character is pronounced Hao. I thought I was called Hongjing. Zhu Xiang suddenly realized and quickly stepped forward, pointing at himself, saying, It's me. It is I. Are you not only stuttering, but also quite deaf? The scribe, exasperated, scolded him with a harsh remark. What an utterly insufferable person you are. How dare you speak in such a manner? In a fit of rage, Zhu Yong exclaimed, Come, someone. Only then did he realize that he was devoid of any guards. Nevertheless, it mattered little. He rolled up his sleeves, revealing fists as large as vinegar jars, ready to personally administer a lesson to this insolent wretch. Second brother, do not be impulsive. We are mere commoners now. The 3rd and 4th brothers hurriedly restrained him. Isn't it said that the people should not contend with the officials? Is this truly a place where you can act with such impudence? The scribe was initially taken aback, but upon seeing that the square-faced gatekeeper was restrained by his brother, he quickly regained his arrogance. Silence. At that moment, a stern reprimand echoed through the air. the bookkeeper. Upon recognizing the authoritative voice of the official, promptly rose to greet him. How have I instructed you all in the past? Always bear in mind the teachings of our esteemed county leader. Treat the newly arrived immigrants with meticulous patience and greet them with a warm smile, ensuring they swiftly come to regard Linhuai as their own home. Li Sili, with an air of solemnity, imparted his admonition. Indeed, I acknowledge my missteps, came the prompt reply from his subordinate. The scribe, perplexed by the erratic behavior of his superior, understood that the authority of the county surpassed that of the present administrator. Thus, whatever he decreed must be accepted. Swiftly, he extended his apologies. As Li Sili settled himself into a chair, he proclaimed, I shall personally attend to this matter. He proceeded to meticulously record the household registration for the family, one household, Hong Hao, residents of the Jin Xiao Can in the Randengji of Ganying Township, Linhuai County, Fengyang Prefecture. They have 5 brothers, Hong Hao, Hong Bing, Hong Ji, Hong Wei, and Hong Yi. Upon reaching this point, Li Sili could not help but commend the family's refined lineage. Indeed, hailing from a scholarly background and descended from officials, their names were imbued with significance, embodying the harmonious principles of the 5 elements through the names of the 5 brothers. Furthermore, one could surmise that the patriarch possessed an astute foresight. For what else could explain his fortuitous fortune of siring 5 sons? When filling in the father's section, he inquired, What is your esteemed father's name? The brothers exchanged glances, as the route guide offered no information about their destination. Should they confess their lineage, revealing their father, Zhu Yuanzhang? Given the emperor's esteemed reputation in his hometown, it was likely they would face severe consequences. Fortunately, the understanding clerkly, perceiving their reluctance to discuss their father's past, promptly bypassed the matter and inquired about their hometown. We are originally from here. I was born in Yingtian, Zhu Xiang replied candidly. Then we shall record it as Fengyang Prefecture, Linhuai County, clerkly amicably noted, assisting the 5 brothers in establishing their household registration. As he filled in the agricultural section, he explained, according to regulations, a household of 3 is allocated 15 acres of farmland and 2 acres for vegetables. Should one possess the means, they may cultivate additional land without restriction. Men in the Ming Dynasty officially came of age at 16, and since the 5th brother was only 15, he too was not yet considered of age. Once the household registration was complete, clerkly personally escorted them to the rear to collect seeds, farming tools, household necessities, half a year's worth of grain, and most notably, a plow ox. He thoughtfully selected a robust water buffalo and even provided them with an extra 2 bags of grain. As they loaded their belongings onto the ox cart, the brothers led the buffalo, following the clerk out of the county. How rude, the scribe muttered, watching the brothers' retreating figures with indignation. We've gone out of our way to assist them, yet they haven't even uttered a word of thanks. You don't understand? This is how it should be, clerkly replied. Unfazed, he firmly believed that these 5 young men must be the offspring of high-ranking officials. Otherwise, how could they exhibit such arrogance? Once they gathered a sufficient number of people, the clerk led them out of the county town and towards Ganying Township. Upon their exit from the town, the new immigrants began to relax and voice their grievances. Why are their oxen so tall and strong while ours are so scrawny and small? They have iron pots and cotton quilts, and it seems they have more grain than we do. This is unfair. We must be compensated. How dare you complain? The 2nd and 4th brothers turned simultaneously, their fierce expressions silencing the group instantly. The clerk atop his donkey chuckled, relieved that he need not intervene. In truth, he too found it perplexing. Clerkly was neither a relative nor had he received any bribes from them, yet he was so attentive to their needs. He had never heard of Clerkly being particularly fond of such behavior. By midday, the band of immigrants arrived at the Lantern Festival in Ganying Township. The village leaders had been waiting to escort their assigned immigrants back to their respective villages. Following Clerkly's instructions, the clerk personally led the 5 brothers to Jinkiakan, the very place where their father had been born and raised. However, the thatched cottage where the Zhu family once resided had long since been reduced to rubble, leaving no trace behind. Even the majority of their father's former neighbors had perished due to war and famine, while those who survived either tended to the imperial tombs or moved to the capital to enjoy a life of comfort. Currently, the village is primarily inhabited by newly arrived immigrants from various regions, totaling only around 20 to 30 households, with half of the village still unoccupied. The old official first guided them to familiarize themselves with their allocated rice fields and vegetable plots, then gestured towards the houses in the village, saying, Choose any vacant home to settle in and live well. After that, He mounted his donkey and departed. He had no personal gain in this matter and felt no inclination to engage in further conversation with these uncouth individuals. Suddenly, without anyone to instruct them on their next steps, the brothers found themselves at a loss. After a while, Zhu Kai spoke up. "I will take a stroll to find a better house for us to settle down." Zhu Di volunteered as well. The two wandered through the village, discovering that the better houses were already occupied, while the vacant ones were in a state of disrepair. After searching extensively, they eventually stumbled upon a courtyard with two sections, where one room still had an intact roof, though the doors and windows had long been removed. As darkness began to fall, they resolved to make this their temporary residence. Chapter 77. The transformation plan. As several brothers drove the ox cart into the courtyard and unloaded their goods, the sky had already deepened into darkness. "I am starving," the famished sixth brother lamented weakly. "Let's have some dry rations first," suggested the fifth brother, who produced half a flatbread from somewhere, a remnant of their journey. "I can't even bite into it," the sixth brother replied pitifully. "First, let us light the lamp. Then we can start a fire to cook," commanded the third brother. "But we need a lamp to begin with," retorted Zhu Di, who had searched thoroughly without finding an oil lamp or a candle. "Is it possible the common folk simply retire to bed when night falls?" the sixth brother reminded him. "Indeed, that could very well be the case," Zhu Di exclaimed, slapping his forehead. "I remember father mentioning that when he was young, he would go straight to bed as soon as it got dark." "Perhaps the impoverished cannot afford oil lamps," Zhu added, nodding in agreement. "Otherwise, how would the tales of borrowing light through the wall and using fireflies to illuminate the snow come about?" Hearing this, the second brother climbed atop the wall to survey the surroundings. "Damn, the village is completely shrouded in darkness. There's no place to borrow light through the wall." However, he did not return empty-handed. Under the bright moonlight, he spotted a woodpile across the alley and jumped down to gather a large bundle. "All right, let us start a fire for cooking," the prince ordered once more, seeing the firewood. "But we still need to start a fire." Zhu Di doused his enthusiasm with cold water. "What, do we lack the tools to ignite it?" Zhu grumbled. "Actually, we have those," Zhu Di replied, shaking two items in his hands. By the light of the moon, Zhu could recognize them as a fire striker and flint. "Well, go ahead and ignite it," the third brother urged. "Aren't you always sneaking out to barbecue?" "I only used the prepared fire starters for that," Zhu Di grumbled. "You just pull off the cap, shake it, and blow on the tinder to ignite it." "But I don't know how to use this thing." After a flurry of strikes, sparks flew. Yet the tinder remained unimpressed, not even smoldering. "Fool, let me try." The third brother snatched the fire striker and vigorously struck it, but still, only sparks flew without any smoke. "Let me give it a shot. I have more strength," the second brother declared, seizing the tool with determination. After two sharp strikes, a crack echoed as the flint broke in two. "That's it. Let's just go to sleep," the third and fourth brothers sighed in resignation. "We'll think of a solution tomorrow." Zhu Zhen watched this scene unfold, feeling as though he were observing a survival scenario in the wild. He recalled that it typically took the third day for the old master to successfully start a fire. He wondered how many days it would take for his brothers to achieve the same. Sighing, the brothers unrolled their bedding and lay down fully clothed on the calm. In truth, they were not afraid of enduring hardship or fatigue. It was the disheartening failure of being unable to even start a fire that weighed heavily on their prideful hearts. Sensing the collective despondency, Zhu Zhen felt compelled to rise and lead them out of their predicament. Yet, upon reflection, he realized that despite having lived two lives, he seemed to be in a worse situation than his brothers. Fourth brother could only use a fire starter, while I could only manage a lighter. Alas! Zhu Zhen lay on his bed fully clothed, and fifth brother handed him a half-eaten pancake, which this time he accepted without complaint, laboriously nibbling away. As he gnawed, he gradually drifted into slumber. The pig trotters are delectable. In his sleep, he even began to mumble, Old sixth, that his brother's hand. The following morning, Zhu Zhen was awakened by the sound of scolding. Who dares disturb this king? He groggily rose from bed, sitting for a while without anyone to assist him in putting on his shoes, only then realizing that Mu Xiang was not by his side. And now he had to rely solely on himself. Reluctantly, he bent down and clumsily slipped on his cotton shoes. Upon stepping down, he felt as if he had put them on the wrong feet. There was no remedy. This was indeed the first time His Highness the Prince of Chu had to wear his shoes unaided. Since the shoes were oversized, he couldn't be bothered to change them and walked to the door in this mismatched state. As he rubbed his sleepy eyes in the morning light, he noticed an elderly man and several young men in the courtyard, engaged in a heated exchange with his three brothers. What is going on? Zhu Zhen quietly inquired of fifth brother. That old man is from across the street. He came over this morning with those men. Accusing second brother of being a firewood thief, Zhu Zhi explained quietly. You are speaking nonsense. I didn't even go to your house. Isn't firewood left on the street free for the taking? Prince Qin's face flushed with anger. Who would have thought he would be wrongfully accused of being a thief, and that he was supposedly stealing a handful of firewood? Exactly. Can something left outdoors be called stealing? Fourth brother added, his expression one of indignation. You are the one who is talking nonsense. Go outside and see whose firewood isn't piled at the door. The old man, infuriated, pointed to the street. This is how it has always been done. How could you not know? I truly did not know. Zhu Zhi scratched his head, his bravado waning. All right. Enough of this bickering. With a grand gesture, His Highness the Prince of Jin declared, when we return, I shall repay you with a cart. No, 10 carts of the finest firewood. Surely that will suffice? What a boastful claim. Who cannot boast? It is of no use. Besides, did you only steal firewood? Before the old man could speak, a middle-aged man behind him angrily interjected, you also took the village's grinding stone, and my family's front door, my family's water jar. Others began to join in the outcry. Goodness! Zhu Zhen had initially thought the villagers were making a mountain out of a molehill, but now he realized they were already ready to fight without entering their home, which was quite restrained of them. Of course, their reluctance to confront directly was not due to their civility, but rather because his brawny brothers naturally commanded respect in conversation. We don't even need you to compensate. The villagers had a straightforward aim. They simply wanted to drive them away before they could settle in. Quickly gather your things and move to another village. We, at Jin Chaocan, do not welcome you. To bolster their stance, the villagers revealed shovels and other implements they had concealed. Oh, the brothers suddenly understood. It appeared they were seeking an excuse to expel them. No, that is not right. What is owed must be repaid. Zhu Di proclaimed loudly, second brother. Return that grinding stone to them first. All right, all right. Zhu Yin bent down to grasp the stone millstone lying on the ground, effortlessly lifting it before bellowing, here, take this. With a mighty heave, he hurled the 230-pound millstone over the heads of the villagers, where it landed with a resounding crash outside the courtyard wall. Never had the villagers witnessed such a colossal feat. They knew that even their combined efforts would be futile. Instantly, a wave of trepidation coursed through them, their hands trembling around their hose and door bars. I must return to the fields. One finally could no longer suppress the urge to flee. Yes, yes. It's time for dinner. There is much work to be done in the fields. Observing a leader emerge, the rest hastily followed suit, scattering in all directions. Hey, don't leave. Take your things back. You called from behind. No need. Consider it a gift. The villagers responded from a distance. Heh, old fourth. You were right. Scaring them did the trick. Old second chuckled with satisfaction. You fools. Third brother retorted, his face livid, pointing an accusatory finger at old second and old fourth. Returning home for just a day, and you already resort to thievery. You've brought shame upon the Zhu family. We now bear the surname Hong. The disgrace is upon the Hong family, not the Zhu family. Zhu Di interjected with a scoff. Besides, I've checked with everyone. The items in this courtyard were all taken by them. We are merely restoring what belongs to us. Let us not forget, that millstone certainly does not belong here. Zhu exclaimed in anger. No, it doesn't. I thought no one wanted it on the street, so I brought it back for practice, Zhu Yin muttered softly. Could a millstone be of no use? Third brother exclaimed in exasperation. I didn't know it was a millstone. Zhu Yin mumbled, feeling a pang of guilt. Back in the army, I often saw soldiers using that for practice. Zhu Di clarified on his behalf. Ignorant. Foolish. His Highness the Prince of Jin would rather sever ties with these two disgraceful fellows. You cannot simply take what does not belong to you. To the common folk. This is theft. All right. Next time I'll ask first. If no one wants it, then I'll take it, the Prince of Qin readily agreed. That is still unacceptable. Zhu was nearly apoplectic, utterly baffled by how his elder brother managed these two. Chapter 78. Those children are not beyond redemption in the county office of Linghuai. County Magistrate Han found himself plagued by insomnia. At his age, such a condition was exceedingly rare. Throughout the night, his mind was consumed with thoughts of the 5 princes. Fretting over their slumber, how would they sleep tonight? Would they be cold? Had they eaten before bed? Would they face any bullying? He had never been so concerned about his own young son, who remained at home in Shaoxing. Alas, he felt utterly helpless. Despite the emperor's stern training of the 5 princes, should any misfortune befall them, the blame would inevitably fall upon him, the county official. In reality, he was nothing more than an invisible caretaker for 5 royal children. Sighing, he lamented the burdens of his position. After tossing and turning until dawn, he finally drifted into a semblance of sleep, forgoing his cherished morning duties to steal a few precious moments of rest. Awakening close to noon, worry still gnawed at him. Resolute, he decided that after lunch, he would find a pretext to visit the countryside, seeking first-hand assurance of their well-being. As he devoured his meal with great appetite, a summons from Clerk Li interrupted him. "What is it?" Han inquired, his eyes betraying the fatigue of sleeplessness. "County Magistrate. The head of the Jia family from Jinxiao Kung has come to lodge a complaint," Li whispered urgently. "Against whom?" Han asked, spearing a piece of stir-fried tofu. "Against those 5 young masters from your esteemed predecessor's family," Li replied discreetly. "What?" Han's grip tightened, causing the tofu to snap and fall onto the table. Angered, he slammed his chopsticks down, exclaiming, "This cannot be tolerated. Such behavior must not be allowed to fester. Summon them at once and impose punishment." Clerk Li, taken aback by the magistrate's fervent reaction, hastily cautioned, "But, County Magistrate, this could lead to a lack of governance in Jinxiaokang. Historically, imperial authority seldom extends to the countryside." Zhu Yuanzhang, in an effort to prevent corrupt officials from oppressing the populace, strictly forbade county officials from intervening without cause. Therefore, we must rely on the local gentry to maintain order. While Han, as a transient official, could afford to be indifferent, Li, as a local resident, was understandably reluctant to offend the village leaders. "Very well," he conceded, regaining his composure. "Let us invite him in to discuss this matter further. Violence will not resolve our conflicts. It is prudent to ascertain the details before taking action." Before long, the aggrieved elder, accompanied by Clerk Li, entered the hall. Bowing deeply in respect, introducing himself as Tang Yozhong, Han gestured for him to rise and offered him a seat, speaking kindly. "Master Tang, I have heard the account from Clerk Li. They are but children. I shall send someone to teach them a lesson. Surely, we need not take this too seriously?" "But, County Magistrate," Tang replied with a troubled expression, "have you ever encountered children towering 8 feet tall, with bushy beards and fierce demeanors? We are terrified. Furthermore, these brothers are quite fearsome. If they are not sent away promptly, they will undoubtedly become tyrants in our village." Surely not," Han reassured him, gesturing toward the south. "To speak frankly, they are all sons of my esteemed predecessor, possessing quite remarkable backgrounds. They are merely residing in your village temporarily. When their fortunes change, they shall return to their rightful place." He dared to articulate only this much, hoping Tang would grasp his meaning. "Who can predict such outcomes?" Tang replied. The old man Tang curled his lips, remarking that Fengyang Prefecture was never short of officials and their families who had fallen from grace, and few ever managed to turn their fortunes around. Li Sili leaned closer to Han Yike and whispered for a while. After pondering for a moment, County Magistrate Han smiled at old man Tang, saying, "I have heard that your area still lacks a village head." The previously agitated old man Tang instantly brightened at this mention, clearly enticed by the prospect of the village head position. At present, Boss Zhu had yet to fully establish the system of village chiefs, but trials were already underway in Fengyang and Dingtian. The various trials were largely similar, typically structured as 10 households per unit and 10 units per village. The village head was responsible for managing all affairs within the village, from taxation and duties to mediating disputes and handling minor cases. There was nothing beyond their purview. Given that Jinqiakan had only about 20 households, it needed to merge with 2 other villages to form a complete unit, thus amplifying the significance of the village head's role. If such a position fell into the hands of someone from another village, it was certain that his entire village would not only be bullied but would also miss out on benefits. Tang, the village chief, understood that with so few people in his village, the position of village head would likely go to a neighboring village, so he had never held out much hope. However, upon hearing the mention from the magistrate, his spirits were instantly invigorated. Indeed, old man Tang responded with newfound respect. He explained to the magistrate that since 3 villages needed to combine to form a unit, none could claim authority over the others, which had left the position of village head in limbo. The role was fraught with toil and offered no salary from the court. It could even require personal financial contributions, making it unnecessary to quarrel over it. Han Yike glanced at Li Sili and remarked, "It seems to me that old man Tang is quite a suitable candidate." Indeed, old man Tang was a benevolent elder who treated the villagers of Jinqiakan as his own children. Li Sili immediately understood, adding, He is especially attentive to the new immigrants. I have not done enough. I will strive harder in this direction, Old Man Tang assured, thumping his chest with confidence. Rest assured, magistrate and supervisor. And what of the grievances you mentioned? County Magistrate Han inquired, holding his teacup and blowing gently on the steam. I will not pursue it any longer. Old Man Tang quickly shook his head. I will return and tell the villagers not to stoop to the level of those children. Merely being non-confrontational is insufficient, he added. Han Yike took a sip of his melon seed and suggested, let us view this as an assessment from me to you. An assessment? Old Man Tang was taken aback. What do you mean? Those individuals were originally privileged young masters, entirely unacquainted with rural matters, and it is only natural for them to have strong temperaments. If you can help them adapt to rural life, addressing their concerns and meeting their needs, then, as long as you assist them in successfully completing a harvest, the position of village head will be yours. This demonstrates your virtue, capability, and patience. Who could possibly contest your claim to the role? Li Sili chimed in supportively. What do you think, Old Man Tang? Will you accept? Old Man Tang contemplated for a moment before nodding firmly. Very well, I accept. But one condition, you may guide them through your words and actions, but you must not physically assist them, for that would be cheating. Han Yike added with a note of caution. He is concerned about Ping'an's side. What if someone reports that he sent people to assist the princes in farming? In the emperor's eyes, he would not merely be a mere blabbermouth but also a deceitful one, which would render him eternally without prospects. Sighing, Tang Jiachang readily agreed. His mind also troubled by the thought that the master might have the villagers labor for those young nobles, a situation that would be impossible to explain. As Tang Jiachang exited the county office, a throng of able-bodied men from Jinqiakan quickly surrounded him. How did it go, Jiachang? Did the county magistrate agree? Tang Jiachang surveyed the crowd, and once they had quieted, he slowly replied, I believe those children are not beyond redemption. Perhaps we frightened them this morning. Let us apologize and start anew. The crowd stood in stunned silence, pondering who had truly frightened whom. Chapter 79. The first meal at the Jinxiaokan in the Hong family courtyard. The five brothers sat in a row beneath the eaves, basking in the sun. Yet their faces were etched with defeat. Alas, at this hour, they had yet to kindle a fire. They contemplated borrowing a flame from their neighbors. But all doors remained firmly shut, unyielding to their knocks. If they knocked too insistently, the sounds of women and children crying would echo from within, making them feel akin to marauding bandits. Without fire, they could not boil water, nor could they prepare a meal. When the fifth brother suggested drinking the well water, the fourth brother objected vehemently, claiming that it was contaminated and could lead to illness if consumed without boiling. Thus, they could only sit there in silence, licking their cracked lips, lost in thought as their stomachs grumbled. Summer Jie perished in the southern nest, Qi Huanggang succumbed in his palace. And there was also Chu Ling Wang, Zhao Ling Wang. Was this the fate of kings? The third brother shed bitter tears of a king's despair. Damn, was the only response from the fourth brother. As noon approached, even the king's ox was mooing in hunger. This presented a solution. The fourth brother opened a bag of rations and poured the rice into the pig trough, prompting a great water buffalo to approach, sniff, and then lower its head to eat. Why is this rice red? King Jin pondered, perplexed. Isn't rice supposed to be white? Ah, it's red rice. The second brother interjected knowingly. The buffalo is enjoying it. We can partake as well, mused the fourth brother. Of course, this is our rations to begin with. The third brother retorted with a glance. No, I mean we should eat the raw rice, proposed Zhu Di. Why don't you try it first? The third brother replied non-committally. I'll do it. The second brother volunteered, grabbing a handful of the red rice from the trough and chewing vigorously. However, the grains turned sour in his mouth, and he could not swallow them. Yuck, what a taste. Qin Wang spat out the remnants, hastily gulping down a scoop of well water to recover. It seems eating it raw is not feasible, deduced Yin Wang. Indeed, King Jin nodded in agreement. Zhu Zhen, plagued by hunger, gazed at his unreliable brothers, deeply concerned about whether he would survive until the autumn harvest. Earlier that morning, he had exhausted his mind attempting to start a fire, even trying to create one through friction, but to no avail, and his hands had blistered in the process. As he observed the blood blisters on his tender palms, he silently apologized to De Yi, realizing that igniting a fire was far from simple. If it truly comes to it, shall we return? Surely, our father would not abandon us, he suggested. At that moment, the usually quiet fifth brother spoke up. Disappointing him is better than losing a son, is it not? The fifth brother always prioritized life above all, including his own. No, we cannot let our father down. The fourth brother declared resolutely. I would rather starve than return. Indeed, we must strive to be better. What is this minor hardship? The third brother countered defiantly. However, the third and fourth brothers were in a different world altogether. You two should just steam some buns. The second brother, less resolute, found himself wishing to leave this place. As the princes found themselves in a state of despondency, a cheerful voice resonated from the entrance of the courtyard. Are you all resting, my brothers? The weary siblings lifted their heads simultaneously, their spirits lifting at the sight of Tang Jiachang, who carried a bag of snacks in a small jar. Ah, I see you are hungry, he remarked, offering the snacks to Zhu Ying. Please, don't be polite. I brought these specially from the county town for you. Delightful, Zhu Ying exclaimed, tearing open the oiled paper and eagerly stuffing a piece into his mouth. Wait. His younger brothers, the third, fourth, fifth, and sixth, quickly tried to intervene, but they were unable to stop the second brother. You all should eat too. King Qin munched away, crumbs falling from his mouth as he extended the snacks towards his siblings. For goodness sake, you've just offended someone. How can you dare to consume their offerings? There should be a limit to your recklessness. You could very well be poisoned. Nevertheless, the pangs of hunger were undeniable. The third, fourth, and sixth brothers swallowed hard, glancing at the fifth brother, who was the expert in such matters. Zhu Lu inspected a piece of sesame cake closely, ensuring it wasn't tea freshly made. After tasting a small morsel, he nodded in approval and swallowed. In an instant, the others rushed forward, devouring the snacks with great enthusiasm. The second and fifth brothers quickly joined the fray. Before long, Tang Jiachang's treats had vanished without a trace, a testament to their ravenous hunger. Tang Jiachang, puzzled, inquired, if you can feed cattle with grain, why don't you cook for yourselves? We can't start a fire. King Qin mumbled, his cheeks stuffed. Mainly because our firestone is broken. King Jin, reluctant to admit defeat, pointed to the firestone discarded on the ground as a justification. That doesn't hinder its use, Tang Jiachang replied, bending down to pick up a piece of the firestone. He placed tinder beneath it, grasped a fire striker in one hand, and began to rub the stone vigorously to generate heat. With several forceful strikes, sparks flew onto the tinder. To the astonishment of the five princes, the tinder that had previously resisted ignition soon revealed a cluster of black spots. As Tang Jiachang gently blew on it, the spots expanded, producing smoke and eventually glowing embers. In the end, he effortlessly ignited the dry grass, serving as fuel, and the bright flames danced in each person's eyes. By heavens, you are truly remarkable, King Qin exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. Kings Jin and Yin also expressed their admiration. Tang Jiachang, surprised by the awe he inspired in these mischievous young men, decided to continue his good deed by guiding them in preparing the hearth, setting the pot correctly, and teaching them how to cook. He first instructed King Yin to pour the water, then turned to King Qin, saying, Now, add rice to the pot. All right, Zhu Ying responded, lifting the rice bag and pouring it into the pot. Not too much, just enough for porridge for now. In a few days, when the wild vegetables sprout, we can dig them up to cook with the rice, and when it's time for the harvest, we can eat something solid. Tang Jiachang patiently imparted the wisdom of a seasoned farmer. Oh, King Qin replied, while continuing to pour rice. Add more, add more. The princes, their faces dusted with flour, urged him on. That has too much rice. Steaming rice. Zhu Zhen possessed considerable experience. Pour in the water, commanded third brother. And fourth brother complied with a thud. Alas, too much water was added once more. Zhu Zhen, at a loss for words, remarked, Now it has turned into porridge. Add more rice. Third brother commanded again, and second brother responded with a clatter. Tang Jiachang shook his head disapprovingly. How can we sustain ourselves until the autumn harvest with such waste? While waiting for the rice to steam, the brothers gathered around old Tang, inquiring about various matters. They had come to regard Tang Jiachang as an omniscient elder. Old Tang, why is our rice red? Is it not fresh? My dear lads, this is the color of brown rice. The white rice you were accustomed to is polished and refined after being hulled, Tang Jiachang explained with a wry smile. We common folk cannot afford such extravagance. Our rice is hulled only once, resulting in the brown rice we consume. Furthermore, we do not discard the husks. They are ground into meal and can be used to steam husk buns, he added. Is that edible? The brothers gasped. Husky buns are notoriously difficult to swallow, often resulting in stomach aches and troublesome bowel movements. Tang Jiachang sighed deeply. Before the reign of Emperor Hanwu, we commoners could not even afford that. We subsisted on roots, tree bark, and the earth. Had we been able to eat husky buns back then, Perhaps my family of 9 would not have lost 6 to starvation. A heavy silence enveloped the group. They naturally recalled their own family's plight. Although they had heard their father recount these tales countless times, never had they felt such a profound connection as they did in that moment. Chapter 80. Inheriting the family business. After a moment of reflection, Zhu inquired about how to cultivate the land under Tang Jiachang's guidance. The brothers perked up their ears, for this was indeed their primary task during this endeavor. Yet, none of them had ever farmed before. I see you have been allocated 15 mu of rice paddies and 2 mu of vegetable plots. You can begin planting the vegetables right away. The old man has some seeds that I can help you sow later, Tang Jiachang explained. Then there's fertilizing, watering, and pest control. It's not complicated. Just follow how the old fellow does it, and you'll learn. The young lords were immensely grateful. The harsh realities of life swiftly taught them the importance of manners. I will fetch water for you from now on, declared the Qin Wang, always unafraid of hard labor. Good, good. My old back aches the most when it comes to carrying water, Tang Jiachang chuckled, seeming pleased that these rascals were not beyond redemption. What about the work in the rice paddies? Inquired the fourth brother. Attending to crops is far more troublesome. It requires diligent learning and hard work to yield a decent harvest, Tang Jiachang replied. If it were virgin land, merely clearing and nurturing it would keep you busy for 2 years. Fortunately, you have been given cultivated fields, which simplifies things considerably. You can plant this year. However, you must plow it 3 times before transplanting the seedlings. Oh, and you haven't started nurturing the seedlings yet. You must hurry. I will help you with that tomorrow, or you'll miss the right time for transplanting. The brothers were deeply moved. Tang Jiachang was akin to a guiding light in the darkness, a compassionate deity for the childless. Yet, amidst their gratitude, they couldn't help but wonder about the sudden change in his demeanor. The young lords voiced their curiosity, and Tang Jiachang stroked his beard, revealing a well-prepared explanation. I see that you brothers are not bad people. You just haven't adjusted to rural life after being young masters for so long. Moreover, we too have had our shortcomings. As the saying goes, distant relatives are not as helpful as close neighbors. It is better to resolve enmity than to foster it. I have come to extend an olive branch and make amends. The brothers were touched and promptly declared themselves to be good people, vowing not to bully the villagers. And we won't engage in any petty theft either. The Qin Wang added sincerely. This left the third and fourth brothers feeling somewhat disheartened. The former found the second brother's declaration to be beneath their dignity, while the latter felt it closed off any future opportunities for improvement. Now, if they wanted to enhance their standing, they would need to venture to another village. Haha. That's wonderful, that's wonderful. Tang Jiachang not only fulfilled his duties but also alleviated a burden from his heart. He rose with a smile, saying, Feel free to use the firewood piled outside. When you go to the mountains, collect some more as you go. As for nurturing seedlings, tilling the land, transplanting, and watering, just follow my lead from now on. Although it is said, farm work doesn't require learning. We do it as others do. It is still wise to learn a bit to tend to the crops properly. Thank you very much, old sir. We shall repay your kindness. The brothers expressed their heartfelt gratitude, with the Qin Wang and Jin Wang making immediate promises. The Qin Wang vowed to gift him 10 oxen in the future, while the Jin Wang pledged 100 sheep. Such was the extravagance of the already married and established princes. As for the several unmarried young men residing in the palace under the Prince of Yin, they could only listen with envy. The elderly Tang, unaware that he had acquired a substantial amount of options, paid little heed to the words of these youths and chuckled as he made his way home. Once Tang left, the brothers hastily commenced their meal. The third brother lifted the pot lid, and they all inhaled deeply, never before having perceived rice to be so fragrant. At that moment, they realized they lacked bowls and chopsticks, but this posed no challenge to the famished youths eager to feast. The skillful Prince of Yin promptly fashioned a few wooden spoons from firewood, and the brothers, armed with their makeshift utensils, gathered around the pot, indulging heartily in their meal. The ravenous princes, their eyes glinting with hunger, cared little for the coarse texture of the rice, and with the yellow soybean paste brought by Tang, they eagerly devoured the entire pot of rice. What a relief! After several days away from the capital, the 5 brothers finally enjoyed a hearty meal and resumed their positions, basking in the sun against the wall. Fifth brother. I've heard that eating coarse rice can cause constipation. The sixth brother expressed his concern. No worries, the fifth brother replied confidently. I am now an expert in digestive health. I shall gather some herbs on the mountain that will ensure your comfort. You were born too early. The sixth brother sincerely remarked, if you had been born a few hundred years later, you would surely be a weight loss expert. Enough of this nonsense, the third brother. now invigorated after his meal, stood and addressed his 4 siblings. With this meal concluded, our life back home officially begins. We must establish some order. Let us hold a meeting and delineate our responsibilities. Agreed, the second brother readily concurred. Though Zhu Di felt a tinge of resentment at the third brother's assertiveness, he could not deny that he was the elder. As for the 5th and 6th brothers, they had no choice but to listen. Let us start with the smallest. Zhu Di said, glancing at Zhu Zhen, 5th brother, you will be responsible for our family's most prized cow from now on. Oh, Zhu Zhen thought to himself. Oh, I suppose this counts as inheriting the family business. He was well aware that this was the third brother's way of looking out for him. Tending to the cow was certainly less laborious than working in the fields. Not only will you tend to the cow, but you will also need to cut its grass, provide water, clean the pen, and brush its coat. The 4th brother reminded the 6th. You are quite knowledgeable, Zhu Zhen remarked, surprised at Zhu Di's insights. The military camp raises livestock, and your 4th brother particularly enjoys caring for horses, Zhu hinted with a note of sarcasm. He certainly excels in these matters more than in studying, Zhu Di retorted. I prefer to raise war horses. It's far better than someone as penchant for scrawny steeds. Zhu Di immediately shot back. How do you know this? Oh, I just know. Was it Li Jinglong who told you? I shall not say. You may guess. It must be him. The 2, who had managed to remain quiet for a day, once again erupted into an unexpected quarrel. This is why one should never eat too much. Even the second brother could not bear to listen any longer. Humph. The third brother scoffed before turning to the Prince of Wu. 5th brother, you are adept at chopping raw herbs and preparing medicine. Cooking and cleaning will be entrusted to you. Very well. However, I have never cooked before, so if it doesn't taste good, please do not blame me. Zhu Zhi said with a nod, speaking softly. Turning raw ingredients into a delicious dish is already a great achievement. Zhu Di immediately encouraged him, saying, channel the same determination you have in studying medicinal recipes, and you are sure to become a master chef. With a nod from Zhu Zhi, he felt considerably reassured by the encouragement of his 4th brother. However, Zhu Zhen was somewhat anxious, for he had high hopes for his 5th brother, aspiring to cultivate him into a master of medicine. He sincerely hoped that his brother would not stray from this path and instead become a culinary king. As for the labor in the fields, that responsibility would be entrusted to the second brother and the eldest 4th brother. The third brother continued to delineate their roles, remarking, considering your physique and appearance, it would be a pity not to engage in field work. What on earth does that mean? The second brother, feeling disgruntled, remarked, I possess the demeanor of a general. And what of you? What is your purpose? However, the 4th brother focuses solely on the essentials. As for me, I undoubtedly have more pressing matters to attend to. Then, the third brother, with an air of gravity, remarked, have you all forgotten the emperor's decree? Chapter 81. In the Fields of Hope. Upon hearing the words of the third brother, Zhu Xiang patted his head and exclaimed, how could I have forgotten this matter? You simply wish to evade the toil of working in the fields. Zhu Di, however, was not so easily deceived and immediately discerned Zhu's petty intentions. No, you must also join me in the fields. When the farming season is over, we shall investigate together. Oh, we are the ones who endure hardships and toil, while you, the third, bask in the glory. We, the 4th, are not so foolish. What shall we do if the agricultural work seems never-ending? Zhu, with a displeased expression, inquired, has Father Emperor's task been delayed? What task is it? What investigation is underway? Seeing that the 3rd and 4th were about to quarrel again, the 6th quickly interjected with a question. It's nothing, merely a secret of the adults. Zhu Yi waved his hand. Do not peep through the door. Lao Lu is far more astute than you. Zhu Di immediately wrapped his arm around Zhu Zhen's neck and chuckled. He may not tell you, but 4th brother will. Did I not say I would keep it from Lao Lu? Zhu Bianlian has always been remarkably quick to change his demeanor. He promptly sat beside Zhu Zhen and exclaimed with a smile, as long as 6th brother wishes to know, it is but a secret of the adults. And 3rd brother shall divulge everything to you. Anyone may speak. Zhu Zhen nodded, having already discerned how to engage with the 2. Thus, the 3rd and 4th brothers exchanged words, conveying their father's imperial decree to the 6th brother. They stated that their father wished for them to investigate whether the registered acreage on the household registers significantly differed from the actual acreage per household. After listening to the summary, Zhu Zhen remarked, indeed. Moreover, we should pay close attention to investigating any illicit activities in the locality that cannot reach higher authorities. He continued, the focus must be on the noble families. No, did I not say that the emphasis should be placed on them? The second son scratched his cheek. The Liu Yuanzhang case has just concluded, and it is said in the capital that this is the emperor's way of killing a chicken to warn the monkey. But what monkey is being warned? The third brother spoke in a deep voice. Of course, it is the founding princes and dukes. Indeed, Zhu Zhen nodded and remarked. Most of the founding princes and nobles hail from Feng'an. My father has even constructed residences for the marquises and above in the capital. If there are truly any illicit matters in Feng'an that remain undisclosed, it is highly likely that they are intricately linked to their family. Goodness gracious, sixth brother. Zhu Bujing gazed at Zhu Zhen with newfound admiration, astonished by the remarkable intelligence that had blossomed in just a year. Did I not predict this? Zhu Di, in a moment of pride, patted his belly and remarked, there is much within the sixth's belly. Zhu Zhen chuckled awkwardly, realizing that it would be quite challenging to feign ignorance before his fourth brother in the future. With such words spoken, Zhu's little scheme was rendered futile. Ultimately, the brothers unanimously decided to first engage in agricultural labor and, during the idle season, embark on their investigations. Just as Zhu was about to declare the meeting adjourned, the previously silent fifth brother suddenly spoke up, saying, I just calculated that if we continue to eat like this, we will run out of supplies in no more than 3 months. Clearly, he had heeded Tang Jiazhang's advice. So how do you propose we sustain ourselves until the autumn harvest? The 3 daily meals have been reduced to 2. In the morning, I drink porridge. And in the afternoon, I consume dry food. Zhu Tu truly possesses the aptitude for survival, adapting to this new routine with remarkable speed. Perhaps I should cultivate some vegetables and melons myself. That might suffice. Is it truly this dire? My companions are utterly taken aback. Thus, the 5 princes embarked on a countryside life that would forever linger in their memories. Each morning, the diligent 5th prince would rise early, sweeping the courtyard before preparing water and meals for his brothers. Breakfast typically consisted of a porridge made with wild vegetables, such as shepherd's purse or water celery, accompanied by an assortment of pickled wild greens. It is worth noting that the resettlement efforts in Linhuai County were remarkably meticulous, as Zhu Chui surprisingly discovered a packet of salt among the provided supplies. This left the brothers in awe. For the magistrate of Linhuai truly executed the emperor's decree with precision, they must certainly recommend him in the future. As for wild vegetables, the 5th brother is well versed in the compendium of materia medica, possessing an extensive knowledge of various plants, and can effortlessly locate several edible wild greens in the fields. Zhu Zhen, however, cannot indulge in a lazy slumber, for the water buffalo, having ruminated throughout the night, is now ravenous, its belly pressing against its back, mooing loudly in the yard at the slightest sound. His sole responsibility at present is to tend to this beast, as the upcoming spring plowing will rely heavily on its strength. Rubbing the sleep from his eyes, he rises and dons his increasingly soiled garments, stepping into his cotton shoes, whose original color is now indiscernible. In the yard, he first feeds the water buffalo some hay, both to satiate its hunger and to prevent it from overindulging in dew-laden grass, which could lead to digestive troubles. This is invaluable advice passed down from Tang Jiazhang. Zhu Zhen understands the necessity but not the reasoning behind it, yet he follows the guidance without question. After a hasty wash, he heads to the kitchen, where 5th brother serves him a generous bowl of wild vegetable porridge. Their bowls, chopsticks, and spoons are all handcrafted wooden utensils made by 4th brother, although they appear rather unremarkable and are not particularly comfortable to use. The thought that they were crafted by the future Emperor Yongle fills Zhu Zhen with a sense of pride, accompanied by pickled fish meat. He finishes his porridge until the bowl gleams, then prepares to tend to the buffalo. He first secures the buffalo with a rope and dons a bamboo muzzle to prevent it from nibbling on the neighbor's vegetables during their outing. After exchanging greetings with his brothers, Prince Chu leads the buffalo out towards the village outskirts. Initially, he walks alongside the buffalo, but upon seeing other herders riding on their buffaloes, swaying with delightful ease, he grows envious and wishes to mount his own. Yet, the water buffalo, with its large, glistening horns and fierce demeanor reminiscent of a bull demon, instills a sense of caution in him. As the saying goes, a child of 1,000 gold cannot sit idly in the hall. Thus, Prince Chu resolves to first form a rapport with the old buffalo before attempting to ride it. Upon reaching a sunny slope by the river, 2 miles away, Zhu Zhen unties the rope and muzzle, allowing the buffalo to roam freely. He observes that buffaloes rarely stray far, preferring to graze on the sunlit slopes, shunning the more lush grass and shaded areas. A cluster of 7 or 8 buffaloes congregates, repeatedly traversing the same patch of grass to feast. There is no concern of them fighting, for his water buffalo is the largest among them, bullying others but never being bullied itself. However, this does not grant Zhu Zhen the luxury of idleness. he must wield a small shovel and carry a bamboo basket, searching diligently for wild vegetables and herbs. Spring is a season of vibrant growth and renewal, with various wild greens sprouting in the fields. As long as one does not succumb to laziness, there will be ample produce to feed the entire family. Herbs were gathered at the behest of the fifth brother, dried, and prepared for use. Whenever any of the brothers experienced ailments such as headaches, fevers, or diarrhea, the fifth brother was always capable of providing relief. The surplus herbs could be taken to the market in exchange for essential goods. Zhu Zhen labored diligently, transforming from a pampered prince into a rural cattle herder in a matter of days. On one hand, his brief experience as a prince made the transition from luxury to simplicity less daunting. On the other hand, the pangs of hunger served as a powerful motivator. This hunger was palpable. He could only manage 2 meals a day, with one of those being scarcely substantial. Moreover, he was deprived of any meat or even the faintest trace of oil. The sensation of hunger enveloped him, rendering every edible morsel irresistibly tempting. Were it not for the consequences of slaughtering a plow ox, he would have eagerly suggested to his brothers that they butcher the water buffalo for meat. This intense hunger drove Zhu Zhen to ceaselessly seek sustenance. Furthermore, his brothers exhibited an extraordinary work ethic, each striving to outdo the other, leaving him no room for idleness. The industrious fifth brother managed the household with remarkable efficiency, preparing 2 meals daily, maintaining a pristine environment both inside and out, while also tending to the ailments of their neighbors in exchange for household necessities, earning him an outstanding reputation in Jinqiao, Kansas. The second, third, and fourth brothers were equally commendable. The second brother possessed immense strength and resilience, finding joy in labor, provided he was spared the burden of intellectual exertion. As long as he was not required to study, he thrived in his work. Zhu Xiang seemed to discover his own worth in the fields, continuously showcasing his formidable strength, relishing the admiration of the villagers who dubbed him a true beast of burden and the reincarnation of a black bear, as well as the envious gazes of young women. The third and fourth brothers were in a constant competition, each striving to surpass the other. If one tilled an acre today, the other felt compelled to till an acre and a half the following day. Exhaustion was inconsequential. The imperative was to emerge victorious. Zhu Zhen observed his 3 elder brothers toiling in the fields, sweat glistening upon their brows, and found some merit in the emperor's decree. In the days to come, his brothers would venture beyond the borders to engage in battle, advancing 1,000 miles into the howling winds of the northern desert. Perhaps their current toil would indeed bear fruit in the future. Yet, why must he also endure such tribulations when he is not destined for the battlefield? Alas! Chapter 82. The ceremony of tilling. The grand historian states, agriculture is the foundation of the world, and there is no greater endeavor. Throughout the annals of history, rulers have placed immense importance on agriculture. Since the Han Dynasty, every February, the emperor would personally conduct the ceremony of tilling. In March, the empress would perform the silkworm ceremony, demonstrating their commitment to agricultural practices. In our present dynasty, the Hongwu emperor, having emerged from the ranks of famine-stricken farmers, would naturally uphold this tradition. In the first year of Hongwu, he established the custom of conducting the ceremony of tilling on the auspicious day of the 2nd month each spring, personally offering sacrifices to the ancestor of agriculture and engaging in farming activities. The following February, he constructed the altar of the ancestor of agriculture in the southern outskirts of Nanjing, where offerings were made alongside the deity of grain. Beneath the altar, he designated a plot of land for the emperor's personal tilling. On the eve of the ceremony, Zhu Yuanzhang personally inspected the grains and farming tools in the Huagai Hall, followed by a night of fasting and rituals. The next morning, these items were placed in the Dragon Pavilion and carried to the altar of the ancestor of agriculture. On the day of the ceremony, the emperor and the crown prince donned the most ceremonial robes, reminiscent of those worn by Qin Shi Huang, complete with a beaded curtain. Zhu Yuanzhang and Zhu Biao then rode in a dragon carriage, accompanied by a grand procession of officials, towards the altar. Upon arrival, the emperor paid homage in succession to the ancestor of agriculture, the god of agriculture, the forces of nature, the 5 mountains, the 4 seas, and the deities of Zhongshan. After the rituals, the emperor and the crown prince changed into simple garments and straw shoes to perform the ceremonial tilling. Inside the altar, the sounds of drums and music filled the air, accompanied by songs of the harvest. 2 elders led a plow with the assistance of 2 farmers, while the emperor held the plowshare in his left hand and the whip in his right, performing the ritual of 3 pushes and 3 returns. The crown prince followed closely, holding a green box and scattering grain. The ritual of 3 pushes and 3 returns entails tilling the land 3 times back and forth. A task that was trivial for the experienced Zhu Yuanzhang, who completed it without breaking a sweat. Afterward, the emperor ascended the viewing platform to observe the ministers performing the 5 pushes and 5 returns, and the 9 pushes and 9 returns. In truth, such ceremonial acts do not yield crops. From the platform, Zhu Yuanzhang remarked to the crown prince, "Once we return, the governor of Yingtian must bring the experienced farmers to thoroughly till the soil, rake it finely, and level it before we can genuinely sow the seeds. The ceremony serves merely as a symbol." Zhu Biao smiled and replied, "If we were to do it properly, neither of us would return home tonight. We can afford to put on a show, but your younger brothers cannot." Zhu Yuanzhang replied calmly, "Next time, we must use their harvest to pay tribute to the ancestor of agriculture, and we cannot afford to deceive." Although only the 2 of them stood on the platform, Zhu Biao could not help but glance around. "Do not worry, your father knows his limits." Zhu Yuanzhang, observing the antics below, asked solemnly, "How are things going over there? Has the spring plowing been delayed?" Having settled down, the brothers have taken to their respective tasks, herding cattle, cooking, and attending to various duties, thus managing to lead their modest lives. Zhu Biao lamented, "Though we only eat twice a day, we have become gaunt and haggard. Particularly, the 6th brother appears to have become so emaciated that only his chin remains. Is that not a troubling matter?" Zhu Yuanzhang, however, joyfully remarked, "His brothers are off to gain experience. We allow him to accompany them primarily for the purpose of losing weight." "Father, is this truly sensible?" Zhu Biao replied, shaking his head in silence. "Very well, let us not dwell on that." Zhu Yuanzhang swiftly transitioned the topic, inquiring, "Did they have salt to consume?" His question reflected his genuine concern for the well-being of his other sons, not solely focused on Zhu Biao. "Yes, they do," Zhu Biao nodded in affirmation. "However, without money, how could they possibly acquire salt?" Zhu Yuanzhang's skepticism resurfaced. Could it be that Han Yike is secretly providing them with it? While tending to the cattle, the 6th brother gathers some herbs, and the 5th brother exchanges them in the market, Zhu Biao hurriedly clarified. He was aware of the truth but was determined to shield Han Yike from Zhu Yuanzhang's wrath. That stubborn Han Yike must not realize the necessity of discreetly supplying them with salt, Zhu Yuanzhang retorted, shifting his perspective in irritation. "What if those boys cannot procure salt? They may suffer from edema." Zhu Biao felt a bead of sweat form. If he confessed the truth, his father would undoubtedly chastise Han Yike for deceit. Choosing the lesser of 2 evils, he thought it better for Han Yike to be viewed as foolish in Zhu Yuanzhang's eyes. "Aside from your brothers, has he reported anything else?" Zhu Yuanzhang inquired once more. "Nothing of significance," Zhu Biao replied, shaking his head. "He is as dense as a block of elm." Zhu Yuanzhang exclaimed in frustration, "Is he incapable of thoughtful consideration? We granted him the privilege of confidential reporting, not merely to oversee the princes. Perhaps Han Yike, having recently assumed office, has yet to uncover any issues," Zhu Biao suggested. "Half a year is not a trivial span," Zhu Yuanzhang firmly countered. Moreover, as the county magistrate of the attached district, what affairs could possibly escape his notice in Fengyang? "Perhaps it is genuinely peaceful," Zhu Biao murmured softly. "Brother, do you believe that?" Zhu Yuanzhang replied coldly. "Our own military has been compromised. How could Fengyang remain untainted?" Zhu Biao sighed, perplexed by his father's relentless pursuit of incriminating evidence from Fengyang. It was evident that unearthing such evidence would not lead to a thorough investigation and might even provoke suspicion unless they were prepared to confront the noble factions directly. However, with Wang Baobao still alive, and Yunnan and Guizhou not yet reclaimed, and his brothers still immature, the time was evidently not ripe for confrontation. "My dear Biao, our Zhu family is not blessed with longevity. Your father is 48. How many years remain for me?" Zhu Yuanzhang lamented, casting his gaze toward the northern homeland. "We must compel them to mature swiftly, so they may stand on their own. Only then can our Zhu family's legacy be secured and endure." "Indeed, father," Zhu Biao nodded. Well-versed in history, aware that the Ming Dynasty was approaching a perilous juncture. The ruling period was brief, public sentiment had yet to fully align, and the belief that the ruler, with a strong army, commands respect still resonated within the hearts of the populace. The realm remained unsettled, preventing a thorough cleansing of the military and political powers. These influential figures were acutely aware of their precarious fate, standing at a crossroads, uncertain whether they would face a brutal end or maintain their allegiance to the sovereign. In such times, those who had precariously ascended to wealth and power were most likely to take further risks. Founding monarchs are often the most formidable and visionary figures. capable of exerting their immense influence over both military and civilian spheres to maintain control. However, upon the death or advanced age of these sovereigns, a perilous phase frequently ensues. Should they falter, the nascent dynasty may face utter ruin. Numerous examples abound. Why did the Qin dynasty fall under the reign of the second emperor? Why did Liu Bang, even in his twilight, persist in quelling Yingbu? How did the Sima family usurp the Chao Wei? What accounts for the frequent changes among the Song, Qi, Liang, and Qin dynasties? And what of the similarly short-lived Sui dynasty? In fact, the Xuanwu Gate incident of the Tang dynasty, from Li Yuan's perspective, can be seen as a military coup orchestrated by the military faction against the second son, threatening the very foundation of his regime. It is inconceivable that the emperor, having immersed himself in literature, remained oblivious to the imminent crisis looming over the hard-won Ming dynasty. The adage "a poor child must grow up quickly" rings true. He instructed Ping Bao to devise methods to present challenges to his brothers, thereby hastening their maturation. Finally, Zhu Yuanzhang decreed, for instance, find ways to cut off their supplies. Zhu Biao nearly toppled from the observation platform upon hearing this. Father, please, be reasonable. Chapter 83, The Sins Committed in the Gentle Spring of March. With the apricot blossoms raining down and the grass flourishing, the orioles and swallows return. Amidst the persistent spring rains in the paddy fields, His Highness the Prince of Jin dons a bamboo hat and a rain cloak, wielding a harrow and driving a mighty water buffalo forward. The muddy water splashes, drenching him thoroughly. The robust water buffalo, yoked at the neck, is tethered by 2 ropes attached to the wooden frame of the harrow on either side. The harrow, akin to a rake but with longer teeth, resembles a large comb. A horizontal bar facilitates its operation, marking the final step in leveling the fields. Simply put, the process of field preparation involves first plowing the hard ground to loosen it, then using the harrow to break up large clumps of soil, and finally raking the earth to smooth it out, making it ready for planting seedlings. Eldest brother and fourth brother have already finished raking their 10 acres and are now seated in a makeshift shelter by the field with sixth brother, avoiding the rain while relishing the sight of third brother's plight. If one were to claim that the individual before them is His Highness the Prince of Jin, no one would believe it. Zhu Di takes delight in this misfortune, while Zhu Zhang chuckles heartily. It is not that they do not wish to assist third brother, rather. The harrow they are using belongs to Tang Jiachang. Eldest brother, eager to help third brother with the raking, is resolutely declined by the proud Zhu Sanlang. Stop laughing, or I shall summon my might, Zhu Zheng exclaims, though his attention is drawn to his own buffalo. As time passes, affection grows. Zhu Zheng has even bestowed upon it a grand name, affectionately referring to it as Bull Demon King. Third brother, be gentle. Sixth brother implores, concerned for his buffalo. Yu cups his hands around his mouth and shouts loudly, then you come and rake. Zhu retorts irritably, only to be met with a splatter of muddy water as he opens his mouth, eliciting another round of hearty laughter from his brothers. Amidst the laughter and chaos, as the rain intensifies, the brothers leave the shelter to lend a hand to third brother in the fields. The King of Qin leads the buffalo, while the King of Yin and Prince Jin assist with the harrow, and the King of Chu encourages them from the side, feeding the old buffalo with yellow beans. It is essential to ensure the buffalo is well fed during labor. Within less than half an hour, the remaining land is harrowed, and the 4 brothers have transformed into muddy figures. They promptly unyoke the water buffalo and lead it to the river, where both man and beast enjoy a refreshing bath. As expected, the Prince of Jin and the King of Yin engage in a spirited water fight. The King of Qin gleefully observes, lending assistance to whichever side seems to be losing, prolonging the contest. Such vigorous games among strong men are not for the frail and famished Zhu Zheng, who wisely keeps his distance, using a large wooden comb with fine teeth to groom the mighty water buffalo. He has discovered that the buffalo delights in being groomed. Whenever he presents the comb, the buffalo eagerly nudges against it. After just a few strokes, the buffalo lowers its eyes in bliss, letting out soft moos of contentment. Eldest brother remarks, this buffalo shares our father's fondness. Fortunately, Zhu Boss is oblivious to this comment. Otherwise, he would surely deliver a thrashing to alleviate his own irritation. Since mastering the art of herding cattle, Zhu Zhen has completely seized the initiative. Now, the mighty Tian de Sheng is at his beck and call, coming and going as he pleases. This illustrates the truth that once one's vulnerabilities are exploited, one becomes subject to another's will. Even cattle are not exempt from this principle, let alone humans. After both man and beast were thoroughly cleansed, the brothers merrily returned to their village. The second brother led the cow, with Zhu Zhen perched upon its back, while the third and fourth brothers engaged in playful banter. Life seemed less burdensome on that day. "Oh, how I relish this," thought the second brother. "Goo goo," replied Zhu Zhen's stomach. The sixth brother was hungry. It was high time for the fifth brother to prepare a meal. The fourth brother, unable to best the third in their argument, approached in hopes of riding the cow but received a sharp jab from Tian Deshing's horn instead. "Is it nearly time?" The second brother glanced at the overcast sky, unable to discern the hour. "Not yet. I haven't begun cooking," the third brother asserted confidently. "How do you know?" retorted the second brother, gesturing towards the village's smoke rising from chimneys. "Ah, right," the second brother realized, understanding that the smoke could indicate the time of day. A frown creased Judy's brow. He knew his younger brother to be exceedingly punctual. Could someone have sought his brother's medical assistance? "No more guessing. Let us hasten our steps," Zhu Zhen declared, giving the cow a pat on its head, prompting Tian Desheng to gallop forward. The three elder brothers quickly followed suit, soon arriving at their doorstep. "Fifth brother," Zhu Di called out as he pushed the slightly ajar door open, but received no response. A sense of dread gripped him as he noted the disarray in the courtyard, with the herbs the fifth brother had laid out now scattered on the ground. "Fifth brother," Zhu Di rushed inside, letting out a cry filled with rage and terror. The second and third brothers promptly followed him, while Zhu Zhen tumbled off the cow, stumbling to the entrance. Inside, they found the fifth brother bound tightly on the bed, a rag stuffed in his mouth, and a black sack nearby, likely used to ensnare him. "Fifth brother, are you all right?" Judy's eyes blazed red as he cautiously removed the rag from Zhu Liang's mouth. "Brother, I'm fine," the fifth brother replied, shaken and breathless. Relief washed over the brothers as they hurriedly untied him, massaging his limbs to prevent injury. Zhu Di surreptitiously checked his brother's back, thankful to find him unscathed. "Who dares to bind my brother?" Zhu Zhen's eyes blazed with fury, grasping a hatchet, ready to seek vengeance. Upon reaching the doorway, he suddenly realized he had no idea whom he should confront, so he halted and demanded, "Who did this?" Zhu Di fixed a fierce gaze on his younger brother, his fists clenching tightly. "I didn't see," Zhu Liang confessed, shamefaced. "It was about to rain, and I was busy gathering the herbs from the courtyard. Suddenly, everything went dark, and I was ensnared. Just as I was about to scream, I felt a sharp pain in my back and heard someone threaten me to remain silent, or I would face dire consequences. I found myself rendered speechless, and thus I became like this." Tears streamed down the face of His Highness, the King of Wu. "I feel utterly useless. I have brought shame upon my father. Do not cry. It is all right. Your reaction is entirely justified." The fourth brother hurriedly wiped his tears and said, "A life is worth more than anything else, especially our own." "No, it is my heart that aches," Zhu Chao exclaimed in tears. "They claim to be the brave men of Jiokai Mountain, but due to the shortage of grain in their lair, they have come to take advantage of us and rob our family's provisions. Woe is me." "What?" The brothers were taken aback, and the third brother rushed into the inner chamber, only to find that the sacks filled with rough rice, which had been hanging from the beams, had completely vanished. All that remained were severed lengths of hemp rope and scattered grains of red rice on the ground, together forming the scene of a crime. Chapter 84. Brotherly bonds. Damn it, this prince will confront them. His Highness the Qin King had found his purpose again, brandishing a hatchet as he charged forth. "Second brother, do not act impulsively." The third and fourth brothers hastily restrained him. "Do you even know where Chive Mountain is? Are you aware of the number of people in their stronghold? Are you truly prepared to go to your demise alone? What if they are lying? What if it is not Chive Mountain at all, but rather Egg Mountain?" This. Zhu Xian was momentarily at a loss. Could it be that fellow villagers were involved? A glimmer of fierce resolve flashed in Zhu's eyes. Although relations had eased considerably, the treachery of human nature and the unpredictability of the world had been established since time immemorial. "It was not them," Zhu Zhen declared as he entered from outside. "Sixth brother, when did you go out?" Zhu Di exclaimed in alarm. "The situation outside is unclear. Do not recklessly wander about while there is still light." "I followed the footprints to take a look." Zhu Zhen gestured towards the muddy courtyard, where several lines of tracks leading outward were nearly obscured by rainwater and the footsteps of their brothers. "Otherwise, come tomorrow, we shall see nothing at all." "What did you observe?" "Well, a group of 4, Zhu Zhen nodded. "They entered from the west of the village, and I even spotted hoof prints at the village entrance." "They have horses? How formidable." The brothers were taken aback. They were already aware that horses were a rarity. In the countryside, few possessed horses. Not to mention their own Jin Chao Can, even Ganing Xiang had scarcely a few. It was likely that only the noble households of Fengyang County could afford such animals. In this county, even a donkey or mule was considered a significant possession for local landowners. "Without horses, we can manage on our own," With horses, we must deliberate carefully. The third brother analyzed calmly. At that moment, the commotion from the Hong family courtyard attracted the attention of the neighbors, and Tang Jiazhang and the others came to investigate. They were not merely drawn by curiosity. The Ming Dynasty had decreed that village thieves are the responsibility of the local militia. And Zhu's orders were clear. If there are robbers, runaway soldiers, or notorious troublemakers, and one cannot apprehend them, the local militia must gather many to capture them for the authorities. Those who fail to comply shall be punished. Thus, Tang Jiazhang and the able-bodied men of the militia had an obligation to assist in dealing with these bandits. After hearing the fifth brother's account and observing the scene, Tang Jiazhang stroked his goat beard, shaking his head in bewilderment. Strange, truly strange. What is so strange? The crowd inquired. This Linhuai County is the imperial capital, and bandits have always avoided this region, Tang Jiazhang explained, because no one knows which family may have connections to the current emperor. A minor incident could escalate into a grand conspiracy. The brothers nodded in agreement, acknowledging the validity of his reasoning. After all, they themselves had connections. Furthermore, how could such audacious bandits, possessing 4 or 5 horses, choose to venture into a poor place like theirs instead of targeting wealthier households in Fengyang County? Indeed, they should be robbing the wealthy, Tang Jiazhang added. Exactly. Why would they steal from the poor? The crowd continued to nod in agreement. Even if they were truly driven by desperation and lacked the courage to rob the wealthy, how could they possibly choose to rob just one household? Given the meager provisions of the Hong family, they are hardly sufficient to fill the gaps in the mountain stronghold. Tang Jiazhang, displaying remarkable insight, continued his analysis. Surely, we must seize a few households to break even. Indeed, the others nodded in greater agreement this time. It was raining at that moment, with the men laboring in the fields, leaving only the elderly, the weak, and women and children in the village. It was not beyond possibility for bandits to plunder the entire village. So, have you offended someone? Tang Jiazhang inquired, turning his gaze towards the 5 brothers. Having interacted with them over time, he increasingly felt that the Hong family brothers were shrouded in mystery, their identities potentially alarming. No, not at all. Zhu Xiang scratched his head. To be honest, it was only on the way here that other immigrants envied the provisions we received. Jin Wang recalled with precision. My brother and I even frightened them. That hardly seems likely. Besides, they had no horses. Tang Jiazhang shook his head. The group deliberated for a moment longer. And seeing that darkness enveloped them without yielding any answers, he finally said, let us disperse for now. Tomorrow morning, the old man will take the Hong brothers to the county office to report this to the authorities and see what the elders have to say. There is no other choice. The neighbors then began to leave, and just before stepping out, Tang Jiazhang asked, is there any food left for tonight? Should we stop by my house for some provisions? The kitchen still has half a bag of rice. They haven't noticed, Zhu Lu whispered. Good, Tang Jiazhang replied, refraining from further comments. Half an hour later, the 5 brothers, feeling as though they had regressed to a time of oppression, huddled around the fire, cradling bowls of sparse vegetable soup, listening to the relentless sound of rain outside, their hearts heavy with desolation and indignation. Damn it. Had I known we would be reduced to eating dry rations 3 times a day. Qin Wang's anger had yet to subside. All this frugality only benefits the bandits. I'm so sorry. It's all my fault. The 5th brother sobbed, unable to swallow even a grain of rice. How is it your fault? You, who cannot even harm a chicken, would risk your life over a bit of grain. That would be the height of foolishness. Zhu Di admonished sternly, no tears. No one blames you. Yes, indeed. No one blames you, little 5. The somewhat clumsy second brother hastened to comfort him. Stop lamenting. Don't be upset. That's right. Little 5, we are united as brothers. There is no need for apologies. The 6th brother offered his unique perspective on comfort. For instance, if I caused you trouble, I never thought to apologize because I know my brothers would never hold it against me. Ha ha ha, exactly. No matter how tough life gets, let us not forget who we are. Even the usually acerbic third brother chimed in. Don't forget, we are here to gain experience. We are not meant to spend our lives in this place. Thus, the more difficulties we encounter, the more meaningful our trials will be. For overcoming them will enhance our growth. The 5th brother nodded, tears streaming down his face once more. But this time it was from the warmth of his brothers. Inspired by the words of the 3rd brother, Zhu Zhen suddenly pondered a possibility and quietly asked, do you think today's events were orchestrated by our father, the emperor? What? Upon hearing this, the brothers were momentarily taken aback, only to erupt into hearty laughter. Ha ha. 6th brother, you truly possess a gift for humor. Even 5th brother could not contain his amusement. I am not jesting, Zhu Zhen pouted. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Fourth brother declared emphatically, if father were a man of any substance, he would never go to such lengths to trap his own son. Indeed, third brother, rarely in accord with fourth brother, concurred, our father would never stoop to such actions. Precisely, second brother added, firmly in agreement. Even a tiger does not consume its own cubs. Sixth brother, your line of thinking is perilously misguided. Third brother chuckled, attempting to pinch Zhu Zhen's cheek, but found it devoid of flesh, resulting only in a lonely squeeze. Then, Prince Jean, with a serious demeanor, stated, regardless of the circumstances we face, never entertain negative thoughts about our father. Do you understand, sixth brother? Indeed, fourth brother chimed in to impart wisdom. There are no parents without faults, nor sovereigns devoid of virtue. This has always been the case. I comprehend, Zhu Zhen realized, not lacking in intelligence, as he grasped the underlying message from his brothers. It dawned upon him that not only was eldest brother more astute, but even third and fourth brothers surpassed him in wisdom. Chapter 85, reporting the case that evening. The five brothers found themselves unable to sleep. Firstly, they were too famished to find rest. They were all mere youths, capable of devouring the sustenance meant for two. Yet their labor was immense, relying solely on the meager meal of the day to sustain them. Consequently, they could only manage a bowl of thin rice porridge, leaving their stomachs to rumble incessantly, resembling the chorus of croaking frogs. Secondly, they were filled with indignation. They were, without a doubt, genuine scions of nobility. Admittedly, their current plight was rather dire. However, it was merely a fleeting misfortune for those born into privilege. In their lives, they had never endured such humiliation. The third point is that a leaking roof is particularly troublesome during continuous rainy days, as the phrase suggests. Despite appearing relatively intact, the house they inhabit is ultimately dilapidated due to years of neglect. When it rains, its true condition is revealed. Outside, it pours, while inside, it drizzles, with drops incessantly tapping from the ceiling. The brothers can only huddle together under their blankets, curled up in an attempt to evade the discomfort. The scene is indeed deeply tragic. Zhu Zhen has never endured such suffering in his previous life. In truth, the hardships he faces now far surpass all the adversities he has previously encountered combined. Initially, he took pride in his status as a prince upon his arrival. Yet now he is overwhelmed with the desire to weep. The only reason he refrains from crying is to spare his brothers any worry. Each of them demonstrates remarkable resilience under pressure. The second brother feels a sense of responsibility as the eldest, striving to set an example for his younger siblings. The third and fourth brothers view this experience of hunger and cold as a form of fortitude. Moreover, they all take care of him, reserving the driest spot on the bed for him, while the fifth brother even uses a basket for drying medicinal herbs to shield his head. In the dead of night, the fourth brother suddenly seems to recall something, leaping from the bed and nimbly climbing up to the beam. What is he doing, rising from the dead? Although Sangu was unable to fall asleep, he was still startled. It was as if a warning lingered in the air, urging him not to partake in something later. Zhu Di snorted, and when he descended, he held a small oiled paper bag in his hand. Carefully unwrapping the darkened paper, he could not discern its contents, which resembled a stone the size of an egg. Lao Wu picked it up and squeezed it, exclaiming in delight, "Rock candy. Where did this come from?" Amidst the exclamations of delight from his brothers, the third sibling was determined to dampen the mood. Recently, he had ventured into the river and caught some shrimp, which he exchanged at the market. Zhu Di maintained a calm demeanor. Yu cast a suspicious glance at him, fully aware that it was likely the fourth brother who had pilfered them at the market. However, ethics seemed feeble in the face of hunger, and he resolved not to inquire further. What if the fourth brother admitted to thievery? Would he still consume the shrimp or refrain? Thus, the third brother resolved to refrain from further inquiries. To remain unaware is to escape blame. Zhu Di cautiously shattered a solid piece of candy with a hatchet, selecting the largest fragment and placing it into Zhu Zhen's mouth. "Do not chew, simply savor it." Zhu Zhen mumbled in response, his eyes glistening with tears, fixated on the sweet morsel that seemed to occupy nearly half of his portion. Subsequently, Zhu Di distributed a quarter-sized piece to the fifth brother, while the remaining crumbs were shared among the second and third brothers. The third brother made no complaint about receiving less, silently relishing the moment. After such a long time, sweetness graced his palate once more. Ah, it is simply exquisite. The second brother, too, wore a blissful smile that seemed unable to fade. In the past, I utterly detested consuming sweets, yet I never anticipated that indulging in sugar could be such a delightful experience. My mouth waters with sweetness. At last, the spirits of the fifth brother have improved. Do not speak. It is a waste of breath, the fourth brother advised. The sixth brother nodded vigorously in agreement, tightly shutting his lips for fear of letting the sweet saliva escape. With this small taste of sweetness, the brothers managed to endure until dawn. After partaking in a bowl of wild vegetable porridge that was unremarkably bland, Tang Jiachang soon summoned them to report to the authorities. The brothers had already conspired to go together that day, resolving to avoid wandering off alone in the future. They harnessed the divine steed, Ping Tian de Sheng, to a cart and loaded it with the remaining half-bag of grain, along with tools, bedding, and other valuables. In truth, there was little of value, and the cart was far from full. While traveling the road to the county town, Tang Jiachang appeared to have something to say, hesitating several times. Noticing his evident reluctance to speak, the third brother lagged behind deliberately. "Old sir, do you have any instructions?" Zhu inquired softly. Aware that Zhu was the most reliable among them, Tang Jiachang nodded and lowered his voice. "I would like to ask, what is your relationship with the county magistrate?" "There is no relationship," Zhu replied. "Are you certain?" Tang Jiachang scrutinized him with suspicion. "Child, at this juncture, you might as well lay it all bare. It would help me assist you. If one must say, he is a subordinate of my father," Zhu muttered, glancing down at his cotton shoes that revealed his toes. "Of course, no one would believe such a statement." "Precisely. We believe you." Tang Jiachang chuckled. "I have long perceived that the county magistrate treats you differently. Therefore, the old man sent you to report to the authorities, not with the expectation that the government could apprehend those rogues." "Indeed," Zhu acknowledged with a nod. "The elusive bandits are not something the county constables can handle. Furthermore, the government would not mobilize its forces merely to reclaim a few bags of grain. Truth be told, we intended for you to garner sympathy. To be frank, when you first arrived, you received more provisions than others. In my years here, I have never encountered such a large ox." Tang Jiachang gestured towards Ping Tian de Sheng. "And salt, too. No one else has received that. Only you. Particularly the grain. You have received far more than any other family thus. It seems the county magistrate has extended you some favor. Is that so?" Zhu replied, realization dawning upon him. He had sensed something amiss earlier. If the government were so generous, it would likely have gone bankrupt long ago. Now, with Tang's words, he comprehended completely. It was highly probable that the emperor had issued a decree to the magistrate of Linhuai. Considering the circumstances, how could the emperor neglect his own flesh and blood? Particularly when it involves 5 sons. He could not possibly turn a blind eye. Unless the emperor truly resented having too many sons and wished to eliminate a few yet upon further contemplation. The special treatment from the magistrate of Linhuai was likely not the emperor's decree, but rather the magistrate's own goodwill. Given the emperor's temperament, he would undoubtedly demand absolute confidentiality, forbidding any deceit, while ensuring they endured their share of hardships. There was no way he would allow leniency. However, since Magistrate Han had extended goodwill once, it was entirely plausible he might do so again. "We do not seek much. Merely an additional ration of provisions would suffice." Would that be considered deceit? The third brother began to calculate his prospects, and with this thought, he felt considerably lighter in spirit, a smile gracing his face. As the two parted ways, the fourth brother immediately approached. "What brings you joy? Share it with me so we can revel together." With a chuckle, he added, "Father intends to arrange a marriage for you. How could you possibly divulge the truth to him?" "Get lost," Zhu Di retorted, dismissing him with indifference. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhen had overheard their entire conversation, as the elder had not made an effort to shield him from it. Unlike his older brother, he did not share the same optimism. Drawing from his extensive experience of watching reality shows, he reasoned that if the plot developed in such a manner, the dramatic effect would be lost, leaving the audience with nothing to engage in. "Wouldn't you agree, father?"